3, 2, 1.
Preparing to live stream the meeting. Setting up your meeting for custom streaming service.
Meeting is now streaming live. Cool.
All right. Welcome everyone to the Nethermind 24-hour live stream. Great to have you guys here. I'm Greg, CTO. We're live from the Cambridge office in the UK. And I'll let our CEO Tomasz take it from here. Tomasz, we can't hear you.
Hey everyone. So still was switching off the too many videos, so I was watching myself. So welcome everyone on our merge stream. So it'll be 24 hours. So I guess we'll be repeating ourselves many times. We'll see how many of you will survive with us for 24 hours. If there will be anyone who will watch us for that long, it'll be amazing. But I guess most of you will listen to us, I don't know, in the shower, at the breakfast, or in the background of just watching the merge. We'll come with a lot of data analysis. We come with the details of the merge. We'll discuss with our guests. We'll talk about when the merge happens, about what the merge means, what happens after the merge. We'll have here people from Nethermind. We have people from all the community ecosystem, different projects, and well, we'll be just reacting to the events as they're happening for the next few hours. For the next 6 hours, it's just before the merge. We'll be looking probably at the counters and the time, counting the blocks, counting the difficulty. And later we'll be analyzing the data of the merge itself. We'll look at the blocks being produced. If everything is fine, we'll be reporting what's happening. We'll be telling about MEV after the merge, about lots of things really. So we'll see how it goes. And we see, okay, yeah, so Greg is actually with the team from our Cambridge office. We have lots of other people from Nethermind on the call already. So we have our team that posts a lot of things on Twitter daily. So Annalie and Carla. We have Bogdan here, who works on the events. We have teams from our research, DeFi research. So there's Stanish and Eli. We have the teams that work on Cairo and Starknet, so mostly our Cambridge office. So we see Anik, who works on Juno. We see Swapnil and Yorick and Sky and Greg, who worked on Warp, on Marius Cairo projects in the last months. We see Sofian, who works on the other projects. We have our recruitment and community teams, so Amy and Antonio. We see also our some of our interns joining, so they'll be contributing as well. Solomon, Joshua. We have Ed, who works on the AMM project that will be presenting soon. So as you see, and the core team, which is leaving for the end because really they are the stars. They were working for the merge on the client preparation and Nethermind client preparation. So we have Marek, we have Daniel, we have Nikita here, and I think that oh yeah, and there's also Franco who works on the Web3 projects with us now. And well, there'll be more people from Nethermind joining, more guests, and lots of different angles, as you see. So we will look from the protocol engineering side. We'll look at the dApps world, the DeFi world. We'll think about what happens to the communities. We'll talk about stories of everyone, of how they've been with us, with Nethermind, with Ethereum, what their stories are. So, well, for many of us, it's like 4 or 5 hours back, all the way to the events, to the merge. And those stories are through the crypto winters, are through the hypes, through various events, through the DeFi summers, through the ICO hypes. And we have now Łukasz as well joined. So Łukasz also worked on the core engineering team, actually with us for over 3 years, I believe. So much of the code of the Nethermind client comes from under his hands. And we have Carlos as well. Carlos works now helping with the infrastructure for the merge, testing and running our nodes for preparation for shadow forks and so on. So once again, lots of different angles. Maybe everyone who's on the call would like to just add a few words of how you feel, like what you've been working on in preparation for the merge, and what you think. Actually, yeah, sorry. Like this one big thing that I was spending some time thinking on during the last few hours was, where is the excitement coming from? Because I was reading the tweets of all the people that were saying, hey, like, I cannot fall asleep. Oh, I'm so excited. And I felt like, well, I also feel it. Like I was trying to fall asleep. It's actually like early morning for me, 7 a.m. I didn't sleep at all. And then I was thinking why I didn't sleep. And I didn't sleep because I was thinking about what happens after the merge, in the sense that I had this excitement of not the event itself on whether it works or not, but I had excitement about, hey, it's a reset of the time that we'll have to work on other things, that there was so much brain power contributing to the merge itself, so much effort, and all of those people that were locked in the work on the merge for the last year or two, or even longer, will be now having their brains free to work on something else, still probably related to Ethereum. And now everyone is excited about, hey, like how it will feel, like so much more time, so many projects that I was shelving for a long time. So that's where my big question comes. And I think we'll ask it to every single person who will be our guests. Like, what will you do after the merge? What were the plans of what you wanted to work on but didn't work on because of the merge preparation and the project? So yeah, I'd love to hear from you. Maybe starting with the core team, because they joined here, and again, like I consider them stars of the night. They'll know the most of the technical things, and like they will start introducing a bit like wider and wider view. So Marek, you led a lot of the development effort for Nethermind. You've been participating in the lots of core dev calls, testing, shadow calls, shadow forks, and so on. And I know it was lots of busy weeks for you, so maybe you would like to say a few words.
Okay, so how I feel, it's like maybe I do not feel the same like you, so I don't feel excitement, so I'm a bit exhausted and stressed, but hopefully we will reach transition without issues, and I will feel relieved. So what can I say more? So my plan for the merge is like observing transition, and just after transition I will start syncing a few nodes to verify our syncing code. That is all from my side.
So that's full focus, and exactly what we could expect.
For the viewers who don't know.
Sorry, guys, I can't hear you well. Tomasz?
Greg, go.
No, so much. I wanted to say, for the viewers who don't know, because you mentioned something about the core team doing a lot of work on shadow forks. Do you maybe want to explain what a shadow fork is and how it was used to test?
Okay, so it is so we have transactions from the mainnet, and we are executing them on the separate fork, and thanks to them we kind of simulate mainnet behavior without forking the merge. So thanks to that, we have very similar environment to real merge. And for example, last 3 shadow forks went very fine, and that is our benchmark of how clients are working. And I can just double check, but I hope all nodes are green right now on shadow fork, last shadow fork. And yes, I can confirm that all.
And, how everyone can track the the nodes in the shadow forks. Is it possible for others to look at how the shadow forks behave?
Yes, sure. So first of all, we have eStats. So you can check here, and you can see Nethermind, Geth, and Bezel nodes. What's more, we have Beacon Chain Explorer. Let me just find the link here, and and you can check how blocks are produced on shadow forks thanks to block explorers. So that is how you can observe the behavior. If you want to, you can even start your node on shadow fork, right? But it's more advanced, I would say.
So shadow forks are practically replicating the same transactions, replaying the transactions from the mempool, from the mainnet mempool, and consuming them on a chain that is forked from mainnet. Mainnet keeps running without changes, and you just fork the mainnet and run the clone. And there is like small subset of nodes that is going through the transition. So it has the merge happening much faster than the one that is scheduled normally.
We just posted
Marek,
some links to in the YouTube stream to
we've done it,
what Marek was talking about.
So everyone can have a look at the mainnet shadow forks. I'm actually looking myself now. There is a list. Oh, so this is very similar to the mainnet ETH stats. So you can see different nodes, different combinations, right? So on that dashboard, do we have all the combinations? 25 combinations? 20?
Not really, because as far as I know, Erigon team has some issues with eStats, but besides Erigon, we have all combinations.
I see, and all of them are green on the shadow fork 13 at the moment, right?
Yes, exactly.
And tell me, because when I look at it, one of the nodes is 3 blocks ahead and the other ones are waiting. Is it the refresh for me, and like 1 minute since the last block?
So for you, because all are green for me. So
I see. Okay, yeah, that's if stats is sometimes not refreshing. I remember that from the times when we were testing Gelly extensively, and sometimes it was madness. All right, and Marek, so focused on the current problem, so you practically avoided the question about what you plan for after the merge, what you will work on after the merge. Like, did you even have time to think about it before? Like, do you have this excitement of, hey, the merge is behind, and I wanted to work on something, and this is it?
Okay, back fixing for the version. Yeah, that is one thing, but I plan some rest, and yeah, we will see. Generally, I was working.
He's a goner.
Yeah, the first one for
we lost him.
We have a
he was working on what? Oh, well,
the question was too hard. So maybe we can switch to Łukasz then, because Łukasz practically was with the merge work from the very early days. He was actually working on the Rionism. He built this very first implementation when preparation for ETH Global. So ETH Global was happening, I think, in April 2021. We just used the first very basic spec, and maybe Łukasz, you can share that run to rush to deliver on time.
Yeah, that was crazy time. Like I built the prototype really early stages, in like week and a half of engine API, and it was crazy. Like working like 12 hours a day to get it to the hackathon. But yeah, it was successful. So you mentioned shadow fork. Interesting thing I want to mention just in detail is that we core developers went through the merge already more than 25 times. So there were 13 shadow forks on mainnet. Before that, there were 6 shadow fork on Girly testnet. And we had like Robston, Sepolia, and what's the third one? Girly, of course. Tested, merge, and then before we had few devnets that were just for the devs testing, early testing. So we went through almost like 30 shadow merge already with various degrees of success, especially the first ones. Those were very early days of testing. So yeah, you know, let's go with the production one finally. I think the last few ones went really well. So as Marek said, the 13th mainnet shadow fork is the latest ones and works great. So hopefully mainnet will be the same.
Yeah, okay. Merge 25 times, you should be looking all like pandas already. So Łukasz, how about you? What's the plan for after the merge? Is there something like that you dream of? Apart from obvious things like holidays and so on, is there something that you want to work on? Like can the Ethereum ecosystem already hold you to deliver on some promises? Or
so definitely one more thing that we want to work on is making Gnosis chain merge too. Gnosis chain is the chain when Nethermind will be probably the solely client that will help them through the merge. And actually getting them through the merge will help with client diversity, because probably other clients will join later and it will be easier for them to join. So that's one thing. Other than that, definitely I'm not sure if I will be working like solely on that, but I will definitely want to be involved in dunk sharding. So we want to start prototyping that. And the second thing is we want to work on our database layouts to optimize them a bit. So yeah, that's probably two big work streams we will start. And yeah, I will probably be involved in some of them.
If I may.
Great. So when
So we had a question from the audience, if I could jump in with one. So why do we have CL and EL clients?
Okay, that's a good question. I would say so. That's a bit of a guess because I wasn't there to make those decisions, but it was easier to make to break it down, and thanks to that we have like layers of abstraction, as well as we could work on them very independently. So for example, Beacon chain was launched like 2 years ago, or even more, something like that.
Or December 2020, yeah.
December 2020,
yeah,
right. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's like lifts some responsibilities. Not everything was with the execution layer teams. It allows us to work independently on those two streams. So it also allowed us to prove that the Beacon chain was working as a concept before actually we touched the main value that was right now was on the execution layer. So yeah, it allowed us this kind of things. Or maybe Tomasz wants to add something.
Yeah, definitely. So it's all correct, and I think during the DEF CON in Prague, so this was DEF CON 4, there was the first meeting when Danny Ryan was collecting the teams that would potentially work on Ethereum 2. And at that time, it was still unclear. I think many people believed that there'll be a bit like replacement, that Ethereum 2 will replace Ethereum 1 client. So nothing like execution client nowadays would stay. The teams that were starting to work on Ethereum 2 at that time believed that they would take over everything and maybe somehow incorporate the old code of the Ethereum 1 clients within everything that they were building. The spec was being created. There were the first calls between the teams. And I think it created also this very hungry for success teams that wanted to build the next Ethereum without any baggage of maintaining or being responsible for the maintenance of the network. That helped a lot because that work required a lot of research, focus, no maintenance in the meantime. And those teams were entirely independent from the execution clients. In the meantime, I think the execution layer clients in the meantime really focused on the performance improvements, on maintaining the state. There was this set of massive performance improvements in 2020 as well, I believe. 2020, 2021 in Gav teams, in Nethermind team, and then later with the new implementations coming from Aragon, and Bezel was improving performance a lot as well. And it was critical to maintain Ethereum 1 or the execution layer operational while we were waiting for the Ethereum 2 for Beacon Chain to launch. And we managed to, because I think before the DevCon in Prague, people were worried that already the state of Ethereum will just kill the clients, that it will be no longer possible to sync. But the syncing performance improved like 10 times maybe since then. When we were thinking that maybe it was possible by 50% to improve it. So at the time we had the fast sync that was maybe like 4 hours as a result of improvement from 20 hours. And then it went again to 20 hours and was still improved. And then the snap sync was introduced, which brought it down again a few times better. So that was totally independent work. And it ended up being like the best scenario. We connected execution clients and consensus layer clients with the RPC, I believe, communication, and they work as totally independent processes. Well, it makes maintenance both simpler and a bit more complicated. I think it's simpler for large operators and maybe more complicated for solo stakers, which feel like, oh, I have to launch a few processes. The large operators probably for the maintenance of infrastructure prefer to have this separation. Yeah, it still works, and I think that's how it will stay. I believe Nimbus is the one team that has the idea of merging the both, like being able of launching both components together in a single process. I don't think any other team does it. So. All right, that answers the question, I believe. Lucas shared his plans for the future. We have also some new joiners on the call, so from Nethermind team. Oh, okay, so we have another question. What time does the merge happen? So you can go to this website, border.wtf. Let me share the address, and it says that it happens in, I believe, 6 hours. Yeah. 6 hours, 50 minutes from now. So in around 7 hours. This may change, but most likely won't change much. We see quite stable hash rate so far. There was actually Vitalik was tweeting today saying, "Oh, I didn't expect that the hash rate will not be falling at all." So he mentioned that some people were predicting 50% hash rate drop, which he didn't believe in. But he said he would expect 5 to 10%, and it's not happening. So I think that very reasonable explanation is that miners understand that it's still the most profitable thing to do, to just keep mining until the very end, because we expect much more volatility just before the merge. We expect some crazy MEV maybe happening just before the merge. When people take bets on what happens, does it work or not? Maybe those bets will be, you know, like different teams will believe different things, different traders will believe different things. And that's when people start paying a lot for the block space. When you pay a lot for the block space, which means the transaction fees are going up, then the miners have this like Eldorado moment when they can reap like few ETH or even like tens or hundreds of ETH per block. We've seen that in the past when maybe one block was worth 100 ETH during the NFT minting. And most likely we'll see that in the future. And if you're a solo staker, then, you know, like if you're selected as a block producer, which may happen maybe 2 or 3 times per year, if you're super, super lucky, then maybe your block will be the one that will be worth hundreds of ETH. But most likely it will be like a fraction of ETH each time. Okay, let's come back to our core devs that are on the call. So when we say core devs at Nethermind, we mean the team that works on the client implementation, but usually we mean also people who are working with the research team but contribute the most to the Ethereum research. We think about people who run infrastructure for the client development, so run the Nethermind nodes. Yeah, so this would be our core development. And I see here we have also Nikita, and I think Nikita, you worked on the on the authorization, auth for the nodes and probably other things. But maybe you want to add a few words about what you plan after the merge. And
yeah, like managed, I will fix bugs probably. Yeah, I'm super excited. It's night here at my place. I hope I won't fall asleep before merge. Yeah, thanks for
is it 2
everything.
a.m. for you now, or?
It's almost 1:30.
Yeah, the merge hits everyone in the European time zones in the middle of the night, actually. So I think it's UTC 5 a.m. Actually, you know, like for a big part of our team is in Central European time. So it'll be 7 a.m. Not too bad. As long as they don't stay on this call too long, they should be fine to have a good sleep.
We got a
and then wake
question
up.
in the YouTube chat. What do you guys think about the MEV work that Flashbots are doing? So I don't know. I think I can start with this maybe.
Yeah, go for it. And
yeah, so in the early days of well, MEV was which stands for maximal extractable value. For those who don't know, it's basically the ability of miners to extract value based because they can order transactions within a block in any way they want. And what you don't want is miners having, like, you know, backdoor deals with hedge funds or something like this, or you don't want this happening, you know, in the shadows where it can't be monitored and stuff like this. And so you want it to be open and transparent and meritocratic. And there's also a bunch of negative externalities that arise from this. And one of them is, before Flashbots existed, there was a lot of front running that was happening on decentralized exchanges like Uniswap or sandwiching, as they call it. And what that means is, when you go on the Uniswap interface and you want to buy a token in a pool, you click accept and you send your transaction. It goes into the mempool in the network, which is pending. And then other people who run bots will see that. And if your buy is big enough to move the price for them to make a profit, what they'll do is they'll put in a trade with a higher gas price, buying the same token. But when they're putting in a trade with a higher gas price, another bot is seeing you with your gas price, and they're trying to put a gas price that is higher than yours. And so you get these like gas price auctions, which increase the gas price a lot in the network. And that's another negative externality. And so Flashbots, the original versions try to solve this by having a relay, where instead of having an auction like this, they have a blind auction, which means that you don't see the price that the other bots are bidding against you, and you only see, so there's only post-trade transparency. And what that means is you only see that the amount they were willing to pay to get in front of you after their transaction was confirmed. This is also good for the searchers or for the bots, because the transactions, if they fail, they don't have to pay for the gas used because it didn't actually end up on chain as a reverted transaction. Tomasz actually has worked really closely with Flashbots, so he can chat about it more. Tomasz, there we go.
Yeah. So I've been working with the Flashbots team. I think when we talk about the MEV work for the merge, so MEV Boost is everything really that mattered for the team for the last few months. Maybe not everything, but definitely like big part of the Flashbots team, and like majority of the people were all busy preparing for the merge, preparing MEV Boost. I'm sharing the link to the MEV Boost. Although I think that if the question is really for Nethermind asking, hey, what do you think about Flashbots MEV? I think Eli would be a great person to say a few words about like how he sees that work and how it contributes to the post-merge world.
Absolutely. I think like a good distinction to make is that everything Flashbots is doing right now on like the infrastructure side, in 3 or 4 years, it should be completely irrelevant. Like the PBS that they're building should be built into the Ethereum protocol.
Tell people what PBS is, though.
Oh yeah, sorry. So the kind of core idea of the post merge MEV system is to create something called proposer builder separation, which is to kind of help ensure the future that kind of Greg was talking about, where there's no incentive for a hedge fund and a large validator pool to make private deals and like stuff behind closed doors. That's just a really centralizing pressure on the network over time. And so the kind of core idea was, how do we decrease that centralization pressure while also making the network as decentralized as possible? And the end goal of that is to basically separate basically the validator and the person who chooses the transactions and what order they're in. So that way the validator, every time that it's their turn to propose a block, they don't actually have to make any decisions themselves. They outsource that block building and create a competitive market around selecting what transactions to go into blocks. And I think it's a really elegant solution to like a centralization pressure, but it's kind of hard. It's really hard to implement. So until we have it built into the protocol itself, there needs to be trust at some point. And what Flashbots kind of said was the better place to point the trust was in kind of a relay ecosystem. So that way, instead of validators and block builders having to trust each other, which is a very hard assumption to make, they're instead agreeing to trust this like infrastructure that they can communicate with. And I think it's the best place in the interim to have this like communication and trust infrastructure. But as well, like there are risks to having this more centralized system, but I think a lot of people believe that MEV Boost itself is very centralized, but all MEV Boost really is a aggregator for relays. So a validator that's using MEV Boost, they're not actually only solely using MEV. What MEV Boost does is a validator asks for a block, and then MEV Boost basically takes a list of 5 or 6 relays and then asks all of them for what's the most profitable block a builder can make. And so there's nothing inherently centralized in MEV Boost. All it does is it aggregates more relays. So if you want to increase the decentralization and the censorship resistance of the system, you basically just add more relays to MEV Boost and make sure those relays are non-censoring. That's getting very into like the decentralization weeds, but I think that in general, like Flashbots is a very valuable organization. Like we have a very strong partnership with them. Lots of people at Nethermind work closely with Flashbots. And something I think that is kind of valuable to think about is a lot of the guys at Flashbots also kind of think that they want to separate the organization into 2 parts, the Flashbots product and the Flashbots research. The research should be going strong for years, but the Flashbots product, over time, they should basically take all the offerings and all the infrastructure they're building and move to decentralize that.
Great summary. Thank you, Eli, for this Nethermind view on Flashbots. And we have Hudson, our first guest. Super excited. Hi, Hudson. It's great to see you too.
Hey.
Hudson,
Hi,
you're the legend. Tell us about your story. I mean, like you've been leading the core devs for a long time before Team took over. So we would love to hear from you about your view and your story with Ethereum, everything that you want to say to the community.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on here, y'all. So basically, yeah, I've been involved in Ethereum since roughly 2015 or so. I was doing a lot of volunteer stuff like moderating the subreddit and doing things around documentation. And then I moved into the Ethereum Foundation, where I co-ran the DevOps team. I helped run DevCons 2, 3, and 4. And I also started helping manage the EIP, or Ethereum Improvement Proposal repository, as well as the core developer calls that happen every 2 weeks that kind of dictate what direction Ethereum protocol upgrades are going. So I ran those from 2016 till 2021, at which point Tim Biko took over, and he's been doing a great job. So right now, and then after that, I worked for Flashbots for a little bit, doing some kind of operations and hiring and things like that. And now I'm just kind of chilling out, just joining live streams on the day of the merge to say hi to everybody, basically. But I do have a funny story. Whenever I was running the core developer calls, there was Nethermind was just starting out a few years ago. I actually don't remember how many years ago, but I remember on a call, I kept getting Tomas's name wrong. Like every single time I would like be like, hey, Tamazi, and I couldn't do it. It was so embarrassing. But yeah, like it turned out the Nethermind team was such a great group of people that they didn't actually rag on me too much about that, and they produced a really great client that everyone's really proud of today.
Thank you for that, Hudson. I mean, like I remember that the CardF team, like CardF call, was super welcoming for us, for myself, and you know, I was really afraid, like coming from the outside when there were already 2-3 established clients, people that worked together for 2-3 years, and I was going from the outside thinking of like, will I be accepted? Should I talk? And it's probably something that many of the guys here on the many of the people here on the call feel when they join the CardF calls nowadays. So we have all of the junior devs, we have people who are internships, and when we say, hey, you work with the core team, you should join CardF, just to start listening, feel what the atmosphere is, so in the future you can start contributing, making comments as well. And I think they feel the same, like, oh, like we will be accepted, and you know, I think that what you've set up in the past, like it survived, and it set the mood, and people try to keep that respectful way, but also very firm on like not allowing any bad situations to happen. And I remember I always seen that nobody will cross the line if Hudson is around.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I think that is telling that like even today, like people still feel welcome in the core dev calls if they are supposed to be there, like you're mentioning. So yeah, and holy crap, I saw the other day Nethermind has like over 200 people, right? Or like something. So I remember when it was like Nethermind was like 10 people. So this is huge. You guys have been doing great things.
Yeah, and I remember it was 1 or 2, so it keeps growing, and it's a lot. And I wonder if we all manage to make it for a moment into the Zoom call, like the whole 200 plus guests. So I hope we'll beat some records on the biggest Zoom calls, largest Zoom calls ever.
There you go.
Hudson, how much do you think like that the vision of the merge in the future was already something that you kept thinking of as a goal when you were running those CardF calls? Did you think of it a lot? Or?
So I basically from the beginning, and I actually I posted something on Twitter today that was kind of just a reflection on my thoughts on the merge. And one of the tweets I put out had a link to a blog from 2014 where Vitalik was on the Ethereum Foundation blog talking about slashing and ways to do proof of stake. So that was like a year before Ethereum even launched. So the blood of Ethereum has the merge in it, has proof of stake in it. It's always been that trajectory even before it even launched. So that's an important thing to remember, that as we're going through and, we launch Ethereum and then it kind of, does normal stuff for a few years. And then suddenly it blows up and DeFi summer happens and we have to do a bunch of different things with different hard forks. We never lost sight of the fact that the proof of stake upgrade needed to happen, but because we had to put out all these fires, I feel like it was delayed more than we wanted because we didn't expect Ethereum to blow up as much as it did in a good way, as in gain popularity. So because of all of that, it's just been kind of a crazy whirlwind to get proof of stake out there, and it's involved in many iterations of proof of stake. And one thing that's been overlooked today, I feel like, is the amount of clients that have to work together, which is to actually implement proof of stake in a multi-client paradigm that's safe and effective for the merge. So we have 4 or 5 execution layer clients and 4 or 5 consensus layer clients, and they're all being able to be mixed and matched. So if Prism has a bug or Geth has a bug, you can switch to Nethermind and Lighthouse, and you can just do that really quickly, and then the network is finalizing faster. Where other blockchains like Bitcoin has one client that everyone builds off the specification of. If Bitcoin Core has a bug, the whole network goes down. So it makes it really much more resilient. So as we look into the merge today, we're going to see maybe there's not everybody who is updated. So we're going to maybe see a participation rate that is below 100%, but hopefully it'll be above 80 or 90. And all that will mean is maybe there's a bug in a client, or maybe there's a operator who wasn't running their validators with the most updated software. And all of that is good news because that shows that this multi-client decision that we made as a ecosystem to go forward with is working correctly. So really, it's going to be really interesting to see during the merge what happens in regards to that. And I think that people have been waiting for this for a while, and it's one of the biggest things to happen in years for Ethereum, if not the biggest thing to happen since Ethereum launched, honestly.
Amazing. And like, okay, the merge.
Hudson, we've got a question from the YouTube stream, and it says, why wasn't Ethereum proof of stake from the start?
So way back 2014, looking at the landscape there, because I was around during that time working on Dash, it was called Darkcoin at the time. There were very few proof of stake coins. There was Peercoin and like maybe Syscoin, I think was another one. But the proof of stake coins, there was a few different problems with it. Number one was, how did they spread out the initial distribution of coins? Because you don't want one staker having all the coins to make a ton of validators, right? So you want a good even as you can distribution among your community of coins. There's also a lot of other problems that weren't entirely solved, like the nothing at stake problem and other things like that, that even if they were somewhat solved, there just wasn't the big network effect yet to actually implement them. So there was still, so the short answer is there was a lot of research and development to be done back in 2014, 2015 around proof of stake. And it's taken all these years to come up with the most perfect plan for proof of stake and implement it across all these clients. So there is this idea that was like, well, it went slowly, yada, yada, yada. But then like, there's also these like little elements that kind of pick away at the speed of development and add to complexity, such as funding. There were droughts when there were client teams, especially consensus layer teams, that didn't have a lot of funding because, we were in a bear market, or, they didn't really have a means of revenue because they were just building protocol layer software for the public good. So, early on, that kind of slowed things down. Another thing that slowed things down was figuring out the inflection point to stop researching, because you would always find out new things every month or every week or every quarter that would be like really phenomenal and would really help proof of stake. But at some point you have to say, okay, we've reached the point of where we need to stop researching and start putting it into place, a plan. So yeah, basically that has kind of why I think proof of stake was that slow, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think we've learned from all of our past iterations of proof of stake that have been developed, and where we are today is really where we need to be.
Awesome.
And Hudson, you've sorry, like I'll keep asking questions. If at any point you need to go, please let us know.
I'll let you know.
I think it'll be like you've worked a lot with the miners during the proof of work times. I mean, it does still last, but you spend a lot of time helping miners understand what the goals are, understand their needs, and maybe communicating between core devs and miners. You're participating in the kind of like not negotiations, but maybe like talks between the miners and core devs on EIP 1559, on the like infamous ProcPow and so on. How do you feel the miners' feelings are now, and like what were your conversations in the months or like years leading to the proof of stake? How they prepared?
Sure, that's a great question. So basically throughout my time, from 2016 to 2021 roughly, I served as a kind of a developer liaison for core developers to the community, and part of that role was interacting with miners and mining pools. And in general, a lot of the smaller miners, especially if they mine multiple coins, will generally have an auto picker like in their software, so that if Ethereum isn't the most like the coin that will make the most money that day, they switch over to Raven coin or Ethereum Classic or something like that. So they weren't as involved in the discussions, but there were a few miners who I had a really close, good relationship with. One of them was Ethermine, which is the company built by Bitfly. They have the largest percentage of miners, of roughly over 30%. And they also build Beacon Chain, which is the Beacon Chain Explorer. So they have always been very pro Ethereum. They've been here since before Ethereum launched, you know, and they're sticking around and having their miners be on until Ethereum merges. So Peter from Bitfly has always been a really good ally to me and to Ethereum. I feel like has built a lot of good things and helped a lot of client teams. So that's one person. And then another one is Spark Pool, which used to be called ETH Fans back in the day, was the mining pool name. And I knew the CEO and other people from ETH Fans / Spark Pool, and they were also very Ethereum aligned. And they were at least 20 to 30% of the hash rate. So we're looking at over 50% of the hash rate being favorable to Ethereum and doxed. So that's kind of, and I say docs not in a negative way, but in a like, we know who they are. So all that to say, over the years, Ethereum stuff has been very, with miners has been kind of a wonky conversation some of the time outside of those two groups, just because it's hard to figure out what miners want. They want maximum, you know, like, or I guess I should say incentives would say they want maximum profit. But at the end of the day, they're not always going to choose that, because those two ones I named have like profit that is are going to minimize their profits as the merge gets closer, and they need to switch to staking. The collaboration with them on stuff like issuance reduction and EIP 1559, I think was a very difficult thing for me to do personally, especially 1559. There's a call that you can find on YouTube where it was like a special 1559 community call that the Ethereum cat herders did that I ran, and it had like 30 people in it. And I basically got the big miners, the small miners, the users, the developers, the investors, all in a Zoom call, and we all talked about what the implications of 1559 would be and what everyone's feelings were. And there was also economists in there and other people. And it was really valuable because you got to hear miners actually speak their mind when they wouldn't always do that on a public forum. And I think that like strengthened the relationship between miners and Ethereum and allowed us to have this high of a hash rate as we're going into the merge. In part of it also is that like some of the miners, maybe the hobbyist miners, don't even realize the merge is happening, because like we're still it hasn't even, I don't think the hash rate has even dropped 10% yet. Like it's really weird. So yeah, that's kind of my answer.
Amazing, a lot of work. And you mentioned that call on the EIP 559. I think that's the call that I remember as well, that I had a pleasure to attend. And I consider it, like, from the perspective of Flashbots at that time, to be pivotal in a sense that before that call, Flashbots had something like 4% of the hash rate. Then the miners came to the calls, kept asking questions about, hey, what do we do with EIP 1559? What's the revenue source? Like it will be less secure and so on. And then suddenly we came with the answer saying, hey, look, there is MEV, you're not taking that money is available to you, just connect to the Flashbots relay and you start having additional flow. It will be even better than what you're losing from the EIP 1559. And then there was massive interest in MEV relay, in MEV GAF. And over the next month or two, we've seen the growth from this 4% to 70%. I think through that call, I remember Mike out there was talking about MEV a lot, saying, hey, look at this. So it just shows the situation when everyone was assuming that miners were already aware of MEV and what they can do. But no, from that call, like a bit of communication, just like 1 hour conversation, allowed everybody to realize that, oh, everything will be fine. Let's just go, let's work together. So yeah, this role of the communicators, of the ones that bring people to the table, is super important. Like we are surprised how those groups are separated. Are there other questions from our team, maybe to Hudson or?
Oh yeah, I had a question. So I have a really hard time understanding how a group, how a blockchain run by miners who are working on proof of work agrees to go to something like proof of stake, right? At that time, when you think about the idea, is there no like communication from the miners that we don't want to do this? or are you like, when you're discussing the idea, are you scared that all of the miners will go to some other chain, since you're like a very small blockchain at that time? So what is the communication with the miners like at that time?
Yeah, that's a good question. So Ethereum has been talking about proof of stake since the early days. So the social contract of the eventuality of moving to proof of stake has been a huge forcing factor on miners to just accept it. Now, there has been miners who speak up and say, we don't want to move. There's others who are supporting chains like ETH-PAL, which hasn't launched yet, and it's kind of a clown show right now. But there are people who want to do that. And so they're going to, move their hash power over there or whichever way. But in general, yeah, I think that yeah, it's just because it's been like a known thing for so long. It's hard for them to make an argument that we should stick with it. It's just super hard for that. And oh my gosh, Pooja's here. Hi, Pooja.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah, Pooja's amazing. Pooja, so I founded the Ethereum cat herders with a few other people a number of years ago, but like Pooja has been the herder in chief of the Ethereum cat herders for like multiple iterations longer than I ever, was involved in it. And she's been doing an amazing job. So I'm super happy she's here because I actually have to drop off in a couple of minutes. So I could probably take one last question before I pass it over.
Payton, I'm sorry, Hudson. I'm curious, like how often you see like when you were like facilitating the core dev calls, how often you saw I guess like people that were sponsoring or authoring an EIP take like a more like a deeper role in trying to get that implemented into like core client code. Like, is it like typical or super atypical that someone sponsoring a core EIP will like open up a PR on like the Geth client or the Open Ethereum client?
Devin, do you just want to introduce yourself and just tell everyone what you work on?
Yeah, that's probably in order. Yeah, my name's Devin. I lead the governance department here at Nethermind. Most of the work I've been doing has been in token-based governance, but I've been like super interested in the EIP process and like everything around that. So I might have some specific questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Hit up me and Pooja after this because me and Pooja have been deep in the weeds of that for years. So, but yeah, to answer your question, when it comes to an EIP, because yeah, my experience with EIPs, I kind of helped restart the repository in 2016 by rewriting EIP 1, and then also brought on more editors to help me edit EIPs through the years, and then dropping off in the later years to where I don't really contribute anymore. But while I was there, an EIP that would basically how EIPs, especially if they're like core EIPs meaning ones that involve the protocol and the core layers of Ethereum, those are going to be ones that need like the most like data and documentation up front. And the reason for that is they're going to be presented in the core developer call usually, or on the ETH Magician's website and forum. And a lot of people will look to that and be like, okay, does this person know their stuff? Number one. Number two, did they provide me a lot of data so I don't have to go and run figures or wonder things or have a ton of questions? And three, are they accessible if I have any questions? So those are kind of the big three things if you're doing a core EIP. For stuff like tokens, that's outside of the protocol development core dev realm generally, or like other standards that are maybe like contract standards. But yes, some people who like, for instance, EIP 1559, there's many other examples. Pooja, do you have examples in your head of people who've really gone above and beyond on the EIP process and what effect that's had?
So generally speaking, for the core EIPs, as you were saying, Hudson, it is like has to undergo more rigorous process than any other ERC or any other proposals that we receive generally for the EIPs. And while you set up the EIP call back in 20, I believe that has helped us a lot to come across this. EIP 1559 is one of those popular EIPs where we had to go above and beyond. However, there was another EIP for PROPA which could not go further. That has to be stopped for whatever controversial reason. I don't want to mention it over here, but I'm hoping that there are a few more in upcoming. That one of those are EIP 3074 and maybe an ERC version of account abstraction 4337. So yes, definitely there is something that championing is required, and community support is definitely needed to move that proposal forward.
Yeah, and Blake 2F is another one that Tomas said in the chat as a good example. Blake 2F has had a long history, and it did eventually get into Ethereum, at least some specification of the curve. I don't know if the whole thing got in, but basically, yeah, that one had example code. It had an implementation in Geth, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, to answer your question, if you have examples, if you actually work with the client teams to actually get that in, or for instance, write a proof of concept on a client, doesn't matter which client, that takes things really far when it comes to projecting EIPs as core protocol enhancements that you want to rally around.
Yeah, that.
Sorry to
go
chip
ahead.
in here. I would just like to seize the opportunity while we are having a very interesting start of the conversation on governance to introduce our esteemed guest from MakerDAO. So yeah, Payton Rose, welcome to the room. He's one of the OGs involved in a very low-level governance design, currently involved with involved from the start with the Gov Alpha unit at MakerDAO. There are some very interesting things happening at the DAO itself. So just love to introduce you and say hi to us all.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Really, really great to be spending time with so many lovely people, some of which I know only from Twitter, which is another wonderful thing about the space.
I'm going to drop off everybody for now. I might be back on later since this is 24 hours. I'll just come in at different times. But thank you all so much for having me.
Thank you so much.
Hudson.
Great to have
Thank
you.
Thank you.
I guess kind of like staying on the topic of EIPs, like Payton, I'm kind of curious if like you maybe have any examples for like how MakerDAO has been involved or at least expressed like opinions on certain like core EIPs, and like kind of like what is the role of DAOs like currently in like the deciding what the infrastructure of Ethereum should be.
Yeah, this one was pretty neat because we kind of got approached and we're saying like, hey, we're going to a bunch of protocols, kind of doing this soft consensus. Like, would you be willing to put this up on your voting portal? And you know, that's kind of an odd spot to be in for Maker, as we're usually pretty insular when it comes to votes. But generally, you know, we have got really awesome, talented devs who care a lot about the space and who share a lot of diverse opinions. So that was one big challenge when like it comes to, hey, does Maker support this? It's like, well, some of us do, I'm sure. Like I'm sure some of us have some concerns as well. So when it comes to weighing in on those broader things, like a lot of people tend to speak for themselves. But it is kind of cool when you can put it to a token vote and get to see like, all right, well, when it comes down to it, the decision makers behind Maker, like how do they feel? And in that case, was a pretty resounding support. Yeah, I don't know broader. I could keep going on. I always feel like I talk too much, but so with Maker, like I kind of feel like we get a lot of the baggage of being around for a while, right? So trying to process community things and kind of consider our role as steward is very important, and that's something that's like kind of hard to convey via governance. Like, all right, how do you make these decisions responsibly, right? Because we have people that are miners, we have people that are you know, that are devs, that are governance nerds like me.
Can you maybe introduce the concept of the end game? So what's that going to be? Seems like a pretty exciting thing. We're also looking forward to hosting more of wonderful people for MakerDAO. So starting from Juan, Retro, Alexandra from DAOcraft, they should all be dropping in at some point. So yeah, maybe the end game would be interesting to the audience.
Yeah, maybe some of you have read about it on some crypto news sites. I don't know, but basically the end game is kind of like the big umbrella for Rune, one of the Maker co-founders, kind of master plan for upgrading Maker, as it were. It's been in works for a while, but I think it really kind of hit high gear with the Tornado Cash situation and kind of the potential exposure of the people working on protocols like that. But the turb itself is basically just his massive plan to overhaul the DAO, to make it more resilient and here to stay.
I guess like kind of like circling back to the topic of like governance on like Ethereum's base layer, like Maker kind of notoriously, some would argue with the statement, but in my opinion, like Maker kind of does like DAO governance right, or at least like they have an extremely active community, and there's like monetary incentives behind delegates like being involved and stuff. I guess like what do you think like Ethereum governance could maybe take from that process, or like whether it's like to Makers like things that it's championed at or things that it's like learned are things you should harshly stay away from?
Yeah, like incentivizing participation, particularly governance participation, is really hard. That would be my chief takeaway. Where I'm really liking the experiments we're doing, and I think we're getting like in a really cool place in terms of like actually making it possible to have like a pretty respectable salary just as a delegate, right? Just as someone whose entire job is to weigh in, to advocate, to examine governance, right? But it's not easy, particularly like incentivizing like good voting is always been a challenge, both in traditional governance and in crypto. So I think when at least with token governance, it's certainly much more difficult. Perhaps that's a nice thing you guys get to avoid, but I think it kind of comes down to the same fundamental problem, which is like, okay, well, people are going to be self-interested. People are going to have other motivations that may not be clear to everyone in the community. So how do you make it that the kind of best quality discourse is rising to the top, and that the people who are the decision makers actually have some skin in the game, actually care about the long-term effects of what they're pushing forward?
Hey, Payton. I'm Greg. I'm the CTO of Nethermind, and almost everyone here works on StarkNet related things. So we're pretty interested because we see that you guys are building on StarkNet, so we're interested to hear more about that.
Yeah, and that's really cool. I'll try not to get too deep into like Maker weeds, but one of the cool things about StarkNet is that's like an independent team, right? Like we're working on a few different L2s, so also like Optimism and Arbitrum, but that's mostly being headed up by our kind of core engineering team, whereas StarkNet, it's like an actual partnership between us and them, and they're kind of in the driver's seat. So it's really cool on the governance end, but additionally, it's pretty cool in terms of the practicality of expanding and actually getting canonical DAI to other base layers, which we're really excited about. So in the next few weeks, we should hopefully be ready to kind of kick in the next gear with StarkNet. They've had a proposal that passed a little bit ago to increase their DAI debt ceiling. Basically just how much canonical DAI can be bridged over to 1 million, which still a little small maybe for the grand ecosystem view, but definitely we're starting to play with some serious figures now, and it's just been a joy to work with them. Like they have a bunch of cool ideas for governance and like gasless voting as well that we might get to implement. So definitely something to pay attention to.
Awesome.
On kind of a similar note, how does MakerDAO interact with like institutional players? And I know that there's a lot more interest in the space now. And do you guys have close relationships with like centralized exchanges and financial services providers, or how does that relationship work?
tumultuous, maybe like a too strong of a word, but it is like, it's really hard to make a deal with a DAO, right? Like we've got like really awesome institutional partners, but we've overall, I'd say, pushed very few deals forward. And part of that's just how hard it is to negotiate with a group where no person is really the spokesman, right? You know, we can have our growth team go over there and hammer out a really good deal, and but ultimately it's up to the token holders to say, yeah, you know, that'll work for us. So generally, like, integrations are much easier than full out partnerships, right? We say, hey, we're working on this. We think your guys' work. I'm trying to think of some examples, maybe like B protocol, maybe like Oasis, obviously, DeFi Saver, you know, all those front ends, like that layer is very easy to work on still, because it's kind of just like Lego blocks. But when it comes to the actual making deals, I would say we're still a little behind, and have mostly been unsuccessful with pushing deals forward. However, there are a lot of exciting proposals in the pipeline. So hopefully I'll be wrong in a few months.
Hey, Payton, I have a question to bring the conversation back to the merge. I'm wondering, what are the main considerations that Maker has to make or had to make over the event that's happening today? That's kind of open-ended, but
sure. It's like one of those where it's like, well, hopefully nothing will happen at Maker, right? Like, hopefully we just get to have a wonderful night where we hang out here and have a good time. But basically, the main things we're trying to prepare for is like potential block downtime, where, you know, like, in a lot of these scenarios, things would have to be like really bad for everyone, you know, like to the point where you're probably more worried about Ethereum than Maker. And that's part of our resilient design, right? Like our Oracle network has a 1 hour delay. So it's like, okay, the blocks have to be really, really delayed for it to be too serious. You know, I'm not a technical guy, so some people could give you a better detail, but it's mostly around kind of missed blocks, around basically considerations where, okay, what if we don't have an accurate price, and people try to take advantage of that. And yeah, so far it doesn't seem like there's much to worry about, but we'll be holding our breath.
just introduce them.
Hey, Andy, great to have you here. Do you want to introduce yourself to everyone?
Sure. Hey, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Andy. I lead ecosystem at the Forta Foundation. So we support the Forta network, which is a real-time monitoring network for Web3. We're primarily focused on, detecting threats and other malicious activity, but there is a lot of operational monitoring on the Forta network too, which does look at sort of different aspects of a lot of the major protocols like Maker. I think we've got some Oracle related monitoring for Maker running on Forta too. Before I joined, I was clicking around to some of the different we have like each protocol team that's using Forta has basically like a profile page or a dashboard that shows like all the different bots they have running on the network, and you can look at the real-time alerts, and it's primarily for those core dev teams, so I'm no expert in parsing through their alerts to see what's signal and what's noise, but I didn't see anything that jumped out at me when I was looking at alerts, but I haven't made my way through sort of every protocol yet, but I'll continue to do it as the evening goes on.
Hey, great to see the guests. Thanks for coming. So we have Vlad from Crypto Compare. We have Pooja. Maybe like we'll talk to Pooja, but now we'll do a bit of interview on cat herders. Maybe before we start with Pooja, Vlad, you would just say maybe just a few words on what Crypto Compare is, and then we would love to talk maybe a bit more about how you'll be tracking data.
Oh yeah, thanks. Hi, Vlad, co-founder Crypto Compare. Crypto Compare aside, I did the Ethereum meetup in London with Stefan Tual way early on, and then think I have the graphics card that Ethereum Ethash was built on from the developer who was working on it somewhere in the background. Have to throw it away, I assume. Yeah, had a lot of people sleep on my couch when I was doing the Ethereum London meetup. A lot of the Ethereum community ended up, especially 2015, 2016, ended up sleeping on my couch because we didn't have any money to host people because it's a meetup. And yeah, Crypto Compare, we do pricing, right? That aside, let's switch back to Pooja.
Okay, yeah, Pooja, so great. Thank you, Vlad, and Pooja, so great to have you with us. You've done such an amazing work introducing all the client teams in the last months, showing the IPs that were crucial for delivery of the proof of stake, of the merge, and everything else really that was pushing the community forward. It was helping the core developers to communicate what they plan, what they want to build, and get feedback. So maybe if you could just tell your story with Ethereum and why PEEP and EEP, why other projects, and what was most important for you, and how you see the merge. So a few questions together. But...
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here on this call with Nethermind. I know Nethermind was one of the newest clients when I joined the Ethereum community, right? And it was really interesting to be working with this team for so long, especially talking to Tomas. I have seen you in so many all core dev calls, and I have you on my show, the PEEP and EEP show, multiple times. You guys have been really great. So yeah, I joined Ethereum Cat Herders back in 2019. At the time, it was just an informal group of volunteers. I volunteered for a very long time. And it was just as a support group to support the Ethereum protocol development team, definitely the client team. I think at the time it was the core dev call was led by Hudson Jameson, and he was kind of father of Ethereum Cat Herders. So his support was like uncounted. I mean, like it's numerous amount of hours he has spent to build this Ethereum Cat Herders, and also supported me a lot. When we joined, the process was a little haywire. It wasn't defined like how a proposal should enter, not only about core, but about any category or any type of the EIPs those were proposed to the Ethereum ecosystem. So I tried to look into the process. I initially proposed a couple of processes, but that was declined at the time because our priority was the upgrade, Istanbul upgrade, which was ahead of us. But working with the proposals and client teams, we try to streamline the process. I have produced a couple of blogs about the network upgrade process on the Ethereum Cat Herders. And eventually we started this execution GitHub on Ethereum. And then we started to have a flow of like, if a proposal, if any client team or anyone from the community wants to propose a proposal, an EIP, especially for upgrade, that means it has to be a core EIP. And then we need to bring it to the core devs call for certain discussion. If there seems to be an interest, then we can probably have further discussion, then get into Fellowship of Ethereum Magician discussion, and then talk about those proposals. One major drawback that I identified was the proposal was known to client development team and people who are closely following these meetings, but it wasn't very popular among the users or the infrastructure provided. They were not aware like what to do and what's coming up with the Ethereum blockchain. So I came up with this idea of PEEP and EEP, where I thought that any proposal in the beginning, when it is proposed, we should bring it to public forum. We should talk about it. Let's invite authors. Let's ask them to explain in their best ways, because nobody else can explain it better than the proposal itself. That's how PEEP and EEP started, and it's really great. We have completed 85 episodes, and it's really wonderful talking to all those brilliant minds of the ecosystem. They are supporting us like in terms of proposing good proposals and taking it to the other side of the upgrade. I'm happy to answer
and sharing that playlist, 85 episodes of PEEP and EEP. That's a lot of work. Sharing that with all our viewers. And so, how do you think that work will continue after the merge? Do you think that for you also the merge is some kind of culmination of a lot of effort and you have plans for after the merge to do something new, or you more like hope for continuation of the PEEP and EEP for the next hard fork, some new projects?
That's right. That's a very interesting question. Actually, PEEP and EEP, initially we started with EIPs, like considering EIPs, irrespective of their category type. We started inviting authors to talk about it. But when it comes to upgrade, we thought that it is also important that people should know about their clients, like what's coming up the upgrade. So I started talking about upgrades back in, I think in London. We started that with London upgrade. All the proposals were discussed. Then came Altair. Altair did not have any EIP, but we still wanted to have the information shared because it was Beacon Chain's first upgrade. People wanted to know like what's going on, what's coming up new. Beacon Chain is like POS version of it, so curiosity was obvious. So then we started talking about upgrade, and with the merger, we did this special series called Know Your Client. Now we know our EL client. There are 5+ clients on EL, and similarly on the CL side, we have close to 6 or 8 clients. I think on CL it is 6 and on EL it is 8. Oh, wow, that's a good number that we can have after the merge. So we started talking about these clients because client diversity is also going to be a big challenge. Like right now, the numbers does not look good, especially for execution layer. So it's important to make people aware of what's going on and how they can contribute. So I think the PEEP and EEP will continue with whatever comes up with the Ethereum protocol and with the application layer as well. Recently, we have also started a special office hours to help out new authors who are trying to document a proposal for Ethereum to be a standard, like any new core author or maybe planning to propose a proposal for ERC level for an application. We invite them and we try to educate them. So I believe that cat herders are going to be around supporting protocol, the client team, definitely yes, but we'll try to extend our support to other application layer as and when needed.
I guess an important thing to drop at this point, Pooja, if you haven't already, if I'm someone watching and I have new ERC that I want to sponsor as an EIP, or maybe some core changes I want to suggest, like how can I get in contact with the cat herders?
We have a Discord, ETH Cat Herders. There you can show up. We also have a dedicated channel for any proposal discussion, that is EIP editors channel. However, for proposing anything, it's not a big deal. You can simply make a pull request on Ethereum GitHub repository, Ethereum/EIPS. And from there, we pick up the proposal or the discussion. If we do have multiple calls for EIP's discussion, and we do invite authors for other different calls. Like if something is a big deal, like big community discussion needed, then we try to discuss it with all the EIP editors. But if that is something that can be handled on a smaller scale, the reviewers and the EIP editors generally try to add a comment on the pull request. The other way of having this into limelight is to create an issue that you want to discuss this proposal. Not for a new proposal. For new proposal, we always recommend to have it at Fellowship of Ethereum Magician. But for an existing proposal, if you have thoughts or if you have a process change in mind that you would like to suggest, create an issue at Ethereum GitHub, github.com/Ethereum/EIPS.
And Pooja, we have a question here from Payton. So maybe Payton wants to say what the question
happy to
is.
read it. So I'm a governance facilitator for Maker, so I have to be like neutral, and that's always a challenge on proposals. So I was curious if you had any like strategies when you have people on to talk about things in their proposal states for like breaking down and summarizing without like maybe biasing like towards one direction or the other.
That's right. That's a wonderful question. I mean, we can never forget EIP 1559. That was like one of the biggest proposals that went through the upgrade. And when it was proposed, it was under a lot of controversies with respect to miners, with respect to infrastructure providers, and definitely with the client team also. Even client team has divided opinion at the time when it was proposed. I believe that cat headers play an important role here. What we try to do is like bring all the interested parties onto a platform. I worked with Tim Bako at the time, and me and Tim, we used to have call with all the miners, like one-to-one call, try to get their feedback. We run surveys, collected input from many infrastructure providers. We published reports on that, like what is the general feeling. And based on that, we try to put the suggestions to the client development team on all core dev. Like these are the issues that miners think must be addressed if they would like to support the proposal. And then we heard from the researchers and the client team, like what are the mitigation ideas that can be on the table. There was this big call organized by Ethereum cat herders, and we tried to have everybody on board. Definitely at the time, there were talks about getting a fork, which fortunately did not happen because we have a very strong community. And ultimately, we try to come up to a rough consensus that we say. But I'm happy to share that the community support has always been there with us.
Sounds like you approached that very carefully, and it makes a lot of sense. Thanks for telling us about your process.
Thank you, Pooja, so much. Maybe would also allow now to move to conversation with Vlad. Unless Pooja, is there something, some summary you would like to add, or is there any question to other guests that you have?
I just want to thank you guys for doing all the wonderful work with Nethermind client. I know that the client is I can't say it's relatively new because I know there are more clients coming up right now, but that's really good to have been working with this team. I hope to continue working in future. Thank you for the invite, guys.
Thank you so much, Pooja. It was yeah, so many great recordings and so much help from you. So and thank you for joining today as well. So Vlad, great to see you. I think that's maybe a few words from me. You've introduced yourself, but also I think for me personally, Vlad and the community in London that he represented for me was so inspiring. So I was joining the first London meetups, and I've seen there Vlad on the stage saying, "Hey, we're sponsoring this, we're building this," and you could see like from the way he spoke, like how much he was a builder, how much he was focused on delivering something big, and seeing that story of the London company growing to this massive data provider was really a bit of a trailblazer, showing me that like, hey, you can start and it's around, and then they were so supportive. I mean, like really, Vlad introduced me to lots of people from community. Who was always very welcoming and willing to collaborate. So thank you for all of that. And maybe you'd like to say a bit more about the merge itself. Like, so your story of the community is one thing, and how it leads to the merge point, and how the Crypto Compare prepares for the merge.
Yeah, I remember seeing you for the first time as well. It was just, I think you walked up after one of, I can't remember who we had as guests, but we kept having it's the best time to organize meetups when there's a bear market, because you generally have builders coming to present. And I think it was in a bear market. I can't remember. It might have been 2018 or something like that. And you came around and you're like, "Hi, I'm Tomasz. I'm starting a thing. It's C#. It's a C# client for Ethereum." And I was like, "Oh, amazing! That sounds so cool. How many are you?" And I was like, "Oh, it's just me. I'm trying to find other people." And now you're a company of 200 people. So it's a shared experience. We're at 70 or 80 as well. And Payton, on your remarks, working with enterprise, it does not get easier. If you are a centralized company, it is still the same back and forth. I guess I could do some random Ethereum meetup stories. I remember when who was it? It was Fabian came over to talk about ERC20 a while back, and like I was saying, we didn't have money, and then he ended up staying at my place, sleeping on my couch, and we ended up talking all night about the metaverse and how the metaverse is going to change things. And now he's doing a project with the metaverse, and he's doing a fashion metaverse thing. What else? Nick, I remember Nick Johnson when I saw him for the first time. I played Dungeons and Dragons with Nick every once a week. He's RTM in some cases, and in some cases I'm DMing. He was again same thing, same as you said, Tomasz. He came over and he said, "Hey, listen, I don't know this crypto stuff. I just moved from Google. I joined the Ethereum Foundation, and they gave me a job to write a smart contract that would distribute the funds from the DAO, the reclaimed funds. And I don't know what to do, but this is nice. It's a nice community. So everybody is generally very friendly, right? And humble and respectful. Antonio as well, like you helped with Antonio Sabado with the Ethereum meetup at times before you joined Nethermind, and you still come around. And then data provider wise, we didn't plan to be a data provider. We plan to be like a website that lists prices, and we make money off advertising. And then 2017, 2018 happened, and there was no advertising revenue, similar to now, because I'm still friends with Bobby from CoinGecko and with Matt from Etherscan. I guess that's the good part about the Ethereum community and the crypto community more in general. You talk to the people. It's not as much a sense of competition as it is a sense of collaboration, right? We're all building something together, and we want to make it grow. It's not, oh, can I get the biggest chunk of the pie? No, let's grow the pie together. We can all have a part of it. And I think that's still holding too, even in 2022. Oh, rhymes. But it was definitely a thing that was happening in 2014, 2015 when we started. So yeah, data wise, data has grown so much just in crypto, not just on chain, but off chain as well. I remember when there used to be 2014, maybe you get between Crypsy and which Crypsy was an exchange that got hacked and a lot of people lost money. Between Crypsy and maybe early Coinbase and early Kraken and Bitstamp, you were lucky if you had maybe 100 trades a second, and now we're looking at about 10,000 to 20,000 trades a second across the ecosystem. So for the merge, I'm just watching the Grafana dashboards that we have internally, seeing that the servers are staying up, just like everyone, right? Making sure everything runs smoothly, but from the centralized side of things rather than the decentralized.
And I'll keep pushing it towards the merge. What do you think will change after the merge in the data world?
Well, immediately nothing, right? That's the beauty of this. Immediately nothing. If it all runs nicely and smoothly, immediately nothing changes. It's just like you mentioned earlier, and some of the other guests. It's going to be a release of brain power to focus on other things, to focus on sharding, to focus on scalability, to focus on the things that are to come in the future. I remember this was way early 2014 when Stefan Tual kept, and George Hallam as well. He comes around quite often. George Hallam was the pre-Hudson, I guess, if that makes sense. So brain power is going to be released. People are gonna focus more on what was planned early on, because the plan was still very solid in 2014 when funds were raised. And I guess because I don't know. I like proof of stake more for different reasons, but it's going to be amazing to show the world that proof of stake works at scale, right? That's the biggest thing that I want to see out of it in the next 9 months, right? Until 9 months to a year, until the next fork happens, and then funds can be released, and we're gonna switch to more dynamic moving in of validators and moving out of validators. So just proving that a community working together can achieve something. This is so much coordination has gone into the merge, right? As you guys have said before, as everyone has said, this is not an easy feat. This is complicated because it's not just code, it's people, and people are complicated. You need to get so many teams working together towards the same direction, not centrally organized, but more just teams talking to each other, and people like Pooja facilitating the talk, and a lot of other community members, right? And even teams reaching out to each other. So immediately, I don't think much is going to happen pricing wise. I don't think generally based on past history, the community doesn't seem to be that affected by things going well or not going well. Token price wise, I've got examples from years ago when blockchains would just not run for 6-7 days. Nobody would notice. Somebody would mention it because they can't deposit or withdraw funds from an exchange. Price would move maybe by 1 or 2%. Somebody would start a node, and then everything was fine again. There are chains now that constantly fail. So I don't think, no matter what happens, I don't think anything bad is going to happen. This has been tested thoroughly, right? But even if it doesn't go 100% as planned, I don't think there's going to be a big difference immediately. Don't know if that answers your question, or I got into muddy waters by myself, just talking alone.
No, it does. I think that whatever response you bring, this is coming with your experience in the data space and your preparation for the merge. Is like on the crypto compare, are there any tools to track the merge? Like, did you prepare for that, or you really focus on the market data and not on the protocol and the technical elements of the chains?
So slowly we started looking more at the technical side. There's no need for us to build tools. There's plenty of good tools built by the community, right? There's a when merge, there's a border.wtf, there are tools to track this, and then all of you, Nethermind, and all the other I guess node runners and node operators have your own tools to track what is happening. Yeah, so we did start now that we've got a lot more people, we're at 70 or 80. We grew a lot, similar to you, in the last 2 years. In the pandemic, we've tripled, I think, in size at least. And we've got a division that is specifically looking at on-chain data and more block explorer sort of thing, and less killing Matt's Etherscan API, and more just us running some nodes and contributing a bit back.
Vlad, thank you so much for those stories. They're amazing because they go back in time so long, and there are so many people that were important in creation of GAF, of the Ethereum protocol. Tell us, is there some summary, or maybe you have some questions for any other guests or people here?
No, I'll hang around. I've got to stay up. I'm doing the what is it, the graveyard shift, right? I need to stay up. I'll stay up until things go well, and then slowly the rest of the company is gonna wake up at 5, 6, 7 London time, and then I can be relieved of the night shift. But I'll be around. So if anybody has questions, or if I think of questions, I'll write them in chat. But thanks.
Please
Thanks
stay
for the
around.
invite.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. And actually, because you were talking about looking at the on-chain data and monitoring on-chain data at Crypto Compare, I think this is a great opportunity to transition to talk to Andy a bit more about Forta. So you had the introduction, but maybe it would be great to let Roberto and the Nethermind Forta team to have a conversation with Andy and maybe discuss the things that were prepared for the merge and general ideas that we've worked on in the past.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll jump in and maybe switch it around and interview Roberto instead, because we were just, the Forta network was the beneficiary of some of the bots that they developed. So I don't know, Roberto, why don't you talk about the things that you developed to monitor, I guess, sort of progress toward the merge over the last month?
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Andy. Nice change of pace, I guess, being on the receiving end.
Roberto, do you want to introduce yourself first?
Sure, I can go ahead and do that. Roberto Cantu, I lead the real-time monitoring team here at Forta, and Lázaro here in the call as well is my predecessor. So we have two banks of knowledge in regards to what we do. But to get what you were asking, Andy, in regards to the merge. So you kind of gave a brief overview of Forta when you introduced yourself a bit ago, and to pick up from there. What we were monitoring for the merge, of course, was the TTD. So we developed two bots in regards to this. One of them was monitoring milestones leading up to the merge. So we wrote the logic for the bots to calculate the average. And from there, we would estimate the time leading up to the merge. So it would emit an alert at 20 days, approximate 20 days based off of block times and block difficulties up until the merge, then 15, 10, and then from days 5 to 1. So if you were to check the bots now, and you can see the history of the logs of the alerts as this was happening. And the next alert that would happen would be when the actual total difficulty equals or is greater than the TTD currently. So that bot would alert that. And the other bot is measuring the changes in the block difficulty in real time via a moving average. So we tried to write the bot so it didn't generate a lot of noises, but if the bot registered the moving average moving from the current difficulty deviating positively or negatively, I believe the threshold being 1.5%, it would emit an alert saying, hey, the current difficulty deviated this much. So in conjunction, the two bots kind of give you an insight into the progress being made towards the merge. One would give you estimates based on dates and time, and the other one would just let you know whether the difficulty has deviated from the average. And Anneli is sharing the screen here.
Yeah, she beat me to it. I was going to post the same thing.
So this is the bot measuring the milestones leading up to the merge, and the next milestone whose alert would be emitted is when the actual TTD is reached. And the other one, as I was mentioning, monitors the average moving either positively or negatively, which, when taken in conjunction, the two bots would alert you if there's any movement of the estimated merge state. That would be a quick summary of that. I don't know if you had any other questions, Andy, or other details I suppose I could dive into.
Well, not to put you on the spot, but this is Nethermind's, at this point, probably the most prolific Forta bot, developer team. You guys have worked with, a litany of like top DeFi protocols. I don't know if you want to, talk about some of the teams that you've supported in the past. But it's from our standpoint, Nethermind's one of the one of the most important sort of members of our community. And so it's and I think it's I guess for those who aren't too familiar with kind of the onboarding process at Forta and how teams can start using the network. It usually requires you to develop and deploy some bots in the network first and then subscribe to those. But what we realized really early on was that because a lot of DeFi teams are lean by design, they don't have a lot of extra developer horsepower to do a lot of extra monitoring, particularly on the security side internally. So they end up outsourcing that work. And more often than not, Nethermind is the beneficiary of that. And so you've helped onboard, quote unquote, onboard a lot of top DeFi teams to the network, which we're really appreciative of, because we kind of rely on our community to provide that support, because our foundation team is really small too, and we can't develop bots for every team that wants to start using Forta.
Well, I suppose to list some of the protocols for whom we've developed some bots. Off the top of there's quite a bit, I would say, but off the top of my head, some recent ones that I recall are DYDX, Balancer, GMX, and some other non-Ethereum chain protocols as well, Trader Joe, ApeSwap, and whatnot. So I guess to dive into that a bit more, we don't only work with Ethereum, we work with EVM compatible chains. So that entails other chains such as BSC, Avalanche, and L2s, Optimism, Arbitrum, and whatnot, Polygon as well. Those were list some. And then I think you hinted at this in your intro in terms of what we're monitoring for. So it's I guess threat detection is the biggest draw, but I think you hinted at is also what we monitor for is just operational monitoring. So if certain addresses change, like an admin address change, or certain functions in a contract are only supposed to be accessible for certain addresses, if it's called by an address that's not supposed to, we can monitor for those sort of things. So those things in conjunction, the threat detection and the operational monitoring, just can give you insight into the activity of the protocol and its overall health and within the ecosystem. So with the bots that we've developed for these protocols I listed would fall under either, for the most part, those two umbrellas.
I think interestingly, when I think about the merge and what happens next is the big need for the monitoring of the behavior of the proposers and the block builders and so on. So when we were talking about MEV and this concept of the need for trust at the moment for the builders, from searchers, for the relays from builders, and then the trust is establishing trust between the relay and the actual proposer, if proposer is not trying to avoid signing headers and so on. So there was always a big ask from the large operators to say, if we have someone running the nodes on behalf of us, like in Lido case, you'll have the actual validator operators, and Lido is just maintaining the decentralized ecosystem to assign the stake to various validators. So there is a need to check if they're ever misbehaving, right? If they run the execution clients properly, if they don't try to steal MEV, and so on and so on. So some of the solutions go for the on-chain behavior detection, maybe monitoring solutions like Forta. Some of those may go with the cryptographical solutions, and I think later on the merge call we'll have our crypto research team that will talk a bit about the detecting the behavior of the validators as well. I like how the entire Cambridge team is just synchronously raising the cans to drink. So no, that's just slightly distracting. Yeah, so Andy, do you think that some of the monitoring of the behavior of validators is something that will be coming to Forta? Like, will we see after the merge Forta helping with understanding that new markets appearing? Actually, the market of block builders, the market of validators. What we'll see there? Is there some expectation?
I think it sounds like it's a great opportunity that would benefit from monitoring. You know, as someone speaking from the foundation's, perspective here, we don't dictate what gets monitored on Forta. We want to make sure the platform is as flexible as possible and can support as many use cases as possible. And we rely heavily on teams like Nethermind, to socialize good ideas and tell us what should be monitored and also implement that monitoring. But I think what I can say is that we probably will start being more active in terms of funding from the foundation side of things. We'll be more active, sort of funding very strategic areas of monitoring. I think the one you recommended is a good one. I know we want to do a lot more on the threat detection side of things too, and start leveraging more data science and machine learning techniques and building more kind of predictive models for identifying on-chain threats. But I guess that level of sophistication can probably extend to sort of more infrastructure monitoring as well. So yeah, I hope we do see more validator type monitoring.
And I don't know, maybe opportunity to talk about Maker using Forta. I believe that we have some agents monitoring Maker behavior, right? So Payton, did you ever work with those?
Yeah, it wouldn't be my forte on the governance end, but Andy did DM me the monitoring, and I thought it was so cool. It's like, man, because our Oracle's team, like they're rock stars. I really like them, but that's a bit above my head. So having a dashboard like that, it's like, oh, here's a thing that went wrong. I'm like, oh, that I can understand.
That's great. That's great. And Andy, so now we're talking about the on-chain threats. So mostly we're thinking about the frauds or attack of the chains. How about the traders actually possibly looking at the post-merge data as any volatility? Do you see that Forta will work on this as well? Like that maybe you'll be generating signals or alerts for trading, or simply this is entirely out of scope for Forta, and Forta is just about security? I think we lost Andy, so it might be that the answer is no. Okay, Andy's back.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So if I think I understood the question right. Sorry, I'm moving from the bedroom to the kitchen, and this seems to my bandwidth seems to have improved here. Yes, classic Zoom, Payton. So I think the question was around sort of whether Forta alert data can influence trading activity and not just sort of security related responses. And yes, absolutely. We have I think the big focus for the last couple of months has been more on predictive threat intelligence, and so there's a bunch of bots on the network now that are monitoring for exploits. And so those alerts are really interesting, not only for like the protocol teams that are impacted by the threat, but they're also interesting to investors that have exposure to those protocols or exposure to those assets. So yeah, I think we're hopeful that the institutional trading community becomes more aware of Forta, because we think we got some valuable signal there, and they can potentially front run things. They can maybe minimize the a loss if they do anticipate something happening. So I'm excited to see what the community does on that side of things. So I think there's so many benefits to having like good predictive threat intelligence. I think it's valuable for a bunch of different stakeholders.
Great, thank you, Andy, so much. And maybe I'll pick one question that is coming from our chat, which is: are there any possible exploits coming during the merge in crypto and NFT side? So we've been discussing that recently on the Nethermind chats that, well, we cannot say no entirely because some opcodes meanings are changing. So the difficulty is being replaced, and the block hash meaning will be different, and the Coinbase really will mean something slightly different. So also the times of the blocks will change to 12 seconds from 13 seconds. So any smart contracts that somehow base their functioning, their behavior on those opcodes possibly lead to some problems. Possibly there'll be some MEV in the sense of like there'll be some exploits. So I wouldn't be surprised if the searchers were already scanning all the smart contracts for the problems related to the changes. I think that nowadays it would be expected that this is not really semi-alpha. It will be known to many searchers to check the contracts for any changes coming in the fork and see if they can do something there to get some money out of the contracts. So, well, those changes are not that scary. I mean, like if someone relied on those opcodes too much, then either these are very specific opcodes that simply are referring to things like difficulty or block hash, or were not designed in the best way, like with bad sources of randomness, or simply they were already a bit broken. So I don't think that you will see most standard or like almost all NFT projects affected at all. Any DeFi projects unlikely, maybe the ones that would have some timing decisions. However, when we think about the block difficulty, the difficulty bump in the past, so you already had unpredictable block time. So if someone based the decisions on how long the block is, it wouldn't work even before. So it would break earlier. And well, I mean, if we can see that something like that happens with the Forta monitoring, I think that Andy was suggesting here, well, like if you're practically in the community, look at Forta and look at the bots to implement this kind of threat detection, and to look at the future forks and build your own bots, and the merge is a great opportunity, but then there will be withdrawals. It will be massive change actually in 3-6 months when the Shanghai fork happens, and each time there will be some threats, and you will want to do some monitoring. Andy, thank you so much. And are you still with us searching? Because I've seen you 5 seconds ago, and okay, you are? No. Checking. Did Andy disappear?
He had to drop.
I think he's dropped.
Okay, yeah. He was saying thank you. So thanks, Andy, for introducing us to Forta, to showing us the Forta bots monitoring the merge. So we shared the links in the chat, and we have Matt from BlockNative. So great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining, and we'd love to hear maybe like your participation in the merge, your story with Ethereum, and intro to the community, to everyone who's watching.
You bet. Hi, Tomas, and thanks so much for having me. Hey, everyone. Happy Merge Day. Very exciting watching the countdowns. We have our own at BlockNative, and we'll see who gets the closest on those estimates. I'm Matt. I'm founder and CEO of BlockNative. We've been building now for well over 4 years. my entrepreneurial journey is I've done 7 or 8 startups, depending on how you count. I've bought them, sold them, split them, shut them down, taken them public, sort of all of the above. I've been building core infrastructure since the early days of Web 1.0, which is dating me. I built an internet infrastructure company called Genesis, founded in 1994. That one, believe it or not, was a 9-year overnight success, and I took public at the height of the Web 1.0 boom. And at the time we went public, was one of the top 35 IPOs in history, which is a little bit crazy to think about. I've done a whole bunch of startups in sort of early mobile, early video. And my last startup I actually sold to Cisco. So I'm from Boston. Part of that deal was me and my whole team had to move to the Bay Area. So now I live just over the Golden Gate Bridge from San Francisco. And I was earning out at Cisco when a friend of mine came in and said, hey, there's this new thing happening. It's called Web3. You got to pay attention. And I said, I'm busy doing big company stuff. And he's like, you really got to tune in. And then 6 months later, he'd do the same thing. And it took him a few visits before I finally started to pay attention in 2016, 2017. And my immediate reaction was, oh, I've seen this movie before. It feels a lot like Web 1.0. It felt like the early days of the internet. And it felt that way because it's super hard to use. It's super technical. There was like just a handful of projects that you could sort of check out in a few minutes. There were more professional things out there. And everyone said, sort of, look at this junk. What do you want this weirdo stuff for when there's the more sort of polished and professional things out there? But just like the early days of the internet, the early days of Web3, if you really understood what was going on, it was super profound and very clear. Oh, this is the future, okay? And it's easy to romanticize what it must have been like to build on the internet, in the early 90s, but it was pretty lonely. I mean, we were kooks and weirdos and people thought we were crazy. And, the prevailing wisdom was no one wanted the junk that was HTML and HTTP. They wanted like AOL, curated communities, great editorial, polished and slick experience, CD-ROMs in their cereal boxes, right? And we know how that played out. It turns out that when you make something like content programmable and you remove the cost of you reduce the cost of distribution to zero, like there's infinite demand for content, right? And we have the internet that we have today, which is basically a bottomless, infinite set of content. That same pattern, by the way, played out with YouTube and programmable video. And now here comes Web3 with programmable value. And all the same types of pundits are, look at this junk, right? What people really want are structured financial products from banks who they trust, right? And it turns out that when you make value programmable and you reduce the cost of distribution to zero, there's an infinite amount of expressivity that can be enabled. And it turns out there's an infinite amount of demand. And what we're already seeing quite clearly is things that have never existed before, things that people never really thought about before, are suddenly sprouting up and flourishing in the world of Web3 because the game has changed. It's now programmable and the cost of distribution is effectively zero. Okay, so this is sort of my story writ large. And it's no surprise that I built infrastructure in Web 1.0 and now we're building infrastructure in Web 3, right? And so we at BlockNative specialize in real-time infrastructure for Web 3, particularly the pre-chain layer mempool. So we build and operate very large-scale real-time global infrastructure that captures, normalizes, and enriches mempool data. By the way, a lot of Nethermind under the covers in what we do. And we do it for one simple reason, because speed counts. And we see a lot of performance advantages from operating Nethermind inside our infrastructure. We have a lot of client diversity in what we do, but we certainly do a lot of work with Nethermind. So really excited to be here and sort of show our support. And we are very merge ready. So our infrastructure has all been updated and ready for the merge. And now at the merge, we're super excited about block building and that whole market and how that's playing out. Yesterday, we announced our first relay, and we have a whole bunch of stuff cooking under the covers that we're going to be announcing moving forward, all around encouraging block builder diversity and encouraging participation by providing access to our real-time and global infrastructure. I can show some of this if we're curious about it, but that's a little bit about me and my journey here and what we do at BlockNative.
Hey, Matt. Great to see you. I'm Greg. I'm the CTO at Nethermind. And just want to say that I'm a huge fan of BlockNative. Before I joined Nethermind, I actually spent some time writing searches, and BlockNative was my go-to platform for getting data. And then there was the simulation platform, which was like really amazing for people who didn't really have time to write their own simulators. So I just want to say thanks for that. It's really cool stuff. If maybe, what are you most excited about for new products or features that BlockNative is building? I know you guys announced the relay support today in your blog, but maybe if there's some other things, if you have in mind that you'd like to share, that'd be awesome to hear about.
So I'm glad you used our stuff and it performed well for you. There's lots of cool and interesting things we do under the covers. Like we provide by far the most accurate gas estimator in the Ethereum ecosystem and the Polygon ecosystem for that matter. And by the way, there's some pretty deep tech there. Like we run, big ML models that update themselves every second and get retrained constantly, against the current state of the pool to basically project, directions of congestion in the network so that you get very accurate forecasts of where things are going. We now do base fee prediction 5-6 blocks in the future, I think. And, we work directly with the EIP 1559 researchers to help them understand, how 1559 is operating in the real world and how we can make improvements to the algorithm so that they can be more reflective of the state of the market, because they're actually pretty good on the upside and have room for improvement on the downside. We're super excited about, all of the non-headline features of the merge, right? So we talk a lot about, the merge is much more than just the transition of the consensus algorithm. That yes, we're moving from proof of work to proof of stake is a big deal. It's sort of hard to understate how big of a deal it is, but there's lots of other upgrades to the network that are coming along with it that have already been talked about a bunch. And the stuff that we as BlockNative are really excited about is the move towards modularity. So move towards modularity is the separation of validation from block construction. This is commonly known as PBS, proposer builder separation. And at the merge, in just a few hours, we will get proto PBS in the form of MEV Boost, which is a sidecar to a consensus layer client provided by the very capable team at Flashbots. But what this will allow is an open marketplace of block builders. So I often talk to folks about this in Ethereum, and this is this is a loaded audience, right? Obviously, but hey, when you conduct a transaction and you click submit and then you wait a while, ever think about what's happening when you wait a while? And you go, no, not really. It turns out all sorts of interesting things are happening when you wait a while. And you know how your transaction shows up in a block, and there's a bunch of other transactions in a block, and yours is in a certain order. Ever think about who made that? Who decided what transactions were in and in what order? No, it turns out that there's a fairly small set of actors that are completely opaque that today determine, what's included in a block and in what sequence. And you go, oh, how many? You go, 6, maybe 8 that really matter. People's jaw hit the table. What do you mean? You go, can you name one of these actors? Could you name one of the big mining pools? And no, so it turns out that most of the hash power in the network is organized into mining pools. And if you're a member of a mining pool, you don't get to build your own block. You get handed the block template. The block template is a general term for this by the mining pool operator. And so the biggest mining pool on Ethereum is Ethermind. Oh yeah, I've heard of that one, but then no one's ever heard of anyone beyond that. And so basically there's some opaque group at Ethermind that says, here's the block template that all of our hash power is going to work on. And that doesn't feel so good when people start to think about it. It feels centralized and feels like, opportunity for corruption. And so one of the super interesting things about the merge is this idea that the active validation is now going to be split apart from the active block construction. This new marketplace of block builders is going to get created where anyone can construct a block, decide which transactions are in and in what order, and then propose it to, so suggest it to the network along with basically a fee. So it's a competitive marketplace, you bid. And so the idea is that block builders are going to try to build profitable blocks, and then they're going to transmit them to the current validator, who's known as the proposer, the head of the chain. And the proposer is going to get to select, which one they pick. Now, it turns out it's a bit more nuanced than that underneath the covers, but you can now have various forms of block construction. So you might have a max profit block, which is what I think most people anticipate having, but you might have a no malicious MEV block, or a sanctions compliant block, which some people are not so happy about the idea that those could exist. Or you could imagine things like a green block where, hey, I just want to make sure my transaction goes into a block that is, fueled by carbon neutral fuel sources or has carbon offsets associated with it. You could have futures markets where you could bid for space in a future time, and when that time arrives, you have a guaranteed spot there. You could have pre-confirmation, where based on current state of the chain and based on how your transaction is constructed, basically say, yeah, that's good enough. It's going to go on chain. You can assume that it is going to happen. Vitalik was recently speaking about that idea at the MEV workshop as part of the SBC summit in Stanford. And so just as before, where you sort of make things programmable and you enable expressivity, and now all sorts of interesting things can flourish, the same is happening at the core of the network around this notion of block building and this move towards modularity. And we think that there is a whole bunch of very interesting new capabilities that are going to become explored and potentially become quite commonplace. Today, if we think about the way that value, in particular MEV or maximal extractable value, flows in the ecosystem, it flows down the supply chain to the bottom at the miners, right? So basically, users conduct transactions using a wallet and a dApp and a protocol. They submit that to the network via public mempool. Searchers look at those transactions and they try to find out if there's any MEV or sort of additional value that can be squeezed out of that transaction. If there is, they create a bundle of response transactions. And then to get inclusion, they have to cut in the miner to most of the value of their bundles, right? The miner does almost nothing. They just sit in this privileged position, but they accrue most of the value of the MEV because they sit in this special position. And then what happens, by the way, is all that value gets extracted from the ecosystem. It gets converted into fiat to pay for energy for mining services, or gets converted into fiat to pay for computers, right? Doesn't feel so good when we think about value flowing down the value chain and then out to out entirely. And what we think becomes possible with block building and the merge is you can have value recirculation, meaning, hey, given that this value originated with a user's transaction, like, wouldn't it be cool if the user participated in that? And wouldn't it be cool if, like, now instead of you paying your wallet to use it, like, your wallet pays you? And wouldn't it be cool if you could do very interesting things with sort of gas rebates and gas refunds and negative gas? This is a topic that's being discussed now, so that we can have a more equitable sort of Web3 that more evenly distributes value in accordance to where the value originates from. And the truth is under the current infrastructure, that's just not possible. You just can't connect the dots together. But on the infrastructure that's going to go online in just a few short hours, suddenly that's very possible. And providers like us, BlockNative, are really excited to be building the necessary infrastructure to make that happen. And the final thing I'll say, and I can go on about this stuff for a long time, as you can already feel, we're hearing from a lot of different groups that are really excited about these sorts of ideas, that really want to move in this direction, that want to move towards a very open and very equitable Web3 that's much more egalitarian than the one that we have today. We like to think about Web3 as much less biased than some of the existing financial systems, and in many ways it is, but there's certainly room to eliminate further bias and to ensure greater equity moving forward. And we can express that at the real-time infrastructure level, which is pretty cool and pretty fun to be a part of. And a lot of this is nerd stuff, and those of us on this call, by definition, we're all nerds together. But we can do it in such a way that you don't need to be a nerd to understand this or to get value out of this and to participate in ways that are constructive. So we think that our brightest days are in front of us, and we're very excited for this moment in time.
Wow, that was a really, really great answer. Thanks. Yes, some awesome bits of knowledge in there. And I was thinking of questions as you were talking, but as you continued talking, you ended up answering all the questions that I could come up with. So thanks for that. Some really, really cool insight there. And you mentioned a couple of things that were really interesting that I actually hadn't thought of before, like the green blocks example, and basically creating a more flexible market for block construction, where you allow users to define types of blocks that they would like to be part of, and that's a really interesting thing to think about. Yeah, I think does anyone from Nethermind have any further questions about this?
Yeah, on kind of a similar thread, I was at SBC, and one of the big trends that I'm kind of seeing right now is like off-chain transaction simulation infrastructure. So between layer 0 and the different bridge companies doing their pre-crime and simulating like cross-chain messages against invariants. Do you think that that's going to become something that a lot of block builders begin doing? And so a block builder provides a guarantee that any transactions included in the block that they build are simulated against invariants, so they can't break these protocol. So you basically have like anti-hack like block builders that didn't include transactions that were breaking different invariants. Then over time, protocols could basically add these different invariants to these block builders, and making it so that like fraudulent transactions like are much harder to get on chain. And there's lots of block builders that just never produce them.
So very interesting question. And I'm sorry we didn't cross paths at SBC, but it was pretty interesting. So SBC, by the way, is a Science of Blockchain conference. It's held at Stanford every year. And this is my first time going, and I'll go every year moving forward because it's a really high quality, sort of mostly academic, but sort of an interesting sort of mix, and very low key, like super chill, super easy to be a part of with fantastic people there. I was lucky to be a part of it. To answer your question, Eli, I would say that being an effective block builder is probably going to boil down largely to being effective, doing effective simulation. And it's a hard compute intensive problem. So for everybody else, like what you need to be able to do is, as a block builder, you need to be able to look at transactions and simulate them in isolation against the current state of the chain. You need to simulate them in collections or bundles. You need to be able to simulate the entire block. And it turns out that this is a non-trivial process to do for a whole variety of reasons. But one of the biggest variety is, as we said before, you have a block every 12 seconds post-merge, and there's some time that you need in order to collect the transactions. There's time that you need to do your computation. There's time that you need to then submit this to the relay that can be submitted to the proposer. The proposer needs time to decide. The proposer needs to receive the block body. Like there's a whole bunch of mechanics that need to happen every 12 seconds. So the actual window to do this calculation and to figure out, like, is the block valid? Are the transactions valid? There's not like sort of conflicts within the block. It's relatively narrow. And so one of the big interesting ideas about block building is it's going to create this specialized class of actors called block builders who are going to bring a whole bunch of compute to the network. And basically, it allows sort of a new compute layer of Ethereum to emerge, which you can then use for all sorts of other compute intensive tasks that you don't want to hoist onto validators. So you can further reduce validator compute requirements. So any home staker could stake on their own on any piece of Raspberry Pi class hardware, and they could get all the benefits of quite sophisticated simulation capability via block builders. Okay. Now, what is the extent and scope of that simulation? It's unlimited, it's unbounded, right? So as we think about MEV crossing chain, so L2 MEV, as we think about cross-chain MEV, the ability to sort of understand the risks associated with that MEV gets exponentially complicated. And so those builders that are able to operate more sophisticated simulation capabilities and able to provide access to them, because it's pretty hard to do this in a generalized open fashion over an API. I think we'll benefit by, folks want to use those builders because they have better assurances and guarantees. Now, the second part of your question is a bit trickier, which is, do builders wind up picking and choosing which transactions go in and which do not, because there are malicious or dangerous or problematic transactions. This is broadly known as censorship, and it is a very thorny debate, and it's one that's happening very actively across the ecosystem right now as it relates to OFAC SDN. The challenge is you probably want a credibly neutral block builder layer who's not playing referee on good transaction, bad transaction, because it's pretty obvious that good transaction or bad transaction is a matter of perspective, that someone's good transaction, someone else's bad transaction. This, of course, creates all sorts of challenges if, like, you're a US domiciled organization staffed with US natural citizens, and you have certain obligations under the law. So it gets murky, and a lot of that debate is happening in real time, and we're very much part of that. But to your point, the block building infrastructure allows sort of a control plane that didn't exist before, and allows all sorts of new interesting advanced detection, security, simulation, downside risk protection, value recirculation possibilities that don't exist today. Like, it's almost like we've only been able to paint with 4 colors. And we've made a whole bunch of amazing colors, but now with the merge and some of these new capabilities, we're adding new colors to the palette. And that means we're going to be able to paint entirely new classes of paintings, and sort of no painting is going to be a good or bad painting. It's just, hey, everyone's going to start expressing themselves, is going to start doing this stuff. And we're going to see, you know, which are the most attractive forms and who are the best painters. And so, yes, I think we're going to see a lot of innovation at the block builder layer as it relates to simulation, you know, cross-chain guarantees, protection, et cetera. But I have this saying, which I actually said to a bunch of smart folks, much smarter than me folks at SBC, was anyone who knows anything about block building knows that nobody knows anything. And so I think we're very early. And what we at BlockNative are going to be doing is we're really trying to learn over the course of the next few months about sort of what behaviors are emerging, what seems to be successful, what not. We're focused on providing infrastructure, but my crystal ball is as hazy as the next person's. And there are a lot of people out there making grand proclamations, but if you listen to what Vitalik said on stage, if you listen to what Phil Dion said on stage, there's a whole lot of uncertainty about how this is all going to play out. And that's part of what makes it interesting to be a part of. That answer your question?
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. And like, where's BlockNative as a company in the space? Like, are you guys considering building your own builders, or I mean, you're in a prime spot to be infrastructure providers for other builders. So how do you see that whole market playing out?
We're very actively experimenting. So we announced our relay called Dreamboat yesterday. That's open source, by the way, so anyone can grab that and download it. There's a whole bunch of very interesting scalability and reliability features that we've built into Dreamboat. We are building our own builder. We actually have been building blocks on both Ropsten and Garley, and we do anticipate being a builder at the merge, but kind of a low-key builder, not like a really aggro one yet, in large part because we're trying to move sort of deliberately here. I think we're also trying to navigate exactly what role do we play. Are we an infrastructure provider? Are we infrastructure provider plus builder? Are we infrastructure provider plus builder plus our own searcher? You know, there's a whole bunch of very interesting questions. And then also, you know, we're looking over the horizon a bit at, you know, how do we enable value recirculation and what sort of relationships do we need as part of all of that? And, you know, how do things, these more advanced capabilities, like when does it make sense to start working on them? And maybe now is the time to be, you know, intellectually aggressive and bold and say, hey, we're excited to build towards this thing, which is 2 years on the horizon, but it's going to need to happen, and it's going to take us 2 years to get there. So, you know, I think you'll see from us being fairly deliberate and as open as we can be, and also sharing as much as our findings as we feel comfortable, because, you know, we think the ecosystem is a better place when everybody's sharing their results and their data. And we look up to, you know, the organizations and entities which are open source, which are, you know, transparent, which are collaborative, and we aspire to be one of those organizations. So we obviously have work to do, but we're getting there. And yeah, we're excited about what's coming. There's a lot of momentum. So anyways.
I guess one final question. Do you think that like once the merge happens in a few hours, do you think that there will be any MEV Boost blocks like missed due to builders? Because now I just checked and there's 4 builders today. There's been 3 for like the past week on the Gorley testnet. So there's officially 4 public keys building blocks. So do you think there's going to be enough like stuff ready? Is your infrastructure ready? Will you be able to provide blocks every slot?
We are working very hard to make sure that our stuff is fully ready to go, but then you have validator support of the relays is something to pay attention to. So, hey, if you're listening, you're operating validator, please put our relay on your whitelist, or configure MEV Boost for that. I think there's going to be a lot of weirdness. Okay, so I expect there to be fireworks. I expect people to be figuring stuff out in real time, and it to be, I'm not, just be very interesting in the period immediately post-merge. There's a whole bunch of speculation that there's going to be one-time MEV that is made available at the merge block. So I think the merge block itself will be a fascinating block. Like, that'll be really interesting. I plan to get a tattoo of that block down my right arm, small font, of course. And I think there's going to see all sorts of fun stuff there. But a lot of this infrastructure is literally like coming off the assembly line and getting shoved into production right now. And that is a formula for things to not behave exactly as they're anticipated at the beginning. But I think it'll be fine. I mean, sure, there'll be some misses, sure, there'll be some weirdness, sure, there'll be some surprises along the way, but anytime you're doing a major software upgrade like that, that's part and parcel of it. And so I am very optimistic that the merge will go smoothly, but it will definitely have colorful moments, and the reflection on it, we'll learn a whole bunch. So anyways, I'm excited to see what's happening. Our infrastructure stood up. We're watching the mempool very closely. We're going to be estimating and calculating gas prices. We anticipate there are probably some weird games happening, but we'll have to wait and see. We will be observers of those, not participants in those weird games.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Matt, everything that you're talking about is also related to Vitalik's post about the end game, where the world is really with a few very sophisticated block builders capable of simulating complex scenarios, competing with each other and producing the best potential block. So this end game is considered to be something not necessarily bad. Like we do want to assign the block building to very efficient block builders. We want to have a few of them, so there is still competition. We don't want one block builder for sure. But there is this question also of not only Ethereum but also other chains. So like you can expect that some block becomes more valuable on Ethereum chain just because it happens to have some interactions on other chains or even centralized exchanges that a block builder can simulate, can understand, and this introduces even more complexity. So what do you think is being done already by the builders, by the searchers to do this cross-domain MEV searching, cross-domain MEV building?
So it's interesting. So first off, that if we look at Flashbots as sort of the primary vector of searching, one of the things that we see is searcher consolidation and searcher centralization. That it started out where sort of anyone could be a solo searcher and could win some bundles and could make some profits, and it would be good. And the days of the solo searcher are behind us. That now it's small teams to very large and very sophisticated organizations. And if you look at the number of unique entities which are extracting significant MEV, that number continues to go down. And so, searching itself seems to be subject to centralization forces. So that's sort of thing one. To those top end searchers, and some of them are public and well known, are very sophisticated operations, and many of them are actively working on cross-chain strategies. It is not for the faint of heart, largely because it can be very hard to calculate the risks associated with cross-chain transactions, because you get two systems that have very different rules and very different assumptions associated with them. And so I know some folks, some searchers who have experimented with cross-chain MEV and really gotten burned quite badly on certain occasions, and therefore they're a little bit gun shy around it. Again, this points to centralization, where in order to do cross-chain searching and MEV extraction, you need a fairly sophisticated set of capabilities, a fairly large team, and significant infrastructure spend. But that's all happening right now. I mean, I think the diversity of searching strategies has only exploded. You have a lot of groups out there now that are working on, very esoteric, very rare situations that they're able to detect and capitalize on. I actually talked to a searching team. I always just think this stuff is interesting. We use this term searcher, right? And it sounds like they're people who are like Googling because they're searching, and like it's just bots, right? There's bots operating. But the searching team that I was engaged with was a fairly sophisticated group of engineers. They did this as sort of on nights and weekends. This wasn't their primary job. But one of the key roles was a scout, an MEV scout. And is this a new concept? It was a new concept to me at the time, which is like someone who just hangs out in Discord servers and Telegram groups and on Twitter, looking for developments brewing that the scout thinks may have MEV implications to it. And then what the scout does is sort of bring these opportunities back to the dev team and say, hey, I was in this Discord server and I heard about this sort of thing, and maybe there's something here for us, right? And the dev team goes, nah. Right. And then the scout goes out, and this repeats itself several times until the development team goes, ooh, that's an interesting one. oh, you're right, there is some value here. And then the engineering team goes and builds a search or strategy, like writes the code, writes the bot to extract, and then they go pursue the opportunity. And by the way, a lot of times they lose, or a lot of time there's no MEV there. So they do all this extra work, they do all this stuff, and they don't win, right? And so I just found this sort of fascinating process where you have this degree of specialization, this degree of consideration, this degree of active experimentation, and still, an okay win rate. Not like they're not crushing it like some other groups are. It just sort of goes to show sort of how this game is played. Now, imagine that same story, but instead of trying to do NFT sniping, you're doing cross-chain MEV. So you're trying to monitor what's going on in alt L1s or what's going on in L2s. You're trying to understand what sort of, what the synchronicity is of block production, what the access is, and then develop strategies that exploit that and try to understand what the possible outcome scenarios would be. It's pretty gnarly. It's not an easy set of problems. The other thing that starts to happen, which is dangerous here, is you have validator consolidation. So you have groups that are validators. And let's just say, you're the tip of the chain on Ethereum 5% of the time. So 1 of every 20 blocks is a block you control. And that's pretty significant stake on Ethereum, but on some other alternate chain, maybe you have 30% stake, okay? And so these two chains are operating at different speeds, but what's the likelihood that when you're the tip of Ethereum, you're also the tip of this other chain, okay? And now you can start to say, ooh, we can start to really control this, right? And every so often, let's call it every 200 blocks, we're at the front of both of these. And so we can execute strategies at those unique moments that otherwise wouldn't be possible because we control both, right? That's a very serious concern. And in particular, as we think about alt L1s that have a much less diverse, sort of staking population, it can become pretty easy to start to develop some of these interesting strategies. And so I think we're at the beginning of that whole journey. And even the actors here, the folks who are doing this, are vastly more sophisticated in many ways than the people monitoring, right? So there's probably more interesting cross-chain games going on now than most of us are aware of. And, that's part of all of this, right? So this is the whole thesis of Flashbots, is this is going to happen whether we like it or not. We might as well research it and bring it out into the open. And I think our BlockNative's worldview is, MEV is an inexorable to ordered transaction system, which is all transaction system. And, can it be harnessed for good? Can we use it in ways that are as net accretive to the ecosystem as opposed to net extractive? And, hope springs eternal in this regard. Okay.
This is super detailed, and I'm learning here a lot from you. I haven't heard about the scouts, actually. I was always imagining that, like it's developers that are scouting themselves. But yeah, like any sophisticated team will start splitting the roles and saying, hey, this is the thing that you are doing. That's great. Like you're talking about multiple blocks MEV, so I think when we were analyzing that, we see that it might be 3, 4, or even 5 blocks in a row from the single validator. Very rarely, like maybe once in a few months, they will have 4 or 5 blocks. But this is massive. It's practically for over a minute. You're just producing blocks yourself, and you can do anything with MEV. And at the same time, whenever we were looking at the multi-block MEV, we thought that it feels like there should be something, but then it was ending up being nothing really. Like just the fact that you had a few blocks in a row was practically equivalent to one block that's a bit larger on the block space, and we couldn't really prove that there is some MEV in a multi-block environment. So I think this is still open question, because while we were saying, hey, there's nothing there, at the same time, it was never like definite answer. It was never like, yeah, for sure there's nothing there. It was more like, hey, we cannot find anything, but it constantly feels like maybe. So I think a great opportunity for the searchers to say, hey, look, this is big, this is large, and maybe even finding something that will force the protocol engineers to have to make some changes. Maybe this is unlikely, but it will be very interesting outcome, of this multi-block searching.
Yeah, all I would say is when it comes to MEV, there's always more than people expect. It's always weirder than people expect. It's always like, I'm not sure if there's this whole thing about sandwiching, right? Where you take a transaction, you sandwich it, you put a transaction before, you put a transaction after, you drive the price up, the target transaction gets less favorable settlement, it's malicious MEV, and then you sell right behind. Well, then you had, there was a word for them, sandwich baiters, basically transactions which were constructed to attract sandwiches. And then when you did the sandwich, you actually lost money as opposed to gain money, and the target transaction received it. So the cat and mouse that happens is pretty interesting and pretty sophisticated. And all I would say is, I never say, oh, there's no MEV there, right? It's like, so far, it hasn't been clear if there's MEV there, but there's probably smarter people than me and more experienced people who are figuring out ways to do things. I think one of the ways that you can detect multi-block MEV would be, so this basic idea is you're going to build a block, you're trying to extract maximum value. So let's just say each block you have a value, we'll just make the math easy, 1 ETH, right? 1 ETH, 1 ETH, 1 ETH, 1 ETH. And the way that you know that everybody's sort of playing by the rules, not that there are rules, is 1 ETH is extracted per block, right? Fine. But then suddenly you see a block which is like 0.5 ETH, and you go, why did that block only take 0.5 ETH when they could have taken 1? And then you go 1 ETH, 1 ETH, 1 ETH, 4 ETH, and you go, oh. So some actor out there knew that they would only take half an ETH, but then a few blocks later they could extract 4 as a result of that. So they would have taken 2 if they just played by the rules, but instead they wind up taking 4.5. So you can start to detect these things by observing what's happening. And you could say, is there suboptimal value extraction happening in certain blocks that are then followed by abnormally large extraction in subsequent blocks, right? Is that indicative of multi-block MEV, and what do those things look like? Just logically thinking, it would seem that multi-block MEV is going to be a thing. It's all about practicality and reasonableness. Now, I'm going to use an analogy, and my wife likes to say I'm fond of analogies. But did people here see the movie 21? Or read the book Bringing Down the House, how 6 MIT students took Vegas from this. I was at MIT in the 90s, and all those guys are friends of mine. They were actually roommates of mine. So I was on the periphery of all of that happening. True story. And one of the main characters was in my wedding, and another one lives near me, and they're all out now. But what was interesting is the MIT Blackjack Club, which is a very real thing. This story, the movie sort of dramatized it. They actually experiment with all sorts of different strategies: basic card counting, ace tracking. There are a couple of other ones. What they basically found was that they were most consistent with their most basic strategies, and that the more sophisticated or advanced strategies, like ace tracking, for instance, had too high a variance. And so sometimes it worked, but sometimes it didn't. And over a long enough time horizon, they couldn't be exact enough with it. And so they basically abandoned ace tracking as a strategy they employed because its EV wasn't really worth it. And so you have the theory of certain forms of MEV, and then you have the reality of that MEV, and the theory and the reality often diverge, right? That's one of the interesting things about this marketplace is you have people experimenting with this in real time, and they're not, card counting kids from MIT. They are, very advanced mathematicians running very sophisticated infrastructure on real-time Web3 systems. And so, we all have a front row seat as that happens. It's just up to us to sort of observe it. And also, it is humbling. You wade into this world and you meet some of these people and you go, right, these are a whole different class of individuals in many cases, and they're quite serious about what they do, and there's real stakes to be had here. So anyways, a little bit about that. And final thing I'll say is, yes, there are real centralizing forces at the core of the network. Those are inevitable. No matter where you push down, you're going to have centralizing forces, but there's many actors out there, including us, who are actively trying to contribute to block builder diversity and block building decentralization, so that we don't wind up with, a Citadel-like entity in the center that everybody has to submit their transactions to because they're so good at building blocks, they just win all the blocks. But there's a lot of gnarly problems still to be resolved, and we'll see how this all plays out in the next few hours.
Awesome.
One other thing I'd like to mention on multi-block MEV is I think one of the biggest implications of multi-block MEV is TWAP manipulation. I'm just going to quickly bring this up, but some of the numbers that were pulled by Uniswap Engineer So manipulating a 30% move in a TWAP on Uniswap v3 with a 144 block window. Right now it costs 23.7 trillion to do it in one block, move a TWAP 30%. If you have 3 blocks in a row, the capital required drops down to 9.5 billion. And then if you have 5 blocks in a row, the capital required to manipulate a TWAP 30% drops all the way down to 103 million. So there's a very large decrease in like the cost of manipulating TWAPs if you have multiple blocks in a row. And I don't think too many like major DeFi protocols use them, but that is something that the community does have to really consider with this new PBS is what happens if a proposer gets multiple blocks in a row and what kind of risks can occur with that.
Right. TWAP, by the way, time weighted average price Oracle. So it's all about Oracle manipulation.
Awesome, Matt. I've got another question for you, and just feel free to let us know if we're like holding you on for too long here, like past your time. But there's been like quite a lot of talk about how PBS and builders having the ability to propose entire blocks can create new primitives. So one example is maybe like inter-block flash loans instead of inter-transaction flash loans. And I was wondering, apart from flash loans, is there anything else that you've thought about?
Oh, we've thought about a lot. I think pre-comp is a very interesting idea. So, basically giving the appearances of instant confirmation based on certain assurances and guarantees that can be developed. It's funny, we at BlockNative have been thinking about that idea for like a couple of years, but it was very eye-opening for us when, Vitalik himself was talking about it. So it was like, oh, maybe these aren't such esoteric ideas. Certainly, multi-block flash loans, cross-chain flash loans start to become possible potentially in this world as well. Again, it makes my head hurt, some of the risks that you take in that. And so, I think you'll see experimentation at small scales. And then if there seems to be some, stability in those systems, and then sort of ramping up of that. But again, it's just like, what's the limit of the number of pictures that can be painted? It's infinite, right? When you enable programmability and expressivity at this level, you create sort of infinite optionality. Certainly I think futures markets are going to be something that people pay a lot of attention to, where you can get guaranteed block space in future times. It's not obvious to me exactly what that would be useful for, but it seems like something that people are going to build. There's concerns about the emergence of things like censorship markets, where people will take payment to ensure that certain transactions don't get included, or certain addresses that would obviously be net destructive for the ecosystem, and we don't want to have those emerge. But will we be able to detect that those emerge or not? There's all sorts of possibilities that happen, and I think the honest truth for us is, where we've been very focused on getting ready for the merge, which we are merge ready. We're very excited about that. We've been very focused on standing up real-time infrastructure in support of block building, and we're very excited about some of the stuff we've released so far. I think we're about to enter into a golden age of innovation in Web3, and we'll look back and sort of say, oh, the prior proof of work Ethereum was somewhat of a primitive form of Ethereum, sort of like. The original iPhone is quite primitive compared to what the iPhone 14 is, but you can draw a straight line between the one that was released in 2007 and the one that was released a couple of weeks ago. I think we're going to start to see a similar, the original iPhone didn't have copy and paste, for instance, or cut and paste, right? Now, we're on a whole different plane where, everything's happening there. So anyways, I think we're at the beginning of all this. And then, of course, there's so much focus on the merge, but there's also the Verge and the Surge, Verge, Purge, Splurge, right? There are many upgrades to the network coming beyond this. This is not an event. It's a process. It's a journey, but this is a major milestone on that journey, and more major milestones in front of us. So anyways, that makes sense. I do have to jump. Absolutely. I went way over, but it's always fun to talk about this stuff, and you can tell our enthusiasm for what's happening here, and we appreciate the opportunity to share some of our POVs.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. It's been an amazing conversation. I think everyone here has learned a lot, and we really, really enjoyed it. Thanks so much for joining us.
You bet. Check out our stuff, and you can find me on Twitter. I'm at @mcutler. You can check us out at BlockNative, and See everybody post merge. Okay. Cheers, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so
Matt.
much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we had this first block after the merge mentioned as a potential for a massive MEV, and I know that our team was exploring the various additional opportunities for trading after the merge. So I wonder if we can brainstorm really, like what will happen in the first block after the merge. What exactly will be the liquidation opportunities? What will be the cross-chain opportunities? Any ideas here?
One thing that we've been looking into a lot is the Lido ST.eth versus ETH. So the curve pools that are trading that, those are being watched very closely because we think the discount will narrow after the merge. And it was a few months ago the discount got pretty high. There's a very big imbalance between the two, and like the way the liquidity works, like that's something we're definitely be very closely tracking. But ask Joel about that. He's been looking into that very deeply. So I think that's something that will be really interesting to look at.
And you think this will be there specifically in the block just after the merge, that there'll be some sudden drop because people say, okay, it's happening, or this is more like a gradual process of believing in the merge and then switching into less of a discount. And maybe the other question is related, is it really about the merge or is it about the withdrawals? So will we already have the discount difference just because the merge is correct, fine, or we'll wait until Shanghai?
I think it'll be kind of a combination of both. Like there will be, if the merge is successful, it'll be kind of a gradual narrowing in the discount. And I also think that there's a good chance that there's some bots that are written to automatically execute massive positions in case that the merge fails. So I think that I'm not sure exactly, but I would expect there's some sort of a trader out there who's monitoring the merge, and depending on certain outcomes, could either be buying or selling massive positions of staked ETH or Lido ETH.
I think something that's really interesting too for the first block is that the graffiti could be really valuable. Yeah, so someone could probably turn it into an NFT and sell it for ridiculous amounts of money.
Guy and I were just talking about like sending each other a transaction just to be in that block earlier. So it's definitely an idea it's around.
Yeah, I don't care if I get sandwiched. Tomasz, you're muted.
No, I'm thinking actually. So I must have been thinking very loud because because you mentioned that I'm muted. So I'm thinking about whether Nethermind will land that block. I wonder.
I remember
what's the probability?
When Ethereum was launched and we were all looking at the first block and who's gonna get the first proof of work block on Ethereum. I think we had I bought some GPUs off somewhere, right? eBay, nothing fancy, and then we got block 50, and we put the name of one of our founders' dog on the block, because that's what you do as a joke. It's not as much of a joke now, right? So it's I guess it's not just the first block. It's you'll always remember which is the first block that Nethermind got, whether it's the first one or the second one, or it's going to be in the top 100, right? I quite like this is slightly changing the topic. I quite like the color analogy, but I think Matt didn't go far enough because he said we're adding color. But I think the biggest takeaway is we're showing that we can add color, so then we can add more color in the future, right? This is the biggest change we've done since or people have done. I'm including myself in the group just for the sake of it, because I just talked to a lot of Ethereum people. But yeah, it's not just adding more colors to the palette. It's proving that you can add colors and making it easier to add colors in the future, building confidence, right?
Actually, I'll take an opportunity that you're talking and bring two questions that were that were mentioned on YouTube. So one was, is there a D&D group for Ethereum people? so I guess
I was
wants to-
planning, I was planning on. So we've got two campaigns. Nick can talk about a bit more about it because he's gonna join. He's in New Zealand, so he's on decent time zones. It's gonna be light for him. We're thinking of. We had a debate whether we want to get more Ethereum people into a Dungeons and Dragons group, or we're happy with our more non-Ethereum people. We still get a lot of hate because it's, oh, you're destroying the environment, oh, NFTs, oh, things, and then they don't know that we work with it, right? They don't really know us that well professionally because it's fantasy. So yes, if anybody wants to start something, cat herders for D&D sort of thing, happy to put people in touch. I know George Hallam said he'd want to join. Lefteris, I think, mentioned it as well at some point. A lot more people from early on said they would join. So there isn't, but there could be. You're the one starting it, start it, and get in touch, and I'll put you in touch with people.
I think recently, while I'm not a D&D player myself, somehow I recently started making connections based on D&D for the people that are on the edges of Ethereum. So maybe this is the way of bringing more people to Web3. Like recently, it was with the Starknet gaming community when I was trying to convince some D&D players, look, like something is happening here. Okay, great. So everyone heard, like if you want to see some kind of on-chain D&D solutions, then Vlad is the person to go to. The second question I wanted to bring, maybe it's not really for Vlad, but for us, is how the transactions are propagated to block builders. So maybe I can answer it. So the transactions are propagated to the block builders first of all, the same way as in the past to the miners, so through the mempool. So this is one way. The more sophisticated or even like more correct way would be to deliver them to builders through the whatever APIs the builders provide. And nowadays it would be something similar to what you see with the Flashbots relay, where you can deliver the bundles via RPC. So the same way searchers can send either single transactions through solutions like Flashbots Protect, where you have privacy guarantee and like non-front running guarantee, or through the bundles when you want to actually extract MEV by combining your transactions with something from the mempool. So in a way, Block Builder behaves a bit like the Flashbots relay nowadays, a bit like the miner. So the builder is miner in the sense that it constructs the entire block. It's the Flashbots relay, old Flashbots relay, in the sense that it actually listens for the bundles and includes them in the block. So, and then actual propagation is happening through the relay that collects the transactions and bundles from multiple block builders and chooses the best block builders, the ones that provide the highest value. So I think that answers the questions about the transactions propagation to block builders. And if you want to expand it, there's also a question of censoring of those transactions, and there you want to probably read about CR lists and other proposals about censorship resistance in the post-merge world. Vitalik had a few presentations about it, maybe like towards the end of 2021, I think it would be. And then also during the Science of Blockchain conference, I think that problem was being considered and discussed. So you should see quite a lot of materials about censorship resistance in the post-merge world. Then I think there is also one more question. Do we have any statistics on how centralized or decentralized the validators are at the current stage? So the one place that I think of is maybe places like the Dune and Nansen showing the various stakers, but we have people here on the call that can even say more about like what we know already about ETH2 statistics of decentralization.
Yeah, there's a Dune dashboard that we've used on the research team. I'm just putting in the chat here. What it looks like is about 30% of all the deposited ETH and the deposit contract is from Lido, 26% is from, about 14.5% is Coinbase, 8.3% is Kraken, and then about 6% is Binance. So altogether, that's about 50% is in centralized systems, but Lido is also fairly decentralized. So.
Yeah, it's
as
good
you
to
speak, I'm
see
pasting.
Kraken up there, because I think early on, almost everyone who worked at Ethereum or got any Ether was using Kraken, because they managed to convince all the developers to use Kraken, and they got used to it. So it's good to see that there's still a lot of Ether Ethereum on Kraken as a random side topic, as all the exchanges are spending you were spending so much on advertising. Kraken didn't go down the throw money and hope we get a ton of retail people. So it's cool to see that they're in top 3.
Cool. Speaking about Isaac actually just left. I was about to ask him a question. Okay, never mind then. Forget that one. Well, actually, seeing as it's only Nethermind people here now, maybe some like Caleb and Ed or Roberta's already spoken. Actually, you guys can just tell all the viewers what you do at Nethermind, and you know what team you're on, because I feel like we do a lot at Nethermind, and there's a lot that people don't see. So yeah, do you want to start us off with that, Caleb?
Yes, certainly.
Do you want to
introduce? Double check my mic is nice and clear.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes, so I am one of the smart contract auditors here at Nethermind, and with a particular focus on Starknet. And what we've been doing recently is really working towards building up our skills. Well, our skills are mostly built already, but really working towards doing a great job building up the auditing team here at Nethermind. Because Starknet is one of our focuses here. We've got the Warp compiler, and we've got a couple of other tools. We've got a quite strong focus towards this, and we've got a team right now we're building. So if you guys are interested, we're definitely looking for senior auditors as well. That's something we would love. I'm building a fantastic team to help secure the Starknet ecosystem.
You maybe want to tell people what Starknet is if some of them don't know.
Oh yeah, certainly. So Starknet is a layer 2 rollup for Ethereum. Depends on how much detail we want to go into, but the point of Starknet is to be able to get. Yep, sure. Yeah. So the point of Starknet is what we want is, one of the struggles with Ethereum is it costs a bit to be able to run transactions. So we've got the decentralization, we've got security, but sometimes our throughput of transactions is quite slow. So the point of layer 2s is to speed that up so that we can still achieve our decentralization and security, but also have a decent throughput of transactions. So Starknet is a layer 2, which enables you to have your fast compute on a separate layer, and you have what is a bridge that communicates, so you can have data go through from Starknet, which is what people use for fast computation, and then you've got your layer 1, which is Ethereum for your security, so you can have cross-chain communication. That's a general description. Would anyone like to go through their sections as well? Anyone else?
No. Cool.
Sure.
Has anyone checked the time estimates recently for the merge?
I think it's in 5 hours.
Still 5 hours. No.
4.5. It shows 4.5, right?
That's what I was seeing. I guess one other question that I think could be an interesting discussion topic was, so I know that CR lists have been kind of proposed as a way to build sensors of persistence into the protocol.
You want to tell people what CR lists are and have some context there? And
yeah, absolutely.
To what we were discussing earlier with Matt about proposer builder separation.
Yeah, so there's a lot of like kind of concern and discussion right now in the community of what happens when a block builder or a relay decides to basically censor transactions and keep them out of the blocks. And right now, the kind of solution is just competition. Over time, it's unprofitable to just intentionally censor transactions, and so over time, these will just naturally be included because there's like diversity in who's building blocks. I'm trying like using competition to build that out, but like block building is going to be, it's such an advanced game, as kind of Matt was alluding to. It's going to be very, very sophisticated actors. And so it's very likely that a handful of 4 or 5 companies and teams develop incredibly advanced builders and kind of outcompete everyone else. And then they're in a very like dangerous position where they have a lot of power to censor transactions and decide like, we don't want these to be put on chain. So one of like the potential solutions to that is like censorship resistant censorship resistance lists, or CR lists. And the idea is you have a certain list of transactions that, regardless of what happens in the next block, these will be included. And there's different ways to implement this, but the kind of overall idea is you have a list of transactions that no matter what, these are included in the next 1 or 2 blocks. So that's one solution to basically ensure that a transaction gets put on chain. Another kind of solution that has been talked about a little bit is encrypted mempools. So using some sort of a multi-stage encryption system or signature system where transactions are first sent to builders and then they're actually signed later. And so basically the transactions that are waiting in the mempool aren't fully complete yet, and they have to be ordered before they're actually signed. And so the block builders don't know what transactions they're actually including necessarily. And all that data is included after we've already chosen the order, making censorship resistance like kind of you either don't put any transactions in a block, or you inadvertently include transactions over time that you maybe didn't mean to.
So someone actually said something in the YouTube comments, and that was, why do people care if the validators are decentralized enough? As long as we have non-censorship, is this a problem?
I mean, I'm probably not the best person to answer this, but I think that in general, like decentralization is something that we should strive for, and reducing the risk of one party having power to censor is a really good thing. Like it's hard to like quantify the amount of control that like governments have over a very centralized party. So like, even if that's not a risk right now, like in the future, it might be a risk where if there's 2 or 3 major validators that control the majority of all stake, if there was multiple nation states that all put regulatory pressure, like there's potential that could crack. And I think that's something to consider. In general, I think one of the benefits of Ethereum is just the decentralization of the nodes and the decentralization of the clients, everything. So if there's a bug in one client, there's still 5 other execution layer clients that can continue running the network. But the same, it's very like globally decentralized. So a hurricane in Texas that wiped out a data center wouldn't bring half the nodes offline. And I think like certain things where like you want to have as much of the distributed globally across different countries, across different teams, as much as possible. I think that's kind of a lot of the ethos of the community, and preserving that is of utmost importance.
Yeah. So decentralization is a really effective way to be censorship resistant, right? If you're decentralized enough, you may have some government somewhere want to force people to censor transactions in a certain way, but if you're decentralized enough, you'll have enough validators in other geographical locations where they can continually produce blocks without being negatively affected by the regulations in one area. Someone asked, how long does the merge take? Is it instant when difficulty is reached? Kamash, are you there? Maybe we'll have, no, he's missed us. Yes.
I am. I'm just eating. So as for it's instant. Yeah. And I'm thinking about maybe there's this short period when we're waiting for the finalization, like at the station of blocks finalization. So while all the execution clients are switching instantly, people will be looking for a few minutes until the until the epoch is finalized. So you'll be looking at the around 12 minutes after the merge to see if everything is fine with the epochs on the beacon chain. I'm trying to maybe share
How
that here.
many blocks is an epoch? I'm guessing if you said 12 minutes, it's 12 minutes divided by 12 seconds, right?
It's the epoch is 6.4 minutes is in an epoch, and it's 12 seconds per block. I believe it. What was it? 32 blocks.
32.
In an epoch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 225 epochs per day.
Yeah, and generally, if you, I can share that. Just one moment. Let me find that link. I have it prepared for information about the epoch finalization.
Maybe also, I don't know, in the chat, are you guys interested in hearing about what's an epoch, what's a slot, like how are validators selected per slot? We'll give you a couple minutes to decide whether you're interested in hearing about that or whether that's like too much detail for you.
I guess on the previous question of why is decentralization important, it's the thing that I think early on this was one of the ethoses of the Ethereum community, and I think it still stands. It's instead of following the Google approach of don't do evil, it's the approach of can't be evil, because you can't force somebody to do something. So it's not promise you're not gonna do bad things. It's you're incapable of, or bad or good things, right? Incapable of doing it because of the way that the network is structured. So I think that's one of the advantages of decentralization. You can't be evil or censor, I guess. Not that they're equal.
One thing that I was kind of thinking about, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but Netflix has an internal testing strategy called the Chaos Monkey. And it's basically a bunch of services that they run that just randomly shut down AWS instances. They send faulty API requests. They just basically cause as much havoc as possible in their systems. And the whole kind of like requirement from the team is, regardless of what this Chaos Monkey is doing, just shutting down AWS instances, just crashing things, like the entire system should be able to recover. Like, is there anything in place in Ethereum? Is that something in the testing process for core development? Or I'd love to kind of like hear your thoughts on some sort of very high level, just breaking stuff and seeing if it recovers.
I think the Chaos Monkey in the blockchain ecosystem are all the actors that are incentivized to break it all the time. So no, there's actually one concept of the fact that we cannot run really live validator setups because of risks of slashing. So I think it's a good introduction to any discussion around the distributed validator technology. And I think we'll have some longer talks on it later during the calls with people who research it more in details. If you want to discuss it shortly now, then obviously it's a good idea. But coming, like, why I'm mentioning distributed validator technology, because this is the one that starts to bring the same level of certainty about being able to run the infrastructure that is resilient, and it can just randomly shut it down without someone manually intervening. At the moment, those manual interventions among the large validator operators are necessary, or maybe not necessary, but are desired and preferred over any automatic switching. So what we're talking about here when we talk about slashing is that in majority of the systems, like outside of blockchain, outside of Ethereum with the slashing solutions, you want to have a live systems. You want to have two copies of your production system, or two or more copies of production system, and one is in the backup mode, but it's running. And then you simply select which one is primary, which one is currently active. And when you want to run updates, or if the primary one shuts down, then you simply make the backup primary and it continues operating. However, in majority of the systems, it's not a huge trouble if both are running as primary for a while. Like maybe there'll be some problems with the data, but nothing unrecoverable. And in Ethereum, you have the situation when if you misdetect the primary shutting down and you switch on the backup to primary, if the primary is still running, then you immediately get slashed because you're signing blocks that are inconsistent. And this is one of some of the slashing scenarios is attesting to a block that is inconsistent and proposing to blocks, I believe, as well. They're inconsistent. And then distributed validator technology is designed to prevent this happening. And then you can maybe have this chaos monkey that enables all of this automatic switches without the slashing risks. Do the teams have it for the general infrastructure for the nodes? Well, I think the stability of Ethereum nodes still is leaving some space for improvements. So the chaos monkey is like built into the infrastructure still in Ethereum. The nodes are breaking, they are causing trouble, especially now. Like the complexity of running consensus layer client and execution layer client together, this is not trivial. People do report trouble with setting it up. However, we see it improving a lot. Obviously, like there were so many tests in preparation for the merge, as you've heard maybe earlier when we started, when Marek was saying, or Łukasz was saying that, well, they went through like 30 shadow forks really, or 30 different merges and different test nets and mainnet clones. So some resiliency is being built into the nodes. And well, we see 2000 nodes now reported by Ether nodes as ready for the merge, the execution layer nodes. If they're ready for the merge, we know that they are running synced and that they are of the latest version, but we don't know if they're running properly paired up and configured with the consensus layer clients. So we cannot really check it. So we'll only learn about it after the merge. So there's one thing where we've noticed that there was lots of confusion about it. People were asking, hey, like if the nodes that we see nowadays, like there's 7,000 nodes reported by Ether nodes, if they're not all of them ready for the merge, will it cause the network to fail, to not merge properly? And the answer is no, this is almost absolutely irrelevant, because the only nodes that you care about are the nodes that are connected to this large validator operators. Like if you take 4 or 5 major operators, they will run probably more than 50-60% of the nodes, and if they are ready for the merge, then this should be fine. Everyone else is an observer, and over time they should learn to run everything properly. But if they don't do that for the merge, then it shouldn't be a disaster or shouldn't be any problem at all. Maybe just a bit of disappointment with those who run the nodes and have some trouble to set it up. Oh, and we have a new guest of ours. So Victor Bunin, great to see you with us. So Victor of Coinbase Cloud, formerly known as Bison Trails. So I'll love to hear from you, like the intro and maybe the story with Ethereum and how the thing started for you. I know that you've done a lot of work with different communities of different stakers, and maybe let's talk about the merge, like what your expectations is and what's next.
Yeah, wow, that was a lot. So cover everything is what you're telling me. So I'll share, maybe I'll start off with the way that I got into Ethereum really quickly. So I got into crypto in 2017, started by buying some Bitcoin that a friend of mine helped me set up a Gemini account for. And I obviously very quickly got into Ethereum as well. But as I don't have a technical background, which actually some folks are surprised to know, but I have a background in economics and psychology. I was working as a consultant. I only became very technical just by living and breathing this stuff over the last 5 years. So when I got into the ecosystem in 2017, I really wanted to get hands-on experience with crypto. And so I had a buddy of mine whose name is Ben Rodriguez. He's actually now works on my team at Coinbase Cloud. So I was able to bring him on, which has been kind of like a full circle thing. I've known the guy for 15 years. He's a technical guy. He had a comp sci degree, was working as an engineer, and he was in crypto since like 2014 or 16 or something like that. And I was like, all right, listen, man, I want to build a miner. And he said, are you sure this is not an easy thing and you will not make any money? And I said, that's okay. I would like, I just want to do it. And so I was doing this right at like the peak of the GPU mining mania in 2017. And like going to the stores to buy a GPU, they would only allow you to buy one at a time. And so I would bring my friends and just be like, hey, they ask for your ID and your home address and like all this crazy stuff, but I'll give you cash. Like, please buy me a GPU. And so we went on this 3-month-long odyssey for how to build an Ethereum miner. At one point, and this was like in my room at my mom's house where I was still living while working as a consultant. And so at one point we're like, well, we want to have 6 GPUs. They consume a lot of power. Will my room be able to handle it? And I was like, how the fuck do you even find that out? How does one test that? So another engineering friend of mine who was actually in college at the time, he said, listen, I know a way. And so we went to the store and we bought something like 6 or 7 clothing irons. And we literally just went to my house and plugged them in and turned them on one at a time because we knew how much energy they took. And so I just kept turning them on one at a time. And I think probably like at 5 or something, my breaker broke or flipped or whatever. And so we're like, all right, now we know what it takes to fucking, this is an old ass house, so we should steer clear of this amount of electricity coursing. And so thankfully 6 GPUs were under that. So I built a thing. It looked terrible. It took me like a month to figure out why the motherboard wasn't connecting to the Wi-Fi. And it turns out it's because it doesn't have Wi-Fi and I needed to get an Ethernet cable. So it was just a series of unfortunate events. I spent more than $5,000 on this thing. I mined a total of probably 1.2 ETH. So whenever ETH hits 5K, I will have finally broken even since 2017. And I think that's a story for a lot of folks that got into crypto and just wanted to play around, just wanted to learn. And that was something that drew me in a really big way. And it's been a total honor to work on Ethereum, work on the merge, support the Beacon chain, and now support the merge. As Bison Trails and now as Coinbase Cloud, we run a sizable chunk of the Ethereum network, and we take that responsibility extremely seriously. Decentralization is incredibly important to us. Credible neutrality is important to us. As infrastructure providers, we don't want to take opinions. We don't want to take sides. We're not trying to say this thing is good, this thing is bad. Like governance, et cetera, when it comes to Ethereum. All we want to do is support the blockchain and support it in the way that it wants to be supported, and continue to provide a great service for the community and do right by everybody. And so from that perspective, like working at Bison Trails, and getting to work with this ecosystem and specifically on the merge as well, and also past it, is one of the greatest honors of my life, and such a pleasure and such a mission for me. And it's lovely to be here with all of you. And I'm super excited for this merge and super excited to spend a little bit of time with you guys on this live stream.
Wow, amazing, great stories. And I guess you'll never run out of irons for the rest of your life. Listen, you mentioned, yeah.
I was gonna say, so my buddy Ben, after my mom turned off my GPU mining rig and put it in my closet and all my books fell on it, after that happened, I asked him to try to sell it for parts and just see if I can get like any of the money back. And he sold most of them and gave me the money, but he kept 1 GPU for me. And he just recently gave it back to me a couple of weeks ago. And I went and I got it framed and I'm waiting for it to come back right now. And so I'm gonna have this like really nice framed GPU at my house. And below it is just gonna be a little plaque that says, keeping Ethereum decentralized since 2017.
That's a great one. Like, I guess there'll be lots of memorabilia from Victor Bunin sold as NFTs in the future and so on. So
yeah, only people confuse me for Vitalik Buterin.
Oh yeah, like you just should introduce yourself as VB, and that makes it much more legit immediately. Yeah. Unless it will be the other way around sooner or later, like, maybe they'll be confusing Vitalik with Victor. So, listen, the decentralization of Coinbase Cloud, you say this is important for you, and now the question is, apart from saying this is important, what do you think? What does it require from the large operator like Coinbase? Like, what do you need to pay attention to? Why? Where can you maybe like cross the barrier with confidence if you trust yourself? When is it like this evil mistake of trusting yourself a bit too much? Like, do you need to stop somewhere?
Yeah, that's a great question. There's so many ways to go about answering it. I think one of the things that's really important is when you. So one of the fascinating things. So the perception of Coinbase lags reality by about 2 years, which I find really fascinating. And I think a lot of people don't really understand the priorities of Coinbase and the priorities of Brian and just what we're all about as a company. And the thing that I invite people to do is just take a look at the way that we've built our products and the things that we're rolling out. And it becomes very clear who is focused on decentralized users and applications and blockchains and so on, and the things that Coinbase values. And so from that perspective, and Brian is fairly vocal on Twitter about where our priorities lie, and ultimately, like this goes all the way up to the top. And so, as we think about our role in the ecosystem, it is a mantle of responsibility. It absolutely is, right? And that's the case for every single infrastructure provider and every single solo staker. And I think one of the things is that the more visible that you are, right, like a Coinbase, the more eyes that are on you, right, the more that you're held to a higher standard. Like, it's not enough to be like, hey, we're doing things that everybody else is doing as well. Be like, well, that's not good enough, right, because you're held to a higher bar. And so from that perspective, like, I don't know that I can confidently say like, oh, there's like a line or there's a marker, because it's all so like situation dependent. But what I can say is like, hey, we have a track record going back years of doing things in particular ways. We have all the stuff that we're working on right now that we're very public about. We have very public stances that we take on specific topics that communicate, the company's culture and priorities. And from that perspective, it's, I invite folks to like really take a look about, their perception of Coinbase and understand kind of like where we are today versus, where we were a couple of years ago.
So I think that one way to look at it is like paying attention to the recent announcements or tweets about the kind of like built-in lobbying solution or kind of monitoring of the stance of various legislators in US. I think that's what Coinbase introduced just now. So thinking about it, like, what do you think are the risks in the post-merge world that come from legislators? Like, what changes in the sense of can they strike better, like more precise or easier by targeting some operators, or is it maybe like safer now because the legislators are looking at the proof of work systems? Yeah.
So that's there's a couple of different questions there. Maybe I think that the best. So this is not financial advice or legal advice or even life advice. I have no advice for anybody. Just want to be very clear there. So what I advise, sorry, not advise. What I recommend is, I don't advise, I recommend, is that everybody go and take a look at the the tweets and the public statements being put out by senior leaders at Coinbase. And so, like, I believe it was Paul Agrawal, who's our chief legal officer, recently talked about the responsibility of miners or validators when it comes to censorship and having opinions about what gets included in blocks. I'm not an expert on legal opinions, but what I recommend is like go take a look at the public statements that various senior leaders of the company are making that represent our viewpoints as a business as to the realities on the ground. And I think one of the other things that's actually quite interesting is there's a chorus of voices on these issues, and these voices have been going for a long time. Like when we look at Bitcoin, I mean, Bitcoin's been running for what, like 13 years now? Like it's been a long time that Bitcoin's been around. And so from that perspective, like this isn't, none of the things that we're seeing in a proof of stake world are markedly different from a proof of work world, which I think is a really important distinction to make. And if we actually think about the proof of work world, right, there's, you know, how many pools does it take to have 51% control over Bitcoin? 2 to 3-ish? Like, I don't know what the latest distribution is, but let's say it's 4. Well, the fascinating thing there is that like the pools themselves create the block that all these other miners in their pool are trying to create. And so from that perspective, it is much more like top down in a way that even validators aren't. So like these systems have different trade-offs. But one thing that I'll say is that go take a look at our public statements. Our leaders have been clear about, you know, what they want to communicate.
And we've talked a lot about
also,
MEV
you're muted for me
here.
for some reason, Thomas.
Sorry, once again.
You're muted for me for a second. Say that again.
Oh, sorry. We've talked about MEV a lot here on the call before you joined, and obviously the large operators are now launching MEV Boost and so on. So how does it look now with the Coinbase? What do you think about MEV? What will be the challenge for the operators?
Thomas, I didn't realize, Tomas. I didn't realize I came here to a firing squad. I thought this was going to be a friendly conversation.
Oh, I actually, you know what was funny? I thought like, oh, I'm going to two heavy questions, so I'll pick something that will be easy, and I switched to MEV. So, and I thought that this will be easy one. Let's switch. Let's give you something super fun.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll comment. So the way that so you know, I've been involved with the Flashbots team for a long time. You know, you and I met in person for the first time at a Flashbots offsite. I think that MEV is like one of those like really fascinating problems because it's actually like incredibly poorly defined. Because it's one of those things where the current description is like you know you kind of point at everything. You're like this, all of it, right? And so when I think about MEV, it's hard to talk about it in the abstract. I like to be like pretty specific about it because there's all these like gazillions of implementations. Something like Flashbots, for example, we've been working with them for a long time. I helped start something called the Flashbots ETH2 working group. And that was all around, you know, how do we, you know, loop in really excellent infrastructure providers and client teams and other entities that are in the education space, for example, to work with Flashbots, test the software, provide feedback, help answer questions, and so on and so forth. And so I think that the way that, you know, I look at it personally, and again, no advice being given here, is that MEV is not a problem that can ever go away. And so what you want is you want a solution that minimizes MEV as much as humanly possible, right? And so that's the first thing you want. The second thing you want is you want for dApp designers to design knowing that MEV exists rather than trying to ignore it, right? And right now there's not a lot of incentive to do that because people are just trying to get things out the door. But in the future, like, you know, it'll be much more competitive for dApp design and usage and whatnot. And so it will be, you know, much more concerned around MEV implications. And then the third thing is that once you've minimized MEV as much as humanly possible, what you want is you would like to democratize access to anything that remains, right? So you would like for things to not be proprietary, not be, you know, closed off or closed source or exclusive and so on. You know, Flashbots is one of the solutions that is like top of mind for me that I'm a huge fan of. As Coinbase Cloud, we have publicly stated previously our intention to support Flashbots on Ethereum post-merge. At this time, the best thing that I can do is point to our previous statements. And then I encourage everybody to follow Coinbase Cloud, the Coinbase Cloud Twitter account, to stay up to date on the most recent developments.
Thank you. I have a question, and it's going to take you a bit on in the other direction. But I always get a little bit excited when I meet people who are very transparent about being from a non-technical backgrounds. I have this, at this point, it's almost a trademark. Like I always say, people like, I don't think in data structures and algorithms. I will never do, but I'm a psychology student and I'm very interested in how the Ethereum and the blockchain as a technology is actually changing the fundamentals of social interactions. And looking at it from another perspective, Ethereum is a protocol for human coordination above all. So I just wanted to inquire and know a little bit more about your perspective on this. How much space does the psychology and these things have in day-to-day, blockchain operations and working for major blockchain projects?
Yeah. So I did a double major in economics and psychology. And the way that I describe it is that economics is understanding the world around us, and psychology is understanding the people that inhabit it. And so from that, I've always been very interested in incentives and behavioral economics. And I was always thinking about, why do I act the way that I do? Am I happy with the way that I act? Like, am I happy with the way that I reacted here? Like, how do I get myself to do things? How do I get other people to do things that are like in their best interest, for example? And so these things have always been kind of like turning in my mind. And the thing that really struck me about Bitcoin, and this is actually a fun question, like what, and anybody on the call can answer, this is not a rhetorical question. What is the core innovation of Bitcoin? Like what was actually invented with Bitcoin? Does anybody know?
Let's think about the Bitcoin white paper. The consensus, I mean, like the solution to the problem of the consensus is the solution to the problem of the distributed consensus.
It's actually almost like dumber than that. It's not just consensus, it's a token. Like that is what was invented, right? And yes, like token obviously is the consensus mechanism. But there were previous ways for distributed computing to work, but it was always in a way that relied on some kind of power or some kind of like closed source system or whatever it is. And the dumb thing is that quote unquote, it's really like the token. That was the main invention. The token was the main invention, which is really interesting, and that's what enabled consensus, because somebody agreed that this thing has value for me, and because it has value for me, I'm willing to put in the work to create the next block. And I will get more tokens from that. And if somebody else would like some, I can sell them some tokens and so on and so forth. And you start to have this economy. And that really really stuck with me, because it wasn't proof of work that was, or like hashing that was, invented. And it wasn't the blockchain that was invented. Like the New York Times, I think, is the longest running blockchain. As far as I know, it's been running for like 25 years or something like that. The guy who invented blockchains was referenced in the Bitcoin white paper. I saw him speak at MIT Bitcoin, or Bitcoin MIT, or whatever, in Boston. And so when we look at the systems around us, and we look at whether it's the DeFi protocols such as Aave and Compound, or something like Uniswap, or it's something like NFTs and whatnot, there's huge technical components to all of it, obviously. But fundamentally, any dApp developer is doing a study in incentives and a study in human behavior, right? So like, why do people LP, right? And like in Uniswap, for example, and there's like impermanent loss. All the really smart market makers and traders are coming out and being like, hey, this is so dumb, and this is so inefficient, and this is so da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But then, obviously people keep using Uniswap, and they keep being LPs, and they keep trading there, and like something there is working. And so if you took the previous kind of like mindset of, this is a dumb idea and it'll never work, then like you wouldn't do that. But you have the technology, but then you also have to understand like human behavior around wanting your tokens to perform work for you, being okay with some impermanent loss. And then over time, like updating that model as you get more and more advanced forms of Uniswap, right? So now you have like concentrated positions, and you have all kinds of things. And so they lend themselves to different types of market participants. And so that's why I think like it's not bad to be non-technical, to start non-technical. But the reality is that as you get deeper and deeper in the space, you just like become technical just by wanting to understand how things work.
Exactly. I feel like I'm on that journey, and it's a fun journey, really. Yeah, just also shout out to the commentary on the live chat. People seem to be very agreeable upon that idea behind the fundamentals behind Ethereum's are not changing, but the operational day-to-day technology for certain is. And I guess discovering Ethereum really is like, for me personally, and I'm sure that the message will resonate with a lot of people, but really I have never felt and never had an idea that all my foundational beliefs as a human being could be so well expressed through, very concrete technology. So yeah, thank you for sharing your insight on that.
Yeah, I think to add a bit, sorry, Victor, to that, it works both ways. For somebody that has always been technical, I have had to learn so much psychology and human behavior and other things, right? So it's not just the people who look at society and social impact learning technology. It's the other way around as well, which is a good middle ground, or I guess a good expansion of views.
Yeah, and if there's any piece of advice that I would give to anybody that's non-technical or maybe started out as non-technical on this call or listening in, go and make friends. Just make friends with really smart people and ask them really dumb questions. Like, I cannot tell you the number of times that I've pinged like Danny Ryan and he's a friend, and I'll be like, hey, am I dumb, or like why is it the way that it is? And I've just been unbelievably lucky to count so many like incredible technologists as first kind of like folks that I knew, and then over time they became friends, and over time like now they come to me with some questions about how other things work, which I think is like really fascinating, because I'm like pretty sure I'm still the dumbest guy in the room, but like I just happen to have a lot of experience in like one very specific area when it comes to protocols, and so I'll just like have answers or know where to find them. But really, like, can't tell you the number of times that I've just talked to smarter people, and just through the ability to ask great questions, just learned all the things that I need to learn. That and reading documentation. Read the docs, and if a team has shitty docs, tell them that they're terrible and ask them to fix them.
Great advice.
Amazing.
Kind of a similar thread.
Okay. Yeah. No, sorry. I just noticed a question from the chat where I wanted to answer this one. So it's actually a very interesting one in this way, that I was thinking about the same thing today, not as a question. I was wondering what happened there. Now, the question is about the original vision of Ethereum, that was trinity of storage, messaging, and processing, and it seems that only the blockchain part gets attention. So you think about the original three protocols in Ethereum, which is Ethereum, ETH, and the SSZ, which was the Whisper protocol, and the BZZ, the Swarm, for storage. And those three projects were launching together and plans to be delivered together and create this ecosystem that there will be decentralized storage, there will be messaging, and the blockchain will control the value and the smart contracts. Well, I think that Whisper was having some problems with the latency and efficiency, and later was worked on a lot by the Status team when Status was trying to deliver the messaging app that would have the incorporated wallet and the behavior. I believe that ended up being a massively challenging, problematic, and I'm not sure if the project is entirely abandoned. We know that Status actually worked on a lot of projects, delivered a lot of value through the client's implementations, through the extensions to the protocol. I'm not sure if the messaging app is abandoned, but I believe that Whisper protocol itself is, which means that even if Status would deliver the messaging app, or if maybe it is used and we don't see that much adoption, then something else would be used on the Whisper protocol. So there's one place. The Swarm protocol, at some point it started losing to the Filecoin solution and the IPFS, so both of those solutions. And it seems that at that stage, people realized that, well, there is something that gets adoption, gets traction, and it seems to be quite good. And there is no necessity to build it within the Ethereum ecosystem. So the project can spin off and try to compete and build, but doesn't have to be part of the main vision. At the same time as I'm answering it, I feel like I was observer to that, because when I was joining the ecosystem, those projects already were kind of losing attention, while maybe Vlad's seen it much closer, like, because he's been around the people that were just starting those projects and starting that vision. So.
Yeah, I remember Victor Tron doing a presentation on Swarm and the ideas behind it. I think it's still somewhere up on the Ethereum meetup YouTube.
Kind of losing.
And he was very passionate, but what you said makes sense, right? With IPFS, Filecoin being a flavor of IPFS, and just generally switching towards a protocol makes a lot more sense than trying to develop on top of it. I don't really know why. They're all very technically, like, if you look back at the original Ethereum plan, proof of stake was supposed to be 11 months, right? We were supposed to have proof of stake in late 2015. And imagine the effort that went into scaling along the way, and then now into the proof of stake part, and all the other things that were planned to be built. And the other projects, both Swarm and Whisper, are equally complex, right? And technically challenging, and you need such a big team. So yeah, I'm assuming it was a resource contention sort of thing, where you want to throw as many good people at the thing that catches first. I'm assuming. I don't know. I haven't spoken to Victor and the Whisper team. I don't think they ever came to the Ethereum meetup, but I'll dig down. I'll dig the presentation up, so you can see what was planned, at least in 2015, 2016.
I'm pasting links to those projects as we talk. I wonder even if I can find some links that I'm sure are related to this particular project. Like the Swarm thing, it's like there were a few projects that were called Swarm. The one of them was Swarm BZZ protocol for Ethereum, but I think there were some projects related to decentralized governance that were called Swarm. And okay, I think I found it. So here is the Swarm. So ifswarm.org. And the Whisper protocol, if you want to read about it. Well, so why did I think about these projects today? Because I was wondering about the situation of the early founders that have to deliver something massive, and the ambitions are crazy. And then, like, here it's like one of the three. I mean, like the most important one, probably the blockchain solution was most likely the most important part in the vision of people who are building it. So this one is massively successful, and then goes through the transition, through the merge, proof of stake, finally after years. And I was wondering, what is the feeling of the founder as do they occasionally come back to this, oh, like, but we didn't deliver the full vision? Why I was thinking about it personally, because I was wondering, hey, like, I had some vision and there were some things that didn't work out. I had to abandon some projects, and every now and then, every few months, I come back to those ideas and think like, oh, like, but that was a failure. And I blame myself a bit for those failures. So I'm thinking about the blockchain community, at which level we understand that the fact that Whisper and Swarm are not happening is entirely fine, because I think it is. I mean, I think that without being ambitious, and Ethereum is ambitious very often, you don't achieve anything. If you're overly ambitious, then obviously you'll have some risks taken, some projects failing, some succeeding. So barely ever those questions are coming back. So it's a bit of a coincidence that this question comes today from the audience while I was thinking about it. Really large coincidence, because I think I didn't think of Whisper and Swarm in a year or two. And maybe others also don't come back that often to those projects. Well, I think just look at IPFS success, look at the Filecoin like success or tries, and look at any messaging that comes to the blockchain, which is not there yet, I think. Like, we're still waiting for the solutions to communicate between the wallets and between users. What are their thoughts from others about the decentralized storage, decentralized messaging? Okay. So
I mean, you tried, right?
yeah. I was trying to invite the conversation, but I think it's really not that far to go. And like, thinking about, well, okay, I know where we can transition from there, and this seems natural. Actually, the data availability and the storage for the rollups, it is maybe drawing from some ideas that were needed for the centralized storage, for the exploration of Swarm, and from the Ethereum community. I think that thinking about data, thinking about the storage of files was probably part of the idea of how to solve the problem of state growing. And now we have the danksharding planned. And we have data availability solutions. And this is a big item on the post-merge roadmap. And when we were talking about what people are thinking of about working finally on post-merge after they have holiday, after they rest, this seems to be the one direction. And as we talk about rollups, I think that we can also have an opportunity to introduce the new guest that joined. So we have Amit from Polygon, and will be an amazing opportunity for you to like introduce yourself to community here, and to maybe talk about what actually the merge means for the Polygon ecosystem. Actually, like, does it affect it? Does it bring new opportunities or challenges?
Hi all, good to see you, Thomas, again, and of course the Nethermind team. Like Greg was there, I think he just moved away. Yeah, so my name is Amit. I lead the DeFi research at Polygon and also take care of crypto economics of the whole ecosystem. It's been a great day, actually. Sorry for coming out to be late. I'm in Berlin right now, so the actual party hub. I just landed at midnight, so it's something of a, I was just thinking when I was in a plane without any internet connection, like at what phase we are in right now. So I was just trying to remember the Inception movie, in which you see there's a zero gravity kind of a thing, in which we know things are about to happen, but the time just gets elongated. So I was just watching the difficulty level, the timer, it keeps on fluctuating, the blocks, as soon as I get landed, the time just is slower, but we are super sure about, like, this is about to happen, the merge. And also there has been ample the precautions from a DeFi world, because I come from that world, from a very research intensive and ecosystem partner specific ways, you can say it like. So there are a lot of precautions which has been taken from a DeFi world, but the Ethereum transition, it's happening so smoothly as predicted. Apparently there might be not even that transition might be super smooth. There might be some remnant of financial markets, like higher volatility after that, things like that, but ultimately I think the change in narrative, especially if you ask Thomas, like what it meant for Polygon. For Polygon, I think it's a super good news because we are proof of stake since day one, and we understand the economics, and Ethereum moving to especially hyper energy saving mode, like 99%. Like it's a time when Google has a timer for merge, right? So we, as we say, like in Polygon, we are up for the mass adoption of blockchain technology, and this change in Ethereum from proof of work to proof of stake will have much more acceptability across the people who are not into the crypto world. So we think it like that. Of course, this is like a psychological, a kind of a narrative thing, but it also have a concrete thing like climate change and all those things. Of course, we have a future there. I'll pause, Thomas. It was maybe I spoke in length.
No, it's a pleasure to listen. I mean, I think that you covered this interesting topic of the energy saving and being a bit more eco-friendly, and because of that, removing one of the common problems or issues that many people are raising. And I think, well, when we were working on DeFi and like financial aspects of blockchain and value creation, and it feels that the part of that conversation very often is a bit of greed of people trying to find opportunities to make money fast, to talk about money. So when you talk about money, maybe you naturally start thinking that you're sacrificing the things that are important. And when we enter the space of art and NFTs, suddenly that started being raised constantly as a problem. Like, hey, like we cannot just keep minting those NFTs and produce that much of CO2 and so on. So this is interesting, like as you say, because Polygon was used a lot by the people who were minting NFTs and were asking those questions, and Polygon was is using Ethereum as a security protocol, and there is some solution that is indirectly making Polygon also looking much greener and saying, hey, let's keep minting those NFTs because it looks much better now. We solved that problem. So when you think this one big challenge is solved, do you think there is what we all think actually? What is the next big challenge then? Like what? But not from the perspective of the protocol engineering, but from the perspective of users, of people who say something works wrong. I mean, UX is very often brought to us over and over again, right? The UX is still a problem. Maybe something else. What do we think is the problem?
So of course, scalability is still a problem, right? It's an unsolved problem from the world of mass adoption, because if you look at demand of block space which is coming from all across the world, it's immense, right? That's one of the roadblocks in bringing like from a exponential growth of an Web3 ecosystem to a multi exponential growth, like to the power of 10 of that. So that's and especially the layer 2 scaling solutions are one of the solution for that. They are like, we have a like we announced ZK VM fully compatible solutions in ETH Paris, and we are about to launch testnet. So that's what like we are aiming for, like not even at Polygon, like whole ecosystem is aiming for, and that's what we are after. Regarding the coming back to the just linking the economics part of it, because people don't understand the value of the economics, like the proof of stake is actually an economic incentive, whereas the proof of work, a lot of people are competing with each others, right? Miners are competing. Even if you reduce the cost of energy to minimal, then also they keep on competing for the hash power until they reach that minimum and burn, and they also burn their like for example, for the Bitcoin world, like they burn 90% of their accrued Bitcoin to accrue more hash power to outbeat the competition. So this is not kind of this is like you see like a kind of a taxation on the system. Like that's what people call it, like the proof of the hash power, the proof of work. And economics, like if the moving to proof of stake, Ethereum will see a proper economics model, and with EIP 1559, the monetary policy looks like what core security layer should have, right? It has all the ingredients of being a long-term sustainable security layer, a kind of a monetary premium which community talks about. And Polygon is in proof of stake, right? So we have encountered all this economics in our own ecosystem since we launched. So it's like we are completely like in line with the thought of the proof of stake.
I mean, it's a great pleasure to have you here. Like knowing that you are in this terribly bad time zone now, and after travel, I don't want to make you just keep answering questions. So please stay with us and contribute to the conversation wherever feeling that you want. And thank you so much for joining. And we'll be probably talking about Polygon much more during the day. And about any other topics, and maybe some summary now of data, because we didn't talk about data for a while of really what's happening. So we have 3.5 hours to the merge, according to the border.wtf. So the hash rate did drop a bit. And actually looking at the hash rate, I don't know if someone has the exact numbers now. I would have to click a few buttons to reach the links for the. I'm actually interested in the Ethereum Classic versus the Ethereum hash rate. Do they correlate? Like is there clear escape from the Ethereum mainnet to Ethereum Classic now of the hash rate, or are they unrelated? Let me check actually my links that I have. Other things is there is also a link to the registered validators and Flashbots that I'll be happy to share with others. So currently, out of 428,000 validators, 22,000 are registered for the Flashbots relay. I don't think I have numbers for other relays. If anyone has them, like, would be great if you share the links. We would like to track it too. Maybe our team does track it. So this is on the boost-relay.flashbots.net. So it says, well, this is something around 5% of validators registered with the block building on one of the relays. We have the hash rate of Ethereum Classic that it's climbing steadily, actually, since we started today. I think there is already around 8% increase of the hash rate on the Ethereum Classic. So the hash rate is moving there. But well, we're talking here about 74 terahashes. Like when we look at the Ethereum hash rate, so I can look at it at the Etherscan, I think. There is a chart on Etherscan or Etherscan that talks about the hash rate, and we can see
5 terahash. Just for a second. There you go. It's 85 terahashes, I think. Right?
No,
that's 850.
Not 850. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. 850, and the drop today. I wonder if we can look at the daily data actually. Oh, okay, we can filter.
Oh, it is crashing.
So yeah, there's not that much granularity of data. So we see that since 13th of September, okay, so over a day, there was a fall of around 40. So that's why I think that's we're moving the date, but we're moving the date by like 10-20 minutes since we started. So 5:24 UTC is the expected merge date, which is 3 hours 33 minutes from now. So you're getting there. As for the nodes that are online and ready. And once again, reminder for you that this is not defining whether we'll be having successful merge, but there are 2,200 nodes that are observing the network that Ethernodes is reporting. So counting the nodes on the network is not a simple task. I mean, it's a P2P network. You cannot verify every single statement from the peers that you're talking to. They may lie to you about their state of sync. Some sampling can be used, but majority of the scanners of the network don't go too sophisticated because also not too many nodes are trying to lie about the network. And this data is not so critical, right? So you're connecting to the peer-to-peer network and you try to just go around and keep discovering nodes and counting them and see whether they are the same, whether they have the same IPs, whether they report the same versions, and so on. And that's how the nodes are tracked on the execution layer network. And we have 2,200, out of which still vast majority are GEFs, which is a big question about the execution client diversity. So we see 1659 out of 2204. 75% of the nodes are GEF, and around 10% are Aragons. And then what stays is around, I think, 8% and 4% respectively for Bezo and Nethermind. So some way to go for the minority clients to keep improving, to keep being more recognizable and provide probably better documentation and starting guides as well. And for the new joiners to the network to actually start picking at random between the clients. But also it means that GEF team has been doing an amazing job in building a fantastic client. But much of it is also stickiness of the people who know how to run GEF.
Is there a nightmare scenario where as the merge nears, the hash rate starts dropping off so severely that it keeps getting pushed further and further away? Is that even possible? Or?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, it's nightmare scenario maybe like if we consider that like we are waiting for it, and some people don't want to go to sleep before the merge.
Yeah,
it depends on the. That was a question from Alex about it on Twitter today. Or maybe I mention it. Let me find that tweet because it touches exactly this problem. So Alex was asking, Berlin people, will you sleep before the merge, wake up at 5:30 and risk a surge in hash rate while you're sleeping, so you missed it? Or you stay up all night for the merge until potentially 8 a.m., risk hash rate decreasing, further delaying the merge and meaning you have to fight off sleep. So I think the second will happen. Right? So the hash rate will be decreasing unless we manage to convince here on the call the people that, well, just before the merge, there will be huge volatility and lots of value. Bring all that hash rate and speed it up a bit for us. So some of us can go to sleep a bit earlier. Some of us will stay nonetheless. Yeah. So I wonder if we can calculate it, like how badly it can slow
like
down.
what's the worst case scenario? Because you've got the difficulty increasing anyway because of the difficulty bomb. So what would be a potential hour, assuming hash rate drops now to half, right? Or drops slowly to half. That's an interesting thought process, I guess, for us, the people who are awake at these hours.
So what exactly is the mechanism? And I think we'll be talking about it a bit more later. Oh, actually, Josh, you were calculating the difficulty bomb behavior and the actual mechanisms around the difficulty related to the hash rate. So maybe you want to discuss it as well.
Yeah. So just by way of introduction, the way that the difficulty bomb works is that at specific intervals over time, the difficulty or the amount of computing power that it takes to successfully mine a block increases exponentially, and so this practically forces a hard fork one way or another. So the network has to hard fork in order to keep network uptime functioning properly. And about 2 to 3 months ago, back in June, myself and a few other at the time, we were all interns working at Nethermind, had the amazing opportunity to work on EIP 5133, which proposed a difficulty bomb delay back to around this time, actually. So we're starting to see the effects of the difficulty bomb going into effect. I think we saw 14-second block times this morning or so, which is just at the very beginning of when the difficulty bomb starts to show. So it was amazing to work on that project as an intern at Nethermind, and amazing to see the effects of the difficulty bomb playing out as predicted now.
Okay, so this is difficulty bomb, and now thinking about the hash rate itself. So difficulty bomb extends the block time, like lengthens the block time. But as Vlad said, really the hash rate is not affected. I mean, difficulty itself is not affected because difficulty is growing, so that's why the blocks are slower. So you should reach the terminal total difficulty around the same time. But the situation when the merge happens later is when the hash rate disappears. And why is it so? Because there is a bit of inertia. So imagine that the hash rate drops by 10% at the beginning. It means that the block will take much longer to be found, and the difficulty adjusts in the next blocks. Like so, we were running a lot of simulations of the difficulty adjustment just for the sake of the work that we've been doing for the Euler and for like the base fee hedging and so on. So the difficulty adjusts pretty quickly. If the 20% of hash rate disappears, then difficulty will drop by 20% very quickly as well. So you can almost like manipulate it, but then still for a while you may have significantly longer blocks, and the new difficulty just appearing slower. And because difficulty falls, like both you have the block that's taking longer to mint, and whenever the block is actually found, the difficulty falls, so you have less and less of the difficulty accrual towards the terminal total difficulty. So if hash rate drops a lot, like miners say like, hey, wait, switch it off, then we can have some painful waiting time.
And you'd expect fees to go as well, because you've only got enough gas in each block. So then if the block takes longer, you're gonna have the same number of transactions generally. So fees, as block time increases, fees would increase as well. You'd expect, right?
Yeah, so the base fee would probably go up because we would see the less of the block space. So the blocks would grow to the 30 million, to the maximum block space size, just to get all the transactions. And the base fee would start reacting and would start going up, and then transactions would be more expensive for a while. So this is all quite healthy and maybe not that risky. I also wonder whether actually when we say that there'll be much more MEV before the merge, maybe there'll be something different. Maybe suddenly people will be waiting for after the merge, and I'll say, hey, like I'll prefer to wait that period of volatility. Actually, I don't trade, so I don't create MEV for others, and then miners don't make that much money. So we'll see. That's a bit of guessing. I think we can try to do some of those like predictions and guessing together.
I feel like I'm on a politics discussion show on election day where we just this is the closest I'll ever be to that, right?
Actually,
it was the design, so we
this leads on quite naturally to
sorry about that. I thought we were talking about like the difficulty bomb. Oh yeah, sorry. I thought
we were.
Oh yeah, pretty awesome. Yeah, I remember we were like, I remember working with Josh on it, and we were just racking our brains about like how to, predict what the block times were gonna be. And then I was just like, when I was involved in it, and it was, I suddenly got to know about all like the different, I think the yellow paper, I think that's what it was. And we were looking into it, and I remember like I was just going in circles every now and then with like different methodologies, maybe using it as like a time series or some stuff like that here and there. And at the end of the day, it was just like normal curve fitting. I mean, obviously, like, mathematically speaking. And so it was pretty nice. It was pretty nice. Like, I think that was like when Josh and I had like completely worked on Eric, I think. I don't think he's here right now. Yeah, it was fun times. Like that was me as an intern back then as well. So pretty cool, yeah.
speaks to the
Yeah.
amazing Nethermind intern program that we can work on these things as
Yes, it
interns.
does.
and
My God,
now
it's
all
pretty
as,
awesome.
employees. That's quite amazing.
Okay, that's that was not designed to be like so we all turn red now. But, thank you guys for working on that one. So I think we're happy actually with the outcome. Like coming back to the difficulty bomb decision. So 2 months ago there were commentaries that just by moving difficulty bomb will actually delay the merge, but our claims were no, you will just make the blocks a bit more predictable and developers will have one less thing to worry about. People would just focus on the merge without thinking about having to rush it or having to calculate the block times all the time and the network getting destabilized. I think today, if we didn't do that, the block times would be around 25 to 30 seconds. So this would be problematic, maybe, or simply would make some people less happy. The miners would be less happy, maybe would have even less hash rate or faster hash rate drops.
Yeah, because you're earning less money over the same period of time, right? Because you're not getting the reward from blocks.
Exactly.
It was
yeah.
a good.
That's what-
I guess because we were discussing it internally yesterday and the day before at Crypto Compare, and we had a few presentations. And one of the questions somebody asked was, why not block number and instead choose difficulty? I guess a lot of it is down to MEV and other reasons. But does anybody want to answer that properly? Why was the decision based on difficulty and not based on a block number?
I just assume it's basically because of the hash rate more than anything. Like when you look at how difficulty and maybe how it affects the block times and stuff like that. But although I'm not really into core protocol engineering at all, so I think it'll be like better people who could speak about this. But I mean, if you look at it analytically, I just say it's because of the hash rate. But yeah, anyone else way better answer than I would give ever.
It might be a better question for Marek. So like, I simply don't remember, but there is something very clear that says, hey, difficulty is better. I wonder it might be related to like, no, I don't remember. Probably
I'm guessing
should.
it's something to do with predictability, right? Because if you have a block number, you could definitely bring it on quicker. You can manipulate a bit more around it because you know exactly when it's going to happen. You can bundle things better. This makes it less predictable and maybe less exposed to certain attack vectors, I would assume.
Well, but the block number is designed to be increasing by 1 every 13 seconds. So it should have similar predictability or even better predictability than the difficulty.
Yeah, it would definitely have
difficulty
better predictability, but then difficulty allows for worse predictability. So then fewer, not everybody, you know exactly when the block number would come in. The block before, right? And 2 blocks before, you'd still know it. Whereas with difficulty, there's still a bit of guessing, I would assume.
So I don't think that was the idea behind it. So I would explore it. I would explore it by thinking. So you say that it's preferable to have less predictability because of like less attackable situation, or
Yeah, this is me assuming. Okay? This is what I think I answered internally.
Few blocks before, I think predictability is quite high because you would have to have really rapid, sharp drop in the hash rate to change something, even with the total difficulty. So I think it was more about the things related to the reorganization. So like,
Yeah, according to EIP 3675, it's because if a minority of the hash power could mine a fork, and if that fork reaches the block number first, then the proof of stake block could be mined could be produced on top of the fork.
Yeah. So okay. So the miner, like you could
you could rush some kind of a chain split to a block number, which would have less of the total difficulty, but would have the number, so the reach number faster. And then it would be the one that would merge.
It would be the
and,
validators would all follow that one, right? That would probably be the problem.
And there would be no easy the reorg way and the total difficulty. Okay, so this is convincing. So it is a bit about reorganizations and attackability of the chain splits.
Also, if I'd like to, rephrase my answer, I think, just redact my answer maybe, and just add that, what, I think it's like from what I see on the, I just revisited the yellow paper right now. From what I see on it, I think that there's a step function right here. I think I should just share my screen or something. 1 second. Maybe. This is just me hazarding a guess, if you guys can see my screen. I think we know that when, if the protocol is already ensured for the difficulty bomb to, be set off or something after. Oh, yeah. Just 1 sec. Yeah, you know what? I'll get back to this. Sorry about that. I didn't think this through clearly. Give me 1 second. And I am stuck. Can the mod do something about this? Just get my stop video. Oh.
I think you should have a stop sharing button somewhere on your side.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So basically what my point was that I think that mostly what I've been looking at was that since so mostly what we've all been looking at, I think before when Josh and I and Eric were looking through it, when I was revisiting the yellow pages, I think it's only because the yellow pages define that there would be a point at which the difficulty bomb would be set off. And so, which is why there's like a step, as you might have, caught a glimpse of it in the last 2 seconds of what I was showing you on the screen, that there's like a point at which the difficulty bomb is going to be set off, and which is why it's better to track the merge through it when, because then people would know, right? Because then the block times would be so high that no amount of mining would actually work and stuff like that. That's just me hazarding, I guess it's anything else.
I would avoid here like following this path. I think it's slightly misleading. So yellow paper really talks about things from the past, like much before this was discussed, and I think the difficulty is exactly what Josh said here. Like for the CIP exploration, they avoiding the minority hash rate chain to reaching the block number first and causing others to have to split. So it's definitely that one. And especially as I wanted to tell everyone, well, we don't want to talk about difficulty bomb too much, because the only thing where difficulty bomb matters is the block times. And it's hitting us a bit, but it's not a problem. It hasn't been a problem since we moved it in July. And the difficulty bomb, and this is very important, because some people kept looking at, hey, did difficulty bomb happen because this means that the merge happens? It's not true. This is unrelated. The difficulty bomb is already happening, but it has like only minor impact on the block times, maybe 10%, 20% slower blocks. But it's okay. Over the next few hours, it doesn't change anything really. It would normally hit over like 2, 3, 4 days, maybe weeks, and the blocks will be slower and slower. So the block times will come back to 12 seconds soon after the merge. From around 13 seconds on average in the proof of work world. We'll have blocks more often. Oh, this is something that Peter mentioned, I think, Peter Silagi on one of his tweets, that Ethereum forgot that, like Ethereum community forgot that we'll have 10% block space increase for free after the merge. I think slightly lower because of the empty slots, and I don't know how often the empty slots will happen. Like we've probably done some analysis. Maybe it's like 1 in 100 blocks. If such, then it's just 1%. But around 10% additional block space, because the blocks will be happening more often. They'll be happening every 12 seconds instead of every 13 seconds, with the same parameters of all of it. Which means that just because of that, we should expect 10% drop in the fees, in transaction fees after the merge. So from 20 to 18 or something like that. I don't know how like what's the level of the base fees at the moment. They move a lot during the day. So what is it now? Probably around, I'm guessing it might be like 30 Gwei, maybe even less. 9 Gwei base fee at the moment. Okay.
Is there this is me asking a random question. Is there a penalty for proposing an empty block when it's your time to propose? Because then if you know, this is another, because we were talking about if you know that you're going to be the one proposing the next 4 blocks, you could actually squeeze the fees by proposing 4 blocks or 3 blocks with nothing, no transactions added. And then on the 4th block that you're proposing, everybody's going to need to pay a bit more to get included. Like as a random attack vector, maybe.
This would be the other way around. If the blocks were empty, then the fee would fall. The base fee would fall because
because there's not enough competition. Yeah.
The network tries to set the blocks to be half empty or half full. And if the blocks are empty, then the base fee will be falling to try to attract more demand. And if the blocks are coming full, then the base fee will be trying to decrease the demand at this price and move the price up. And also for the miner, so for the validator, it doesn't change much because it's base fee, so it's burnt, so it doesn't really go to the validator. It's not the validator profit, it's the priority fee that would be paid to the validator. And by mining empty blocks, you're losing a lot of MEV, so you don't want to do that. So most likely we'll rarely see, actually, this is yet another thing. So in the proof, I've never seen this one being discussed. In the proof of work, very often we had this like blocks consecutively, like 1 second after 1 second. When the hash rate, because of the Poisson distribution, very often the proof of work miners would find the blocks very quickly. And this 1 second blocks would be so fast after previous ones that the miners would not even pack any transactions inside. And those blocks would end up being much either empty or using much less block space than before. We won't have it now because the blocks will be consistently every 12 seconds apart. So you can think that this the probability of mining 1 second blocks in the Poisson distribution around 13 seconds mean that probability is again something, if you count that each time it happened, maybe like the block space was falling on average by 50%, that this is additional block space that we are reclaiming. So then maybe it's not 10%, maybe it's 15% additional block space that we'll get after the merge. So 15% drop in the transaction fees levels, which we'll never be able to really judge properly, only like because empirically we'll be looking at the multiple components contributing to multiple factors contributing to the fee levels, like the demand changes after the merge, yeah, this one mostly. Okay,
we had some questions from the audience in between. So do you think the demographic of people invested in Ethereum will change? For instance, it might attract more people and organizations who care about ecology. So if I may add a little bit on here, I don't think that the demographic per se will necessarily change. I think the message will be more available to many of the variety of the communities actually, and the message is the same. The message is inclusivity. So I think that with the merge happening and with it being a really historic event, because I think it will bring more awareness about various different aspects of Ethereum, that is not only tokenomics, that is not only investing or the fluctuation of the price of ETH, but also it will give it more space for the main ideas and core cultural principles of Ethereum to be more recognized, and people will actually be more cognizant that, oh, not only that communities that care a lot about ecology or sustainability will be enticed to join, but rather it will discover them, and it will bring them more exposure and more social adoption as it should. So yeah, I don't actually think that there would be any particular demographic that is going to be like a new addition to the global ecosystem. It's just going to make people realize that, wow, this project, this thing is actually super inclusive, and everyone can be a part of it and can add more value to all of these communities. So yeah, sorry if I went a bit abstract there, but it really is
so using the opportunity that's hanging, I think it's valid if you think about users of Ethereum as like non-institutional users. I think that the vast majority of the liquidity or the use of Ethereum is nowadays more institutional and businesses and the financial systems users, and there I think we can expect a change because of the staking becoming more prominent element, a more predictable and trusted element of the ecosystem. So before the merge, I think many stakers would see a lot of risks of, will the merge happen, will the withdrawals happen? After the merge, it's just the withdrawals that are becoming unknown, and much more institutions that are interested in a bit of this like fixed income style of staking and reaping the rewards will be coming to play. So we should see a lot of new institutions coming. But if the question is about ecology and so on, well, this might be a small percentage, but I think this social responsibility in investments, it is visible in some large sovereign funds. I think that maybe the funds like Norway, which is huge sovereign fund, they care about it and they make statements about what they can invest in or not. Maybe they would change their take on on Ethereum somehow, and maybe this will change significantly the level of investments. I see that we have TJ, Raj, Thomas joining us, so that's it's fantastic to see you with us. Great, and I would love to hear the introduction. Like, you've been so active for many years, like supporting infrastructure and participating in core devs, also in preparation for the merge. Please talk to us, the community, like, and share with us whatever your story of Ethereum is.
Well, maybe I'll listen for a little while, but I was going to ask first, when merge?
In 3.5 hours, so like
oh my
3
God.
hours, maybe even now.
That's so funny because I was trying
more like 3 hours.
Wow.
3 hours.
I was trying. It's only like 11 o'clock p.m. here or something, and I was trying to stay up, and I just fell asleep for like an hour. So I got back up, and I thought I missed it, but I guess I didn't. Yeah. So maybe I'll just listen to the conversation a little bit and chime in later. I'm a long time early adopter, maybe not as early as a lot of people, but I've been around for a while, so you might have seen my voice here or there. So it's fun to join and listen. I'm going to listen a little bit. But...
Sure, fantastic. Like, thank you for joining once again. So we were talking about this difference in the. Sorry, one moment. demographic of people. So Bogdan, you like your video hanged and we couldn't hear you. So I think you were finalizing your comment, but like if you'd like to add something.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good for now because it's such a. I mean, I have so many thoughts about the topic, and we keep seeing this very realistic and very ambitious goal at the same time about what do we need to do as a global community, as a Ethereum ecosystem community to get to the first 1 billion users. So Ethereum is designed for people who live their day-to-day lives, and I think there definitely has that we have definitely encountered a bit of this mystification because it is a very cutting edge and the most innovative technology in the world. So I from my experience, just talking to people who might know anything about the blockchain space, it's the first, cognitive associations are either it's like the untouchable technological development that is not understandable or not widely adoptable by average users, so to speak, or it's like something that has been hyped to oblivion and it is only referring to investing and making a lot of money or whatnot. So I think the merge is going to be very important in the context of for the first time the global blockchain community will have very founded optimistic approach towards adopting new fabrics of society and the way that we approach these fundamental social concepts as well, such as being able to go out with your friends for dinner and pay it in it. It's going to be a very interesting and amazing bonding experience for people as well. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's
Okay,
a step. So I don't know if this, it's obviously good for the environment and it's good for, look at energy like across Europe at the moment. It is not a fun topic generally. But I think the biggest impact will have that will bring more people in. It's something that we were discussing in 2014 early on, where you want anybody with a phone to run Ethereum, and it's still, I think I spoke a few months ago with Vitalik, and it's still something that the community is pushing towards, right? We will get there at some point. It is still part of the vision. You want everybody to run the chain on their phone, and you can't do it without proof of stake, like a version of proof of stake. You can't do it based off just proof of work. So I think slowly we'll get to the billion that you were mentioning, Bogdan, but I don't think this is going to be the big step, but proving that we can do this step and the preparation that went into this and all the other things and all the work is just gonna, because there's another aspect that doesn't get discussed much, but I was talking to Peter, and I know I've spoken to you, Thomas, as well, to Peter Zilagi from Get, and you, Thomas, as well. There's, having worked for so long on this, you feel like once you get it done and it's there, and you have more confidence in yourself and your team as well, because you have pushed this through, and it wasn't just a technical thing. It was a lot more than just a technical. It was a human coordination thing. So I think we'll see an increased, because there is innate fear that you might mess it up, right? Because or your team might mess it up, and then proving that you can do it will bring confidence, and it will make people dream bigger as well. And yeah. Yeah, go on.
I have a question for you. You mentioned 1 billion people using Ethereum, and then you mentioned on a phone, and I'm just wondering if it's not on a phone and there's 1 billion people using Ethereum and there's 10 providers in the whole world, is that a success? Is that what we're building, or is it only a success if they're running a node of their own, those 1 billion people?
I don't know, to be honest. I think everybody would have a different definition. I think if it's just 10 providers and they're running this, I would personally not classify it as a success. It's definitely progress. But even if it is just 10 providers and let's say 1 billion people, it's what I was going with Bogdan's number. That's still progress. It's not when is success, right? Because when merge, when success, is there a point where you can look back at it and say, okay, we have succeeded? Generally there isn't, because there's always something you can improve, there's always something you can do better. There's that's one of the beauties of tech, right? Nothing's ever finished as long as it's still being used by people. So it's a step towards success. I don't know if I'm answering your question, Thomas, but it's even if we get there and it's just 10 providers, it is a step closer to whatever success is. But success keeps moving as a point or as a goal.
Yeah, I'm very interested in people running nodes, and making it easier for them to run, and making the node itself more productive so that the node gives better data to the person who's running it, so they actually want to run the node because they get better data.
And then they have better privacy as well, because then you can communicate. It's back to local apps, right? You don't need to trust a centralized third party to give you whatever it is, even though I built a centralized third party, right? With Crypto Compare, that's not what you want for people. It feels like we're slowly from it's an interesting thing. I'm not that old, but I'm old enough to have gone to the early thousands of the like the 1990s of the internet, and everybody now is looking at, oh my God, we can have apps that are local. But that's all we had in the 90s. It was apps that were local, and then we moved to centralizing things because we can scale better, or we assumed we can scale better, and we assumed we'd make it more accessible. And now we're seeing the fallback from, okay, we went too far with centralizing things and losing privacy. Maybe slowly, like Lefteris is doing Rotkey, and other apps are coming from that paradigm. We're slowly getting there, but in a different way, because it's not the same, right? You are running a node that feeds you all the data. You are contributing to the network. You're not isolated. You are private, which is not something that we had in the 90s or early thousands. You are isolated and private. Now you wouldn't be isolated, but you would still be private. So it's definitely progress. It's interesting to look at trends over time.
Yeah. I'm afraid it's like 40, this bit of progress up till here from the 90s took us 30 years. So maybe it's another 30 years till we kind of have what we're hoping for or something. But
yeah, to undo some of the things that we built towards, and then it's like we went too far. And we're still gonna the weird, because it's multiple forces pushing into multiple directions. We're still gonna keep going further, right? It's not like we're gonna, we went too far on centralization, we need to step back. No, there's business models that still work on that, so that's gonna continue as well. It's down to us to provide a better or similar experience, right?
This might be just my odd hour thoughts, but it came to my mind. What do you think, or do you know, are there any interesting solution out there already? Is it possible, like, to gamify the experience of running a node?
What, besides privacy and not so getting rewards for I don't.
Do you mean incentivizing people to run node?
It doesn't necessarily to add some sort of like economic incentivization to it, but like just how people how we could make the process of running a node or setting up your own node like a very enjoyable, user-friendly, and entertaining experience for people.
Pandas on the command line, maybe? I don't know.
If you stake, then you get the reward. It's quite rewarding if you get MEV payouts, but it's like, well, just running a node to verify the network definitely is not incentivized currently. And if you are talking about something like 1 billion users and running them on the phone, well, I think that we recently had this confirmation tweet from Vitalik saying that this is not the goal and it doesn't feel like this is needed. I don't see it personally like this. Like I'm even on that maybe bad side of I care less about the mass user adoption of blockchain, of the like retail style of buying a coffee, and more of the blockchain for the base layer for very solid, transparent, and decentralized society governance and financial processes, while you still can build the user applications in a bit more traditional model. And as long as you have those very solid layers on blockchain, then you have something to refer to solve the biggest issues that currently we see with the retail apps. They don't have to run maybe on blockchains themselves. So that 1 billion users can happen on something that uses blockchain underneath, and blockchain solves some very, very substantial, essential element of that usage, like some, I don't know, privacy or transparency, because sometimes we want transparency, but like when looking at what government does, we want privacy when showing what we do. So we need both. The thing is that nowadays we have it other way around, right? Like we don't know what the government does, and the government does know what we do. And it's not what we want the government to be there for. So we are on the way. Like, does the merge change it? I think this is the opportunity to say, hey, like the merge doesn't improve scalability. It doesn't solve any problems if like we mentioned this 10 or 15% additional throughput, but this is a bit of like a side result of some decisions, like minor parameters. It's not something that is designed to be an improvement in scalability. That will be coming with L2s, with dank sharding, with the data availability, and so on. So this is the path, and it's calculated, right? Like, so when you see the recent Vitalik's talks about Ethereum roadmap to scalable Ethereum, he shows how the rollups and data availability, how they improve the throughput, right? So he shows this like 100x improvements in the fees, like saying, hey, this will cost maybe like 2 or 3 cents to process transaction. And this might be still like it's 2 cents comparing to now, but then if the demand grows, then obviously this 2 cents comes back to $2 or $10, and then you less and less can talk about billion users, because with billion users you start to look at the countries that and population that doesn't spend $2 or $10 per transaction. So these problems will remain unsolved for a while, but we're making steps. It's a bit like with internet in the past, right? Like, so it took us a while to get the internet where we can just simply paying almost nothing download 4K movie. Everybody was talking about like the need for faster internet for 20 years, and it's just getting faster and faster and faster. And the same thing will be happening with blockchain. And sometimes it will be a massive jump. Sometimes it will be just a small increase.
I guess one question I have for the guys in the Cambridge office is I've heard a lot about like recursive Starks and like using like layers upon layers in StarkNet. Is that something you guys have an opinion on, or kind of give us like an overview of what that could enable?
it does enable more scalability, but I think something that people often just see as like infinite scalability is, I don't think that that is true. I think there's a certain ceiling that you hit, and also the trade-offs that you make to get to that point is longer finality times on L1 and weaker guarantees about the finality of your transactions or data, the lower you go in the stack of recursion. So I think that, yes, it does get us a lot of scalability, but not infinite. That's the point that I really want to make.
Yeah. So basically, doing the recursive proofs, you get to do highly parallel computation, but you also introduce latency because you have to wait for the subset of proofs to be finished before you can do the next set. So it does actually cause kind of an interesting interaction there. Another thing that is quite interesting, which hasn't been talked about, and I think it's because it might not actually be an issue, but you are making a probabilistic statement about a probabilistic statement, and those errors compose. So Ellie's doing some interesting work here, and he will be he and the Stark team will be releasing a paper on the composition of errors within Stark proofs in the scope of parallel and also in the scope of series, where you do one proof after the other. The whole chain as a whole, the probability degrades slightly. So it's kind of an interesting question, like how far this goes. But Starkware currently is using their parallel proofs to huge effect, and hopefully we'll be able to get a much higher throughput as a result, which is just basically the whole point.
So something that we should have maybe explained is what is recursive proofs. So the idea really is that you can have a proof of a verification of a proof, and you could do that n number of times, and that's what the recursion is, that you can have a proof of a verification of a proof. That's what the recursive part means here.
Yeah. So you can also see it as a form of data compression, where you make some statement about some data, and then you compress it into a very short statement about this data. So this allows you to basically do recursive compression, and therefore making bigger and bigger statements in smaller amounts of space. Yeah, I think it's going to see mass adoption, and the Starkware is the right people to be looking into this, and you'll start seeing L2s everywhere looking into being able to do recursive proofs, because it allows you to do really cool stuff like L3s, for example. Like you can say you want to just host your own Starknet, have some unique properties to it, and then you can just do the verification very cheaply and very easily because of the recursive proof part, rather than having to re-implement all of Starknet within Starknet, which just is nothing.
On that end, something that really cool that you could do is provide a different constraint system. So in some sense, have a ZK EVM layer 3 that is verified on a Starknet layer 2, which is then verified on a L1. Basically, you could build a custom ZK layer of your own as a layer 3, custom building blocks and custom sets that you could use, and still verify that on a Starknet standard L2. So it gives you the option of just building your own custom layer of ZK proofs, and possibly also then do, instead of just doing a general VM, you could do a specific for your app or dApp as well, where you're just proving the transactions on your dApp, not the execution of some program, general program, which probably enables a lot of other use cases which we probably can't even think about right now, or I can't anyway.
You mentioned that this doesn't offer unlimited scalability. Is this because recursive proofs kind of eventually reach some kind of minimum proof size, or what's kind of the bottleneck there?
Well, yeah, there are two factors here. One is that you actually, as I said before, you kind of increase the latency because you have to wait for the proof to finish for the deeper level of proofs, right? So if you go n deep, you have to wait for n sets of proofs to finish before you get to your block. And so this doesn't scale infinitely, but it scales in a huge capacity if you can run really fast proofs. And this is kind of what Starkware hopes to achieve, is they want to decentralize, but they don't want to decentralize to the same extent that your other L1s decentralize, because they can say we get free computational integrity, right? So this is one property that you get sort of get through your Ethereum L1, where you say that you cannot lie about your computation. And the proof system says you get this for free, but you don't get censorship resistance, right? You still need to do some decentralization to get these other properties that the L1 have. But we can get away with a smaller amount because we don't actually have to do so much to prove computational integrity. And so you can have a smaller set, and as long as censorship is maintained, which just means that it's easy to spin up another node if you're being censored, right? Then you get a lot of the properties of the L1, which is like the hope here. And yeah, but the other reason it doesn't scale like very well is because, or infinitely, yeah, it doesn't scale very well, but not infinitely, is because there's degradation in the probability of the correctness of this proof, right? And now you can set the error to the proof to be arbitrarily small, right? And therefore you can also set the composition of these proofs to be arbitrarily small. But as you increase this or decrease this probability of error, you increase the computation time for the proof. You have to do more samples, basically. And so that means that all like across every layer, you also have to increase increase the probability of correctness, and all of the proofs slow down as a result. So it becomes kind of tricky finding the sweet spot. Where do these proofs produce the most performance, and how large can the proofs be, and how long do they take to compute? So
an interesting approach to scaling this in the what's the word for it? Empirical times would be building ASIC provers, because that would just scale the proving times to a different level. Theoretically, this would still have the same bounds that you have described, but empirically, we would just see quite different numbers for scaling with the ASICs for provers.
Yeah, because you just reduce the proof times, right, by some measurement. Yeah, it's a really cool technology. I'm actually like very, very impressed with this, because it's taking small amounts of the the guarantees of decentralization out of the decentralization mechanism, and just like underpinning it with some mathematical primitive, and then like reclaiming the other guarantees through like weaker decentralization, right? And it's a very cool way of trading off these properties. Does anyone have any questions on how?
In case you've done a really bad job of explaining the version, I've also shared a link on the YouTube.
Yeah, I have a question. What stops the L2 running into the same scalability problems as the L1?
Well, as I just explained, the idea is that we can have like weaker decentralization than what you would expect. So Ethereum's got what, 20,000 nodes currently all working at the same time-ish? Am I right on that number? While Starkware is considering numbers
in the hundreds,
in between the 20s and the thousands, but like they could probably end up hundreds, right? So the hope is then that this decentralization doesn't have the same overhead, because you are paying for the compute of all these machines running at the same time.
It still does hit the same problems in the storage layer. And that's where we're hoping different data availability schemes and different data availability solutions provide like the next scaling front for that. So yeah. And layer 3s also can choose their own data availability solutions. So that's one way of scaling through that endpoint as well.
So what these ZK rollups really provide is really cheap computation compared to other ones. But the properties of state management remain the same. Right?
Yeah, and because I can I guess like trust that any computation, like I can trust computation that goes on the L2. The only thing I really worry about is like censorship resistance. So like if the sequencer isn't publishing my transaction to L1, I should theoretically be able to generate the proof myself.
Yeah.
Nice. Beautiful.
Yeah, there are various different strategies to this. Like one of the early things that they considered was, do we just allow anyone to like just send the proof in? But this causes really weird interactions, because now I can basically front run people and see like there's a bunch of transactions coming into the next block. So I'm just going to send in one very short proof for one transaction, which completely ruins the state. And they can't compute the state diff anymore. So now all of your computation just falls out, right? So this is no longer an option. So they want to decentralize in a way where you basically have a leader election, and then they can then submit the proofs correctly for this particular block. Yeah, the other properties that you need to have are, so you've got censorship, you have liveness, right? Like if your L2 provider just goes down, then what are you going to do? And there are some really interesting papers on how you can have basically recursive L2s and L3s, and then ways of proving the state from some L2 to, or from your higher like layer to the next layer up, so that you can exit from underneath this this layer, right? And there's some really cool schemes about how to do this. Like if you but they always come up with trade-offs basically, because if you want to prove it to the higher state, you need to do some state proof where you have some Merkle tree and you say, okay, well, 2 down from what you think is the state root, like I have this state now. But then you have to propagate this all the way up the chain, right? And there are other mechanisms. I'm going to get a little bit in the weeds here because this is a while since I read this stuff.
The L3s.
Oh yeah. Another problem that you face is how do you communicate between these layers? And there's like 2 approaches. So you can oracleize in some sense, or you can do a zero knowledge handshake, basically, where you just produce a statement saying, I would like to talk to this particular layer. And then you produce a proof saying I sent this message, and then they verify, right? And then they produce a proof saying I have done the verification, and then they return this back to the original caller, right? So they have messages both ways, but you can't guarantee that this is going to happen, right? They could go down, you don't get a response. And then if it's absolutely imperative you send the message, you can basically lock your layer, and then it'll lock the parent layer and the parent layer all the way up to the root, to the L1, and then it'll propagate the message back down the other side to see whether or not it gets a response. And if it doesn't, then it fails. But
Can I jump in and ask a question?
Yeah.
I do this all the time. I kind of come to these meetings and I ask questions that are like a little from the outside. So I'm just gonna ask an outsider's question.
Sure.
But one of the things that always worries me is that, well, even just on Ethereum layer 1, I can't even remember where all my wallets are. I have like 40 wallets. I have 40 wallets, right?
Yeah.
And I have a feeling like there's some ether laying around somewhere that I don't know where it is. And I'm just wondering what you guys think about, like, it just feels like you're just one, I'm not sure of this, but you're just one layer 2 of many layer 2s in my future life. Is that true, do you think? And then how do I avoid, you know, a big chunk of money laying on layer 5 and I just completely forget about, like, you know, that just feels like something that is really a big challenge that might threaten the success of these layer 2s and 3s and 4s and stuff.
Yeah. You're right. It is a usability nightmare if you consider that you can just move between any layer.
Yeah,
right?
it's so easy. It's so easy to go back and forth.
The cool thing would be is that if account abstraction is native in all these layers, then maybe the perspective we have on like our ownership of tokens or is that my tokens look like they're just on a dApp. And I just open a dApp and it fetches all from different layers where what token distribution looks like and everything, since it can all just be proven using state proofs or ZK proofs or whatever we choose to do that. But I think account abstraction does provide a better UX for this problem as well.
This fosters 2 problems, right? One, tracking where all your state is across all these L2s, considering that anyone can spin up an L2 or an L3. So then you'd have to have some sort of secondary market, which just like basically analyzes the state across all the L2s and aggregates how much how many assets you have. So that
sounds like Google to me. That sounds like
Google.
Google.
Like a search for your assets across all L2s and L3s. Yeah.
Sounds like you need something to index on the blockchain.
Yeah, something maybe like what you guys think.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what I say. I think I'm because I have like, I think there's like some money laying around and I want to find it. That's why I want to index stuff. But it's an interesting problem. I think and each layer 2 team has a beautiful idea and they go and build this beautiful idea and they try to attract part of the population to their layer 2, and then you get this explosion of different things and it gets really, really complicated just from a regular person wanting to know where their stuff is. And then sometimes I feel like people will fall back and just say, I'm just going to use this particular layer 2, and I don't care about all the other ones or something like that. So yeah,
Well,
it's very interesting.
You can see L2 implementations as in the same way that L1s are as a free market of these implementations, right? And users do select between which ones they think are
like
the
cheap
properties that they
yeah,
need.
like cheap and fast is going to
Yeah, yeah, which are the properties that a lot of, like, let's say the average person is looking for when they're interacting with. Another thing to bring into the mix here is that your L2s don't need to be like, so you can either go fully general and say this is some giant recursive system that you can access in LN at any point, and then do with some particular properties between latency and like cost, right? But you can also see them as these specialized versions where you say that some L3 is specifically for an institutional client, right? So in that sense, it may not be that you have assets on all these different Ls because it's not interesting for you as a user, right? It is more interesting for you as a specialized user that you might have a specialized chain, right? That's basically the same problem and the same sort of interactions you see on the L1 space and the L2 space, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a nightmare, I think.
Future nightmare.
Yeah, future nightmare. But there's a lot of work going on in wallets right now to try and make these things more seamless and to keep an aggregate overview of what your situation is in DeFi, right?
It does raise a good point about like how the approaches these wallets take. Do they take like an optimistic Oracle approach? Or do they take a storage proof, ZK, whatever, like some kind of technically sound approach or some optimistic approach? It'd be interesting to see what they do.
Yeah, in the case of Starkware, you have a different signing key length, right? So you have to have a different wallet, like you have to generate a different key in some sense. But now with the count abstraction, this is less of an issue, but it's still a factor in the early days of Starkware for Starknet. Sorry. Yeah. I'm expecting that people will be moving between L2s quite fluidly, and that there will be some wallets which will take it into their personal responsibility to abstract over all of these, which is something that, like, I think is kind of being looked into in Nethermind a bit at the moment, but there will be more communication with that in the future.
And there was a community chat question as well, and it was what you're describing is like locking in a distributed database, right? Question mark. Global locks are very hard. Row level locks are even harder, correct?
Yeah, there's not much to add to that because it's kind of bang on the money. Basically, you have a giant distributed database, and you want to try and get information between it in a way that maintains the properties of this database, right? Yeah, so if anyone has a really good database engineering background and is interested in working in L2 scaling solutions, I have some really cool papers for you to read, so just hit me up on them too.
I think we're below 3 hours, 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Now to the merge. The hash rate is at 790, I think. So 527 UTC is when the merge should happen. I found a few questions that we didn't answer before. There was one particularly interesting. What's the worst thing that can happen during the merge? I think the worst thing that can happen is the chain stopping, really. So this would be maybe if, for example, all GEF clients have some failure, and there at the same time there is a massive failure between consensus layer clients, and they all get out of sync, and people cannot find it quickly what's happening. So this is the absolute worst scenario. Yeah, it's super unlikely. Maybe the last bad scenarios are where one of those events happen and it takes maybe a few hours to get chain to consistency, but it's progressing. It's just people have a bit of trouble and there is some chaos and on tracking what's happening. Well, coming back to the worst scenario, even worse is when this happens, actually it lasts for a few days until people decided like they have to revert something. But
come back to that statement, we went through 30 different merges on different networks, on different testing levels, and testing on Ethereum improved over the years a lot. I mean, we've added phasing, we've added thousands and thousands of tests on the EVMs, we've added tests on the level of infrastructure. The Hive tests are running regularly, which is a black box testing for all the clients, which used to be only on GAF. On Hive tests, we've added additional transition tests, and we've added the shadow forking, which was not really the case before the previous forks. So this is different Ethereum, much better tested, and we didn't see any catastrophic event like that on the testnets. There was a bit of confusion in some of the testnets transitions, but on mainnet it's very unlikely. But since you're asking, someone is asking about the absolutely worst scenario, this is the absolutely worst scenario, right? Like, so this is why there was not so much testing, because people were aware that if testing is not there, then the absolute worst scenario is very, very bad. Anybody wants to add? Like, so like I took this one because all our core developers are actually now sleeping and waking up probably soon. So, but if anybody wants to discuss like the different bad scenarios and what can go wrong and what would be the impact. Actually, the question is, what would be the impact if Ethereum disappears for a week, for example, the mainnet, what do you think would happen?
I'm gonna say, what would replace it? Like what would replace it? I think people would wait until it came back, because they're not going to all of a sudden jump over to something else. It doesn't seem to me, because they're hoping so badly that their crypto kitty comes back or something. Yeah. So I mean, it might set us back 5 years or something like that, possibly, or something. If it goes away for a week, it might set us back, but then we're in. All the builders can build again, kind of.
In this situation, does Ethereum go away and then just comes back after a week, or do we know that it's coming back after a week for sure?
Nobody knows what's happening.
I think you lose a lot of institutional clients, right? I mean, that's one of the things that they look for a lot is reliability.
Ish, right? Not to name names, but there are chains that constantly go down that are very right? Institutional clients, right? And as I was saying earlier, in like, because we track pricing, that this is what we do at Crypto Compare, and I know of chains that were down for weeks and people were still trading on exchanges, and because most of the trading happens on centralized exchanges, you just can't deposit and withdraw, you just lose that bit, but you can still trade, and prices. It wasn't Ethereum, right? It was other less used blockchains, but prices didn't crash in I would say to the degree that one would expect when the software is not working as it should. And you can always argue your way out of it, right? If we're stronger now, we've been to this, and now we can, like, this is just the narrative is going to change to that, right?
Trial by fire. Yeah.
We were trying something very complicated, very brave. We did a lot of testing. Like you can already see the arguments, right? And then bear with us while we're working this out. And then next time it will be so much better. It's very unlikely to happen, as Thomas said, but you could easily argue your way out of it, right? Some people would have to make some statements. You'd show that everybody's working together. I guess one of the interesting things was it wasn't planned, but to a similar effect was DevCon Japan, I think, when there was the attack on the IOPS because they were cheaper or something along that kind of made the network not process as many nodes. And I say out of that.
like in 2016, I think.
Or 2017, where all the devs were together, and then it came. I can't remember when it was. Might have been 2016, as you said, Thomas. But I'd argue that the narrative coming out of that was even when we were least focused and more distracted, we still pulled together and did something, and it shows the quality of the team, right? Even though the network stopped for a bit.
Right.
Well, it didn't stop. It wasn't processing as many transactions as you'd expect it to. So,
you know, I think it might be like all hands on deck, right? And it might be if there's 16 different combinations of layer 2 or you know, execution clients and consensus clients, maybe 3 or 4 of those combinations work, and that's the one that everybody kind of relies on for a couple of days, and then 2 or 3 more come back after a while. And I don't think they'll all, it doesn't seem like they're all going to fail, but
I guess, Thomas, do you know of any like a backup contingency? Okay, everything blew up. We have a plan, right? We get on a call, somebody hugs us together, we figure something out, like from a infrastructure provider sort of thing. And I guess for you as well, Thomas.
Yeah, we've seen. So, that was for me or for
both of you, right? Both of you.
No, I say I don't know anything about.
So there are mechanisms to bring like on different levels. You can have core devs jumping together on calls. First we use the secure chats to exchange messages to just suggest that there are potential problems or detected problems, or explain the logs with each other. And then there are potential calls when we actually bring people together and start discussing things on the call. So it was happening during some of the open Ethereum issues. I think during Berlin hard fork, there was an issue of open Ethereum. It was out of sync for a few hours, 3 or 4 hours. So practically for 3 hours, the majority of the clients, core devs, were on the call trying to help and resolve the issue. Then what else is there? Well, now it would be even more people. Like you would have consensus layer clients, execution layer. Also, people are a bit more prepared for the merge to provide a support and backup. Forks like Berlin were not expected to be that problematic. So people would be caring about their clients, but maybe not observing the entire infrastructure and an entire community ecosystem. So now the question is, what is the contingency plan if something is really, really bad? I think some of the teams were discussing, hey, like we can set the potential revert off chain up to 2 or 3 weeks. So this is the area of like the worst happens. So like if you revert weeks of operations, terrible. If the block stops for a week and then continues, bad, because the settlement happens suddenly for all the DeFi protocols and so on. But probably less problematic than the reversal. And all of those are taken into consideration as some of the last resort solutions. So it's not like we would have to think of something that we were never discussing before. We really discussed a lot of very, very drastic approaches to the toughest of problems. So we were nowhere close to those in any of the testnets. So I think there was one situation on Robston when someone did some massive mining causing trouble, and we did some revert on this one on Robston. So we just said like, hey, we switched to another branch. But it was typical because it's a very specific situation when you have Robston with almost no hash rate, and anybody suddenly starting mining on Robston would cause massive trouble. And it's impossible in mainnets.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I guess the revert scenario would be the merge goes through, everything works for a week or 2, and then people figure out there is something massively broken, right? There's no revert scenario where you go back 3 weeks at the moment. And it would be in 3 weeks' time after the merge happens, I would assume. Because it would just stop working at the moment, and you could just switch back, get on calls with people, sort something out, convince the miners to come back. Yeah, it would. I'd still argue it wouldn't take a week, right? It would be much less than a week.
Hey, Thomas, you just said it was impossible on mainnet, and I was just going to add that that's what the guy that sailed the Titanic said as well. But I'm gonna say goodbye. It's actually late here, so happy merge day. I hope tomorrow there's like a celebrations in the streets, and I can't believe that it's taken this long, and it's so amazing that it's been, it's here. It's just amazing, really. I've been hearing about this since the first day I ever heard of anything with Ethereum, so it's very exciting. So thanks for inviting me, and have fun.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us,
Yeah.
discussing.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It's always a good point when someone says like impossible. I would make the same statement here, like don't say it. So let's think about what would have to happen for some massive hash rate game on Ethereum mainnet. So all the miners switch off all the hash rate and then starting to mine alternative chain, right? Like so, and then not progressing at all on the mainnet. And then you would have to bring some new miners with massive hash rate to mine there. And because it's the terminal total difficulty and not the block number, it would take a long time. So so this is the possibility, and it means that some of the miners that Hudson mentioned that were quite friendly and supporting for the long-term Ethereum success would have to be involved here as well. So we're talking about Sparkpool and Nethermind, which are actually already building their staking capacity, and they are staking operators. So let's use it as unlikely instead of impossible.
And,
Definitely impossible
yeah,
is a bad
exactly.
word.
And they would also, based on my discussions with some of the mining pools, they also hold ETH, right? They don't want to hurt the ecosystem necessarily because they're hurting themselves to a degree. I guess one of the more interesting discussions that we haven't had is, and it's something that we had to communicate a lot internally with all our index clients, with all the portfolio management companies who use our data, is what happens with ETHW. How do you treat that if you're a fund and you had Ethereum? Now you've got this other thing that is potentially worthless, maybe not, who knows, and you have to decide what do you do. And I guess I'm gonna answer the question myself, right? Because this is a discussion I've been having a lot, and it's late. It's everybody's waiting to see what their custodians are doing, basically, because they all have custody somewhere, and if the custodian doesn't give you access to your ETHW, then you don't really have it in the fund because you don't have access to your keys. But it feels very unlikely that a proof of work chain would gain a lot of I guess usage when you've already got a proof of work chain that has been around since the DAO, right? That's gonna stay proof of work, Ethereum Classic. So it feels like it's been discussed a lot, but it probably isn't gonna lead to anything.
I don't know if you feel this way, but in my opinion, it's just a painful conversation. Like I'd rather be talking about just about anything else than
yeah, I agree.
the POW chain.
if I can be the optimist,
Yeah.
aren't the incentives still like in the miners' favors to continue up until the point that the total block difficulty is there? Because they still have the opportunity to extract MEV, they still have the reward. I mean, there's no real reason to switch out until like the other chains become way more lucrative. So hopefully that just keeps it chugging along, right?
I think we all agree here, but sometimes we just jump into those unlikely scenarios, yet not impossible scenarios, and try to play with them. And then they lead to more and more questions, but we did discuss them a lot for sure. Actually, there is one comment from the chat where they say, hey, like it sounds like everything will be fine. Everyone is so confident. I would like to add that maybe there is some lack of confidence for sure. Like for the observer, from the core developers, we're judging that internally about like, hey, what's the chance of the chain having some problems for a few hours? And we gave it like a single-digit percentage chance, which is huge for the type of network and the type of update. Like so it's not like we're thinking everything will go right. It just, I think there is some non-negligible chance that there will be some hiccup, which will be followed by a resolution. And I think we are very, very confident of this resolution coming fast. Okay, slow, within hours, okay? So this is like the worst scenario that sounds within the realm of likelihood. That's how I see that. The other thing is why we don't feel maybe not confident is because in the end, there's major operators that have configured everything and that control a lot of validators, are the only ones that have to resolve it for the basic operational activity. Like we've maybe lots of solo stakers having trouble for a while. Well, so that's why we think that that resolution will have a lot of professionally trained, hired people to resolve it available, and it won't be like, oh, okay, half of the network went blank and nobody knows what to do. So this is unlikely.
And as an external observer, I would argue that the confidence in a quick resolution also comes in from, this is people who have spoken to each other a lot. The teams know each other. They've been together in the same room at different times. It's not just you trust them professionally. You know them as individuals as well, and that's, I guess, where the confidence that you're mentioning comes from in a quick resolution and quick discussion, because you don't have the awkwardness of back and forth introductions and other things. It's more like because it's been coming for so long and it's been tested on so many it's been tested so many times, you kind of it's closer to a huge team working together than multiple companies, right? And is that the feeling that you get from within, Thomas?
Yeah, so in I think in September last year, we had this Forta event in Greece where 7, I think, of the client development teams met together, spent a few days together. So, there were events, we were going on spending dinners together, talking, working on the specifications, launching things together. And the teams also were trying to get this interoperability between the different pairs of consensus layer, execution layer clients. And on what you had as a follow-up, everyone knew who to reach out to help resolve issues, and any Discord conversations on the calls, core dev calls were much simpler to execute. People knew who they were talking to and who they should be talking to if something goes wrong. So that for sure brings more confidence. So you have so many teams, all of them with slightly different set of potential problems, but also a set of potential strengths to help resolve problems with other solutions. So, and if 1 or 2 clients will have trouble, then everyone else will jump in to help. So that's big confidence here. I'm trying to scan for other questions that we have. So someone said 2 hours to go, which is amazing. Would they revert if the chain freezes or breaks? I think yes.
well, whatever will make chain in the end to be operational, revert as the worst scenario.
Thomas, can I ask you a question really quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think earlier in this call, and I think I saw some stuff about it on Twitter as well from some of our core devs, that some of the early testnet merges, there were some not failures, but like inefficiencies. So I guess like my question is like, maybe like what were those specifically? And also like what might not be the worst case scenario, but what might be like the not best case scenario?
Well, so I think there is this chart and Dune Analytics that shows when different validators were launched over the last 20 months or so. And then you can start thinking of, hey, like, is there possibly a set of people that forgot or don't know anymore how to maintain their clients? Well, they might be if this border.wtf was not worth, I don't know, $40,000. I think for majority of these validators, this is not non-negligible amount of money to take care of. For those for whom 40,000 would not be matched, and probably they run so many validators together that it actually makes it a lot, and they care as well. Which means that that scenario where some configuration issues lead to people just dropping out are less likely than on testnets. And on testnets, they were not so problematic. However, on testnets, much of those nodes were run by client teams that knew how to operate them, and they just dropped additional validators. But this is comparable to large operators, large validator operators on mainnet. So coming back to the problems from, okay, so we may have some missing blocks like empty slots. This may happen. And there's high likelihood that, like in some cases, people will not be producing blocks. So we'll see that maybe 20% of blocks will not be produced. What else can happen? There might be potentially some risks to the MEV Boost, leading to the similar case of like blocks not being produced maybe or dropped. Those are being addressed, so I don't think that MEV Boost here is any more of a risk than any of the clients, like consensus and execution layer clients. So just on the equal rights. So you have to remember there is one more component. What else could go wrong? So yeah, either missing blocks or empty blocks. However, empty blocks are less likely, I think, than the missing ones. I don't think that we will see the risk of slashing. I think slashing is unrelated to what we see here. Although, okay, so there was one scenario when I considered the slashing is possible, where the set of changes to configuration by some large operator is introduced in a way that's just because they're introducing massive set of changes, they potentially do that so carefully that they do it too carefully, they launch like two things together. So it's maybe hard to explain, but like sometimes you prepare so much, you plan, and then when you execute it, you feel like that you so prepared that the execution is a simple part, and then you may actually make mistakes at the last part of the executing what you've prepared very well. So as that's maybe when the large operator can slash themselves. Maybe some problems around like some actions towards censoring immediately after the merge. So like within weeks after the merge, where we suddenly see, hey, like, oh, this triggered some activity from regulators and so. But again, I don't think we should see it.
What happens to the miners who have not updated in a while? Would they? Yeah. What happened? I guess they still accept blocks, but they can't produce blocks. Or would they just be totally out of
because
sync?
the block distribution changes. The miners will not prepare for the merge. Well, just go out of the network entirely, right? So they don't create blocks, but they also cannot listen to blocks anymore. Maybe they can mine between themselves. So there's some kind of like natural split where they keep not using the fork. And so this exists almost in,
they would hit the difficulty bomb. So they would have had to update at least the previous update that delayed the difficulty bomb, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be mining that much anyway.
Yeah, over time, but this would take a few weeks. I mean, this happens almost every single fork. We see like some very small group of miners just wandering off to their own realm and mining for a few days before they realize that, oh, we forgot to upgrade the nodes. So it might be like there's some small farm and the person just looks there like once per few days or so, checks if it's producing money, and then realizes, oh, there was some update, network update. It happens. We've seen that happening. So yeah.
I guess another thing worth mentioning is not just that the miners and the node operators have been upgraded. The exchanges themselves are all aware of this, and they run the latest nodes. Infura and all the other data providers or facilitators are actively monitoring this as well. So it's not just the implementation teams and the that are aware of this. It's the full ecosystem. Eh?
Well, you mentioned Infura and like Alchemy, so infrastructure providers.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, if something goes wrong there, then irrespectively of whether the entire chain is healthy, there will be a significant impact on the community, on the users, because Infura and Alchemy are used in so many decentralized apps as a source of data. So we've seen it in the past, right? Infura had this downtime for a few hours, I think, due to non-updated gaps. So I think that's maybe why you were asking about it. And it caused trouble. Well, yeah, I think it so sometimes people assume, oh, if it happened once, then probably this time they'll pay more attention, so it's less likely that it will happen again. So I think all the books that understand these topics say that actually it's the other way around. Like if it happens once, then it's more likely it will happen again, because it already suggests some kind of like deep processes, problems, and so on that are not that easy to adjust, to fix.
But I guess the argument would be that the longer the time, so if it happened once, it's more likely to happen quickly again. But the more time passes, the less likely it is, because it will take you a while to put all the processes in place.
That's true. And also, I think that the larger the fork, like the more meaningful the change, the more likely is that people will not miss it. Like, so it's really hard to imagine someone who cares about the business, like the least, that would miss the merge, right? Like you can imagine them missing something like difficulty bomb delay fork. That's why difficulty bomb delays are so risky, because they're so small, they are meaningless for majority of the people. They're just technicality. Nobody advertises them. Nobody retweets them, because there's no fun to retweet it. That they'll be like just difficulty bomb delay, and then suddenly someone can miss it. But here on the merge, I mean, like everyone retweets the merge, and everyone hears about the merge, and more or less everyone knows that it happens now. Okay, let's try to move to other topics. But this is interesting. I think we'll be coming back to this conversation over and over again. Not over and over again. I mean, like, we only have 2 more hours to really think about it, whether it will happen, and then we will know. But yeah, maybe we'll come back once or twice again. Let's see if there's anything else, any new questions added. So we have people joining from India. We have people are asking, okay, which chain stopping, Beacon or Miner? So we meant like Beacon chain, which leads to the stop of the entire chain. miner replay. Okay. Vitalik said he expected miners to drop hash rate as the merge got closer. This hasn't happened. Vitalik said that he's surprised about it in a tweet today.
It still hasn't happened, right? Because we checked at 2 hours ago, and it's still the same state. Ethereum Classic is at the same level of hash rate, and Ethereum is at the same level of hash rate as it was an hour or two ago when we last checked.
Yeah, we can probably check again in a moment. Etherscan hash rates, and it's okay. So this one doesn't have the granularity, so we'll need to have some other source for the hash rate.
I'm curious, is the thinking behind this that miners are gonna turn off their like stop mining early to like sell their GPUs before like everyone floods the market?
Yeah,
or like what's
that's probably less likely. They probably already like have arrangements of selling them or scraping them on the scrapping. And I think the only situation where they would want to switch off very early would be if they prepared for some fork and they wanted to move there a bit earlier before the merge, or if there is sudden massive incentive to move to some other chain and mine there, like unexpected one, or if they simply plan an attack on the network, like just to express, I don't know, disappointment or so.
I'm curious where the hash rate is going to end up moving. I think that'll be interesting to watch.
So my bet is it won't move significantly. Somebody says, I was thinking that if Ethereum went away, so that's Chris back here commenting, a lot of DeFi like Aave would break because they cannot liquidate accounts that get out of position, and there would be a lot of volatility now. So if the chain disappears, then still the next block, even if it happens after a week, it's still the next block. So the liquidation happens in the next block. And the liquidation happens almost on the same terms because the prices didn't get adjusted yet. So the prices have to get adjusted. So you have some kind of delayed catching up with setting up the market rates right, prices right. So people would start arbitraging and playing and liquidating over many blocks after the chain comes back. And it would affect probably a lot of players. I mean, some people would make money on this, some people will lose.
Just kind of back to what like Vlad mentioned something earlier, that like even like when a chain goes down, like it's usually still tradable on exchanges.
Yeah. Oh.
And I know like Compound, for example, and I think Aave as well, like relies on like either Coinbase oracles or Chainlink oracles that reference prices on exchanges. So like that actually could become an issue, at least in my mind, if they're not using like purely on-chain data like Uniswap. But I mean, if it happens, it happens, in my opinion.
I think one interesting question is like, what responsibility does Chainlink have, or Coinbase as runners of oracles? Like they're in a position where they can keep their oracles in a state where they protect users' liquidity and stuff. And like, what would that look like? What would it's a lot of power they have, and like manipulating oracles to protect user funds it's a slippery slope. It's you're manipulating oracle and it's for a good reason, but it's like, who chooses if the reason's good? So I think that'll be really interesting to see how that played out. And I couldn't predict it, but I'd definitely be watching if something like that occurred.
I think the only way for the oracle is just to push the price that they see. You cannot really manipulate price to protect the users as a whole. You can protect a subset of users because unless you have some situation when the money is burned, when the ETH is burned or locked forever, it will just be moving from some accounts to another account. So you're not really protecting users, you're taking sides. So I don't think oracles will decide to do anything else than simply keep pushing the prices that they see. It's just we have some delay in liquidations. So when Vlad was talking about the chains that would keep trading, I think that might be the chains with less DeFi activity on them. Like so on Ethereum, the DeFi activity causes the chain that is maybe tradable on the native coin, but not tradable in its DeFi ecosystem, and that DeFi ecosystem is only tradable when the chain keeps going forward. So
I'm pretty sure that Aave pushed a proposal right before the merge to like freeze ETH borrowing and liquidations until after the merge. I think probably specifically for this issue, but I can check back on this in a few minutes.
that's interesting. It'll be great to actually check of how many protocols did it.
I know exchanges generally delay or block. I don't know what the yeah, I should. I'll have in a few hours the people in my team who look at this constantly, but generally exchanges would block transfers, right? Withdrawals and deposits for a bit around important events. So maybe that's something else that was announced, or maybe not.
Definitely that data to collect. So I hope that we'll have more and more of it. People are expressing excitement about all of us really being here together and talking about the merge happening soon. It does feel like a special day or night, depending on where you are. I'm happy to be in like this. It's noon for me, but because I was so excited, I didn't sleep the day before, so it doesn't change much for me. It's probably even worse. And I think that many of us here are just going through the night, like they're just around 3-4 a.m. And at least once the people in the US time zones will not complain about the Ethereum world being so European centric. All right, now, so the question comes back at us. Any special transactions in the first block of proof of stake chain? So we were saying that yes, probably, but we didn't really expand on what transactions will be there. What specific transactions will land in the very first blocks of proof of stake? So if we have any proof of work chains, so any kind of like dumping of those coins, but to some extent I think that won't even happen because they will have so low value, but maybe. Somebody was explaining to me that, well, if you have a chain split, then on that minority chain, you would convert as quickly as possible everything, all your DeFi assets to ETH on that chain. Then you would bridge that ETH to the other chain, and then you sell it on the mainnet chain. And because of that, you want to immediately after the chain split execute the set of transactions to convert to ETH, because there'll be a massive drainage of the liquidity on the AMMs immediately. Everyone will try to sell to ETH because the stable coins immediately lose value there. So whatever you have in stables, like, so imagine that you hold, like in preparation for the merge, you're trying to avoid the risk. So you let's say you not a financial advice. Like some of the players will try to go to the less risky assets and consider the stable coins to be less risky. So they'll hold it in stable coins, and then the chain splits, which means that you have a clone of stable coin on another chain. But we don't expect, there will be madness to expect that any of the stable coins would say, hey, like we actually don't support the mainnet chain, we support that fork, and that's where our stable coin is valued. So it means that all your stable coins on one of the chains immediately lose value, but from the perspective of all the smart contracts, the prices are still like they were worth $1. So you want to immediately dump them for the native currency there, ETH. You cannot exchange them for, okay, you can exchange them either for ETH or for representations of some tokens. But again, tokens would also not be probably respected through the bridges, which means that only ETH is something that makes any sense because it survives on that chain, right? So whatever happens on that chain, there's like Armageddon on the DeFi space. No DeFi works there, most likely, but the ETH survives as a native token of that chain. So whatever you built on that chain, which is, that chain is a ghost, is a disaster, is like a scenario after a battle. And you have that ETH, and maybe people start building there, but no, Just people will be just promising to build there, but they won't probably build anything. So you have that ETH, and that ETH is that promise of building on that chain is the only thing that keeps the value of that ETH there. And then to build anything there, you have to build a bridge. So it means that you use that bridge to send the ETH back to the mainnet, and then you sell it. But it takes time, maybe. So I don't think all of this would happen so fast on the mainnet chain. It will happen fast on the minority chain.
Something
I'll come back later. Yeah.
So something interesting on that, I've kind of like thought through my head again, like kind of from a governance perspective, is like, yes, like if every like token becomes like basically worthless except for ETH, including governance tokens, like I could just buy all the governance tokens and pass proposals saying, hey, drain the treasury into my account, and I could just like take all the ETH that every single DAO has.
So yeah, I think analysis of all of those scenarios would require some proper simulations, and maybe somebody did it. But my claim was that the value of any splitting chain will be so low that the cost of simulation will not be worth of the effort, because the complexity is high, and the teams that will have to simulate it, I think they are having a better investment of their time simulating potential scenarios on the mainnet chain. So when you ask about the team of best searchers, like let's let them be, I don't know, 5, 6 fantastically talented developers, and what would you come to them with? Like, hey, simulate for me this minority chain, because maybe there will be like $3 worth Ether and some dumping and super complex scenarios and Armageddon, and maybe you will be able to bridge it and do something with it. Or you tell them, hey, there's some amazing volatility scenario, lots of unknowns around the merge on the mainnet, lots of money involved, spend time on this one. Like, there is an opportunity cost of investing your time into exploration, which means that probably weaker teams will be analyzing the minority chains, or weaker. I'm like, okay, or super trusting that there is money there.
I guess the more realistic scenario is one of the big exchanges follows the minority chain, so then you withdraw or deposit on the exchange, and then the prices are going to differ from that exchange to everything else quite a lot. So assuming one of the big exchanges follows the minority chain, right? You've got liquidity within the order books of the exchange where people assume that it didn't, and then you're the first one to realize that they're following the minority chain. Then you could make money that way of exchanges maybe, but still they know who you are, right? Because you've been KYC'd, and they might just go, actually, we made a mistake, we're gonna block withdrawals.
That's true. To some extent, I understand it, not everything, because I was in the meantime just talking to our new guest. Yeah, okay. So we have Erica joining. Hi, hello, Erica. Great you joining us. So Erica is from Crypto Seoul, and I had a pleasure to be invited to speak in Seoul last month, and soon in Vietnam, because of the amazing job that Crypto Seoul has been doing for many years for the ecosystem, for the community of builders. So Erica, I will just ask you whether you want to introduce yourself and go through some kind of like question, either light or heavy questioning, just to know like in what mood you are. Do you want to just listen and participate in conversation, or you want to be in the spotlight and talk a bit about what you built? Because we've seen both approaches, and everyone here who listens loved both approaches, like just seeing people contribute. Or okay, your choice now.
You put me in a bad spot. No, hi guys, my name is Erica, and I'm tuning in from Seoul, Korea. So we're approaching 1 p.m. here, so pretty good timing to watch the merge, actually. So good to be here, Tamaz. It's been amazing to have you in Korea and also in Vietnam soon. And my job is to host many builder-friendly events around Asia, especially in Korea. And I've been dedicated to the Ethereum, ecosystem since 2018. And when I first joined this crypto rabbit hole basically. And I was hosting numerous Ethereum meetups in Korea. And yeah, it was such a good journey. And I was also MC at DEF CON, so maybe you guys remember some of I saw you at Osaka maybe back then. But yeah, I'm kind of, here and there helping to host many technical events and such as like ETH Seoul and Middle Asia. So yeah, just good to be a part of it and good to meet you guys.
Great to have you here once again. Also receiving very positive messages supporting us, people saying that they enjoy the live stream. Thank you to all the guests who are here today, because you're making it so much better. And Erica, like actually to talk about the merge and crypto, so all crypto Korea and like and Northeast Asia. Do you see an uptick in interest in the Ethereum because of the merge? Like a lot of new builders appearing because of the media attention?
I think yes. Oh, somebody's speaking. Is it okay? Yeah, actually the reason why I hosted the merge meetup was because I wanted to bring more awareness and in terms of education, because some I think the public doesn't have like the specific details on what actually does happen and what changes, what's beneficial. So that kind of like a public awareness needs to be addressed. So I thought it would be nice to have such kind of a comfortable, casual ground for people to ask questions. And I mean, in the end, yesterday was kind of more technical than I expected. So it was good. I liked it more. But, I think in the general public, of course, like we're all kind of like tuning in on Twitter, also, on YouTube streams to just see like what's going to happen. I think we're all kind of tense. I think the Korean crypto community as a whole, we're just overseeing this whole historic moment in the Ethereum ecosystem. So yeah, I think it's getting a huge awareness. And actually, like a month back, we had Middle Asia conference and also ETH Seoul, and we did talk about the merge, right? Even like way before. So I think that kind of incrementally built up, and so yeah, this is quite a watch. Yeah. People are very aware of it for sure.
And maybe one more question from me about the Korea specifically. So we were saying that the users of NFTs are actually a bit more aware of the ecological aspects of the proof of work. They say, oh, we have this like artist, a bit different style, not only like financially focused, and they come and say, hey, but this is bad because it causes like the environmental damage. Is that being discussed in Korea as well? Like, is it visible in the community, especially as like NFTs and gaming and metaverse is so large? It's amazing here. Like in Korea, it's massive.
No, totally. So when I first helped out in kind of helping out NFT Korean artists because of the language barrier, I was kind of in back then we had the Clubhouse chat rooms, remember? And they were onboarding into the Clubhouse sessions, and I think they had a hard time in communicating in English, right? So I was helping them kind of get on board, and then what happened was I think the reason why they chose certain chains or certain like platforms was because the environmental, like that narrative was kind of like a keyword to some artists. And so I think they felt passionate about like that kind of narrative and just saying like, oh, this is really easy to understand in the sense that it is environmental friendly. And I think that narrative really caught on with the Korean artists and NFT. So that's definitely one of the keywords that kind of pops up every now and then. So even now, so I think it's great to have that awareness embedded in the artist like ecosystem as well. So that's good to see in Korea. Yeah.
Great. So maybe everyone should prepare for something like NFT winter, which means winter but not winter. It's like winter in the positive sense. Like we had DeFi summer in the summer and crypto winter in the summer. So now we can have an NFT winter, but summer. Okay, let's not go too deep into this. All right. Anybody? Oh, like maybe Eric, I want to ask questions to anyone here on the channel, to our guests, to our hosts, or.
I will put it on the chat room if I have some questions. But yeah,
Fantastic.
I think
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
We have a question from the audience, which is if that will be complicated one, I guess. If the majority of the validators are proposing blocks that would not be proposed by the default validators, do the minority nodes default all get slashed? So for sure not slashed. You only get slashed if you're proposing conflicting blocks or attesting to the conflicting blocks. I mean, let's say not for sure, but like most likely, this is nothing about slashing. Also, when you say majority versus default, so, well, majority is default. I mean, this is consensus. So like if 66% is wrong, that they are right, kind of. So there was a question about it actually during Amphora. People were asking, hey, what if majority is wrong? In a sense of like, in the consensus sense, they are right because they are majority, but everyone sees that there is obvious bug and majority is choosing wrong direction and causing some trouble with the block validity and so on. So I think particularly Peter Zilagi was talking about it. Hey, like what would we do if GAF would be wrong, but it would be majority? Would we switch to the minority chain, or would we change all the other clients to follow GAF? And I think my vague memory was that no, we would actually stick with the minority clients that are correct. But I don't think that was an obvious answer. Otherwise, I would probably remember it better. It was in the past, right? So we had this issues with parity and GAF in the past, and all the clients had to implement the buggy implementation of parity, of something specific around precompiles. I don't remember it well that much anymore. Yeah, P148, something like that. So this would be the scenario where you have the majority of the block proposers saying something is correct, and if it's of a minor issue that is not affecting a lot the chain, then maybe instead of reverting or changing consensus, people would say, hey, like just update the minority clients, introduce the same minor bug that is not affecting anyone, and we treat it as a canonical chain. So I imagine that it would be much simpler solution that people would call for that. If the bug is significant, then we would revert to the minority client. There would be this social consensus mechanism that is always visible in a sense that, hey, if the hard-coded consensus is wrong, if the algorithm is wrong, then the social consensus means that people who are using chain, they also can achieve consensus in different ways through the governance and so on, and they can announce like what they really want that chain to do. In a way, they program the system in particular way at the beginning. So there is some social consensus always leading to the actual hard-coded consensus. So it's always should have a priority in the end over the hard-coded one. Anything to add here? Again, knowing I'm simply looking all the time. It's not like I want to be the only person taking all of these questions. I'm just scanning quickly that most of the protocol engineers from our team at the moment are sleeping. So they're not on the call here. We have people with fantastic knowledge and on DeFi, on governance here. Maybe actually, David, like what's your view of the social consensus strength? If I can ask you that, because this is super important aspect. Like when you talk about governance, you will see, hey, these are the rules, but how do you override the rules with the social consensus?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that definitely, like, kind of like looking back to the DAO hack, even though like that was a very different time, is like an interesting case study. Something that I like talk and think about a lot is that when we talk about like overriding social consensus, it's like, who are really the parties that we're going to be listening to? And I guess this is kind of speaks to decentralization. If Vitalik comes out tomorrow and says like, hey, we weren't ready for the merge, even though everything worked. Like we should roll back. We should roll back the chain. Like what would happen if, like, I guess Vitalik, kind of being sort of like the face of Ethereum, just started saying, took the official position of we should roll back the chain. How many people would listen to them? And I mean, even if just like, I don't know, Vitalik, Thomas, and like just the heads of every single client team just kind of like made this public statement, like, would that be enough to convince the, like, I don't know, few 10 to 100,000 node runners to make this change? So I think that kind of like something that we need to strive for is like, well, we have like actual decentralization like of the protocol. I think we need like a vast decentralization of like thought leaders or experts within the protocol, and people that have like social influence over the future of Ethereum, which I think Ethereum like has done an amazing job with having like multiple client. I mean, when you have multiple clients, you don't just have like decentralization of the protocol. You have multiple client teams, and you have multiple people from different areas of the world, and I mean, working at different companies that are all kind of seen as being like part of the voice of Ethereum. And I think kind of the further we could spread that out, the better we are. I'm unsure if that answered your question, but it's just something that comes to mind.
No, it's a great one to make all of us think a bit more. I think the problem with this, with thinking about it, is always when we assume, oh, if Vitalik says something, somehow subconsciously we think probably what he says is quite reasonable. Because when we compose this question, like, hey, like if Vitalik proposed something obviously ridiculous for whatever reason, would it be enough for people to follow that? And the answer almost immediately is like, no. We usually think that at this stage where something is vague or like controversial, that's when like Vitalik or leaders of clients or Danny Ryan or so, when they say it's like, it sounds like, okay, all right. Like, so even if I'm preferring the other option, maybe like 3 out of 5 times, I still will go with what Vitalik or Danny would say. But this is with the assumption of, well, like this is reputation built over time. And it doesn't mean that something is broken or centralized, because that reputation as the result of all the other core developers assessing constantly the decision-making process and the research and the knowledge and the vision of those leaders, right? So, and there are many, and I've seen multiple times that disagreements with some minor statements from those leaders, right? Or like proper discussions. And also, I think by them, I sometimes, I think now I say like Danny, right, and Vitalik. They may avoid sometimes taking like very specific hard decisions in the topics, unless they have really strong statement on in some area of security or so.
Yeah, I think it does speak a lot to Ethereum. I think when you kind of like are able to look at other projects and a lot of like newer chains that kind of only have the founding team working on like a single client. I mean, I know that, I mean, even if Vitalik came and said something slightly controversial, there would at least be like 10 other people that are like recognized within the community and have a few like 100,000 Twitter followers that people will listen to. If they can come out and say like, hey, what he's saying is ridiculous, we don't want to listen to it. So there actually is like I guess enough people with large enough voices within our community that like not any single person is able to dominate it. And I think that's just like hugely important, because like, well, we can decentralize the protocol. If everyone's just going to do whatever one single entity, that being the Ethereum Foundation or X founding team, if everyone's just going to listen to what they have to say, the decentralization stops mattering. I hear decentralization.
I sometimes fail to mute myself, and then I can hear some like rapid clicking or mouse movements, so sorry for that. I was simply reacting to us having a new guest here coming. So hi, Lansky from DAppNode. Actually,
there,
I wonder, do you say it DAppNode or DAppNode or?
DAppNode. We usually say DAppNode internally. Yeah.
Okay, so DAppNode was super crucial in like building up the infrastructure, the solo stakers, solo validators, and so on. So this is some story to share. If you would like to share with us a bit of that context of like what you worked on and how important the merge was for DAppNode.
Yeah, absolutely. So DAppNode was born in 2017 in order to bridge the gap between the promise of decentralization and the fact that actually nobody was running a full node. So when Edu, Jordi Bailina, and Griff Green, the three founders, we're trying to say like, hey, how can we make it so people can run more nodes? They saw there was this technical gap, and they created DAppNode in order to like easily install DAppNode in your machine, and easily you could start running your nodes. They created a decentralized Dapp store where the repository is in Ethereum, and it points you to an IPFS hash, and that's where you download the content, the packages. And actually within DAppNode, you have an Ethereum node and an IPFS hash. So actually you're never connecting to a third-party gateway. You're never connecting to anything. You have everything only using the centralized networks. So that was kind of cool, and it had its public, but when it really took off was when proof of stake happened. So when people were able to run nodes and be incentivized by it, right? So November 2022, we saw like our user base skyrocketing. A lot of people going like, "Hey, can I run nodes and actually get money for it?" So that's really when DAppNode took off. So now we have about 1% of all the Ethereum validators, which are solo stakers. They're staking on their own machine with DAppNode, and that's self-reported because, again, in the ethos of being completely centralized, we don't capture any metrics. We don't know how many, like you download it from GitHub, you install it in your machine, and we have no idea what you're running, that you're running DAppNode or what you're running in your DAppNode. But if you put the word DAppNode in your graffiti, we can count that your validator is probably on a DAppNode. I mean, why would you put it if you don't have it, right? So so self-reported by putting the word DAppNode in the graffiti, it's about 1% of all the Ethereum validators right now. We suspect that there's some more over there. Let's be optimistic about it. and yeah, so yeah, that's the point where we're at now. We're here at full node in Berlin right now with the entire team, making sure that all the DAppNode validators go through the merge with no problem at all. So yeah, we'll be pending in a few hours.
So which clients do you support? All of the execution and consensus layer clients are supported in DAppNode?
Yeah, exactly. So we don't have Lodestar as the consensus client, not yet, which is funny because DappLion was employee number 1 of DAppNode, and it's also the tech lead of Lodestar. But yeah, you know, when you have somebody at home, it's like, oh yeah, of course, it's so easy to do, but it actually never happens. So yeah, I think we're only missing Lodestar.
Makes sense. Yeah, it's known. I don't know the English saying for that. I know Polish one for that. So
exactly, I know the Spanish one for that.
So yeah, that's in each language then. All right. Okay. No, let's try. Let's introduce a bit of the cultural elements actually. So in Polish we say that the shoemaker walks without shoes. What's the Spanish one?
So in Spain, we have like in the blacksmith house, they use a wooden knife.
Perfect. Do we have the like Korean one that means something like that? Oh, we scared Erica. She knew that question was coming. Any other languages? Okay, we move on. Too much of the off topic. Okay, the one last thing that I wonder, the DApp node, does it support already the MEV configurations with MEV Boost or other solutions?
Yeah. So yes, you can add MEV boosts in the configuration. You can do it with Goerli and Prater, and Pablo, can you use MEV boost for mainnet already? Not yet. So might miss a couple of days of MEV opportunities.
No, that's like we know you're delivering amazing set of nodes. Like, so anyone, like the DApp node is just anyone can order. I understand anyone can order the system that's pre-configured, and then, as you said, download it from IPFS. So you don't have. Is actually the system is not on the box when you download the box, right? It's just the set of hashes and configurations that you can download and verify. So it synchronizes the chain locally.
Yes, exactly. So it's basically it's Linux based, and it's all a bunch of Docker containers spinning up services like a VPN, so you can connect to it from wherever you are. So I'm right here in full node in Berlin, but my DApp node is in Istanbul in Turkey. So it creates this VPN so I can connect to it and configure it. It creates an admin UI where you can just point and click whatever packages you want, all the metrics, and everything basically is Dockerized. So when you want to install a package, you're reading the repository and it's like, hey, the Docker image is in this IPFS hash, and from the IPFS node that you have in your machine, you get it, and it's pre-configured. And the cool thing that you can do with this is that you got auto updates. So the DApp node knows when the smart contract is updated. And then it can tell you like, hey, if you want to activate auto updates every time the repository is updated, I'll just do it. And you got the centralized auto updates, no central server pushing. So it's pretty cool. It's really helpful for people. I mean, I feel like solo stakers have a lot to take care of. They have like a bunch of infrastructure, a bunch of knowledge that they need to acquire, networking, DevOps. They need to keep up with the updates of every client, the ones that they're using at least. So it's really helpful for people to go like, hey, so unless there's a major breaking change, I just need to monitor this and see if I keep staking. So pretty hands off.
Listen, we have this question actually coming back a lot about the configuration requirements, hardware requirements for various node setups. So what's nowadays the setup that is needed to run together a validator, beacon chain, as the execution layer client on a single machine?
Right, really good question. So there is a lower configuration that you can use than what we recommend. I mean, Ethereum on ARM is an amazing project, and they just run everything on Raspberry Pis, and that's brutal. That's incredible. For the type of customers or users that we have, which want to be a little bit more hands-off, they don't want to like, maybe they don't want to like jump in and fix things and change the SSD disk. So what we're recommending is 32 gigabytes of RAM. With 16 you're fine, but if you try to sync, when you're synchronized on your consensus layer and on your execution layer, if you try to sync a secondary execution layer, you're screwed. Like the syncing process is very, very consuming. You would know. So if you have running a validator and you want to sync something else, 16 gigs of RAM is a little bit tight. So we recommend 32 gigs. And yeah, then the limiting factor is obviously the storage. We recommend 2 terabytes to be comfortable and with room for growth. And in the machines that we sell, the one that sells the most is the 4 terabytes, because then you really have room for growth. You don't have to worry so much about, okay, I will need to change the storage in 6 months, or with 4 terabytes you're fine. So that's what we're recommending right now. And the processor is not that important. i5, i7. It would be, with an Intel i3 would be fine, I guess.
Okay, that was super valuable for. Sorry, David, go.
Yeah, I was just curious, like when you buy like one of the like plug and play DApp nodes, like hardware all supposed to be all set up for you, like is there some like preliminary like questionnaire, like I want to run like Geth with like Prism, like what's kind of like is there that choice like offered, or do you guys just like ship something out of the box?
Yeah, so that's a really good thing. Like a lot of people ask for this, so there's probably going to be something like that. Yeah, we're not selling that many models, so mostly what we say, like the rule of thumb is if you want to run more than one chain, get the biggest one, because a lot of people want to run also Gnosis chain validators, and yeah, if you want to run both, just you want to be cozy, because like that's your money on the line, right? So no, we don't have this. So we have like some sort of like a visualization of how much the networks occupy in terms of storage size, and like how big is your disk. So you can just try to see if they fit, the ones that you want to put, they fit. Right now it's a static, it's just an image, but my idea was to make it into like a drag and drop thing. So you have like, okay, 2 terabytes, that's the space that you have, and which one do you want? Okay, I drag and drop, and this is how many things I can fit in there. But no, right now there's no questionnaire. But I think we're gonna have to put it, because yeah, just like you, many people go like, would be interesting to get guided a little bit on what should I get.
And do you support a Gnosis chain as well?
Yep, we support Gnosis chain. We support, actually we have an SDK, and everybody can create a package for whatever they want and publish it, and it'll be there for every DApp node user to download if they want to. So yeah, in theory, we can support anything that's Dockerizable. And the DApp node association itself, so our team actively maintains several packages like Nethermind, like Geth, like the consensus clients as well, etc.
So why I asked about Gnosis chain, because and this is something that we'll probably discuss again later. Gnosis chain is going through the merge process as well. So the Nethermind team was involved a lot in working on the transition of Gnosis chain from the post-DAO consensus to the proof of stake beacon chain based mechanism. And the beacon chain runs already on the Gnosis chain, and I think initially the idea was to merge it before mainnet as a final test on the network with value. Reality is tough, so I think the Gnosis chain, I mean, we know for sure the Gnosis chain will be merging after the Ethereum mainnet, but probably soon after. I expect like maybe 1 to 3 weeks, and it goes through the test nets as well. So once again, when we talk about, we went through many merges. The Shadow network, which is a testnet for Gnosis chain, has also been going through testing phases through merges. And well, this was like yet additional thing, like not only testing transition from proof of work to the proof of stake Ethereum, but also from one proof of stake to another. And
a bit of a challenge at Nethermind, and I think we'll discuss it later when we have Lukash and Jorge on the call who worked on that on the core engineering team with us. The challenge because, well, Nethermind is, for that transition period for the merge and Gnosis chain, Nethermind will be the only execution client. So while you have less combinations to test, you also have a bit more responsibility because you cannot be the one failing because then the chain fails because of you. So we'll talk about it, like, and maybe we'll discuss it with core developers of like, what's the difference, the benefits and disadvantages of having multiple clients. Like really client diversity seen from the like first person perspective of like feeling it and seeing what problems it brings or problem solves. Right. Thank you, Lansky. Is there something that you'd like to discuss with anyone else? Like we have also David joining now, so I'd love to ask maybe David to introduce. But Lansky, any summary or questions from you?
No, just very excited about the merge. Really looking forward for it to happen. Really looking forward for it to happen with absolutely no problems at all.
With that team that you showed there, I'm pretty confident it all goes well. At least for the DApp node with all 6 people together.
Exactly.
And please stay with us. Yeah,
of course.
Sorry, please stay with us if you want. Like, it'll be great to have you to participate in discussion as long as you want. Like, this will be, as we know, like we plan to run it for 18 more hours.
Wow, what a marathon.
We made it ambitious. But we also expect that after the merge, there'll be lots of new data incoming. People suddenly start asking questions. Hey, like, did it actually work? So what happens? Like, where is the MEV? That's our expectation, that there will be not be waiting anymore. It will be reacting to the data. Thanks a lot, and David, great to see you with us. Fantastic, especially as I think that you're representing this space that we like, the kind of the role or like the project type that we haven't seen yet, like, because it's slightly further from the protocol engineering and a bit fresher into the ecosystem, but like based on all the latest and greatest technologies that we see. So I would love to hear from you, like maybe some intro, maybe telling your Ethereum story, Ethereum infatuation, and how you suddenly immediately hit the merge world. And
Well, thank you for having me. And I've been watching since the start, and this is the best seat for the big show. And Tomasz, you're doing a fantastic job of hosting and all the guests. And can I ask, are you going to do the next 18 hours?
I'm unlikely that I'll do all the 18 hours because I would be 40 hours up. So at some point I'll have to totally entrust it with fantastic other hosts that we have here.
Well, it's great sharing the milestone with everyone here and from all different people from all around the globe. I'm in Sydney right now. So I'm David Levecki. I'm CEO and co-founder of Canvas. And for a bit of background on me, I saw Bitcoin in 2013. And at that point in time, my brother and I owned a payment gateway company. And as soon as I saw Bitcoin, I thought instantly, this is going to replace Visa and MasterCard over the long term. It was just obvious. And so at Canvas, we're now building the infrastructure to connect the next 1 billion users to the digital economy. And so the next wave of adoption, how do we bring everyone into the space to use DeFi and Ethereum powered products like Aave without even knowing it, that it needs to be invisible? Because it's obvious that crypto, DeFi, and all these services are going to transform the way that we invest, trade, and transfer value over the long term. So we've been for a long time mining and staking and deploying capital across all the different L1s and L2s. And to your point, Tomasz, we saw very early on, there's some fundamental challenges with L1. So high gas costs and just the general tech barriers to entry. And what was the response? We saw everything going C5. And that's what gave rise to the disasters of like Celsius and all that stuff. So we fundamentally don't believe in that. We fundamentally believe in on-chain transparency and using Ethereum and the blockchain for what it was intended to do. And so as an ecosystem, we need to work together to solve fees, easy integration, but without sacrificing security. And so our contribution is to work with Starkware to build an L2 that brings Ethereum-powered products to the masses. And we're really excited about the rise of L2s and the merge and beyond. And overall, we think that with all this development and innovation and hard work by all of the people on this call and the Nethermind team and everyone else, the ecosystem is undoubtedly going to grow over the next 3, 5, 10 years. And to be honest, after all this time, I can't believe the merge is finally happening. So I'm really happy to be a part of it, and thank you for having me and the team.
Great to have you once again, and I think that was super exciting, is that's like you really have the proven track record of working with large institutions in the Australian market, and I think like this with all those global projects that we operate, all remote jobs and so on, it's surprisingly some of the markets feel disconnected, like that you go to Asia and it feels like, oh, you find so many projects that are fantastic projects and are practically unknown in Europe. You go to Australia and it's the same thing, and you discover those fantastic teams to build together. So I think as a community, we can do a lot towards really breaking those barriers. I mean, there's apart from having to stay up late, I guess, with Australians and New Zealand people, all waking up super early. Apart from that, we don't have really other barriers too much. So David, maybe you can share a bit of this. Like, does it cause problems? Like, how does it feel? Like, what's the size of the market that you have locally for the cooperating with the companies versus how often you have to work with the businesses from US and Europe, and it becomes a problem of the time zones and collaboration, joining conferences?
Yeah, I think lack of sleep and late nights is a small price to pay, because we're doing something that we really love, and I'm a geek and I love playing with new toys and technology, and that's what we're doing here. And so, you know, Australia is far away, but you know, we're all connected, and this is the wonderful thing about the space and about technology, that we can do something like this. And in terms of our view on the opportunity, we take a global view from day one. And so that's the wonderful thing about Ethereum and this and the whole crypto and DeFi ecosystem, that we can build product and technology here that is globally applicable. Really, like these problems around financial inclusion and access to DeFi services and changing the way that the economy works, not just in finance, but in culture and all these things, it's a global opportunity, and we can punch well above our weight from Australia. And you're right, just involves a few sleepless nights and late nights, and I don't sleep anyway, so that's fine.
Like,
yeah,
we made a lot of efforts to make the timeline of the merge to be good for Australia. So like just extending our hand. It's a good time for you. David, what do you say?
Yeah, I mean, just like on that really quick, I remember like hearing some people talk about when Bitcoin went through like its Taproot upgrade. I think they were like, wow, like the nation of El Salvador just like got their money upgraded for free, or like without actually having to develop that on their own soil. So it really is beautiful when we talk about like an open global financial system. That means that we're actually able to like help each other build each other's like economies, build each other's payments infrastructure. It's not just like all of the big tech companies building payments infrastructure in the US kind of stays within the US. Now we're talking about like a global community building for everyone legitimately, which I think again is like kind of understated how powerful that is.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's parallel with the early days of the internet and the open source movement. And look what that gave rise to over the course of a decade or longer. Like it's a marathon, not a sprint. And so we really think about standards coming into payments and all these different use cases that we're seeing out of crypto and DeFi and NFTs. It's fun. It's very fulfilling and very exciting.
So then I guess I gotta ask, like, what are you guys most excited for regarding the merge at Canvas, and what are you guys looking for?
A peaceful transition with no issues. I think we see I think it's good that we can just move the focus on to the next stages of development of the ecosystem. So we're a L2 ZK rollup on top of Ethereum. So I think we're just looking forward to it going without as planned. And then I think the block, the speed slightly increase over time. The changes will come in, but we're doing a lot of staking, and so we're really keen to see this all work and see now validating on the main chain.
Hi everyone, I disconnected myself to allow myself to sync again. So Micah told me that I'm desynced, that's my voice. Okay, Micah says it's better. You see, everyone else was too polite to mention that. So I hope I won't have to reconnect every every half an hour. I was actually dreaming of finding time this week to buy some like professional equipment here to sound better, but well, then I started reading about the merge, preparing, and this is what we get. But thanks. MakerDAO. Wow, I need to read about it more. Vitalik was actually sharing the story when he bought good mic, and like in his super small traveling backpack, a good mic is taking quite a lot of space. I think like one of the largest piece of equipment that he carries, except for laptop, I guess. David, great to see you with us here. I think that we would love to talk to Micah as well. So David, please stay with us if you would like to continue to participate in discussion. And I think it would be great to ask Micah to introduce himself, because he was so. This is the most essential not a core dev in the core dev community. Micah, please tell us like your story with Ethereum, and like what brings you here, and what brings you to Merge. And
I think your introduction was apt. I'm the least essential person in the community, so it's about the extent of my introduction. The only thing, contrary to everybody else, the only thing I actually care about with the Merge is the increase in security it provides, particularly against censorship attacks, because we can do post hoc slashing, like user activated slashing. I don't care about the monetary supply stuff. I don't care about the greenness of it. I don't care about any of that. I just care that the system's more secure. And so that's why I'm here, is because I'm happy to see Ethereum become slightly more secure against Black Swan type attacks.
Do you think that it becomes more or less secure after the merge? Because I know that you were raising a lot of issues around the sanctions problems and the transparency of transactions, of privacy, the tornado solutions. So maybe without going to any risky details, if you can maybe say about what you feel about the network now, like at what state it is. Like you were raising maybe also some issues that the core dev teams are having different approach that they used to have, that the security approach got a bit of a less primary place in the way we approach things.
Yeah, really my main goal with all of my talk on the internet is just to see how many lists of the US government I can get on. I think I'm on almost all of them now. And so I have maybe a couple more. I think Most Wanted is still not up there yet, but I'm working on it. So I am a big advocate, as anyone who has listened to me ever would know, I'm a big advocate of censorship resistance. Like I think that the reason I like blockchains and the reason I work in this space is because I am very strongly against censorship, and that includes financial censorship. And so Ethereum is a tool for protecting against censorship from any size actor, including state actors. And so one of the things that I'm constantly looking for in Ethereum is to figure out ways that we can make it even more resistant against various attacks from very powerful and very wealthy people. And so one of the things that includes is the ability to stay online when someone decides they want to take you offline. So, if the Chinese government decides they want to shut down, like no one's allowed to use Ethereum in China anymore. I want to make sure that people in China can still use Ethereum, despite the Chinese government telling them not to. And same thing in the US or North Korea or Venezuela or anywhere else, that the people want to do something and the government tries to tell them to not do that thing because it's good for the people, bad for the government. I want to enable that. And so one of the things that I'm currently lobbying for, and failing as usual, is to get the size of Ethereum clients down smaller so more people can run them. So right now, as anyone who uses Ethereum knows, most people just use Infura or Alchemy or something similar. Like they export their operations to someone else. And the problem is if the US government one day decides that Ethereum is now illegal, then Infura is going to go away overnight. And so will Alchemy, and so will QuickNode, and everybody else who's based out of the US. And so getting Ethereum nodes running on people's personal machines, so at home, wherever they're at in the world, makes Ethereum much more resilient to that sort of attack vector. And so something I'm hoping for now that the merge is happening is for us to move in a direction where we focus more on light clients and statelessness and the portal network and all these technology and tech advances that will allow us to get Ethereum clients down to the point where someone can have it running in the background on their laptop and it's not a big deal and you don't even notice it. You just double click install and it runs and you don't even know it's there, but now you're defended against a government somewhere on the other side of the world deciding to go after Ethereum or whatever. And so that's my current thing. And that and Tornado, as anyone who follows me on Twitter knows, I am a big advocate of Tornado because I think privacy is very important. And privacy, if you are in a country that has a totalitarian leadership, you need privacy in order to, both for financial transactions and communication, in order to, fight against such a government. Like the only way people can band together is if they have means of communicating, means of transacting, and stuff like that. And so that's why I'm a big fan of Tornado, is because it provides privacy on the blockchain or on Ethereum specifically. And so hopefully we'll see that continue to get used. It is still usable. So the US government did try to shut it down and it was completely non-effective. Like people continue to use it to this day about as much as they used it before. And so I'm happy to see that, though it did have a few hiccups and those are now hopefully fixed.
I think one of the most surprising things to me about Tornado was that the U.S. government decided to target GitHub, and that Tornado cache repository is still not available for people to use. Well, the smart contract's still there. You can't go to GitHub and look at it, and they also banned everyone's accounts that had contributed. I guess it also just kind of raises the question, if a government decides to ban Ethereum itself that has control over, say, GitHub, are even though the protocol itself is decentralized, is the access to being able to run these things as easy, or is there enough decentralized postings of GitHub to where someone would be able to actually find out how to run an Ethereum node if the internet was being censored for any information about how to run an Ethereum node?
Yeah, I think we still have ways to go on that front. I mean, there's this weird trade-off where you have the really, really good tools like GitHub that are very powerful and very useful and user-friendly, et cetera, and they have all these great features. Also tend to be very centralized and very easy to shut down. And as we saw with the Tornado situation, the US government said, Tornado bad, and then GitHub decided that, oh, well, I guess that means we should just delete everybody's account that is contributing there. And that was very unfortunate. And but that being said, Git itself is decentralized. And so within a couple of days after GitHub shut down, there were copies of the original repositories posted everywhere. Tornado did do a few things right during their lead up, including they posted they owned tornadocache.eth, and they had an IPFS hash linked there, and an IPFS page that you load if you go there has a GitHub commit hash at the bottom. And so people were, such as myself, were able to verify when someone said, hey, here's the original Tornado repository, and they posted it somewhere else online. I was able to go to the tornadocache.eth, follow it to IPFS, look at the commit hash, and then verify that the one they had that was posted somewhere else is in fact the one that was the website from before, for example. And so doing things like that can really help, I think, where you don't need to necessarily have, I mean, it helps, but you don't need to have an alternative hosting in advance. You just need the ability to be able to rebuild it quickly and rebuild that trust quickly. And so by having using ENS and on-chain things for kind of roots of trust, so you can say, hey, this is the latest one that we're publishing. If we all disappear tomorrow in a drone strike, you know, the community can rebuild from that relatively easily. And so Tornado did that correctly. I think a lot of projects don't do that, and I wish they did. Just having those ways that kind of try to imagine yourself in a situation where next week your entire development team disappears. Can the community rebuild from that without any central points of trust, without having anyone around that they can go to and say, hey, what's the right thing? Can the community bootstrap back up from like a few key points of trust? And Tornado did that successfully with basically the on-chain contracts, and they had a IPFS hash on Ethereum. And that was all they needed to create that root of trust that then everybody else can kind of build out from, and then rebuild the trust, like the whole set of tools and the whole set of all the source code and everything can all come back from that little, 32 bytes is all it took to have that root of trust. It does take a little bit of effort to do all that. You have to have all these steps. You have to have a process in place to make sure those are updated, etc. But I think it is possible, and I'm hoping that the Tornado situation will help other teams realize that this is a real threat. There are not all governments are great and amazing and working for the people that they govern. And at some point, some government may decide to throw all of your developers in prison for out of the blue. And so ideally, you can hopefully recover from that, I think, is the most important piece.
I guess one question I have is, what are your thoughts on, like, from a developer standpoint, like how much should this kind of thing be considered when you first design your protocol? Like, should making a protocol that doesn't face the same risks in the beginning, is that like also valuable, or is it okay to just build whatever and then hope the government doesn't shut it down? Or do you think it's valuable for companies to go, okay, how can we basically give our users as much privacy and like features and as much as possible, while also making sure that this can't be like very misused?
I mean, that's a constant debate, and I will admit up front that I am very strongly on the side of start with censorship resistance, but I'll try to make the argument of both sides here. So if you focus on censorship resistance, you're going to move slower. Things are going to be harder. Like, everything is more challenging. And so if you're just trying to prove out, is this a good idea? Focusing on the censorship resistance is going to distract you and your team from finding out, is the thing you're building actually useful to anybody? Does anyone want this thing? So if you're for a traditional tech startup, you usually focus on identifying whether you have good product market fit, for example, first. Like, that's your first thing. And if you're focusing on censorship resistance, you're not focusing on that. And so if you're building something where there's a lot of uncertainty around whether this is a good idea, then probably focusing on censorship resistance first is perhaps not the best course of action. With the small caveat, if you're doing something that that a powerful actor is going to dislike, then perhaps just for your own safety, it's a good idea to focus on anonymity and privacy first. So for example, I worked on Augur prediction market platform a while back, and prediction market platforms have a long history of being shut down by state actors just over and over and over and over again throughout basically all of time. And so when we were building that, we were designing it from the ground up under the assumption that it would eventually get shut down by somebody. We didn't know who, we didn't know when, but we knew it was eventually going to shut down. So for that project, we focused on that. And now you could argue Augur is still exists, it's still censorship resistant, still running, but no one uses it. So maybe we should have focused on the product market fit first, because it turns out that maybe people didn't want the thing that we were building. I mean, I still think it's useful, just to be clear, and I think with some tweaks it could come back. But this is one of those situations where it's not always obvious. Meanwhile, Bitcoin was the first blockchain, and it focused on censorship resistance as its #1 thing. Like, that's literally all it did that was special. Everything else was secondary, and that was probably a wise move because again, alternative currencies have a very long history of being shut down by state actors all around the world, all throughout history. And so focusing on censorship resistance first, I think, was the wise choice there. And it turned out they did have good product market fit, as we see today. Like, lots of people want this thing. And so I think that was wise there. Personally, any project that I'm working on, I'm a huge fan of privacy and censorship resistance first, because particularly in the blockchain space, because I'm of the feeling if you want to just test product market fit, build a centralized app and test your product market fit. Like you don't need decentralization to do that, and you'll save yourself huge headache and effort and everything. And maybe what you do is you build a centralized app, and then if it hits off well, then you say, okay, it's a good product, good market fit there. Let's go build a censorship resistant version of the same thing. The other thing that I'll comment on this is that I see a lot of companies saying, "Hey, we'll add censorship resistance later," and the problem with that is that often that is incredibly difficult or sometimes impossible, depending on what you're building. And so, if you build something that is like where you put off that censorship resistant aspect, and you build this big thing, and then like a year or two down the road, you're like, "Oh, well, now I got this big thing, got all these users, and we have absolutely no way to make the censorship resistance," you know, and maybe it'll take you like a decade to do it. And you said this proof of stake, right? Like at launch of Ethereum, proof of stake was on the roadmap. It was like, yeah, this is the thing we're going to work on. And then 6 or 7 years later, however long it's been, now we're finally getting it. And so that's a very long time, especially for, you know, a small startup or whatever. And so if you get attacked by some large, powerful person in those 6 or 7 years, and you don't have that censorship resistance from the ground up, from the get-go, then you're operating in a very risky position. And so that makes me hesitant. Like, at least if you're gonna build it with the plan to be censorship resistant later, you should at least have an idea of how you're gonna do that. Don't just hand wave over it and say, oh, we'll figure it out later, because it is a really, 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 really hard problem. It is not easy. Things that are very easy when you don't have to be censorship resistant suddenly become orders of magnitude more challenging. And so I think the last thing, I know I said the last thing was last thing, but this is now the real last thing. The last thing is that a lot of companies say they're going to switch to like become more decentralized, yada, 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 and then they just never do. And so that's the other thing, just from a marketing and PR standpoint, is it become vogue to say, oh yeah, we're starting centralized because so we can move fast, and then we're eventually going to decentralize. And then they just never do that. And so I caution anyone who is looking at a product who claims they will do it eventually, be very, very skeptical, because it's incredibly common. I think I've seen, like, I don't know, 0 to 1 products actually add decentralization later. Like it's almost never happens. So be cautious.
I'm curious to gather your thoughts on this. There's a lot of like anon founders, you know, in crypto. There's a lot of people that choose to remain anonymous. I mean, for a multitude of reasons. And I'm sure that, you know, like hiding behind a fake alias and like a like NFT, like Twitter profile picture isn't going to stop a government from finding out who I am. But we've also seen that governments actually are taking like pretty serious stances that if you are building something that is used for illegal purposes, like you are responsible for the things that happen on your platform. I mean, we've seen it happen with Silk Road. We saw it happen with Tornado Cash. I'm just like curious. Do you think it's something that we should all seriously consider, like hiding behind some type of screen? Is that a personal choice, or are we all just like screwed anyways, and we might as well fight the holy fight with their face out?
I mean, that's a really hard question to answer. And the reason I say this is because OPSEC for this sort of thing, OPSEC, when your attacker is a state actor, operational security is incredibly hard. Like, it's possible. Like, there are people who have successfully done it. Don't get me wrong, but man, it's a lot of work. You need to be rotating your identities regularly, which means you need a mechanism for rebuilding trust with a new identity without linking the two identities. You need to, you know, constantly be diligent about, you know, just what hardware you're using, what software you're using. Like, there's so many attack vectors if you are being specifically targeted. So in the case of Tornado, for example, the developer, I mean, he was being targeted by a local government. And I mean, it wasn't the US government, perhaps, but it was, you know, a large Western government with lots of resources behind it. And so if he was anonymous, he's anonymous, but with a government actor coming after him. And so in that case, it's just so, it's like, it's the right thing to do, but it's so hard that I understand why no one does it. Like, it's it's such a challenging thing. Like Satoshi did it successfully. You know, one of the kind of prime examples of someone who successfully remained anonymous. And like everyone who's in this space and understands the operational security, he burned his identity eventually. At least that's what I'm assuming. I mean, who knows? Maybe he died. Maybe he went to jail. Maybe something happened. But my assumption is he intentionally burned the identity, because that is the proper thing to do when you're like you build up your reputation, and it's hard to sacrifice that. Like you have to burn it all down. But when you're facing someone who is very powerful coming after you, that is the right thing to do. And so there is a good reason why people don't do this. Like just, it is so challenging. It is very hard to maintain relationships, like because you literally have to burn down all your relationships. Like you build up a bunch over a year or two, and then you burn the identity and you start a new one, and you have to find new friends. I mean, maybe some of the old people happen to be your new friends, but you can't tell them that you're the previous one. And so you have to create these new relationships. And again, just, yeah, it's just so much work. And so because of that, I don't know what the right answer is. Like I want to say in a perfect world, yes, all of us would be anonymous developers because that's the right thing to do, because that protects us, it protects the platform, it makes it much harder to attack the platform and come after people, makes it much harder to bribe people, things like that. And that's great. But I think pragmatically, you know, it's also unrealistic. And so I think, long story short, if you are working in a space where you know it's very likely that you're going to be a target, so perhaps if you're the head of a team that is very important, you're a more likely target than some developer on that team. If you're building something like Tornado, you're more likely to be a target than if you're building something like I don't know, CryptoKitties, right? And so once you have identified, you know, yeah, and then there's another aspect where there's something to be said for putting a face to a name, right? And having a person who's willing to go on a talk show and talk about something is very valuable, because you know, humans like seeing the person. They like having a person they can actually see and whatnot. And we don't have AI tech isn't to the point yet where we can quite do this person does not exist in real-time video with voice modification. And so you know, maybe once we're there, then we can have our cake and eat it too, where you can be anonymous while also having a persona and a face that people can attach to. And so, but yeah, so there is value in having those leaders. You know, the US had George Washington, and that was a face that people could associate with something that was very important. It's having that leadership is very powerful. And in Ethereum, we have Vitalik, and that's a very powerful, arguably leadership position, even though he doesn't actually do any leading very intentionally, but it just gives a face. And similarly, you know, the Queen of England is in the news now, and that was, again, a face that people could attach to an idea. And even though the Queen didn't do much in the last, you know, however long, because it handed off the reins to the other parts of government, but having that face is very valuable. And so, yeah, so, I mean, the answer to your question is there's no good answer here. It really depends on the situation. Ideal world, everybody's pseudonymous, and that was socially acceptable, and humans learned to just operate in that environment. But we don't live in an ideal world, and so there's value in not doing that as well. Sorry, not a great answer.
There was this question in the comments that is it possible to have privacy, decentralization, and compliance all three together? So I'd just like to add something to that and get your views on that. So Tornado had this compliance tool to prove that you're not a part of the set. So do you think it's worth building that, like even though governments don't care?
Is it possible to have privacy, censorship resistance, and compliance? I modified that slightly. At the same time, I think the answer is no, strictly because there are state actors who explicitly do not want humans to have privacy. Like, you know, North Korea and China, you know, are usually the canonical examples of this, where they're actively fighting against privacy. They do not want their citizens to have private lives, at least from the state. And so I think just from a definitional standpoint, no, that is not possible in all cases. There may be some cases where you have a particular government that is particularly big on privacy, like they're advocates for it, they think it's a good thing. And maybe those government under such like compliance schemes, you could have a situation where users can have privacy while also being compliant. But again, it really depends on the people you're being compliant to being okay with you having privacy and you building things that are resistant to their censorship. And again, states usually are really big fans of censoring people. Like that's what they do. And so Maybe there's a country out there somewhere, or maybe two, where you could have this intersection where it actually makes sense, but I'm very skeptical about trying for it generally. And the example you gave with Tornado is the canonical example where Tornado went out of their way to make tools to allow people to be compliant while still allowing them to have privacy from people, from the general public. And when push came to shove, the government didn't seem to care at all. Like, they didn't even mention it. They recently released, the US government recently released their frequently asked questions about the Tornado situation, and they still didn't even mention the compliance tool that was built in. They said that if you have funds in Tornado, you can file an application to be allowed to use Tornado to withdraw your own money. And that was it. They didn't mention that the compliance tool. They didn't say, hey, just send us your compliance receipt to show that the money is legit. Like, they just gave this vague thing about how you fill an application. And so that suggests to me that either they don't care about the compliance tool, or they don't understand the math behind it. They don't understand that it's actually, cryptographically reasonable thing to do, or they don't even know it exists. Which, I mean, I want to say that would surprise me, but I guess it really wouldn't surprise me that they didn't even look at the Tornado website before they sanctioned it, because I mean, it's right there at the top. There's a big button. So yeah, so I think my answer is I suspect that you cannot have compliance and privacy just because privacy is the thing that many governments in the world are trying to actively take away from you. And so you're necessarily doing exactly the thing they don't want you to do. Like, if being compliant means not being private, then you cannot be private and compliant.
Do you see a conflict between privacy and transparency?
Yes. So I think I want to say it was Zuko who said that he was from the Zcash, one of the Zcash guys. I think he said that a good privacy tool is not one where, and I don't know if I 100% agree with this, but his argument was basically a good privacy tool is not one where you are 100% private 100% of the time. It is one where relinquishing your private information is a consensual act, where you can proactively, release certain details about what you've done, and in a way that people can believe, so provable. But it's not something that's always on. And so in that kind of framing, you can definitely see something where I am private by default, but to certain entities who I want to share my information with, I have the ability to relinquish certain details. Like, I can share a certain transaction and prove that this transaction actually happened. Prove that I sent this amount of money to this person or whatever, to some particular agency or something like that. And so, in that model, one can imagine a person having privacy, but also being transparent about certain things, certain aspects of their life, right? And so one might have curtains on their window, and so they're private in their home, but they're transparent about what they do with their money. And so maybe their bank account details are fully public, for example, and their transaction history. And so in that case, you can have kind of targeted transparency. And so instead of broad transparency, see all the things 100% of the time, you now have transparency in the places that you need it and where it matters. And so I think that it is possible to have those two at the same time. I mean, it definitely requires some careful tooling. And there's also the question of whether people want it. Like, if people have the ability to remain private, like close their curtains, are they going to voluntarily, share all those details? And the answer there might be no. Maybe that once you give the people the power to have private lives, they may simply choose to not make those lives public, or they might. Like, we saw this with Facebook back when it first started in 2000 or whatever. Previous to that, people on the internet tended to use pseudonyms and whatnot. And then Facebook came out, and everybody kind of started using their real names for everything. And so people voluntarily gave up their privacy in that case, without any pressure. Like, it wasn't like Facebook, did a KYC check to make sure you use your real name. Like, just people started doing it naturally. And so it's possible that we'll see a future where privacy is the default, but people voluntarily give up certain pieces of information. And I think that's generally okay. The one thing that I am a little bit worried about is if you have voluntary transparency, state actors may start forcing people to give up that information. And so even if you have privacy by default, if someone shows up with a gun and says, you have to give up your private details or I'm going to shoot you, then you don't functionally have actual privacy. Whereas if you build the system where you can't give up your details, it gives you a credible threat or a credible commitment that it doesn't matter how many guns you point at me, I can't give up my private details because it's physically impossible for me. Like, they are lost, they are burned. And so that's the counter argument to allowing people to have optional transparency, is that if you have optional transparency, that optionality can turn into non-optionality through violence and through force. And so this is where I'm not sure I 100% agree with Zuko on this. He's a big fan of that optional transparency, whereas I'm concerned that optional transparency can be captured and turned into non-optionality.
This has some great comments on privacy, and Mike, I think we wouldn't be able to have a better person to talk about it here, because you're with Ethereum all the time and you are fighting for all those things always without compromise. So maybe last thing is, which we asked a few people before, much simpler topic, and just to lighten now the atmosphere, is if the merge is finished, it's done in 2 hours, 1.5. You maybe have last thing to work on for a moment, like if it was keeping you busy. So what's the next step? What will be the major battle for you, like the next big thing?
So on Ethereum specifically, as I mentioned earlier, I want to push for basically light clients, making it so anyone can run an Ethereum client on any computer, ideally. I mean, in a perfect world, you'd be able to run it on a phone. More realistically, at least if we can get it down to a consumer laptop, that'd be great. And something that you can run in the background while you're playing a game, while you're watching Netflix, like it doesn't consume your entire PC to operate. And so I'm hoping that I can convince the Ethereum core dev community to move in that direction and refocus efforts on that. We'll see if I'm successful or not. This is unrelated to the merge, and I've been working on this for a while. Like I said before, for me, the merge is largely uninteresting, other than it increases security a little bit. And so I actually haven't been working on the merge much, and so my life won't change significantly. And if everything goes according to plan, which I strongly suspect it will, the merge will be rather uneventful. Someone will, maybe pull a little popper that goes dee, and then that will be it. And then the merge will be over, and we'll all go on with our lives, and nothing will visibly change for anyone, basically. And so I'm optimistic for that is what's going to happen, and hopefully we can refocus on smaller clients and more decentralization.
Thank you so much, Micah, and please stay with us as long as you wish, or join us at any time before, after the merge. And since we have Trent also who joined us, so I think it'll be great to let Trent maybe tell a bit of a story, because, well, like, there's lots of stories to tell. I guess I remember obviously the fantastic M4A event where Trent was very active in bringing everyone together, and also practically creating memories of that event and passing it forward, and the protocol guild, and lots of other things. So, Trent, you're big in Ethereum community. What Ethereum is for you? What's your story? What's the merge for you?
Oh wow, big question. Hopefully my audio isn't too echoey in here, but yeah, I was just enjoying listening to Micah. He always has such a compelling perspective on things, and he articulates it so well. So thank you, Micah. My story, so I've been in the Ethereum community for a few years, since probably 2016. I'm trained as an architect, no technical background, but over the years got sucked deeper and deeper into what this protocol is, the community around it, and the people that are building it. It was just an incredible story, and decided to just pursue the rabbit hole where it would lead me. Eventually ended up leaving architecture and worked at a couple different places throughout the ecosystem, including you might know ETH Global, which does online and in-person hackathons. I worked for them for a year, and now I'm at the Ethereum Foundation, doing a whole bunch of things, but mainly focused on network upgrades, like the merge, and then a couple other projects. Like you mentioned, Tomas, the Protocol Guild is another big project. I can touch on that in a second. And then I'm also working on things like the KZG trusted setup ceremony, which it's kind of a prerequisite for enabling protobank sharding and the scaling that we hope to bring to layer 2s in the future. So doing a lot of different projects, but I wouldn't be doing anything else, and I'm having a ton of fun doing it. And I just feel very fortunate to be able to focus so deeply on something that I was never trained in, or I don't really have a background in. It's incredible work, and I think everybody who's working on client teams, who's engaged in the protocol, or even the broader community, like everybody plays a part in what Ethereum is, what we're building towards, and that's just so incredible to me that anybody can come and contribute where they're capable and build something. And part of that, like Micah sort of was, I'll segue from what he was talking about, like censorship resistance and the ability for distributed protocols that can take care of themselves and they can have better outcomes for their users. And I'll segue that into Protocol Guild, which is specifically focused on enabling greater decentralization in the funding layer. So what it is an organization dedicated to facilitating the broader ecosystem, participating in core protocol funding. So, there's a lot of grants, there's some companies that do work and then they get funding, but Protocol Guild is a collective of core contributors that maintain an on-chain registry, and that allows the broader community, whether it's like layer 2 protocols or DeFi protocols, or even individuals, can directly fund these individuals who are doing this important work. So myself and a bunch of core contributors have been working on this since last November. We're deep in the middle of this 1-year pilot where we're testing out the mechanism, making sure it scales. I won't go too deep into it, but you can check out Protocol Guild on Twitter, and there's a bunch of links if you're curious. But that's one of the big projects I work on, and I'm very happy to say that there's a bunch of Nethermind contributors who are part of it. It's really incredible to see such a broad-based community effort, take shape and mature and evolve over the last year or so. It's pretty awesome.
Amazing, that's true. I think the effects are seen, or people are gravitating towards the core team just to be closer to Protocol Guild. They feel that's additional incentive. I think they see that they belong to yet one more community. And I think that Protocol Guild has the strength of, even as it says, it's not really naming the core devs, it does make people feel stronger belonging to that group of core devs. So yeah, it's amazing amount of effort there. And I remember when Trent reached out first with this Protocol Guild proposal and had sent me the description, I saw like, oh yeah, like my first thought at the time was, oh, yet another smart proposal, how to fund the core developers. And then I started reading it, and I was like, oh wow, that was so much work, so much good thinking put into that. So I was really impressed. So my mood changed very quickly, and well, like, because it was written so well and prepared so well, that's why it happened. That's why it got so much strong support. That's why people liked it. So analyze it, and I think this is yet one more great example of fantastic decentralized governance. Hopefully, it will keep bringing results for a long time in the future. And you mentioned the other project, the KZG commitments ceremony. So this is important item for the post-merge deliveries that we were talking about, the data availability, and what's the timeline there? Like, do you think that it's already going in parallel and it's going well and will be we'll be seeing no obstacles, or is it at the stage of still researching and potentially having big changes? What's the confidence of the project?
So taking a step back, a lot of people in the Ethereum community, or mostly outside of it, are familiar with the term like phase 1, phase 2, or rather phase 0, phase 1, phase 2. You know, this is an old naming terminology from a few years ago that now we've switched away from, but it tended to give the impression that Ethereum upgrades or the research or progress being made on the protocol only happens sequentially, right? So like you would have the beacon chain launch, and then you would have this next upgrade, and then the next one to follow that, and they could only ever happen in sequence. And so now we've moved to a different sort of naming of the merge, the purge, the splurge, and hopefully that helps people understand that these things aren't necessarily sequential. Obviously, they'll happen. They'll eventually happen at discrete points in time, either ahead or behind. But in reality, the research for all of these different improvements or upgrades to Ethereum is happening and has been happening for quite a while now. And this includes EIP 4844 and the KZG ceremony. People have been, specifically for 4844, have been researching it for, I would say, at least 6 months now, working on the concept, improving it, figuring out how to actually implement it throughout the entire ecosystem. You know, it's not just the client teams. There's people from Coinbase and Optimism who are collaborating, which is really amazing to see. So many interested participants coming together and working on something collectively. So yeah, just really, I think sometimes it's easy to, or it can be really straightforward to not be aware of, you know, that stuff is happening in the background, which is totally fine because it's in the background. You know, this is like pretty nitty-gritty research, and I don't need to know everything about every area of the protocol, and it would be pretty impossible for me to know that. So, but it does help to be reminded of, yeah, this stuff is happening. There's parallel tracks of research, and yeah, like I said, 4844 is one of them. Implementation research and the refining of the design is happening now, and you know, the prerequisite being the KZG trusted setup ceremony. That's also happening now. We started on it about, I want to say maybe June of this year, so a couple months ago, but we've already had the first audit completed. So that's for the actual crypto implementation that will take contributors' contributions and put it into a large transcript. And this basically forms the foundation for the actual output of the ceremony. So we have this first big piece of the puzzle has been audited, it's been implemented. There's this spec was also audited. So that's done, finished at the end of August. And even, you know, we can go deeper. Parallel to that, there was another team, a part of this project, working on the sequencer, which is another key component of a trusted setup ceremony. And working hard on that, working hard on the interface, and basically we're at a point where we think we'll have an MVP interface before DevCon, which would be pretty amazing to see. And what we're actually hoping to do, I guess I'll say it publicly, maybe to add some pressure, but we would really love to have a public contribution to this setup ceremony at DevCon. With, you know, we somehow find a way to include the crowd's randomness, you know, on the main stage. We include their randomness in the ceremony, and that ends up going into the larger open public ceremony. So a lot of really exciting progress happening on this project. And I guess I didn't explain trusted setups, but the short answer is, like, it's a key part of Zcash, and they've since moved to a different mechanism for this. But if you're familiar with at all with Zcash, it's similar to that, where you have a lot of people contribute a bit of randomness, and then the output from that sort of forms a foundation for a cryptographic mechanism. But yeah, that's a short explanation for it, and I probably oversimplified quite a bit. But yeah, really exciting projects for and the KZG setup ceremony. Hopefully it'll be live by DevCon, at least in a like sort of MVP setup, and then through to the end of the year, we'll be doing a larger open setup, and then we hope to include a small grants program for people who want to do something more ambitious, like Zcash had this, and subsequent ceremonies, they have people who go above and beyond, like they'll run the ceremony on an air-gapped computer and then destroy the computer, because the goal is to produce randomness that can't ever be retrieved. That's sort of you need one honest participant. So we're really looking forward to see what the community comes back with in terms of these wacky or zany proposals. Hopefully we get some crazy stuff. We'd love to fund it, and the crazier the better. Yeah, that'll be coming towards the end of this year though.
I'm collecting the links, but I'm also letting others jump in with their questions, because I think there might be many, or simply let you think of questions that you have for people that are here on the call.
Oh, okay. Switched around. Yeah, Micah mentions a satellite. There is one project or somebody we've started talking to that would like to run their contribution from a satellite as well. I don't know about sending it into the sun, but that might be above our budget. But definitely it would be cool to get a contribution from outer space, and then they send it back to us. Oh, one other thing which comes. Go ahead.
Go.
I was going to say one other thing that just came to mind is that Protocol Guild, in part of this experimentation of finding different ways that the community can fund the core protocol and participate in sort of building up the culture around this collective activity, is we are the beneficiaries of an art exhibition. If anybody has heard of it, you can check out New Home of the Heart, which is an exhibition we've been running since Monday. We basically worked for the past month and a half with 14 different artists, and there's an exhibition going on. If you go to jpeg.space, so jpg.space, there's an exhibition, whole bunch of art is on sale, some auctions, some editions, and all the proceeds go to the artists and then the members of the Protocol Guild. So really fun project that I was a part of the past few months, and now it's finally live now that the merge is here. And yeah, maybe there's a couple art pieces where we also have the classic panda meme. There's actually a really cool story behind that. You've probably seen it on Twitter, or if you know Xiaowei, one of the Ethereum Foundation researchers, she created this last year in August. And the panda quickly became this core symbol of what the merge is. You have these two separate components that merge to make the panda, and it's basically an inseparable icon. But we actually were minting that, so it's an open edition. You can buy that as sort of like a nice memento or a token of your participation in the merge. But we even took it a step further and tracked down the original illustrator. So Xiaowei made the meme. We found the original illustrator. He's an artist who lives in Thailand. He's also a beneficiary of it. Just a really cool to be able to find these people who created something that's so representative of the merge. It's in the client software now. It's gonna pop up on the live stream when we cross from proof of work to proof of stake. And just a really fun way for people to participate in this this global story that is Ethereum moving from proof of work to proof of stake. So yeah, that's at jpeg.space if you want to check out some of the NFTs there. And again, the proceeds go to Protocol Guild and the artists who actually made the work. Yeah.
Amazing, friends.
Thank you for the time here.
Super exciting. Please stay with us if you want to continue having conversation. Observe with us the merge happening soon, in shortly after an hour. Ellie, apologies for the delay. Like we kept everything else so much not according to the calendar that we didn't pay attention that we had this one calendar meeting scheduled. So we have Ellie Ben Sassan from Starknet. with us, and well, I'd love to hear Ali, you know, many people ask about Starkware and Ethereum, like for how long together, forever together, and then if together, what does merge mean for Starkware, and how that future path will look.
Hi, so first of all, thanks very much for having me. It's really you know, a terrific opportunity to celebrate with the merge coming forward. I want to apologize in advance. I'm actually doing this en route, taking my young son to the kindergarten, so you may hear some background noise, and that's why I'm also with my camera closed. So just one second. This is. Hello?
We are here, we listen.
Hi, hi, I got cut off. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I'm not sure exactly where I was cut off. I said I'm actually doing this while still also attending to my son, who I need to take to kindergarten. So you may hear some background noise. Okay, so to answer the question, again, just to make sure, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, so the Starkware and all of our products and Ethereum basically go back to the very start. And we are very much committed to Ethereum, and we're of course also very, very excited about the merge and what comes next. The reason, so we first invented and then developed this technology that can help basically solve the problem of integrity, which means knowing that the right thing was done even when no one is watching. And we solve it through math. Now, knowing that the right thing is done when no one is watching is a very needed and called for thing, even outside of blockchains, and it could be useful on all blockchains. So without any doubt, this technology one day will prevail and be, you know, on all or on many, many blockchains and also outside of blockchains, which is great. However, we, even as a young startup, we knew that, you know, if you do something, you want to do one thing at a time and you want to do it really good. So we looked around and we asked ourselves, where should we deploy this technology? Now, it was obvious for us at the time that having a new layer one doesn't make sense, because each time a new technology comes around, it doesn't mean that you need a new layer one. It just doesn't compile. And we asked ourselves, where can we deploy our very first product? And back in the time and also today, there's an obvious answer, and that answer is Ethereum. It is the largest ecosystem of developers. It is the largest chain by market cap and a lot of other metrics, but for Bitcoin. And on Bitcoin, we knew back then, and we still know today, that we just can't deploy our technology because it doesn't have Turing completeness and doesn't allow you to do much. So for all of these reasons, we started working on top of Ethereum. And the more we worked, the more we liked what we saw. And our very first project was actually funded by the Ethereum Foundation. This was like basically our first income as a company. It was doing a project of writing a high-grade prover and verifier. And, we stuck around since then. So very, very happy for the merge. A lot of the next and upcoming steps of the merge are all about rollups first, or rollup centric. And as a rollup, we're of course very happy that this is the way Ethereum is going.
In the last 3 days, from in 3 different events from many different people, I've heard the same question, which was, "Hey, does the merge change anything for layer 2s?" And while I was answering that question to my best knowledge, I wonder, Ellie, can you give me the answer of this question from the Starknet perspective, and maybe from your understanding of other layer 2s? Like, does the merge change anything? Does it require any changes, different approaches, modifications?
Well, the merge, the merge, there's what's right now happening, the very first step, and they're, okay, it's changing from proof of work to proof of stake, changing the, or making sure that there's only one chain that we track and things like that. But other than that, in this respect, and being really excited that there's this much better for humanity and carbon footprint way to do things. There's no big change. However, as just the previous speaker pointed out, Ethereum is already talking about the next things that are very much more tuned and geared towards rollups, especially dealing better with data availability, dunk sharding, the ability to use blobs for making data much cheaper. So this is definitely something that is coming about because folks are thinking about rollups. And as a rollup, we're going to use it. And we're already thinking of ways in which we can interface with these new functionalities that are going to offer much cheaper cost for transmission and for other kinds of new data saving for short term, which is really, really helpful for us because our proofs are pretty long and cost a lot of gas, the transmission there. So blobs are really, really good for us, and also for saving data and syncing up nodes using layer 1. So in the coming steps of the merge, I'm not even sure if it's still called the merge, but the next steps, the next hard forks, there'll be a lot of stuff that is going to make amortized gas cost per transaction go down even more, which is really great for all rollups. And as a rollup, it's really great for us.
We have one question from someone in the audience, if you would like, if you have time to answer. So this is about the current and maybe future speed of the Starknet. So what are the plans, and maybe how it aligns with the scalability roadmap of Ethereum post merge?
Sorry, again.
Sorry, like the question from audience is about the current performance, like transactions per second on Starknet. And from me, probably the question is better if answered together with the future plans and roadmap, and how it really aligns with the Ethereum scalability plan with the rollups.
Sorry, one last time. I didn't quite understand. There are two questions, so let's maybe take them one at a time.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the question from the audience is, what is the transactions per second Starknet throughput?
What, today, or in terms of there are several things here there, and off the top of my head, I'm not sure I can answer any one of them, but there's the actual rate, which is determined a lot also by what people are sending. And there's what the capacity can be, and then there's what can be the steady state. So I think the TPS right now is pretty low. I would guess, again, and I can get back with numbers, but I would guess it's less than 1 TPS. a lot of it is because demand is still pretty low, but also the capacity right now, or the capacity isn't great because I mean, there's several bottlenecks that are being opened with each new version we're putting on the alpha, and we haven't yet put the ones that fully deal with parallelizing the execution of transactions. Now, after that, okay, but the numbers I remember is that right now, I think the upper limit on TPS, let's say just for transfers of ERC20 and things like that, would be around 5 TPS if you use everything today. And post the parallelization steps, it should go up by a factor of 10 or so, let's say to 50 TPS. And then at that point, I mean, again, these are just guesstimates. And at that point, we'll need to look, what is the next bottleneck and so on. In terms of capacity to generate proofs and put them on Ethereum L1, from the point of view of that, we're very, very, very far from upper limits, and we don't quite know what the upper limits are. But it doesn't mean, right, at any given point, there'll be something that will be the bottleneck in terms of rate. It doesn't look like the proofs and putting them on layer 1 is going to be that bottleneck anytime soon. So we could potentially reach hundreds and thousands of TPS for ERC20 transfers. But in the near future, I would say 50, and then we need to examine again what are the next bottlenecks. And then what was the other question?
So the other question I was adding was, I was thinking that this question by itself about now is not enough without talking about the future. So I was trying to immediately add that question about the future that you covered.
Okay, good.
And I was also thinking about how it really aligns with the plan of scalability of Ethereum using the rollups. So because that's what entire Ethereum ecosystem is prepared for. The scalability doesn't happen through the sharding themselves, but like scalability only comes with the rollup ecosystem. So how Starknet scales Ethereum post merge, like in what format, like how does it happen?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. And just I apologize if it's okay. This will be just the last question, because I also I think you want to move to other things, but also I need to bring my kid to kindergarten. So Starknet solves the problem of computational what's it called, bottlenecks very, very well, not just by being a layer 2, but you can very seamlessly build layer 3s and even layer 4s on top of that, which means that you can have even more scaling. So when I say I don't know an upper bound on the TPS or the amount of computation or gas that can be processed per second on Starknet, that's the truth in terms of proofs. Now, one thing that Starknet does not have, or just the general technology of Starks does very little to help with, is that of data. So data availability is a separate problem. And that's exactly where things like sharding, dunk sharding, proto-dunk sharding, blobs, and all of that stuff comes in and is very, very useful. So I think this will complement. So we will offer much better computation, and then Ethereum will be the settlement layer and help with saving more data on-chain.
Kelly, thank you so much for joining us, especially in the middle of a busy day. I'm so happy to have you around this around the merge, and we wish all the Starkware all the success. I'll be contributing to it as well as Nethermind. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomasz, and thank you to all of the Nethermind team. Okay. Bye.
Okay, and I think since we were discussing this topic of scaling Ethereum with layer 2s here in the context of Starkware, maybe if I'm not sure if actually the Cambridge office is still online and available. Swapnet is there. So either now or maybe in our later times, like discussing a bit more in details the idea of scaling Ethereum with rollups, like how it happens with all the different rollups and how they align with the dunk sharding. Is that something that you want to cover now or discuss later?
I think that's a topic better left for later.
Sure.
Ability to explain things right now.
And actually, I see and I think I want to discuss it because there was a question coming from many people about I think I got this question 3 or 4 times as well in the last week or two about the risks to smart contracts caused by the changes of the network upgrade, the merge network upgrade. Like, should the smart contracts that are already deployed on the network be considered potentially dangerous and potentially exploitable after the merge? And I think that Mauricio, who we have here from Nethermind's auditing team, could help us to understand this topic better.
Of course, hello everyone. Really nice to be here with all of you. Well, first, it has been mentioned a couple of times that with the merge we are like changing the consensus algorithm, but we are like splitting into that. We will have the consensus layer, we will have the execution layer, and execution layer where if actually the transaction will be executed, it doesn't like change too much, right? So a smart contract execution will be like kind of the same with some small changes, like a few opcodes that will change, for example, because the blocks are going to be changed, and we'll have now, for example, a difficulty opcode is moving to preferred DAO, or the nonce is going to be 0. So a smart contract that we're relaying these opcodes, they may have some issues, but at least like most of them not. Beyond that, we also have like a small change in the time between blocks. Right now we have like blocks produced in an average time of 13 seconds or something like that. And now we are moving, I think, to a fixed time lapse of 12 seconds. So if you have like some smart contract relying on this time, you can also have like some issues now. And yeah, not too much. I think there is not too much risk beyond that. One of the things that have been mainly talked is about top oracles, like in the case of Uniswap, SushiSwap, this kind of oracles, because now they can be like more susceptible to manipulation, because we can know the block producers before they going to produce the block. So attackers could have like these risk-free manipulations. But they are still expensive, and there have been already some research around this, trying to play with medium for these oracles or another solution. So, but yeah, because the execution layer like remain kind of the same, there are only a couple of changes, a couple of outcodes. I would say that most of the contract will be still safe after the merge, and will be only a few cases where you should actually worry about that. Yeah.
And one question which maybe I'll surprise you with this one. It's something that I wouldn't know the answer to. It's I only understand the question, but not the answer. So the Shanghai fork already has a set of changes, EIPs related to the bytecode. So one of them is the EVM object format, and the other few are push 0 and I think some modifications to the cost of the bytecode deployment. Did you have a chance already to see how the Shanghai fork in the future, which should happen after 3 to 6 months after the merge, how it will affect how we build the smart contracts? The object format, I believe, provides the solutions for better verification, security testing before deployment.
No, actually I haven't. I mean, I haven't go over that yet, so that's something that's for sure interesting, but I haven't get the opportunity to
I only looked at those yesterday. Really, I mean, I knew that there are somewhere there lingering on the horizon, but they were not really properly finalized. So I think we should all soon start looking at what will be coming in Shanghai and how it may affect the smart contracts development. So maybe we'll even talk about some deeper exploration of those topics later today, tonight. Today, I think for everyone it's today now. Actually, the post merge time. There are no time zones really that will go through the merge tomorrow or yesterday or whatever other setup. So the merge happens in 45 minutes. I think. Yes, it's 45 minutes from now. I mean, like soon we'll be probably counting and chanting together. Mauricio, is there something else related to security of the chain that you think is relevant now for the merge? Or like, what's your view on the merge security preparation of the teams? And
I really think that there is not too much effects on the distribution on the smart contract side. So as I mentioned before, I think most of the people is going to be okay with this. I mean, biggest issue I think from the DeFi perspective of my contract, I think with protocols it will fix at some point. So.
Okay, so many of the questions that I've heard were about like, are my NFTs safe? And I think we can say yes, your NFTs are safe. Okay, great. So maybe we also use the opportunity that Christoph Gajo joined us on the call, and I think he's still in Berlin just after the DAppCon and presenting the past, the present, and future of wallets, I believe. And since Christoph worked a lot on the account abstraction project, so I think this might be the one thing that the community will look much more closely at after the merge. I say like that many brains that were working on merge suddenly will be looking for something cool to work on next, and it might be the account abstraction. So Christopher, it would be great to hear a bit more about like the prospects of this project.
Great, sweet. So hey guys, yeah, I'm calling in from the Berlin office of the Ethereum Foundation right now. I thought I'd wake up early and get in here before it gets too crowded. I have not succeeded, by the way. There's like 100 people here. But yeah, as you mentioned, Tomasz, account abstraction. So before I sort of talk about what we might expect post-merge, just so we're on the same page, account abstraction is a concept in Ethereum that stands for the shifting away of the network from so-called private EOA accounts, which are private key controlled accounts, to smart contract accounts. We want this to happen because EOA accounts are by design super restrictive in how they work, right? If you have a private key account, which is what most people have, if you have MetaMask or something, it uses a very specific type of algorithm called the ECDSA, right? And if you lose that private key, all your funds are gone forever, right? Like there's no limits, there's no like time locks. It's just a complete admin access to your account. Whereas when it comes to smart contract accounts, you can completely define how it's controlled, right? You can do multi-sig, you can do social recovery, and you know, by working on this, I did this because I thought like this is the only way a normal person would ever want to use an Ethereum account, right? The simplicity of giving out your seed phrase is just it's just too difficult to bear for most people, and I absolutely don't blame them for it. Like I wouldn't want to use a seed phrase wallet for a large amount of funds too. But yeah, I guess to go back to the merge, doing account abstraction pre-merge was quite difficult, right? And the main reason for this is that all the core developers were completely occupied with the merge, rightfully so. So there was no space whatsoever to research and implement for all the core developers account abstraction, which requires a hard fork, right? This is a sort of reason we came up with EIP 457. This is an attempt to solve account abstraction without requiring hard fork by sort of giving away the rights to put operations on chain to arbitrageurs, so-called bundlers. I think after the merge, I expect, as you said, lots of developers are going to have the time, like lots of more sort of free time, so to say, to work on other projects. And I really hope that eventually we'll get some time to try and implement some sort of more direct approach to account abstraction. So there's a few ways that might look like for the network, right? EIP 457 is a really good stepping point. And we can leverage the sort of growing ecosystem that's happening around it in a few ways, right? One is to actually get rid of the whole concept of bundlers and arbitragers, and instead of relying on them to put these operations on chain, we could make it part of the network itself, right? So we could get the Ethereum network and block builders to verify that these user operations pointing to smart contracts are safe and they will pay the builders, right? This is quite difficult in the past, and this probably was the biggest hurdle for account abstraction because it's just really hard to do, right? Whereas with EOAs, you only have to do like a signature verification on ECDSA. With smart contracts, anything you can code in Solidity is a valid verification method, right? And here you'd be expecting block builders to basically carry out verification of any complexity, completely custom, right? So that's why it was impossible. I think the sort of lessons from how to avoid DDoS that we've learned from developing CIP might be really handy when we try and put it on chain and put it actually in a hard fork. Another thing that we can do, which is I think my sort of favorite personally, is trying to solve the problem of people saying, okay, account abstraction, cool, whatever, but I have my EOA ready, I have my MetaMask, I have all my NFTs on it, I have my tokens. I don't want to bother setting up a new account and sending all my tokens and my NFTs over, right? And yeah, for most people, it's just too much hassle, and that's completely fair. So instead of getting people to move over all their valuables and NFTs to new accounts, we can instead create a system where they can turn their EOA into a smart contract, right? Imagine, for instance, a new transaction type where instead of your transaction type literally doing what you normally think of as a transaction, right? Sending money, interacting with a smart contract. Instead, all it does is it turns your externally owned account, your private key account, into a smart contract that you specify, right? And with this, someone could, take their MetaMask wallet that they have all their funds in and run one transaction, and that will turn it instantly into a smart contract account with any sort of security that they want, right? So multi-sig, social recovery, any of these things. For the second one, actually, there's already EIP 5003. Yeah, lots of numbers with these EIPs, huh? It's very confusing for us too. And this EIP relies on a previous EIP called EIP 3074, which many of you might have heard about. 3074 is famously an EIP that tries to sort of bolster the strengths of externally owned accounts, right? And 5003 leverages the power that 3074 gives and creates a new opcode called off-usurp, if I remember correctly. And this simply does what I mentioned before, right? It just takes the EOA that was allowed to be controlled by this invoker contract, and it turns it into any custom smart contract. Right, it doesn't answer your question too much.
It does. I was listening big parts of it very, very carefully because it was simply interesting, especially that's converting the existing accounts into smart contracts, where you say, hey, from now on I move to this new model. I wonder, very often when we were talking about 3074, and also I think when we would talk about 5003, there's a question of the risks of the users thinking that, oh, right, okay, so just change something and then not realizing the consequences of those actions. So what you feel is that this particular moment when they convert the account into a new smart contract and potentially don't realize that they don't have access to the smart contract after that, what are those risks and how they will be mitigated?
Right, that's a really good question. And my answer is I'm very conflicted, to say the least, right? On the one hand, we have sort of the Ethereum vision of like, hey, we give you this sandbox and you will do whatever you want, whatever you desire, you can do in this system, right? That was sort of the founding philosophy of Ethereum at the start. Before Ethereum, there were a few networks where you had a bunch of different functionality that you could do, right? So you had like 20 use cases. And the problem, I think Vitalik mentioned that he saw that, is that like, okay, cool, we have these 20 use cases that we can do with this network, right? But what if we want a 21st one or a 22nd one, right? Are we going to have to create a new network every single time? Are we going to have to hard fork network entirely to allow this new use case? So instead, that's why the founders created this completely sort of sandbox EVM, right? Where you can code whatever you want and you don't need to hard fork for every single new functionality. And I think 3074 kind of embodies and takes this vision further, right? In the sense that, okay, like if you sign a bad transaction, you will, like, your account will probably be lost, or some really, really bad things can happen. And not just that your account can be lost, but like even in the future, like someone could take advantage of your, say, tokens that you're holding to like vote on the proposal that you're not even aware of. Like it's very, very dangerous if you make a mistake. But I also think that like we already have this risk for the most part, right? Like sending one wrong message can also ruin your account these days, right? So like if you send out your private key, your account's gone too, right? So I actually think that yes, this is a more dangerous system, 3074, but I think with the right amount of the right wall technology, which really warns you when you're trying to allow, when you're trying to authorize your account for an invoker, I think it still fits quite well into the whole vision, right? And if I remember correctly, it's not even that large of a change for core developers, right? Well, besides the testing, of course, which is always forgotten about. So it's a relatively simple EIP. It does make a big change when it comes to the risks of the network. But yeah, I think it has a future.
That's a great in detail answer, and I think that those who haven't seen your presentations on the account abstraction should try to find one. I think you were also talking with Pooja on one of the Payton episodes, if I remember well. Exactly, and well, I think that what was happening on the DAF Con in Berlin now, many people who are too busy with the merge will be catching up on later and watching the recordings. I've seen there was lots of fantastic speakers, and I think many of those topics will be also covered in a month in DEF CON with the people already ready to implement them. So the approach will be different. Thank you, Christoph, so much, and please stay with us until the merge if you can. If not, then I understand. How is the atmosphere in Berlin?
Atmosphere in Berlin is fantastic. Let me turn my camera here. We are here in Berlin in the EF office. I hope I'm not violating any German privacy laws here, or else I'll see you from jail, I guess. But yeah, this is where we're at. This is one of the rooms, right? Lots of developers congregating, talking amongst themselves. I guess I'll walk around a bit if that's okay. Yeah, we have this is sort of a side room for people who are live streaming like me. But we also have the main room. Ooh, look at this. All gigabrains from Ethereum. You know, hundreds of people have been working on this update. It's insane. We have a live stream here up too. We have a bunch of people talking, having fun, you know, really anxious, but also really trying to, you know, calm their nerves because, well, let's be honest, they can't do too much right now. You know, all the client updates have already been shipped. There's no way back. All they can do is just you know, talk amongst themselves, wait, and then see what happens. Right. So it's I would say most people are quite calm here, right? They've prepared. There's like been what 13 shadow forks of mainnet, if I remember correctly. So everyone was really well prepared. Like all the core developers have done whatever they can to make this a really smooth upgrade. And yeah, I think people are quite confident here from who I've talked to.
Amazing. It's 30 minutes to go, everyone. Like 30 minutes, 31 actually. So 6:15 UTC, that the merge should happen. Oh, it just jumped. I don't know, it refreshed for me and it's 48 minutes, which means that the hash rate must have dropped significantly. Sorry, I was looking at the page that just refreshed on me. So it's 47 minutes. We lost 15 minutes of life, like in a fraction of a second. So I understand it's before 8 o'clock in Berlin. So, well, it's a good time for the merge, even for the Central European time. It's just before breakfast merge, actually, or after breakfast merge for some people, I guess. I must be the late breakfast one. Since we have 47 minutes, it actually gives us opportunity to speak a few more people than we would. And we have at the moment only, I mean, I wanted to say only Nethermind people, but we have David as well with us, which is great. However, I would like to allow some more of the Nethermind team members talk, and particularly, I don't know, Stefan is practically on the watch, has been on the watch for a long time with us today, helping with organizing this event. So it might be he just like fell asleep or something, and I wouldn't blame him. But if he didn't, then it would be great to talk. I guess you understand what kind of host I am. I should have asked somewhere in the background, hey, Stefan, are you alive? I didn't. Stefan, are you alive? You are. It's great to see. Like, actually, so I'll just say one thing. Like, so when we're looking for fantastic people to join Nethermind, like I just shouted on Twitter, like, hey, we're looking for. I was I was in Bangalore in India, and I shouted on Twitter, hey, I'm looking for a person to join the Nethermind, and Paridosh, who is from Bangalore but living somewhere totally different place, not knowing that I was in Bangalore, said, hey, I know this guy from Bangalore that might join. So like, I don't know if I really explained the situation well, but we met with Stefan in Bangalore like a few days later, discussed, and it was like, oh wow, great, like we should work together. And Stefan works with us now at Nethermind, helping a lot with like building the community in India, with the events, with the like he already spoke on many events and organized them. So thank you for all of that, and so we'd love to hear like your story. If it's the same story that I just said, then sorry, but like your story of Ethereum and your future with Ethereum after the merge. And maybe about the Indian community.
It's I mean, you summarized the story pretty well. It kind of felt a bit like destiny, right? And yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, having Pari on the one hand, who's gonna join later, hopefully, with a lot more people from Ethereum Foundation, and you know, just sitting down, meeting, and I mean, to be honest, a lot of people I talked to afterwards, oh, why did you end up joining Nethermind? Oh, I sat down with Tomasz, I met him online, we had this talk, and then I just realized I have to join this company. So, I mean, all thanks to you, we're here. And yeah, so, I mean, and organizing all of this, I have to say, it is a team effort, right? So thanks to Annelie, thanks to Antonio, Laura, Carla and Bogdan for, you know, and everybody actually who was here and who's going to join later for making this happen. And it's been an amazing time getting this organized. And I wrote to Antonio earlier that it feels a bit like, like the exams in school, right? So you're super excited. It's gonna happen. You don't know if you're prepared. You feel you're underprepared, but things are still going well, and you're too excited to do anything else except hanging around here. I think Annelie was supposed to go to sleep like, I don't know, 6 hours ago or so. So yeah, so it's really great. And for maybe to tell a bit more about the Indian community, I had really good opportunities to interact with them, and it's really a great community, growing bigger. We're doing a lot of things with Starkware, meeting amazing people. And yeah, I've been with Nethermind for almost 3 months now, and it's been really great. And I'm really looking forward, for making a lot more amazing things happening in the future.
Great to hear that. Great to hear that. And analyst 6 hours delayed sleep. So I was sure that you came back fresh after already taking like a 3-hour power nap or something. So you're just staying with us all the way to the merge, and it's already dawning there, I see. So it must be like 7 a.m. after the hard day of preparation of this of all these talks and chasing people and preparing that. So amazing effort, but I also feel really worried. So Hanali, are you still alive? Or
I'm still. I think the smile is real. I don't think it's just stuck. I think it's real. No, honestly, it is. I've been very torn. I wanted to go to sleep, but then I also just couldn't make myself to log out. So here I am trying to massage my back a little bit, but no, it's been super exciting to listen to all of these really smart, our teams, but also our guests. I'm learning loads, not from a technical background, so a lot of it goes over my head, but I'm a sponge. So yeah, thanks for sharing, everyone. It's been brilliant to listen to, and we've got many hours to go and many exciting guests to join as well. But obviously the main event is just around the corner now.
Yeah, I think actually the story how Annelie joined is also pretty crazy, because Annelie knew my really great friend. At the same time, I got Annelie's CV from totally different country, from Hudson Jameson, and I was so surprised, because this were like two totally different worlds merging. My friend from high school that we never talked to about blockchain together ever, and the blockchain world in US, well, Emily being from Europe. So I remembered I was looking at this, I felt like, no way. So okay, so this the team that worked on this event was destined to work on this event. So okay, it's unavoidable. All right, so 45 minutes, I think. Comment, are we planning on doing a sorry, this is comment probably for internal. I was not supposed to read it, I guess. I don't know. Dashboard screen share. No, actually, okay. Yeah, I was thinking about we should have some screen share on some dashboard that will be perfect for the merge and show what's happening. The problem is that we should actually show 6 or 7 screens, so probably the entire desktop. And we've seen the preparation of our infra team, the desktop with 50 different windows displayed, and watching this this merge watch, watching the infrastructure, watching if all the blocks are correct, and so on. So there's lots to look at, and I think that we should share with you all those links to things that we're looking at. So maybe it would be great if Lefteris joined as well. So soon we'll be asking Lefteris. He's also alive, but I think that he did you sleep? Do you sleep? You just woke up, or you didn't sleep at all?
Yeah, I good morning. I did
Good morning.
But I was just snoozing all the time, like the alarm clock. I was supposed to wake up at 6, and then okay, TDD is still far away, 6:30, then 7, then 7:30. Yeah.
Terry's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining. And I think like seeing you immediately, I'll jump to maybe let you talk a bit. Actually, I'll ask you whether you want to hear a few questions from us, or you feel like, oh no, you just want to listen because you look at lots of things and then you're busy still, or like tired.
Oh, I mean, you can sure ask some questions, but I don't know what to say. I just want to say, hi,
Yeah, I'm like, if you can just say a few sentences. The problem with you is like you have a really long history of Ethereum. So like, but if you can just tell people really where it started and what your history of Ethereum is in general, and like what you work on now, then it'll be great to tell, because you really contributed a lot to this vision of really try to be decentralized against the odds, like not go the easy way, just keep pushing. Like you're famous for just contributing daily every single day to the Rotkey project, being probably like the most productive developer in the world of Ethereum. So
just having commits doesn't make me productive, but yeah. So I like for Ethereum specific stuff, it was always like started the foundation in 2014. Worked on Solidity and C++ client that doesn't exist anymore. And it was a fun time. Like it started here in Berlin, right? In the Ethereum Foundation office back in Waldemannstraße. And it, like, built a lot of stuff. And they were talking. So when I joined the foundation, there was this talk of like a proof of stake, and then later how it would be done, and it sounded like a year away. And it's really fun fun to see it happen so many years later. But yeah, I don't really know what to say. I'm still waking up, so I don't.
So, Leftaris, you're also famous for doing some like bird spotting. Is it called bird spotting, or like I just convert from train spotting to bird spotting? Like you publish, you take pictures of the birds and publish them on Twitter. And I think that you're also super active in the governance. You're on multiple governance panels. And like, so you're everywhere. You're extremely liked by the community because people just see that you're so super authentic and visible and fighting for the things that are right. So tell us more about birds. And this is the last thing that I'll ask you about. Tell us about birds.
Yeah, birds are cool. Birds are the best thing in the world. They are so nice. I like taking photos of them, but some people think that I go out every day in the morning and take a photo and then go and post it on Twitter. Of course, that's not it. Like I have an archive that I take photos from, and I just, for example, right now I'm searching my archive to see what I should post today. There is no merge bird or something, so I don't know what to post. But yeah, posting photos of birds is like and taking like Berlin. It's a very nice place because we have many parks and it's quite green, so there is many birds. And it's pretty cool to just like go out in the nature a bit and take photos. It helps with relaxing.
Okay, so it kind of like you kind of destroyed my childhood by saying that you're not going every day to take a picture of a bird. Well, I think I have to understand that this is how it has to be. Christoph is still presenting how the Berlin looks. So you've been attending DAppCon as well, I guess. So there's lots of people there in DAppCon. I love it. Okay, that would be a presentation of Christoph. And will we see a birds today on this channel as well, like on?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the archive right now.
It's great. It's good. So I'm just asking the team to maybe like if anyone has access to DALL-E to generate a panda bird. I guess it's possible. So I'd like to see. Actually, that's the task for everyone watching. Like we, I don't know, we send some NFT to the best panda bird generation with any of the AI generation tools, or if you prefer to draw it yourself and you think that you win, yeah, I think we can promise something big. NFT, or I don't know, like just the eternal fame of the best panda bird of the merge watch. All right. Okay. Thanks, Ethereum. Stay with us as long as you can and comment and things. And the merge happens very, very soon. It's so soon that actually our core devs start to wake up from what I see. Is it true? It disappeared. It disappeared. I think I've seen Marek joining for a moment.
What is the best? The best is the Bordel one, or what is the best way to see the closest estimation right now?
We're looking at the border.wtf, and it's showing 42 minutes. It's like 2 and many zeros of the hash rate of the total difficulty left. So it says 641. Well, like, let me refresh it because last time suddenly I just jumped. 641. And there is also Dune dashboard that we were looking at. Now let me try to find it.
Yeah, I've been refreshing Bordel all the time, and it just keeps going away. It's
yeah, like stop refreshing, Lefteris, then maybe
it's going towards
at
9. So 7 UTC is 9 o'clock my time, where I have to pick up the kid from the dentist.
The kids can wait. Lefteris, the kids can wait. That's the kids happen every day, right?
Telling my wife.
she's not waiting for the merge review. Okay. So we're looking also at Dune. If Dune shows us the merge a bit earlier, then we'll choose that one. But it says 647 as well. So they agree now. 641, 647. So we like, if it goes wrong, we miss it by 6 minutes. All right, we have Marek, who's has actually maybe possibly able to tell us even closer when the merge happens. Right now, Marek actually cannot. He doesn't calculate that, right, Marek? You don't calculate this part.
I'm relying on the same source like you, so border and ultrasound, and I'm observing nodes, so I will be probably a bit before you. So.
That's great. Okay, actually, let's simply keep talking, and Marek will tell us if the merge happens. All right. Okay. So while we have 45 minutes, and we have Lazaro here as well, so maybe like we've talked about Forta before, but Lazaro is doing lots of other things outside of Forta now as well, like the Web3, like working with more teams and yeah, simply leading and creating great atmosphere with the teams and coding and solving problems. So I'd love to hear maybe your story of Ethereum and what your plans for after the merge are. I don't know, like if you're really affected by the merge because you work mostly on Web3, not with protocol engineering. Tell me, like, am I right? Am I wrong?
Yes, I will not have any issues directly before the merge. So because I am mostly working with Solidity right now, so and I'm curious about Forta because I have been working with Forta for a long time. So I'm curious about the new use cases that will appear due to the merge. And you were mentioning about monitoring the validators and things like that, and that seems awesome. So we'll be looking forward maybe to contribute back again to Forta and help Roberto creating new bots.
Yeah, so like just for those who didn't have an opportunity to hear it before, we're talking about monitoring the network of validators and monitoring the on-chain activity related to post-merge MEV and maybe running it as for the bots. And as we're talking, like keep looking at Christoph presenting the, I can no longer presenting the DAppCon, the Berlin atmosphere there. So this is one, the live report. And I'm not sure if any other of us can show anything that will look like this is affected by the merge. My window view is not.
Christoph,
people just carry on with their lives.
Node?
Once again.
So Christoph, are you in full node?
No, I'm in the EF office in Berlin.
Ah, the EF office. Okay, cool.
How about you? You're in Berlin too.
I'm in my office, my home.
Oh, Well, I'm not there. That would be weird if I was there. But yes. No. I mean, yeah, it's a kind of on-site party. You know, feel free to come if you want left terrace. Yeah, it's not too late. I think you can still make it, regardless of where you're in Berlin. But yeah, as I was walking around, yeah, I've been picking up some stickers, which are very nice. You know, there's lots of hype going on. As I was walking around, you might have seen some of the Ethereum core dev legends walking around. You know, Pari, people from all the teams, Geth, Aragon, Besu, Teku, Prism, Lighthouse, maybe even, right? Yeah, so I think it's going really exciting, and yeah, I picked the best place to be for the merge, I think, for the time being.
Well, Christoph, while you were talking, you unfortunately lost to the first submission of the panda bird, and
oh, wow.
I'm not sure if it's a live picture taken by Lefteris. It looks more like an artistic concept. That's good. I like it's potential winner. Let's see how it goes. I'm like, that's interesting. Like, why it doesn't have the beak and the panda body, but it flies away. Okay, this is how fast the Ethereum will be after the merge. Actually, after merging, it'll just fly. Okay, let's go to something more serious again. But if any of you like post the panda birds, we'll continue with that, and we'll keep it as the only light topic, because obviously during the merge, during the next 40 minutes, lots of people will be relying on us telling them what really happens, like what the data are saying, is it all fine, and so on. So, and then we relax again, probably like maybe an hour after. So this is the big moment. People look and take some decisions, and I'm gonna maybe trade or switch off the nodes, or just very last moment order DApp nodes and run something. So we have to deliver now, like with all our skills. The questions will be now, like, what for Marek and for Eli, I think, guys, what do you look at now to see if the merge is fine and to understand the markets around the merge? Maybe starting with Eli.
I'm just looking at MEV. Yeah, I'm just looking at the MEV spec database we run, and I'm just looking through all the like transfers, and then looking for any transfers that are just really large amounts, any sort of whale activity. And then as soon as the merge happens, I'll basically be refreshing each of the blocks to look for MEV, and the first arbitrage or swap that happens, I'll improve the stake. I'll make sure to post that here, but just checking out all the MEV data and looking at that right now.
So what's the current MEV activity? Do we see the blocks paying out much more already? Do people start trades? Like, did you see some volatility over the last day or maybe last week? What was the history of trading and MEV in the last week? Not from the perspective of the Ethereum price, but more like on-chain DeFi activity. Was there something unexpected?
It looks very standard. It's MEV profits are down from a few months ago, just because MEV profits are very directly correlated to like how much activity is happening on DEXs, and it's kind of a bear market, so there's been lower volume on DEXs, so MEV profits have just been down, and so have the validator or the miner tips and payouts. So nothing crazy, but I am looking at it. I'm gonna look at it right now and see if there's anything different. But like an hour ago, it looked pretty standard.
So just to explain to others what it means to look at the MEV inspect database. So I believe, Eli, that you run your own copy of the MEV inspect Python constructed database. So this is a tool that is from Flashbots. Anyone can run it and run the historical traces of transactions to analyze the MEV that happened, and also analyze the ongoing transactions and see what MEV flows are there. And by MEV, we really mean either transaction fees or the liquidations or front running or sandwiching or anything else that can be categorized as MEV, which is pretty broad category. And why do we look at anything unusual? Because it may tell us what the sentiment is towards the merge. Do people have people discounted all the all the potential outcomes, like do they expect some failure on the merge? Do they expect failure on particular DeFi protocols? Are they starting to prepare some DeFi protocol trades and so on? And we can detect it just after the merge, before the merge. So it'll be two very interesting time spans. While I'm talking to you, I see more and more of those panda birds. One, I love the one from Eric. It's literally panda with a beak, and it's very focused. I think that we can start tweeting them, so you'll be able to decide whether you want to see them or not. And okay, Eli, so we have MEV inspect by, this is MEV, the markets. I remember we were talking a lot about the staked ETH as well, and the discount of that one. So do you observe it now somewhere, and what tools do you use for that?
I'm not directly tracking that right now, but I'm actually going to write a query and keep a list of all the transfers incoming and outgoing of the staked ETH contract. And so I'll check that out, and it's a less elegant solution, but it gives me like a very good activity of like all the transfers that are happening from the token contract. And so every swap initiates token transfers. And so by looking at that activity, you can get a pretty good gauge on what's happening. And then also be looking on different DEX websites and whatnot to check that out.
So this will be still like query against your MEV inspect database, or is it query in the Dune analytics, or?
Yeah, I'm just running against my own MEV inspect database. So.
Okay, fantastic. So be waiting for any insights. Marek, so here we would like to ask, like, how do you monitor now if everything is fine with the merge? What you'll be looking at 30 minutes, like what you'll be refreshing hectically just during the merge? What others people should look at?
Okay, so we have many nodes in our infrastructure. So I have many terminals open with Lighthouse, Lodestar, Prism, Teku, of course, and Nethermind. And I'm observing also our logging tools, so Seek and Grafana. But there is useful page that I posted, and I will repost it right now. Forkmon, ifpanda, IO. So there is like every combination of clients, and we can observe if they agree on the same block. So this will be super important right after the merge. And also, of course, block explorers. And our Discord channel, because I assume that unfortunately we will have some users that even if we do not have failure any bug, I expect that we will need to help some users just after the merge. But yeah, that is what I'm observing.
Okay, so Forkmon to understand the general stability of all the clients. If they agree, they should be all green, right? They should be all green, and they should show a block created within the last X, I don't know, 12 seconds, right?
Exactly. So, of course, if Forkmon doesn't agree, it doesn't mean that, you know, there is failure, because it could be misconfigured, but generally, I think it should be configured well because it was prepared by Ethereum Foundation DevOps. So I think it is good source of information for us.
Yeah, but just the warning, if any of you, if you're looking at Forkmon and just assume that for sure Forkmon shows the truth, it may not. Like it's very unlikely that it will keep showing green and blocks being created if it's actually not fine. But it may show false negatives. It may show strings going wrong while the network is relatively fine, because Forkmon is connected to its local set of nodes, local configuration, and it might be that those particular nodes will be somehow misconfigured. The other thing is the beacon chain slots. So Marek is sharing that as well. So we have to share it on the YouTube chat, not here, not on Zoom. because people cannot see our Zoom chat, I believe. So share the beacon chain slots. And Marek, can you explain what really people should expect happening there? How they can from beacon chain read if it's fine?
Okay, so definitely we will see more missed slots and drop in sync aggregation. But the question is how big, all right? So, and there is hard to say what is like, you know, threshold for saying that merge was good or not, but generally we need sync aggregation around 66% to finalize. So you can see sync aggregate column in this block explorer. And right now you can see that there is lots of proposed green blocks. So that means that everything is fine, but we can see sometimes a yellow mist. So this means that validator could be offline, or I don't know, for some reason didn't prepare the block. So if we see lots of yellow blocks here, yellow missed proposition, it will be bad. Yeah. But if proposed, then we are fine.
Trying to prepare a screen for sharing on this one. It won't be best, but it might be something that people like to see. Yeah. Oh, there is no tab sharing in Zoom. All right. Yeah. So the team will look at this, what to share, and yeah, we're talking about the slots in the beacon chain. So yellow and mist is wrong. Proposed and green is great. Scheduled is just waiting, so
yes,
not necessarily anything bad. All right, and apart from slots, is there something else to look at? The epochs being finalized. So when I was presenting this most recent epochs view, people were a bit uneasy about the final no for 13 minutes, but this is normal, right? Like beyond 14 minutes is bad, but 13 minutes is normal still when it's showing no, right?
Yes.
On
yes.
the first page, on the front page of the
Yes,
beacon
yes.
chain.
Yes, front page is also important. We can see most recent epochs, most recent blocks, active validators.
And the epochs should be finalized before 13 minutes pass, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we see most recent blocks. We see the number of validators active, no pending validator. So that's interesting. Nobody's waiting to become a validator just now, which okay, it's reasonable. We have 30 minutes left, 29 minutes left. Okay. So we're getting close. And what else do we look at? So we have Forkmon, we have Beacon Chain. We have some data dashboards, some Dune analytics. Maybe for the, like any other sources of live data, I think that our team was looking at the sources. I don't know if Eli, if you have that summary that Narut has been working on, like what are the best providers of real-time data or the on-chain data that people can look at for the information about the merge?
I believe that's an internal request. Is there something separate, or should I share that?
No. Like, well, I mean, no. If you can just list what's the data, what the good data sources are normally for people that are looking for data about the markets, about the merge.
I mean, the go-to is always Dune Analytics. Absolutely fantastic tooling. Also looking at Nansen, Parsec, Glassdoor. All of great, or Glassnode, sorry. All of great analytics. Yeah, any other tools that I'm spacing on? I'm a
No,
little
it's
distracted here.
fantastic. I mean, like we definitely missing some great tools. These are a few that you can look at for the on-chain data. Some of them had prepared dashboards. I mean, in Dune, you can create your own dashboards as well. We shared one that that we've been looking at. So it's this one here. And do we have any questions? We don't have questions. We have 120 people watching the stream. And well, like I think that at the same time there'll be some tension, and more people from the stream will be actually looking at the at various dashboards and checking everything is okay, which means that we may be becoming a bit quieter. And you probably want us to be a bit more quiet for a moment as well. You'll be looking at the dashboards too. So what I can do during this time, well, okay, I mean, like for 15 more minutes, we can probably easily keep talking. So, well, I mean, like maybe some fresh views. If like, I think that's Kunal, we didn't have even opportunity to talk yet, right? Because you joined Nethermind just like 2 weeks ago, I think, or. You want to share a bit of like how does it feel to just jump straight into the merge call?
Yeah, sure. So I joined like last Wednesday, right? And it's been like a week. And what I've been looking into is EIP 4337, which is what Christoph was talking about. So yes, this is really interesting to me because like I've been looking into just how like clients, like client architecture. And yeah, it's late at still like Pacific time, so we are like a day behind. And yeah.
Great, welcome on board. So like Kunal is on our internship program, so usually just join us and immediately gets quite a lot of freedom of picking some any of the projects that we're working on, which means that yeah, we see some of our interns here on the call today. Some of them been working with us on preparation of the projects of data for today and so on. So it's lots of fun here. I think Ayush is the same for you. Ayush, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I'm also looking at account abstraction and a few other projects like Juno. Yeah, this is fun. Finally,
just out of
the merge time is
curiosity,
here. Yes,
out
sure.
of curiosity, I had a question. Like, is anyone like monitoring the first two blocks of what's happening on the proof of work chain? How's the fork going? Because
yeah, like so Eli will be looking at the MEV in those blocks. We'll be looking at Etherscan. Marek will be looking at multiple nodes, checking if the blocks are empty, full, who produced them. We'll be looking at whether the blocks contain the bundles coming through the blocks produced by MEV Boost by any chance. So actually, if we look at the Boost relay, let me check this. So one more thing you can look at. It's Boost relay flashbots.net. I'll share it with everyone as well.
no, but like Flashbots
Okay,
won't be working with proof of stake, proof of work chain, right? They don't have their own
proof of stake.
RPC,
Flashbots with MEV Boost that supports the proof of stake. They like have visit the website that I'm just sharing on the chat, which is Boost Relay. And well, why do we want to visit it? Because we want to see how many validators are registered with the relay. It's 22,000. And we mentioned there are other relays that may have registrations. There are the details how to register if you're like solo staker, reminding you that you may end up with pretty valuable blocks. So I think that I will need confirmation. I think MEV Boost will be disabled. So when I said, oh, we'll be looking whether the first two blocks came from MEV Boost, they won't, because MEV Boost will be enabled only after 16 epochs, I believe. So this would be to almost 2 hours. I'll need to confirm it because we were changing the plans a bit. So if we had anyone from Flashbots team underbody, okay. Let me try to confirm it. As at 16 epochs to wait. Let's see. Let's start observing. Let's start observing. So there'll be a few more people here that I'm not introducing because I started to be a bit more focused and checking. So we have 20 minutes to go. 6:45 UTC. So far, we don't see any problems. The hash rate is actually going up a bit. It's 816 terahashes per second now. It was 750 for a moment. So while this is not significant that it goes up, like it won't change much, what is important is that it doesn't show like some continuous decline or a sudden drop so far, and we're just 20 minutes ahead. So as we were suggesting before, we didn't expect too much of a hash rate drop. If we look at the hash rate drop chart on the border.wtf, it actually shows this trend upwards. It's might be that we convinced miners to come for those last minutes, that there might be some money here on the table. So maybe it's all because of us. We saved the merge. All right. And let me see more. It keeps refreshing. Okay, it's 20 minutes. Hash rate 800. Let's see what is with the Ethereum Classic hash rate. Did it change? Ethereum Classic hash rate. What we can expect, this might be a guess, that the Ethereum Classic hash rate will jump like 5 times after the merge. There's a possibility that it will go from 90 to like 400 or 500 terahashes per second. It will start adjusting, which means that you will have in such case, what would happen? You would have a series of very short blocks on Ethereum Classic, like maybe every second a block for I don't know, a few minutes maybe. If that happens, and it may happen because we already see really that the hash rate is growing like 10% per hour now on Ethereum Classic. Am I right? More or less, I think 5-10% per hour. So it's very significant growth. In a day, it went up around 30-40%. Yeah. So hash rate on Ethereum Classic went up around 40%. So as a reminder, we're looking at this chart. Post the links to those tools. Sure. Rob, thank you for asking. I'm just sharing the 2Miners link, which shows the Ethereum ETC network hash rate. Above, I posted a link to the Boost relay. I think there are some other dashboards that I can look at. Dashboards. Yeah. As I said, we'll be opening more and more tabs. I'll be quieter. But like if other people have data, like now it's all about sharing the data, telling people what happens with the network. Like for the next half an hour, only that. Really didn't talk at all during the call today about the Ethereum prices themselves. So I have no idea if there was any movement on the Ethereum price today. And
that's driven by so many more fundamental things. I don't know if Joel or Narut are around, but they would definitely be the better people to answer that because they understand how all the financial instruments work.
So the Ethereum price practically stays on the same level more or less throughout the day, from what I see. So there's no massive movement. Let's see. Oh, it's a little jump, yeah. Practically for the last few hours, it's not much of a move. All right. The fork one, and let's see if the number of synced nodes changed on Ether nodes. So we see 2.5 thousand nodes observing Ethereum. So you see a significant jump in the last few hours, and the jump is mostly on GAF nodes. So did GAF nodes get even more of the network? So we see we had 75% of GAF nodes when we were starting, and now we see no, it's also 75%, a small uptick, which means that mostly the clients get the similar level of increase in the number of nodes running. So the client's diversity on the execution client side didn't change. I'm not looking at the client diversity on the consensus. I assume that it's relatively healthy. But if someone has this data, then it would be nice. And we see there's 75% on GAF, 10% on Aragon, 8% on Besu, and 5% on Nethermind. So these are the stats of the execution clients observing the network. Once again, as a reminder, we don't know which of those clients are actually behind the validators. Which of them are paired with the beacon nodes that operate validator keys. So it might be that one of those clients serves a lot of keys and some others have no keys at all. Okay. So our beacon chain is behaving fine. Keeping posting the links for everyone. So, oh yeah, that's great. So the team posted the beacon chain, Forkmon, Bordel, Ultrasound Money. One reminder for Ultrasound Money, you can have a look on different scenarios post-merge. Then there is beacon chain slots, Dune.com, and Ether nodes is showing the nodes that are running. And all right. If you learned from our call that you want to run a MEV Boost, then you want to configure it, and the information how to configure it is on the boost.flashbots.net. If you're a solo staker, and then you probably don't want to miss that early juicy MEV. Well, that we're predicting. Maybe we're just promising and it won't happen. All right, what else I have here? Maybe for those of you who after the merge already will be bored and thinking about what to implement next, I would suggest look at this Hitchhiker's Guides to Ethereum. So you can practically start reading when you expect there's nothing unexpected going to happen in the next 15 minutes. Showing that link once again. That's a fantastic write-up on dank sharding, on PBS, on a few other items, on the merge itself. Will anybody be sharing a screen? I think that someone has to prepare it. Then I want to share mine. So Stefan, you're asking me about the link. I'm not sure which link you're asking me about. Okay, we're happy. We have 150 people of the community watching us. So we were saying that if it will be more than 200, then we know that not everyone is from Nethermind. We assume that not everyone watching is from Nethermind, especially as we have approved that Cambridge office is sitting together. You see them with this shirts, so fresh. They waited through the night. They slept, I guess, and they're ready to talk about layer 2 after that, they promised.
Yes.
I don't know, like you will be shouting 10, 9, 7. Okay. 12 minutes to go. And 6:47, 15 minutes according to the Dune. So it's not really Dune. I mean, like, I think that we are not really attributing source properly, because Dune allows people to create dashboards, and the person who created these dashboards on Dune, the one that we are sharing, so the account is called 6 Degree. I think we should attribute that's like it looks pretty cool. There are some things that I really like this, like if staked a long time by depositors, and you can see different depositors and when they were active and when they contributed a lot to staking. Also that monthly distribution of like how old the staked ETH is, it's pretty cool. One of the big questions about the post-merge world after the withdrawals is like how quickly the withdrawals will happen. Like how many people who staked ETH will want to withdraw. We have 400,000 validators with 32 ETH each. That's lots of money. And if they queue to withdraw all at once, this will be a massive event. So that's why we sometimes say that from the financial markets perspective, the Shanghai might be more significant than the merge itself. Because during the merge, we only answer a question, did it work or not? During Shanghai, we will answer a question, did it work or not, and how many people are withdrawing, and how it affects the market, what happens to the price. So this will be a lot of analysis, live analysis. Today, it will be a bit like, yes, no, maybe some grace in between. All right, so I didn't, did it happen already? Because when I refresh the Bordel, then it shows nothing, so. It didn't. I think it didn't, but maybe the page is being overloaded by all the people refreshing.
It doesn't. No, it didn't happen yet.
Oh, Marek, you have the alternative page to look at this. Can we share it with people on our YouTube channel?
Are you talking about Fortman or?
No. There was another page that was tracking when the merge happens exactly.
Oh, let me find it. So give me a moment.
All right. Okay, so we have people discussing on the chat with us, like saying, "Hey, we're waiting. We've been waiting for it for years." We have. I'm like, we feel that serenity, right? That's what we feel today. Stark is with us. Marek, you have it?
Yes, I sent it on the chat, so you can check it.
Oh, one more try. 797.io, the merge. It does take some time to load, and you have to say that you're a human.
8 minutes probably.
Then you have to select the lions. It's always lions somehow. So somebody was asking earlier who is top lion. So this one says 8 minutes. Yeah, this one says 8 minutes to go. And I also have 8 minutes to go on the Bordel. All right, okay. So we see it live now. Split the screen, see those faces, excited faces, and 8 minutes to go. We have here Nethermind team. We have David as a guest. Many other people are on different events and parties around the world. And Germany is celebrating. There are some Latin parties. Whoa. Okay, and minutes 4 seconds. Oh, we have Bartek joined today. Okay, great. Bartek spent a lot of time with interns at Nethermind in the last few months. Like he met hundreds of people. And
that was a pleasure, and it is still.
It always is. Yeah, I agree totally. Oh, and we have Nick Johnson with us. Nick, welcome. We are honored.
Hello.
Wow, this is a good time to join. This is a good time to join.
Yeah.
Is it you're joining us from? If you want to disclose,
New
I don't
Zealand,
know if you want.
where it is
All
about
right.
6:30 in the evening.
Exactly. So maybe it was Nick actually who was setting the merge time. That's amazing. Like Nick is leading the ENS, so he delivered the ENS project for you. He was working on GAF in the past. He was like behind many critical updates. So true legend of the Ethereum.
Thank you.
And I'm trying to track if we have more guests. It's not refreshing. I can tell you on the other page that I'm looking at. Maybe it was Nick actually who was setting the merge time. Yes, exactly. Oh, so why do I hear myself? The ENS, so he delivered the ENS project for you. He was working on GAF in the past. He was like behind many.
Someone has
Exactly.
a YouTube window open.
Exactly. I think it was harsh and he muted himself now, so that's fine. Please make me an admin so I can mute people. Marek, you need to shout if something happens because we have the page sometimes doesn't refresh, which is kind of expected. Let's look at I'll be looking at Etherscan as well. And Beacon Chain.
Less than 5 minutes to go.
The best
Less than 5 minutes.
The best source is your node.
Exactly, always be decentralized. I'm closing lots of windows to see it, to say it. So 797.io still says 6:43. It says so 4 minutes to go.
Hey guys.
Hey Sandeep, great to see you. Erica, pleasure. So
Hey Erica, hey, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you? Happy merge.
Happy merge. Yeah, 5 minutes to go.
Happy merge, everyone. Epic.
Oh my God. Yeah, this is epic. Let me also tweet to our
Let's share the screen.
Yes. Is there a screen share or something that we can project or something?
We had one and it just disappeared. So minor technical issue. I have one. A moment. I can probably share mine. And this one. You can see it, right? So this one refreshing. Forkmon. Can you see the Forkmon? It's all green so far. And the merge countdown. So 6:43. So 2 minutes to go, I believe. This are the list of epochs. So this is doubled. Here is the Etherscan producing the blocks. And this is Ethereum Classic hash rate. Mernet's countdown. I'm refreshing this one. 2.7 remaining minutes. 6:44. So it slowed down for a moment. This is us looking at the thing. No, it's not us anymore. Okay. 2 minutes remaining. The Forkmon. I see all the blocks, all the different combinations. Sorry, of the clients. Remove this one. Etherscan. So block will be around 155.373 something. Countdown. Let's see, the countdown is 1 minute remaining. So we have really like 3, 4, 5 blocks to go. Mainnet, 1 second to go, the last block. Beacon chain. The epoch will be 146875. Refreshing this one. 1 minute still remaining. 6:43 UTC. This will be the time.
Minute remaining.
Whoa. 22, oh, 0.2. Okay, okay, so it should be happening really like one of the next blocks. 7 seconds ago, the countdown.
Merged on my client.
Yes.
Mine's
So
already
these
showing
clients should be already. So the
Yes,
last block.
I see valid message in one of our nodes. So yeah,
Merge is an
my
answer
node
on
is
the Forta
working.
dashboard too.
Okay, so far we see some red. We see some red. What does it mean?
One Erigon Lighthouse, but all others seems to follow.
Okay.
Yes.
And there is updated mainnet Geth Lighthouse, unupdated. Okay, that's fine. Okay, but we show green for all the nodes, and we show the beacon chain showing the Etherscan is not, it is refreshing and it has transactions. So there are blocks with transactions that are already in the post-merge world, I think.
Yes.
How do we?
Yes, block difficulty.
Our archive node is working too. So it seems like.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's
okay.
No MEV in the
All
past
right,
10 blocks. We'll keep looking.
Eli?
Oh, there's no MEV yet.
Guys,
information.
Right now, important information is when we will finalize. We should finalize in a few minutes, maybe half an hour sometimes, but let's observe it.
So what is important, the blocks have transactions. So there's no problem so far with the block production. The blocks are not coming empty. If we look at this example block, it's using 24 million gas. So it's relatively filled, but also not filled up to the limit. So the base fee is at the level of of 105 GUI. So it's like when we were starting the recording today, it was 9 GUI. So base fee is at 100. So you're moving up with the cost. So people do take opportunities of landing transactions. As you see, a single block burns 2 Ether of fees, and there's no block reward anymore. It still shows the block reward, but I believe this is not correct. The base fee 103, and we're looking at a beacon chain now. So here we're waiting for the finalization of the 875 epoch, so around 10 minutes. Okay, and this we can close practically. It happens, the merge happened. This one shows green. So Marek, can we explain those 2 red means that there was something wrong for a moment in the past and it's still being shown?
One moment, okay. Are you talking about Forkmon, right?
Yes. Why do we see this 2 red blocks in Forkmon? They are in the past, so it might be that there was some during that time there was something wrong with those blocks. They disagree. So like one of the nodes here shows a different block. So I think this is why.
Yeah, possible that
exactly.
We have reorg, and maybe for a moment we had like a red block, but right now we have.
It's all fine.
Yes.
Okay, so what we say, this two red blocks is all fine. This is not a problem.
Yes.
We just need to look at the latest one being green, and we see that all the different configuration run by Ethereum Foundation of nodes are showing the same blocks.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe so it's not me all the time talking while waiting for the finalization. I would love to hear the first reactions of everyone on the call. So maybe since we have like new guests, Sandeep, you haven't joined us before, so it would be great to hear from you. Like, what was your path to the merge, and how it affects you? Like, what's the memory? What's the plan?
Yeah, I mean, the way you were doing the commentary, like, I always almost felt nervous, like, it's kind of some sort of rocket ship launch or something, like, amazing work on that. But yeah, like, I think overall, for this whole entire space, this is a historic event. And I think this ushers in the new era in the sort of history of proof of stake, or history of Web3 as proof of stake. And the other part, we recently all of us saw the Starbucks and all that. Like, people keep asking me, why are people choosing Polygon and all that, and I tell them that it's the power of Ethereum, because all of the enterprises, they want to work with Ethereum, and they see where we can use Ethereum in a positive way. So, and with this proof of stake going live, it is going to have a very positive impact with all the institutions, and it will really take us mainstream. So historic, amazing. Like, now I can't express my feelings.
Great, and thank you so much, Nick. What's your feeling like being with Ethereum from the early times?
Yeah, I'm excited. Like, it was always just over the horizon, 2 weeks, and now it's it's here. It's exciting. It's hilarious, actually. I'm looking at Etherscan, and if I'm not mistaken, F2 pool was mined the last POW block, and it was empty. So anyone who was racing to get like the last POW transaction in will have been disappointed.
So they'll be in a block before the last block, right? That's the last transaction. And do we know what was the combination of clients that provided the first block? Who was the first lucky proposer, and how much ETH they made from the fees? Can we tell that data? Let's see. Maybe I can answer that.
Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't empty. It was taken up by one massive transaction.
So the question is, what was the
what
was the block number? What was the block number? The last block number in proof of work?
I believe it's 155,37393. Yeah, and so I kid you not. Actually, I was wrong. The last block was the entire block was taken up by a single transaction minting something called a vanity block. So somebody actually minted the last proof of work block as an NFT.
That's like $1 million NFT right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. 393, is it this one or?
Yeah, I believe that's it.
F2 pool all. Okay, so F2 pool landed the last transaction with one transaction, and
yeah, for some reason it shows the block reward is basically 0, but I'm pretty sure that's the correct.
But the value was
block.
30 Ether. The transfer was 30 Ether on the transaction. So
yes.
Yeah, vanity blocks. You're right. Vanity blocks was created. Wow, that was probably the best use of it. Transaction fee 1.3 Ether. And then what we care about is the first block after that. So it's 155.37.394. It's the first block in the post-merge world. And the fees was 38 Quay items. Okay, base fee, extra. Oh, do we? Why don't we even see that?
Holy crap. Block 394 has an arbitrage in it.
45 Ether block reward, right? So someone made around $90,000 for being proposer of that. I hope it was a solo validator, solo staker. It would be really, really nice to hear that. I mean, like I don't wish bad to all the big operators, large operators, but this would be a beautiful story, you know, like for the newspaper, someone saying, hey, like I just launched a node 2 days ago. Like I had a lot of problems, but the core devs helped me to configure it, and I launched it, and I got this $90,000 block. I hope. How can we check this block? Who created it? Probably in Beacon chain. So on the Beacon chain, looking at the block number. Can I do I do it? Do I even do it right? No, but the block. What would be the slots number? Okay, this is matched to blocks now. So the block 394 is the slot 146874. The epoch slot 013. Okay. So I just left the view. Okay. Show 100 entries. I'm on a laptop. I have one screen. Don't blame me for. Okay. So this is this block, right? Like, yeah, like we don't see the blocks before. This is the first one. So what we see is 45 Ether reward, and the following blocks are actually bringing around 0.1 much more moderate rewards. So someone was really lucky to have this first block. And how can we check it? Let's see. What is the graffiti on the block? That's what we probably want to check.
It's empty.
It's empty. That's missed opportunity. The block hanged for me. Might be my connection with that many videos here and sharing the screen. So I wouldn't blame Beacon Chain is behaving perfectly here. Don't blame Beacon Chain. That's probably me.
So Thomas, is it safe to say that all of the is it safe to say that the merge is successful now, or are we waiting for some kind of final signal about finalization and about all plans?
It's very okay. Finalization. So this is something that we would like to see the final epoch. Like, so I would need maybe someone from the consensus layer world to say, why don't we have seen this one as final after 21 minutes?
Yeah. It does take a while.
Well, we are expecting here to be 14 minutes and finalized, right? So
I've seen people on Twitter say it's finalized.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Beacon Chain is just entirely down. I'm getting Cloudflare errors, so it may be out. What you're seeing may be out of date.
All right, so it might be the Beacon Chain only. Yeah. Like everyone is refreshing now. So what are the greatest tweets that you've seen? Anybody can share a tweet that they think that's absolutely epic that was done just moments ago after the merge?
I just posted here the first MEV that occurred on proof of stake. It was an arbitrage transaction, taking the profit in wrapped ETH. Yeah, holy crap.
Okay, so the block, I cannot see the block really. Well, I mean, I don't know, like we'll be slowly converting into the observing the data world, and maybe we'll start talking again, because it seems that as we were really worried and hoping at the same time, it's uneventful. Well, the new block appeared without graffiti. The last block was almost empty. Okay, I had the vanity block, so this is the win for whoever minted it. The first block was 45 ETH. This is nice, but the following blocks are modest. And Beacon Chain is maybe like slightly overloaded. And Ethereum Classic, if we refresh Ethereum Classic hash rate, like did it get a lot of hash rate? where did the hash rate go? Like Ethereum Classic hash rate didn't jump. So where the hash rate is? Is it still mining the blocks on Ethereum? Do you have an answer to this question? No answer. Okay. And the blocks are still consistent in the fork month. So I think I'm closing fork month. This is not so exciting. So what is even more interesting is beautiful. In all the combinations, all the clients are fine here. So Geth with all the 5, Prism, Lighthouse, Lodster, Nimbus, Teku, Bezu with the 5, Aragon, Nethermind with all 5, Prism, Lighthouse, Lodster, Nimbus, Teku. They're all showing the valid state. The last progress is slightly different between different nodes. So we see some like 14 seconds ago here, but it might be glitch on the display. Also the Infura and Alchemy, and we were discussing that this is potential risk if any of these two fails, but they didn't fail. So all the decentralized applications are most likely all fine. Etherscan not available, but this is probably just because it's not connected. We didn't see Etherscan failing. Etherscan is fine. Well, it's all great.
I was using a POKT network endpoint, and that went down for like a minute or something right during the merge. But it's up now, so I'm guessing they switched something over, but super short downtime on their end.
All right, I'll stop sharing for a moment. I'll be searching for data and we'll keep talking. Okay, so any other
the proposer is the first POS block. It's only the second block they ever got to propose.
Wow, so it's very likely it's a solo staker.
Mm-hmm. Let me.
Is it? No, like it doesn't matter. Like so they simply joined recently, but it doesn't tell us that it's solo staker with any higher chance. Like the solo staker doesn't have more chances of or less chances of being a proposer than any other random validator. It's just a question when they joined, when they deployed it. So validator sells his network from a pool. So it's a pooled validator, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, they have been. This particular validator has been online since April.
Yeah. So Celsius network pool landed at 45 East block.
Yep.
And do we know what was the client combination on that block? We don't, right? Because Graffiti is empty. All right. So any first impressions anyone wants to share? Well, I'll try to let people talk that they were not talking during the calls previously. So we have Franco, who was all the time with us really, and I was about to have a conversation. Hey Franco, how does the Web3 world of yours really react? Like what the expectations are? What are your plans for the post-merge world?
Well, I don't think I have anything in mind, to be honest, but probably that the other changes in the roadmap can have some developing time, I guess.
All right, so waiting for the Shanghai and the bigger changes like dunk sharding, and this will be what will really affect the
exactly.
Cool, thank you. Jellylat, I see that you just joined, and I know that you've worked a bit on the projects related to MEV and Flashbots and a few other things in the recent days. Like, so do you see any of the tools that you worked on to be now in use by people? Like, have you seen them used in testing? You want to share with us, or like what your feelings are towards the merge?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the merge, and I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of people use like the MEV Boost and a couple of stuff I've been working on with the Ethereum Foundation team. So I'm looking forward to how that goes. And I'm also like observing like everyone else, and I'm really excited about the merge.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. I know that like Alex Stokes was building some tools in the last weeks. There are many tools related to MEV. Okay, so now we're also waiting for the MEV boost to be enabled. Let me check something. It's 16 epochs, I believe. Yes, so 16 epochs, 90 minutes. Okay, so this will be in around 2 hours. In around 1 hour now. Okay, so this was 39 minutes ago. Okay, it's already 30 minutes after the merge, is it? Like 20, okay. So we're waiting for the MEV boost to get enabled very soon. What it means that it gets enabled. So why it wasn't enabled straight after? Because people just didn't want to have everything at once. Like we didn't want to have any like various things to check in case something would go wrong. Like if the block delivery would fail, we wouldn't know. Is it MEV boost? Is it something with execution clients? Is it something with configuration? Is it something with beacon chain? Now we know that everything works fine. We'll switch on the MEV boost with a delay, and we say, hey, does MEV boost work now? Is everything fine? All the blocks are delivered, and then we really have the full spec delivered. So we can think of this like a no fork or like no fork network upgrade in around an hour of adding the MEV capacity that protects the solo stakers. What else do we see here? We know everything about the block, and we'll keep observing. So reminder, so we started, I believe, 9 hours ago. So I planned this for 15 more hours, and now just more details of what we're planning. Like it will be probably much more quiet than we did it in the first few hours before the merge, but we'll still have various guests joining and telling their stories and talking about their projects and talking about like the data that they see on the chain. We'll still share like what's Nethermind team members are building, and we'll explain everything that we see. And so far, things are reasonably normal. I think it's interesting to see, was there any rapid movement on the ETH price? Somehow I feel that it's unlikely. Well, it didn't move from what I see. So it means that, well, probably it was all priced in that the merge will be uneventful.
ETH pumped a bit. So ETH pumped a bit, but the weird thing was that staked ETH was falling in terms of ETH. So it fell from 0.98 to 0.97 just after the merge. It seems counterintuitive. Shouldn't it, if the merge is successful, shouldn't it go up?
I guess we can explain it, or maybe like the movement was not so meaningful. Well, we'll love to hear some better analysis, like some proper understanding of why would ETH go up for a moment, and oh, maybe it was just like some delay and adjustment. So the ETH moved up and this staked ETH like didn't follow immediately. But I think the arbitrage should be relatively fast in catching up. All right, we have a few more people here on the call, and maybe like I'm losing voice for a moment, so maybe I'll let someone to take over for like 5 minutes. I'll just get some water. I mean it.
All right, Thomas, I'm sure you can go get some water. I think we can handle ourselves.
Thanks.
I'm waiting till it's morning. I'm considering going to the tattoo shop and getting the first proof of work block hash tattooed on my leg. So still undecided.
I've got a funny scenario in my mind where someone is working through a server farm and it suddenly got very, very quiet. Excellent.
Do we know if we can see each POW block somewhere?
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if the hash rate is continued on the old chain.
I can try to check that.
I mean, the thing I find the most impressive is just how smoothly this went. There were so many mishaps and interesting scenarios that happened in the last couple of tests, and then it's all the teams kind of pulled together in the last few test merges have just gone really smoothly, and this one is hopefully, we're not speaking too soon, but it looks really, really beautiful. And it's kind of one of those scenarios where I don't know what happens, right? Because it works.
Yeah, I think it's been said multiple times on this call, but like with shadow forks and testnet forks, I think we were at something like testing the merge like 24 times, something around there, which I mean, we were more than prepared for this, but it's just awesome to see it happen.
Would anyone else want to talk about what they feel in this great moment or something?
Probably I will jump in. Have you seen the tweet of Vitalik about the celebration of the merge and giveaway of 50,000 Ethereum?
I think that was a spam.
He got you.
Sorry?
If not, then I'm missing out. Let me quickly go give my private keys.
Well, it's important to first down.
Yeah. It's like give one, get two. So
I saw that you joined on the call, Drew. Would love to kind of hear your thoughts and what does the merge mean for Wall Street and in the VC world, and what are people looking for now?
Yeah, super exciting to be here and for everyone over here cheering in Berlin. But yeah, for me, I mean, trust you guys would get it over the line, you and everyone else. So it's all about watching the ETH burn and the supply demand dynamics and the go forward, and sort of seeing out the vision a lot of people have been talking about over the last couple of months, and then leading into Shanghai, the unlock. And it'll be interesting to see the dynamics between people taking their ETH out and people keeping it in, and sort of seeing the stake percentage grow potentially over time. So yeah, that's the big thing we'll be looking at. And then from the Wall Street perspective, just getting them to understand a bit more around the narrative. Now they have some things they can visualize, maybe in the ultrasound money dashboard and things like that, where they can see the ETH burn and sort of understand it as a cash flow type analysis. And so it'll be interesting to see over the next couple months what happens from here. But I mean, there was some great coverage out there from even people like Matt Levine. It was on the front of the Financial Times. It's quite amazing to see. If you think back even just a year ago, I don't think anyone would have even said the word merge and had a sense of what was actually going on. So maybe we're actually getting there with some time. So super exciting, and appreciate the whole community and all of Ethereum and what they're doing around this.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah, and I guess also I kind of skipped it, but would you like give a little intro on yourself and what you do in Ethereum and how you got into it?
Yeah, I've been into Ethereum since 2016. Went to a meetup and fell down the rabbit hole. But yeah, I worked at Goldman Sachs on their crypto desk for the last few years. Helped build that from a couple people to it's about 100 today, if I'm not mistaken. And then I'm at a large hedge fund in the space and just been an Ethereum supporter for a long time. So for me, this is super exciting. I always had the dream to see it happen. Like everyone else on this call, it's pretty surreal to see. And luckily, there's it's not that exciting, which is what you want to see happen. And so now we talk about what's coming next, and I'm real excited to see what people can focus on next within the Ethereum roadmap, and then just the applications that can be enabled from what foundation has been built here today. Great narrative. Vitalik's been pushing it around the energy usage too. So it's just like a little, good sidebar to be had with all the conversations that happen around the amount of energy that's been pulled from proof of work networks.
Awesome. Kind of a question for like anyone who wants to chime in, like what are people thinking will be the kind of major drivers for blockchain adoption? I think that the merge is kind of a big step, especially with the energy efficiency, like that gets rid of a big kind of criticism, but like, what do people think are going to be kind of like the next factors that drive the kind of expansion of blockchain?
I think Christoph talked a lot about it before, but a lot of account abstraction stuff I think is going to be a huge move where there's not really as much like danger with having to like manage your own keys and users. It just becomes like super easy to be able to kind of have a custom setup where you can say, hey, I have a X of something multi-sig, or hey, this it's just gives users a lot of like customizability, and a lot of like dApps can kind of like, and wallets can make that like a very easy user experience. I think that's going to be a huge deal.
Yeah, for sure. I was also super interested in kind of the discussions of how would you index multiple L2s and L1s and kind of index all these assets into one wallet. And it's definitely interesting to hear about some of the technical challenges behind that. And it definitely won't be easy, but I think that in the next few years, that could be a move that is made, and that would be super interesting if the technical challenges can be figured out.
Well, the main issue with that is that it's an incredibly centralized course, right? To be able to index all of these things at the same time is a huge storage requirement, and basically you would have a user who would be interacting with only a handful of players capable of doing so. So it would be really nice to see some innovative solutions in this area.
And does anyone have data on like the centralized exchanges? I haven't been looking at those. Is there any sort of crazy volume or stuff happening over there?
I'm checking.
Eli, how long were we waiting for MEV Boost to become activated?
It's going to be 16 epochs, I believe. So it's about an hour and 40 minutes. So I think it's probably about an hour left now.
Okay, sounds good.
Because if I may actually jump in, probably question for Drew. Drew, in terms of what do you think, talking about the institutional adoption, right? Like, and asset managers, like, what do you think this particular event translates into? There's going to be wider adoption. This is what the institution we're waiting for, potentially to get them merged through.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think institutional adoption is when we stop talking about the merge. Yeah, we start talking about actual applications, and the gentleman Devine was mentioning earlier with account abstraction and exciting things like that for users, like people like my mom, my grandma. They're just using these things with no indication of what they're doing. I was at the big bank. We always used to talk about like people should know that the asset is on blockchain. They should just know that they're buying a great returned asset. And that's how we know we're in a good place. But there's some interesting use cases out there that are already live in production in blockchain environments. They're just not talked about much. Goldman and JPM, they have some repo technology where they're settling billions of dollars in transactions in a way that just isn't possible today. So it's already slowly happening, but it'll take time to get there. Yeah, so I would say the train has already left the station, and we just may not all know about it out in the public here, and it's going to take time. It takes a lot of time for these guys to move.
Hey Drew, it's Greg here from Nethermind. Just joining from an Uber on my way back to the Cambridge office. I was wondering, maybe you could explain to some of the readers what you meant by repo. Some of the listeners.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially a way people fund themselves on an intraday basis. So, they'll post collateral, or a firm will post collateral to raise funds for something going on in a day. And in a lot of cases, this takes place over a whole day. So you may need to borrow, hundreds of millions or billions of dollars for a short period of time, but you pay almost a whole day of interest for that. And so with blockchain, similar to what we all enjoy in DeFi, it's just in the construct of TradFi. You're able to do this by the second, by the minute, which has huge implications for people's business models, has huge implications for liquidity on a global scale. A lot of the financial crisis came from some of the liquidity issues that were out there. And so this is a potentially way to help the wheels stay greased, keep operational processes smooth around that. So it's kind of a very non-sexy back office thing that takes place, but is incredibly important for our economy and the way the markets trade today.
I guess in kind of a similar thread, what are the kind of implications of both flash loans, and like what have those kind of already been used to enable? And also kind of what are your thoughts on some of the new primitives that will emerge now that we have like PBS and post-merge block building, where we might be able to enable like full block flash loans or multi-block flash loans, or how do you think those primitives might like have an impact?
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if Wall Street understands flash loans yet. I mean, I think when I was there, particularly at Goldman, people were like, we were seeing it and thinking about all the things that could happen, but it ways off from actual finance using that. But I mean, I've been asking people over the last 2 weeks, like, what do you think is going to be the most important role in a post-merge MEV world? Who's going to extract the most value? Yeah, I think there's quite a bit of consensus of, winners take most in block building for some time, and I think there's hyper focus from the community to help create tools to make the barrier to entry on that a bit lower. But it's probably going to take a bit of time, and just the skill set you need to do that will be quite interesting. So it's kind of a reshuffling of the economics potentially away from we had the old ETH, and so it'd be interesting to kind of see some of that. But yeah, the dynamics post merge, there's some interesting things around now the block times versus before it was probabilistic. Certain features like that I think will allow new ways for MEV to show up and new applications to actually happen, which will be interesting. I don't know how much people are thinking about that.
Yeah, we were talking with Matt Cutler from BlockNative earlier, and he was kind of echoing a lot of the same things about just how advanced the players that become block builders will be, and just the technical advantage that you get when you have a super advanced simulation infrastructure. So it was definitely really interesting to hear, and I think there'll be some people who are watching this space because they have so much experience with mempool monitoring and transaction simulation and infrastructure. So definitely interesting people to watch, and I'm excited to see how the whole space unfolds, and especially once MEV Boost goes live here in another 40-50 minutes.
Yeah, and I just got a ping from another guy I work with on Wall Street. He wanted me to make sure that he thinks Wall Street has not priced in the merge. I think someone said earlier that it's been priced in. I think it was Tomas, so he just wanted to give a shout on that. That's his view, but it'll be interesting to see over the next few months what happens as people start to actually grasp this. And yeah, Devon, good timely ping there on the chat. 120 ETH burned since the merge. So
I've got a question maybe for some of the application layer developers here, because Drew mentioned block times, moving from probabilistic to deterministic, and I was wondering if you think that might like impact the way people write protocols. If anyone here has any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think one major thing that happens is that when we develop anything with which is going to ask for some APIs or interact with Web2, and if you want to move money around, then you always have like this sense of when will the block actually take place. So you have to like take a higher buffer. But now when you're designing your applications, you can actually think of, it will take like 12 seconds, and it will take 12 seconds. So you can be a bit more creative with the way that you interact with Web2 applications. But maybe it becomes a more common practice. But right now, it's like every dev wants to stay away from actually using block time for anything, except for just checking if you're above that block time or not. So I think it's a slow change. Like needs to be a particular utility for it, which I think is just like having a sense of confidence when you're interacting with Web2 that the block will be mine in this time.
Great. If I may jump in again, so David has been from Canvas has been here with us for long, and thanks for joining us, David. And since you're working again on the theme of the institutions and post-merge world, right? You've been working with institutions quite a bit in the region. Would be good to get your views. First of all, like how are you feeling after the merge? What your initial thoughts are, and some commentary on the institutions, the conversations, quick summary for the team and for the viewers.
Yeah, sure. So I think we can all breathe a sigh of relief, but it was all a bit of a non-event and it went smoothly, and that's what we were all looking for. So anti-climax and an amazing climax at the same time. It's quite an interesting thing to see. But I think the best part about it is it removes uncertainty. And so everything that we've been, I'm just going to say, promising is playing out in front of us, it seems. So, we're saying that Ethereum is the operating system of the future. It's the platform of the future that's going to run a whole range of different use applications across the digital economy. And that's just playing out. And so we can see now that this inherent risk of swapping out the engines of an A380 that's full of passengers and cargo in mid-flight, which was going and has gone to plan. And so I think now that's just one thing that we can move away and set aside, and then really just focus on adoption, growth, and actual usage. And I think the institutions will start to be more inclined to take up. You know, you've had early adopters already come in that have started staking, and now I think there'll be I'd expect and hope that there'll be another wave that will come in and saying that, yes, this is a thing. This is a new computing platform that's really going to grow over the next 3, 5, 10 years. Do you believe that more people are going to come into the space and access crypto and DeFi powered services, not just in finance, but across culture and across the whole ecosystem, everything we're doing here?
Daniel's been one of the leads of our core team. I don't know if I missed someone asking him how he feels now that it's gone smoothly, but you must be massively relieved. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm tired because it's not only, just being here and talking, but for us, it was more being, on a watch and feel stressed. Yeah. So we feel relieved right now and happy, but probably it will take some time just to understand what happened. And it's always like that. When you're under stress and you're waiting for something, it's not often that you are excited and happy immediately. We're still just waiting but a few hours more, a little bit of sleep, and we'll get there. Yeah. But in general, I'm tired. I'm tired. I need to relax a little bit, and then we'll be partying probably next few days and the whole weekend. Maybe Marek, our lead of the merge, would say more.
So
update, because it's let's say our hero.
Yeah, I you know me, I'm a bit pessimistic, but in my opinion, it went better than expected, because I don't see any complaints on Discord channel. All Netherminds are working fine, so amazing. I will just start rethinking my notes. This is something that we need to verify, because post-merge our sync is complicated, and post-merge sync is even more complicated because of that. So that will be important point to verify. But generally, the most important thing was transition, of course, because if we fail on transition, it will be very bad, but we are working, so I'm super happy, and right now I'm relieved and unstressed. Okay.
Yeah, and to understand that it's very unusual to hear such words from Marek, because he's probably the person, he's like the most pessimistic from us. I mean, in general, he sees risks everywhere. Yeah. So if he says that everything went really well, it means something, yeah. So
yeah, I mean, I guess for something that's important, it's useful to have someone like that on, leading that will be almost paranoid about all the possible risks, right? That's pretty much exactly what you want. Marek, you mentioned that the syncing is much more complicated. I'm wondering if you can explain in a digestible way to the listeners why that is.
Okay, so I think we have even pre-merge, we have one very complicated sync, and post-merge sync only adds complexity on the top of that. So there is lots of different stages. So first of all, when your CL start sending some messages, you are starting beacon header sync to just download the headers. In meantime, we are downloading some old headers, later it will be complicated, but after we download all beacon headers, we starting progressing forward with and downloading the blocks forward and trying to catch up with consensus client. And later we have some old receipts and old bodies sync. So generally it's quite complicated process. And for example, for clients like Oregon, when they have only archive sync and they are just processing block one by one, it is probably much easier. But thanks to this complication, our sync is probably one of the fastest among all clients.
It is the fastest.
Yeah, it is the fastest. So we are syncing in 3 hours right now. Daniel, could you confirm?
So we thinking multiple different things in parallel, but yeah, the state we can on a very fast machine we can sync even in 2 hours, even below 2 hours sometimes. So it's surprisingly fast. Yeah, but like Marek said, it comes with the complexity. And in just from high level, it was complex before the merge, but like Mike said, now we, there are not only our implementation, but also consensus clients. Yeah, so it makes more complicated thing. Yeah.
Yes, and generally all other clients are downloading history before state sync, and it is the best for CL clients integration, I would say. So it is another level of complexity, but we are working fine. Okay, I will just start resyncing nodes. So hopefully we will be able to sync.
Yeah, Marek, back to work. It's enough of a break. Yeah. The core team was just waiting so long for this moment. So imagine the holidays will last like 3-4 months after that. Guys, we have one more guest who just joined us some time ago, and I would love to maybe Tadio from MakerDAO. So he just switched off his video when I started talking. So maybe okay. So we'd love to hear from you, like the plans for after the merge, the world of MakerDAO, like your role and your Ethereum story. People would love to hear.
Absolutely. Oh, everyone. Super excited for this to happen. At least super excited nothing happens, right? Nothing bad. Super excited, to be honest. I think this marks kind of a beginning, like new and exciting new things that are coming there. I think one of the topics that I mentioned was this idea of Ethereum for the next billion users. And that's what we're most excited about. Myself, I'm facilitator of this core unit here at Maker, and I'm also organizing the organizer for ETH Gathering. So by day, by night conferences. My story became, I discovered Maker about 2-3 years ago, very historically through the internet and through a recommendation from a cousin of mine. And I started digging in bit by bit, became part of the community, listening to the calls, and slowly but surely I got hooked. I did a small analysis for them at some point for like a sensitivity analysis for oracles. Basically, at that point, they were shooting out messages from the oracle system if the price of any collateral moved by 0.05%. So as you can imagine, there was quite a few transactions being executed. And basically, how much can you open up that range without really taking in too much risk? So that was fascinating for me, just to understand a bit how the oracle system worked. And they were very thankful. They were very engageful. I think that's something I really appreciated. And yeah, continued through that path, and I think by 6 months later, something like that, I was part of the data insights team. So no, super exciting. It's been a wild ride, and I think it's not stopping anytime soon.
So maybe, what do you think would be a big question? Sorry for that. Like, what's the future of stable coins? Did it change at all in with the proof of stake? Do you think that maybe because of liquid staking being something different soon, maybe because of the risk-free rate appearing, something changes for stable coins? What will be the big thing?
I think it creates a very interesting dynamic. I'm more here from the maker perspective, where in order to generate DAI, you're looking up your assets, and you usually pay an interest rate for that. So that we're actually looking up a year asset. You have this very interesting dynamic that you can actually have like a risk-free that is over collateralized. So we're resilient to sudden market movements, but at the same time, actually to the producer of this doesn't really cost. It's not that capital inefficient as it's been before. So I think it creates a lot of it widens the pool of participants willing to create DAI, increase the supply, and really push for a decentralized stablecoin, which I think is what we all trying to achieve. And as with a lot of things in Ethereum, we optimize for things that usually people don't see or don't really mind on the day-to-day, but it's only when things go wrong that you really appreciate the resiliency and the censorship resistance aspects.
Thank you so much. Any other questions to Tadeo? Thank you so much for joining us, and please stay with us as long as you can, as long as you survive. We'll continue analyzing what's happening here. We'll tell you what happens to MEV Boost. So at the moment, the execution Ethereum Foundation and consensus layer client teams are asking to delay a bit the MEV Boost enabling. So it may take a bit longer. So it probably won't happen yet this hour. I'll keep you updated as we know more. That's probably like just checking if everything is stable and verifying, and it takes longer. People say, hey, give us a bit more time to see if it's fine. Let's actually chase. Like, is it delay a bit means hours, or does it mean weeks? Or I think it's hours, but like.
Hi guys, if I can cut in. I'm in Berlin train station going back from ETH office. So I want to congratulate all the core developers from all the teams, all the researchers, and also all the users that they managed to actually execute that well on our fairly complicated setup right now. So great job, everyone. Congratulations, and see ya.
Thank you, Łukasz, and massive congratulations to you. You've been building this client for the last many years, and you've been crucial in building the most difficult components for what's running in Nethermind clients. So that success is yours for sure. Thank you, Łukasz, a lot. And also, thank you definitely to all that Nethermind team that prepared today's call and contacted everyone and brought everyone and tested everything ahead. So if not only the merge succeeded, but also the call so far didn't fail at all, and nobody got disconnected, kicked out, was not able to connect. So it's smooth, it's easy. I mean, if I had to think about many other things, so it would be definitely much more difficult with the sleepless night from yesterday. Thank you a lot. I would also like to mention a few things, because I was mentioning before about all this, like the meetings of building a team, you know, like maybe talking a bit about Nethermind. We try not to talk too much about Nethermind. Obviously, it's unavoidable. We don't want to just flood you with something that will feel like, hey, we're just here to talk about us. It's really about the merge event. But since we all share the stories, I share the stories about how I got connected with Stefan and Annalie, and they joined. I definitely would like to introduce here Pradeep and say thank you. So Pradeep is CEO at Nethermind, and he helped to build this huge team. The fact that we grew so much this year is definitely much of his contribution, his daily fights, and lots of effort put. And we started. He came over to me in 2019 or even 18, I think, and said, "Hey, what you building?" And it was just like kind of without the proper idea, building in the office daily, just coding. And he kept asking questions like, "Hey, where are you going? Like, what you building?" and so on. And he kept coming and asking questions. And with like a very, very high level job in traditional finance, he kept asking questions how it's going and looking at Ethereum. And at some point, we had a conversation where he said, "Hey, yeah, like I'll join Nethermind." And it was like such a massive trust in a blockchain business that was just being built, not in a traditional way of going to VCs, ask for money, being safe and succeed or fail. It's just like a lot of effort to make sure that everything matches. Like we were every single, like massive thank you to community for every single grant. I mean, like I said that probably many times, sometimes $10 with $10 matching of Gitcoin. We're just like, we were looking at it and was changing our hopes, like whether we survive or not in 2020 in the crypto winters. There's lots of those stories, so people know them. It was hard, so I won't say that it was harder than for others. But yeah, thanks Pradeep, and thanks for people like this that believed in us and that stayed and that now building this fantastic company. So like Pradeep, would you like to say a few words as well about your story and like the way you've seen it?
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, and I think it's just amazing to see the journey. This is what I keep on saying. Again, I won't like take you guys on an emotional roller coaster about the history of Nethermind. This is a merge watch, but do remember, like I do remember our conversations with Thomas, like meeting him 3 years back in the bear market. He still believed in building the client. I still remember him like typing things away and showing me the screens that, okay, we're building this, the Mind client, this is what is going to happen. I understood some of the things I was trying to sort of fathom myself, but you could see the conviction, and you could see from that point of time itself, the conversations build a conviction in terms of, the world is changing, the decentralized world, I could actually grasp that, and I could grasp that the power of the builders and how the builders are getting together across the world, around the world and building together. This is completely different to the environment I was in, and that sort of convinced me. The conviction with the team, how it was, they were trying to get together and build, was amazing. And I got into calls with the Nethermind client team itself, with 3 or 4 people at that point of time, still working all remote. It was so fascinating, and I said, like, multiple conversations has convinced me to sort of join this journey, and this has been great. Like this, along with this merge event, I was just thinking about, like, how Nethermind is actually growing, and looking at these people having views, hearing from everyone, interesting questions. It just it's great. And I think Thomas and I, and also we keep on saying that the success of this ecosystem in the community would be, and also Nethermind, it would be to attract people who are much more talented than us, and this is the proof. The amount of gigabrain and brain power over here, and the technical expertise is just amazing. I'm just listening, how fascinating this is. And a great congratulations to everyone, to the team, for organizing such a great event. As Thomas said, a lot of hard work has gone through, especially our event management and the marketing department, and also everybody to participate. So thanks. That's all from me. I'm sure there's more to talk, but let's focus on merge. and this event right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. I actually use it as a segue to something that is related to the post-merge world. So you know, like Pradeep coming from the traditional finance, where 3-4 years ago in our conversations, Pradeep was saying, hey, like, but all those businesses in the blockchain space, they're just like whenever the market is big, the big players will come, like traditional finance, and those businesses will be in the tough situation. It'll be hard to survive. But we were saying at that time that, well, that there is this very typical situation when the new players arrive and the market is too small for the big ones, for the traditional ones, so they don't look at this market until it grows big. But to grow that market big, you need to work for years and gather experience and learn how to do it. So then when the traditional players try to join, it's really they can learn from you, they have to learn from you, and you still have a relatively safe position. So we understood that this was the opportunity to keep building. And I think this is the opportunity for all the all the builders that are starting and are thinking like, hey, this is so hard to compete. If you put a lot of effort and you keep getting expertise, that it's not like people can take it away from you. So this is a bit of a style of Nethermind to just keep building, and the things will come because simply you're just investing in yourself, in understanding. I think I was coming in 2017 to blockchain with barely any understanding of crypto or blockchain, like with maybe 1 year of reading CoinDesk. So I just and you know, I'm surrounded now by these people at internships that clearly with the potential to go much beyond. And I know that many people see this, like, you know, Nethermind being now seen as a success story and so on. But you can do much more, all of you, if you just keep pushing. And I think it's better to avoid some like too easy wins and keep building something that you'll be proud of. All right, but too much of the sweet things. And coming back to our new guest, so Lawrence, it's an absolute pleasure to see you. With however your video froze, I've seen that, like, that people were just so stressed about me calling them that the video immediately either disappears or freezes, or they just leave the chat. So, well, I wait for you to come back. You may not hear us. Yeah, Lawrence is frozen. Maybe I'll introduce Lawrence to others because he knows himself. So we can, while he's joining, I'll tell you who Lawrence is. So Lawrence, I met him thanks to Antonio Sabato. So Antonio Sabato is the person who knows every person in blockchain space in a way, I think. So so I met him in London. He was building London events, London hackathons, and Antonio was organizing a lot of events where he was teaching a lot of young people, a lot of people who were moving from previous jobs to Web3 to blockchain. Antonio, together with the team, including Lawrence, were teaching a lot of future builders, founders at the time, right? Like, so I think this would be hundreds or thousands of people that through the workshops in London in 2017, 18, probably earlier, before even I joined, who learned how to build and started companies, and are still in touch with Antonio. And you know, Antonio knows like how many businesses were created because he pushed so hard for that. So Lawrence, it was a pleasure at the time to see you teaching, to see you building as well, to have conversations with you, to do workshops together. And well, do we have Lawrence back to say a few words about his journey? We don't. We lost Lawrence, but when he's coming back, he'll say a few words. All right.
I just got a funny comment. So I sat down because Tomasz was mentioning, you know, how we're builders and stuff like this, and I see Yark sitting over there trying to finish a warp feature, and Swapnil sitting over here with his keyboard switching back and forth between his terminal, like debugging something. So yeah, he's not making up. It's really true, and they've been here all night. I sort of was a bit soft and went home for 3 hours of sleep and came back.
Keyboard is your friend, definitely, in this space. All right. Let's continue. I have the fantastic people, fantastic stories, because this is what builds the merge, and this is what builds the future. And from all of the stories, you learn about the things that you didn't hear about before, about some projects, about some data sources, and so on. So, David, well, you were running a lot of conversations today, and we said that you are actually running our governance solutions, governance research, and governance as a service. Maybe you could tell a bit more about your story, because I know that you've been working with the DAOs, with the governance, and with blockchain clubs in the universities. So unless you're totally exhausted with the watch, would be great to hear from you a bit more of the intro and telling what is the path forward, and what was the path behind.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. Yeah, so I mean, I have been here for close to 9 hours. It's getting pretty late here in the Bay Area, but no, happy to talk a little bit about the stuff that Nethermind's been doing with governance. I guess kind of like how this started is I'm a UC Berkeley student, and it's kind of been a primitive, I guess, for the past like year, where a lot of university blockchain clubs have started to get involved in DAO governance. So this kind of like started with my club. Like we have a delegation for like Uniswap, Aave, Compound, and like, so I gained a lot of experience, kind of like what it looks like to vote. Sponsored a few proposals myself, and just kind of like started to like realize, I guess, the power of like DAO governance. And then when I started working at Nethermind about 5 months ago, and I was working on the Juno Starknet client team, Thomas kind of saw a few of my tweets and approached me and say, hey, I've seen a lot of the work you've been doing with governance. It's really interesting. I kind of want to see how Nethermind can get involved. So like from there, I mean, the first thing that kind of like came to mind is like, well, Starknet has made some like official announcements about them launching governance. Let's kind of see like if they could use any of our help. So I've been working very closely with the Starknet team around the design of their governance, kind of the launch of it, like how to develop like a healthy delegate ecosystem. And I mean, I think it's been a pretty fruitful relationship between Nethermind and Starknet. I mean, it's just kind of one of many projects that we're involved with together. Yeah, it's been really rewarding to kind of be able to, I guess, contribute a lot to the conversation about what's going on. I guess decentralizing the decision making of like one of the best L2s in all of Ethereum. And like kind of what came out of that conversation, kind of the next step of that conversation was, well, Nethermind itself is going to be receiving Stark tokens, because we are a contributor, a core contributor to the Starknet ecosystem. So I was kind of approached Thomas and like, hey, what do you think about us actually like partaking in Starknet governance? And this was kind of like a big primitive kind of in my opinion, because like governance traditionally has been dominated by a few different like sets of actors. I mean, in some cases, it's just like large Twitter accounts that were able to get delegation. There are a few institutions that are involved in governance. I mean, a lot of like kind of put together teams like my university club that are participating. But I think kind of like the direction that all of this is moving is that institutions like Nethermind that have a team of researchers behind them are going to become huge assets to all of these DAOs. I mean, and DAOs can be anywhere from DeFi DAOs to like the DAOs that are controlling the decision making made on Starknet protocol upgrades. And like Nethermind has so many resources behind it, and so much talent and so much knowledge in this space. I think it's really important that we start contributing to those conversations about governance. So I mean, like kind of following the conversation about us voting on Starknet, we're kind of like exploring it a little bit more. Actually, we're talking about us getting involved as Maker as well. Maker has a very kind of fleshed out governance ecosystem. And we think that we could probably be like a really, really awesome contributor to there. Just in general, kind of like, I guess the thesis of like Nethermind getting involved in governance is that we think that there kind of needs to be more decentralization of, I guess, experts involved in governance or institutions that voters and people that want to delegate their tokens can look to and say, hey, this is like a trusted institution. They have been doing a lot of work in the space for a while. We feel comfortable with like allowing them to vote with like with our tokens. Yeah, so I mean, this has just kind of been like an ongoing process for the past several months about looking at how Nethermind can start to contribute to conversations about protocol upgrades or about like risk analysis on DAOs. I mean, there's kind of like an unlimited set of opportunities that's involved with governance, and just kind of like looking into like, hey, what is the best way that Nethermind can contribute? What is the best way that we can like help decentralize the decision making being made in DAO governance? So I mean, it's been like some really like fruitful conversations that we've had internally about how like what this is going to look like and kind of like the impact of it. Yeah, I mean, if anyone has any, I guess, thoughts about like DAO governance in general, or like what the future of institutions getting involved, like I'm happy to have a conversation about it.
Thank you. Amazing story. Lots of involvement and lots of knowledge and an understanding of the process. So it's great to see you work. Well, I'm thinking, because I was checking the discussion on the MEV Boost and I misunderstood the communication. So funny enough, like people are rushing the messages. There was misunderstanding and like the timing of messages that overlap themselves. So MEV Boost is launching soon, very soon. 16 epochs after the merge epochs. This is let me count manually. I cannot count by subtraction anymore. Okay, I can. So 11 epochs ago, we had the merge, and 5 more epochs to go to launch MEV Boost. So around 30 minutes more. And then we should see MEV Boost, first MEV Boost blocks. Well, there'll be around 30,000 out of 420,000 validators on MEV Boost. So I guess every 10th block should be, on average, boosted. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, like every 20th. So looking forward to that. I think this is the continuation of the merge day on the technical side. And as I said, this will mean that the entire protocol is enabled. And in the meantime, I see that Joel joined the call, which is great. Will be great to hear from Joel about like the first impressions from the market analysis side. Joel works in our DeFi research team. He leads the explorations research, and well, like I imagine he'll be able to provide you some insights into what we can expect from the markets in the next weeks.
Joel, you're on mute.
No, I was just thinking, okay, hi, everyone, yes. So what we had, people were coming into the merge, were bracing for lots of volatility, lots of things which were not going to, we could go wrong. And surprisingly, it all went quite a bit smoothly. People were expecting a move, on Ethereum between 5 to 10%, on the time of the merge. And actually, there was a small move up on the merge. And in terms of landing protocols, it was quite well planned from all the protocols. We saw Aave, we saw Compound, putting landing restriction, landing freezes. And I think all of this contributed in the success, of the merge to go as smoothly. Something quite interesting we spotted is that stake TIF went up, because there's a discount. There used to be a discount between 3%, before the merge. between stake.eth and ETH, and now it's narrowed down to 1.5%. It's just because, with the merge, it makes sense for people, for validators, to buy stake.eth at a discount rather than staking it directly. So that's why we can expect it to stay to narrow. But I don't expect it to go back to the level we had before in May, why it was trading really at par with a small discount to stake.eth, just because there will still be a validate withdrawal queue. And I think the people are going to discuss it on the developers call, about the Shanghai upgrade, the details, I think, today. And also there was some data from Nonsense saying that if people want to withdraw, it might take, there's going to be a withdrawal queue and it might take around 300 days to withdraw. So there should still be a kind of a discount, for people, just because it's not going to be fully liquid. So that's our take, I think, on the merge. No, nothing really exceptional happened.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry, any questions from anyone?
Yeah, so we've got a question that I think there's some people here who are very well suited to answer, because Devin and Tanishq and Eli were all interns. So someone said, what's the best way to get started building on Ethereum? So maybe we'll start with Tanishq, because he, I think, came into the internship not knowing that much about their stack and sort of rocketed to doing quite a lot quite quickly. Not that the others were very similar, but Tanishq, do you want to start with that, about how you got started learning about how to build on ETH?
Oh yeah, so like before Nethermind, how I started coming into blockchain was that I wanted to gift an NFT to my girlfriend, and I just wanted to know how to build it.
That helped you, or tutorials, or like things that you read, or stuff like this, where you learned how to write in Solidity or use hard hat, or maybe stuff like that,
Yeah. So like I was very lucky that I came into Nethermind at a very right time. Like at that time, I was just looking at some YouTube tutorials, just making something, some NFT contract, something like that. But what really helped me was that I keep annoying people with questions. So when I came into Nethermind, I was talking to everybody about everything, and I was very active, and talking to people about how does this work, how does this work. I remember in my interview, actually, if Mauricio is on the call, Mauricio took my interview. I did not even know what a re-entrancy attack was, and that was in, I think, February. But then just talking to him about feedback after the interview, what went right, what went or did not, and then learning about those things. I like even today about the merge, like 3 days ago, I did not really know anything about the merge. I read up all of the documentation on the Ethereum website, and I found that wow, it's not like average documentation, which is hard to read. It's very intuitive. So I think like for me, I didn't really follow a lot of any specific resources. I kind of learned on the job a lot. So I just help because I came into Nethermind. I'm still very young, so I'm just 20. So all of the people at Nethermind, just talking to them and asking them questions is what really helped me.
Cool, thanks, awesome. Yeah, so the Ethereum website does have like a lot of good beginner resources too. We'll go in alphabetical order from here, I guess. Devin, do you want to tell us things that helped you?
Yeah, I guess to start off, something that even after kind of like being a little more familiar with how Ethereum worked and looking at a little bit of client code even before, what really I think filled in all of the gaps that I had before was the Mastering Ethereum book. I think it's like a highly underrated resource that not a lot of people not a lot of people in the space know about, surprisingly. Yeah, I mean, I'll link it in the YouTube in a second, but I think that's probably one of the best ways to get started. And even if like you already have gotten started, I think it's like the best like lay of the land kind of to get like a full scope of everything from how the EVM works to how like higher level like Solidity code works to what transactions look like, what is an ABI. I don't think there's any talk about MEV in there, but learning about MEV is a fantastic way to have a better understanding of how the Ethereum protocol works. I think someone mentioned before, like when you make a transaction, you see pending. What is actually going on when it's kind of like floating around in there. You know, like all of these questions, especially about like MEV, just being curious about it, I think will teach you a lot more than just kind of what is MEV. It'll teach you a lot about like what is Ethereum, like what is actually happening, what is a blockchain. Yeah, I think those are both great ways to get started. I can drop some links in the YouTube as well.
Thanks. Awesome. Yeah, the Mastering Ethereum book, I think, was the first book I ever read about blockchains too. It's a really good one. And I'd also, you know, maybe add to that. I think one of the most useful ways I found to learn about Ethereum or blockchains in general was to read through a client's source code. So in the beginning, when I was trying to, you know, figure out how this stuff worked, because the way I learn is I need to see the code, you know, to understand how all this stuff works. And so I just went to Geth back then when I wasn't working for Nethermind yet. And I just started at the entry point of Geth, and I just went to the definition and all the functions that were called for the setup. And then you see, you know, oh, here's this Ethereum object and the blockchain's being initialized, and you can see all the variables and the struct and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, that's some good advice there, Devin. Eli?
That's super similar. So about a year and a half ago, one of my good buddies sent me a like Etherscan transaction, and it showed like one of the front runner bots. And I was like, oh my goodness, these things are making like 40 grand a week. I want to make one. And I got super interested. I got super into MEV, kind of reverse engineered a contract from bytecode, learned how the EVM worked. And then kind of spent like an entire summer just working like crazy, trying to understand how everything worked, read through the Geth client and the implementation. Made a sandwich bot, ran that for like a week, got hit by a salmonella token and wiped out all of the funds. And part of me was like, oh my God, I'm ruined. But another part of me was like, this is the coolest thing ever. Like I'm sandwiching and I just got absolutely wrecked myself. I think after that, I was hooked. Like there's no way I was backing out of it. And then I kind of wanted to start doing more research and understand the MEV space more, and kind of just like learning how to write really janky Python code myself. And doing that. And then when I joined Nethermind, I kind of got an opportunity to work on like some production libraries and kind of really increase the difficulty and challenge of the software problems I was working on. And I think like there was my first month at Nethermind, I kind of worked on MEV analytics. And then my second month, I worked on the Warp transpiler. I had no idea what I was doing. I had never written TypeScript. I was a complete moron, but like the fact that you're able to go and try different projects and learn a ton, like I know I learned a ton from that. And then I kind of went into the team that I'm on now, which is the DeFi research and analytics. And I think one of the best things about that team is like a big part of what we do is looking at like 5 or 6 white papers a week for all sorts of different things. And we'll get research requests for some ZK EVM. And I don't have 6 PhDs in math, so I can't conclusively answer all the questions, but we have a cryptography research team, so we can go pick their brains. And I've learned so much like through that process of like reading through these white papers. If I don't understand something, there's definitely someone at Nethermind who's either like pioneered some sort of technology similar to this, has worked in it for like a year, and that's been like a great resource. And I think that's like one of the best things is that like if you ever have a question, there's somebody who probably knows the answer or at least knows exactly where to find it. So
awesome. Yeah. Great answer. My journey was very similar to yours. I also, when I was starting out, tried to write a sandwich bot and also got caught by a salmonella token. And I've actually got a GitHub repo called Less Wrecked for people who want to run searches. And you can build a whitelist that will exclude salmonella tokens. So you can check out my GitHub. My GitHub username is bitspace, one word, and you'll see the repo there. But thanks. Yeah, super interesting that there's like a really common core among how we, you know, all 4 of us got interested and started in this. And I would also, you know, second with what you said is that MEV is like, I think one of writing a bot is, even if you just do it on a testnet, is one of the best ways to learn. Because you're sort of going through all the layers of the stack where you have to understand the EVM, you have to understand how to get on-chain data, you have to understand how to get off-chain data, You have to understand how to interact with smart contracts. You have to understand how other bots are affecting the way your bot works. So it's also a really, really great way to do it, even if you're just doing it on testnet without, using your own money. Yeah, thanks guys. That was actually super useful, I'm sure, for a lot of people. And Devin, do you want to did you post those links in the YouTube chat? Like you said?
I think I did.
Okay, cool. Yeah, awesome. Thanks.
I think we have Lawrence back here, I guess. So maybe Lawrence, if you could maybe introduce yourself, let us know how you got into this space, what you've done in the last few years, and especially what have you been up to in terms of preparing for the merge.
Yeah. Hi everyone. And first of all, Glenn, thank you, Nethermind, for a great live stream. I've been watching it. Watched the merge from quite early on. It's been really good to hear all your opinions and see everything. How I got into. I've been involved since very early on, and I would just want to agree with all of the other people said here that the best way you really sort of jump in, challenge yourself, get writing things. One thing I found useful as well, because we do a lot of teaching, and that's a great way to find out where your understanding is not perfect in these areas. If you meet up with people and run workshops, that kind of thing, it really helps you get up to date with the technology. I think that's really useful. So a lot of the work we're doing now is on the side. We're doing lots of workshops, teaching people, which I love, and obviously we used to do that with Antonio as well. That was back in the day. It's been a real passion. So enjoying that, and really looking forward now that the merge is behind us and has been successful. Really looking forward to what's coming up next. And I think it's going to. A lot of people, I think, have been waiting for the merge to be successful, and that's going to open up a lot of floodgates for new things to come out. So I'm really looking forward to that and seeing the things that people are going to be building. So yeah, it's been great.
What are you looking forward to the most, Lawrence?
Well, I suppose my passion, I suppose, is on the zero knowledge side. So I'm very much involved in that and the technology there, which just is really going exponential. All the layer 2 stuff and on the zero knowledge side is what I really enjoy. But just going to see the next sets of the next stages of what's happening then in Ethereum, that those coming along, I think is going to be very exciting. And I think it's been a great validation as well of the community, the way that this has been. It's even though it was so complex that it has worked, and it really validates the sort of the community model that Ethereum has, that all these people have come together and delivered this project. It is a real validation of that approach. Yeah, I'm very impressed.
Amazing. Greg, do you have any questions for Lawrence or anyone else here?
Well, Lawrence, I don't think you mentioned what you're currently working on to everyone. Do you want to go into a bit of detail on that?
Well, a lot of our time at the moment is we run courses, so a lot of our time is doing that, teaching Solidity, but also zero knowledge courses as well. And we're a consultancy, so we don't have a particular project that we work on, but so we'll do work for clients. We do a lot of auditing as well of contracts. So that's it. There's nothing sort of specific that we're doing at the moment other than that.
Awesome, thanks. So I see we've got some more people here from the Trantor team. There's Joel, Eric, obviously Eli has been here for a while. Do you guys maybe want to, Joel, do you want to tell everyone listening a bit more about what the Trantor team does, the technical due diligence team at Nethermind? And maybe you can explain some of the work you guys have been doing on the merge and like some research that you've done, because there's a nice write-up that you.
Yeah, so the Toronto team is quite a new team. We were created, in June, but it's growing fast. I think we've probably like 10 people, and there are plans to be 20 people. So one first stream of work we're working on is working on looking at for when VCs want to invest in a particular protocol. It can be a new zero proof knowledge system. It could be a new DeFi protocol. We do the technical due diligence. So we're going to review the code, review the governance, the tokenomics, just to give really an expert point of view, to VCs about really the value added of the project. Because you've got lots of Me Too projects, it's really important for VCs that they really know if it's going to be really, if the project has chances to be successful. So that's one part we do. We're also starting doing a data analytics project stream. So we started looking at systematic risk in DeFi, with the Luna blow off, we are trying to see how can we anticipate such events. So we started looking at DAI, we started looking at the major lending protocols and looking at the cascades of one approach we started looking at is the cascades of liquidation, incorporating the fact that one liquidation can trigger another liquidation, which is not always captured by tools, and also making into account the fact that the liquidity, when you need it the most, can disappear. And we saw it also during the merge where we were monitoring the liquidity. We were a bit apprehensive because we were looking at...
I'm going to interrupt people here and to ask them to explain certain terms that some of our listeners may not understand. Do you want to explain to people what a liquidation is?
Yes. So when the way people borrow, they put collateral. So it's a bit like a house for a mortgage. So you've got a kind of loan to value. So I'm going to put $150 of collateral, and I'm going to borrow $100, for example, of Ethereum. And you can get liquidated, if your loan to value collateral ratio goes below a certain threshold, it's just to give the lender some protection, you can be liquidated. And the way the liquidation works is that as soon as you go down, a part of your collateral can be purchased by a bot with a discount. So you get penalized also for not managing your liquidity. That's why people always have to be on the edge just to manage their liquidity. And you've got bots, a bit like hyenas in the desert waiting for you to get liquidated, and they just jump on you and they just sell your collateral. And it can happen when the liquidity is low in the market. The tokens that you thought, the collateral that you thought was worth 100, actually is not worth 100, it could be worth 80 or 50, in stress conditions. And it happened before, I think with Compound a few years ago, something went wrong. So that's why all the people who are doing the liquidation were really careful in really limiting their risk for the merge in case something bad happens. That's one part we did. So we tried to look, when we look at a protocol where stable coins, it's mostly stable coins, because the way DAI works is that they have lots of different collateral. It could be ETH, StakeTIF, could be DAI, could be anything they choose, even real world assets. And we need to make sure that they can honor, like in the bank, the tokens that they issued, the DAI tokens they've issued. And if their assets for any reason are lower, than the liabilities, the DAI liabilities that they have, they might default. And that's what happened with Luna. And usually it's like a run on the bank. People withdraw their liquidity because they are afraid that one stablecoin cannot honor, or one lending protocol cannot honor their debt. And that starts spiraling. And we're trying to forecast, or try to say, okay, be careful, liquidity is tight. We are close to those liquidation thresholds, and if all the liquidations are really close to each other, like a domino effect. So one vault folds, it's going to make another vault fold, and you can have this cascade effect. So that's what we've been concentrating on. And otherwise, what we're really active in is trying to find new data analytics that we can fit for traders, analyzing the blockchain. we've been working on analyzing, building analytics. For example, profiling. We are working on projects to profile traders, you know, because on the addresses, you've got lots of different profiles. You've got speculators, we've got people who are whales, and we just try to work to make sure that we understand a bit more in deep, you know, what those people do, what do they hold, you know, do they withdraw their allocation? So it's a project that we're working also with Pradeep, having spearheaded, trying to really create value-added analytics that we could give to institutional audience. That's the third part of the project. And the last part of the project that the Trenter team works on is mostly, you know, we are an internal consultant for all the Trenter team. So, for example, Nethermind is creating a new AMM on Poseidon for the Trenter team. So we give our advice, you know, about the tokenomics, how to set it up, how to make sure, you know, that they provide value versus the competition. That's something we're working on, and stay tuned because soon it'll be released. And we're also working on wallet. I know that Nethermind is also working on a new type of wallet with Christoph. So we work closely with him to do the competitive edge to make sure that we come up with a good project. So that's in a nutshell what we're working on. And I'm sure there will be more projects coming on our way in the upcoming weeks.
Awesome, thanks. And I see we have a question for you, Lawrence. Someone asked how they can follow.
Sorry, I would like to stop us for a moment for the MEV Boost. So just the next epoch will be the first one where MEV Boost can be enabled. And I'd like us to maybe spend 15 minutes discussing that because it's a major event really in the merge. And then we can come back to this discussions internally. I don't like us to get distracted. So while you're fantastic and it's great to hear the stories and the questions, let's just think about MEV Boost here. So as we said, there's 16 epochs that we were waiting for. Sorry, on the Beacon chain to pass since the epoch where the merge happened, and the merge happened on the 146875. So the epoch 146891 should be the one with the MEV Boost, and it's happening in 4 minutes, I believe. So I'm in touch with the Flashbots team, checking if we have the data. As mentioned, soon it will. So like, what does it mean that MEV Boost gets enabled? It means that all the consensus layer clients had configured that they will only start talking to MEV Boost sidecar implementation after 16 epochs after the transition. So then they enable that the block production can happen from the MEV Boost as a source from the block builders and only fall back to the local execution layer client. Before that, the consensus layer client would only talk to the local execution client. Now it's a MEV Boost, and we see 29 registrations now, 29,000 registrations. Just one moment, Boost Relay. We were talking about it before. Is it? No, sorry, 23,000. Around 23,000 registrations on the Boost Relay, and 23,000 out of 420,000. So one in 20 blocks, more or less, should be created with a MEV Boost, and I'll be able to track it. Let me try to get information.
And there's also currently 4 block builders operating on the Goerli testnet. So that indicates that there's people that are testing and have valid block builders that will be able to propose these blocks through the relays. So it'll be interesting to see which one of them provides those blocks.
While this happens, could you guys like preface and maybe boost a bit about like I think Thomas said that 1 in 20 blocks would be constructed using MEV Boost. Why is that? Why is it like probabilistic and not every block? Is it just because they're not running the software?
Yeah, because only out of 420,000 validators, 22,000 registered with the MEV relay, so with the Flashbots relay. So as I mentioned, there are other relays running as well, and they might be supporting some other validators, but the ones that will be observing on the MEV Boost, the ones that will be sourcing the block from the most likely from the Flashbots builder, it all depends also on the this is registration of the relay. So the relay itself may have different block builders, but here we assume that this is at the moment Flashbots relay with the Flashbots block builder and 22,000 registrations. So as I say, the other 460,000 validators either use something else or they don't use any MEV boosting solution at all, and they simply run the local execution client. And it means that, well, because the validators are selected at random for the block proposal, so it means that we should see at random 1 in 20 blocks more or less produced by the block builder, Flashbots block builder.
Yeah, and also like why is MEV Boost better for the community, for the chain health and diversity and decentralization, except for like people doing MEV
That's a
individually?
great question, because obviously this is the whole reason for MEV Boost being created, is to improve the situation of the MEV in the world of proof of stake. So without MEV Boost, what happens is if you're running a if you're a solo staker running just your own consensus layer, execution layer, then when you are being selected to produce the best block, then the best what you can do is either you use the built-in tools, so anything that can just pick up the mempool transactions, construct the best block out of the mempool transactions and send it, or you can start writing your own software or hire people to write software that will simulate much more complex solutions and maybe expose the APIs for searchers to contact you and say, hey, we'll pay you more if you include this transaction's particular order. So the second solution is most likely unattainable for almost all, if not all, solo stakers, right? So this is expensive. Connecting with searchers, getting trust is probably almost impossible. The block simulation times require infrastructure, require low latency solution, and so on. And what happens instead, you as a solo staker, you want to run some tool that will deliver that block for you, tell you, hey, this is the block that is very profitable, use this instead, the block that you built locally from the mempool. And without this, you would to get the similar value of the block, you would have to go to a pool and say, hey, like I cannot really do that myself. I'll get 30% boost if I pool with some large validator. That would lead to the gradual centralization. The bigger players would get better blocks and they could spend more on even better blocks production, and you would see the vicious circle. So with MEV Boost, you say, hey, everyone is equal. And on top of it, you can introduce some other solutions like MEV smoothing and so on. This is reason for running MEV Boost, so for solo staker. And if you look at the Pintail's analysis, the research from Pintail, let me show you that once again. So this is the first version of, okay, Pintail. I guess his entire page would be one to look at. So it's here. And it covers the detailed data analysis of how much additional value you get as a MEV consumer, I mean, like MEV extracting validator. So if the rewards nowadays are at 4% annual because of being a validator, then MEV can bring you additional 2 or 3%. And it also depends on how lucky you are, because being selected block proposer more often or less often is all dependent on luck. That's a random selection. Also, after you're being selected, there's always a question of how profitable the block that you've been selected to propose will be. Is it a massive NFT mint with 100 ETH value, or is it an empty block where nobody wants to post transactions now? So depending on that, you have a massive variation a variance in a block profitability and in a annual reward, which means that sometimes you can get even 12% on top. I mean, 12 percentage points, so 300% higher reward just because being lucky with MEV. But on average, you'll get something like 20% improvement, 20-30% improvement, and you can read it in the analysis from Pintel. So now without a MEV boost, for this 20-30% improvement, or even 100-300% improvement, you would have to go to the pool, which would give some fees to the pool. Thank you, Lawrence, so much for joining. I see that you're leaving. It was a pleasure to see you here. It's been a pleasure always to work with you, teach with you, to learn from you, and I think we'll continue. So.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
It's Lawrence's website, and they've got some amazing resources. They organize a lot of great events. So check it out. And thanks again, Lawrence.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for Kayleen to give me some details about the first MEV Boost block proposal. So when that happens, we'll be able to share it here. I think that the epoch is happening now, so we should see it in a few minutes. It keeps being a good idea to keep talking about the boost. Maybe to tell you how it started. So I think in March, April 2021, there was the exploration from Pintel, the early one, but also Alex Abadi and Tarush, when probably from Flashbots were looking at the research of how Ethereum will look after the merge, what kind of MEV opportunities will be there. I also looked later at the potential setup, like the architectural setup of such market. So the split between the builders. I think Vitalik at the same time was defining this PBS solution, and we started talking about it with Alex on the EVE Global. That was also the famous time when I announced that the merge will happen in October 2021 publicly. So we make mistakes, and it almost happened in October. So this was really the first thinking of how the market of MEV will look, and then we followed up with the Ryanism, which was EVE Global hackathon related. EVE2 related solution where we built the first implementation that was connecting Lido, Flashbots, and Nethermind into a single solution where you had the MEV extraction and split of benefit, split of reward in a pretty simple old model. And based on that, later we started exploring some other solutions. We explored so-called the carrier transactions, and we presented it. I presented it on FCC. And then I think towards October, November last year, we started speccing MEV Boost. So the Ghost app, Stefan was mainly working with the consensus layer clients and speccing MEV, and later that was picked up by Metacris and other Flashbots team members, and slowly MEV Boost was getting shaped as an application, as a solution. While the spec was modified, and people from the Ethereum spec team, research team, started contributing, and the final spec was published around the EVE Amsterdam this year. So in April, it was finalized with light clients contributing a lot, with Metacris together, and that became an official part of the set of APIs that define what Ethereum POS is nowadays. So MEV Boost is the open source solution. The block relay, the relay is an open source solution, so anyone can run relay. And people will be always able to build their own builders and create this builders market. And previously, I probably will want to watch recording if you're interested in the topic. David was, sorry, not David, Matt. Matt was talking about this block builder market, and extremely interesting talk. Maybe for me a bit more because it's specifically my area. It was happening early when we started after maybe 2 hours of the today's merge watch. So while I'm talking, we have this potentially MEV Boost blocks happening, or simply we're still waiting for some. I'll actually probably, let's do it this way, like just keep talking and I'll just very abruptly interrupt if the block with MEV Boost happen. So please continue. Greg, you had these questions and you want to discuss with guys, and I see also we have a new guest, Hadrien. So I guess it'll be a pleasure to hear from Hadrien.
Hello everyone, I'm just joining. I was at the foundation earlier watching the merge and I'm having a great time. So just coming back to my hotel and joining you guys. I'm not sure exactly what you guys discussed in the past and what you want. I guess I just mostly came to give my impression about the merge and share my enthusiasm. So I hope you're all on the same page.
Yeah, sure. How are you feeling after the merge? Well, maybe first you can tell us, like we've asked all our guests who joined us, how did you get started in Ethereum? What's your story? And what are you working on now?
Okay, so it's a pretty long story. Basically, I come from academia. I have a research background. I was working on distributed system doing my PhD between 2015 and 2018. And I heard people mention Ethereum every now and then. I heard of Bitcoin in like 2013, but I didn't give it much attention back in the days. And I was just doing my PhD in distributed systems. And my PhD advisor was sharing his office with this guy called Gilles Fedak, who ended up doing an ICO in 2017. And like in the lab, everybody thought he was like kind of special because nobody cared about this blockchain system. He was raising money for his startup in a public lab, which was very, very strange. And like I discussed with him and I learned about Ethereum and it turned out like he needed help building the startup. That's iExec. And so I joined iExec first as a student doing this PhD, like helping on the side, doing some consensus stuff, some game theory stuff. And very quickly they were like, yeah, but we need this stuff to be implemented in the blockchain. We need the blockchain to be like the core or protocol. And that means you have to write smart contracts. And so I was forced to basically turn my research work, my basically math, into smart contract in late 2017. And this is like a virus that spread. And it was like, yeah, but everything I've been working so far on, which was like building cloud systems that are more effective, that can organize. It was always a pain because you needed a central organizer in these systems, and this is a point of failure. And removing it is super hard. And it turns out that you can abstract it by using the blockchain, because the blockchain is decentralized. We know that, but from an outside point of view, like a user doesn't see that. A user sees like a single atomic thing where everything can be settled. And so that's where I discovered that, like, yeah, Ethereum and blockchain and EVM could be like the settlement layer, not just for what we see today, like rollups, but for like any on-chain activity, like any cloud infrastructure. And so after finishing my PhD, I just went on and continued working on that, writing smart contracts, learning about the ecosystem, about interoperability, about ERCs, going to conferences and having a great time in this community. And yeah, recently, a year and a half ago, I joined Open Zeppelin because I wanted to have more impact, providing open source smart contracts for this ecosystem, securing this open economy, and being part of that movement. So yeah, so right now what I'm doing is I'm at Open Zeppelin. I work on the smart contracts library. We are providing contracts for anybody to use for free, and yeah. And we are possibly responsible for the security of a very, very large fraction of NFTs in this space.
Awesome, thanks. I know Tomasz wanted to, sorry to do a bit of a detour, but Tomasz and Eli wanted to chat about the first MEV Boost blocks. Is Tomasz still here? Seems as though we lost him. Eli. Okay, well then I guess Hadrien, since that's not happening anymore. What specific, what contracts have you worked on? I'm sure a lot of people here have maybe used them. Maybe you can tell us, which libraries you worked on at OpenZeppelin.
So basically, I work on the Solidity open source contract. We now have Cairo lately also as an offering. Basically, the project was already very well known and mature. So like the early stages are not my work. No, I'm mostly working on refining them, on maintaining them, on improving gas usage, improving security, improving expandability of the contract. And yeah, that's mostly it. But like I've got some personal work that I did over the last 2 years that, like, for example, we recently, I mean, mostly I'd say recently, but it almost a year ago, we propose now a governor contract, which is basically our version of Compound's governor Bravo. But basically we noticed that governance, on-chain governance is really a thing, and more people are doing that. And they used to do that maybe by forking Compound, and Compound was designed to just be used by Compound and not heavily be modified, and modifying it causes risk because people can mess up, and it happens. And so our idea was like, let's try to propose it because there's a need here, there's value to propose. So let's create a set of contracts that are like very modular, where people can customize our governance and make it upgrade friendly and like make it compatible with voting. So this is a set of contracts that I've been working on over the past year, also cross-chain things. And more lately, like just a week ago, we released our latest release candidate, where I worked also on improving batch minting of NFTs, like miner optimization and that kind of things.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, I've got some more questions that we'll circle back to, but I know Tomasz was super excited to mention the first MEV Boost blocks. So let's chat about those.
It just happened. So, I jumped on a Flashbots call. I looked there 5 seconds and the first block landed. I picked it up and came back to you. So it was just-in-time delivery. Quite amazing. Super excited about like the amazing effort. I've seen the Flashbots team working super hard, and they on the delivery, on checking if everything is fine. And this block just landed, and I've just shared the link. So the blocks from Flashbots will have this graffiti saying illuminate, democratize, distribute. So those are the 3 goals: illuminate the dark forest, as explain the MEV, explain what's happening so more searchers can participate in MEV extraction, so it's more widely available. Democratize, so allow everyone to have equal access to MEV searching, extraction, and to connections with the infrastructure, MEV infrastructure. Distribute, so ensure that there are distribution channels to like pay between the participants and distributing the MEV, ideally to users, to searchers, and the miners in a way that is fair split. So that block happened. Have a look. It's a block number, let's see, 155.379.40. So let's say 537.940, the ending. The block has 27 million gas used, so it's pretty beefy. And how much the block reward altogether is 0.1 ETH. So that's the block reward. I wonder how it actually compares to the other 30 blocks around. First Flashbots boosted block, and we have shared I've shared the block, checking all blocks. 945, 37940. View all blocks. 7940. Blocks are created so fast, every 12 seconds. 940. Yeah, it has actually significantly higher rewards than the blocks around. So, and it seems to be larger. I mean, like, so we see the block 936 before that. Okay, with a similar reward, but yeah. So we see 0.1 ETH and surrounding it's like 0.01, 0.007, 0.05. So it's quite a nice block. And then we see some more blocks that are large. I'm interested if there is another potentially. No. So we'll see. We'll see. And the Flashbots team says that it's all of the newest builder algorithm. And
a third just
actually
confirmed as well.
Interesting. I just looked at the random block that has a high reward, and it also has the Illuminate democratized distribute. So fantastic to see that 0.14 reward. So it looks like the MEV boosted blocks are significantly more profitable. So I definitely invite everyone to start registrations. If you're solo validators, register with the Flashbots relay or other relays. So you have on the boost.flashbots.net, you have the list of the relays that you can connect to, configurations, information on how to configure that. And remember that not only it just increases the reward that you'll get, but it also is better for Ethereum because it ensures that there is a less centralization of revenue. So that's the whole idea behind MEV Boost. This is extremely exciting, as practically that work on MEV Boost was running in parallel to the main merge effort. So the teams were working on the largest deliveries of their respective areas. Recording stop. Recording in progress. Okay, so for a moment we lost the recording. All right. Okay. So any questions about the MEV Boost now, or some analysis? Because Eli, you were saying that you are picking those blocks. You're seeing them, right?
Yeah, there's a third one just landed a few minutes ago as well. So
David has to drop off. So can we let him, do a bit of a plug for his own stuff?
No, I'll leave the show for another time, but thanks for having me. And Tomasz, it's been excellent commentary, and the guests and everyone, and congratulations to all the builders and everyone and the users. I think this is a fantastic occasion. I'm really glad we got to share it, and yeah, enjoy, and I'll see you guys soon.
Cool, I'll do it for him. Check out canvas.co. DeFi pooling, it's amazing.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, David, for joining. Thank you so much. And Greg, don't worry, we actually had a longer conversation with David while you were away. So we covered Canvas a lot. In a sense that like definitely we wanted people to hear about the project, and we had the opportunity to discuss it.
Yeah, there was a little bit of alpha leak, and so more to follow. Okay, have a great day, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's been a lot of alpha leak on the stream. I think maybe this is the first time that our AMM project has been mentioned publicly, and Collicott. Yeah.
Okay. I'm finding it first. Yeah. The more blocks. So Harsh just shared the Etherscan. Okay. Oh, and that block reward is 0.27. So this is particularly fat block, and it's filled with a gas 30 million. Interesting that those blocks are significantly more filled. I mean, literally you can pick up the blocks that are full, and they end up being, when you open them, they end up being exactly flashbots. Those look so beautiful. So if you go to the list of blocks, you just pick up the block that is filled with like all the gas is used and has high reward, and there's a big chance that this is the MEV Boost block. So great to see that. Yeah, David, no worries. That's nothing under embargo. other things that we should discuss. I mean, like, I think that we didn't have opportunity to speak to Narut, and Narut can actually provide, like, there was this one question before the merge when we were saying, hey, like, what would be the best data sources to look at? And Eli shared some, but I know Narut.
Mika raised his hand.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, Micah. Okay, hey.
Micah?
I was just going to say, I think the reason you're seeing the MEV Boost blocks are so full is because right now there's very few MEV Boost enabled clients. And so they basically have this kind of backlog of MEV transactions that are waiting and transactions that are in private mempools and whatnot. And so as soon as one block shows up, it's going to flood those. Once we see more clients enable MEV Boost, I suspect we'll go back to normal of they're not any more full than usual.
Possibly. I mean, I still think that there will be some transactions that will be always waiting for the boosted blocks, which means that if you take the total gas to be used by those MEV related transactions, if they never go to mempool, then they always will spread equally among all the MEV boosted blocks. And obviously, if there's less blocks, then they'll be almost always filled. If there is, I don't know, if 80% of the blocks are MEV boosted, then this will start spreading much more thinner on top of the 15 million. So I agreed, but also, like, it's hard to say how strong that will be, how strong that impact will be if we have more boosted blocks. But good to look at it this way. So there are some searchers that say, hey, like, I'm waiting for some block that is where I can use my MEV, and I'm not rushing, so not MEV has to be rushed, but like much of it, yes. And then because those blocks happen like one in 10, 1 in 20, this is when all those waiting transactions are being added, and suddenly we have the gas burst, and the base fees going up for the next block. And okay,
one thing I just noticed as well is block 15537, the one we're just looking at. I put it through the MEV inspect, and there's no arbitrages, no liquidations, no sandwiches, and no NFT like trades within the block. So,
well, maybe that's just MEV inspect not picking them up correctly.
That's pretty likely. So it's probably either esoteric MEV. But just the fact that there's no arbitrages or liquidations is definitely super interesting, because I would expect at least some arbitrages, because that's kind of the bread and butter of most searchers. So I thought that was interesting.
All right. Okay. So let's keep observing that. Let's keep tracking if there are new registrations. Maybe some of the validators are waiting to feel a bit more confident about it. So 22,000. I think at Nethermind we have all of them registered. So it seems like a big part of it will be on Nethermind. The other things. So I wanted to, come back to Narut. So before the merge, we were talking about the best data sources for analyzing the on-chain data and the market data for trading around the merge. And I know, Narut, that you're exploring a lot of solutions, lots of tools, and want to maybe do some quick summary, or maybe also you can share like where your Web3 journey started, where your blockchain journey started, and what your background is.
Yeah, sure. And you know what? I think first to answer your question on the data platform. So I mean, to give you example of like what I'm monitoring before the merge. I think that the thing is there are many data platforms that we try to cover, right? Yep. But in summary, there is none that like covers everything. I will have to like end up using several platforms in order to have like holistic view of like what's going on. And especially if we are talking about real-time data, that's like even harder. Mostly we have to pay for it, or we have to look at the source itself, like Binance or something like that. Yep. Yeah. So yes, I would say, I mean, if we can have like, I would say all-in-one platform, that would be very, very convenient. Just like right now, I'm still refreshing CoinGecko and like a bunch other websites to see like what's going on in the market. Yep. Yep. And I mean, to explain my journey to Web3, yep, to tell briefly, I mean, I come from traditional finance. With computer engineering and financial engineering background. Yep, and my journey formally started just last year when I took a DeFi online course, and because I have a background in both computer and finance. Yes, that makes me realize that this is the future, and that's why I want to be like part of it, and I follow the news things, and that's why I joined Nethermind, and I find stuff we are working here is like so, I would say, so like cutting edge and exciting.
Questions from the team? I'm slowly dying out, I think. So I'll be taking a break in a moment.
Yes, and so I mean, so I would say, since we're like a bit silent, I mean, just want to update real quick. I just feel like it's interesting. So since the merge, the price of ETH, and several related tokens have been quite volatile. But the big picture is, in my opinion, it looks like Ethereum is a bit expensive, like compared to Bitcoin. Yep, and right now there is still huge short, I would say short of force in futures. So basically the funding rate is still negative. That means a lot of people still shorting ETH. Yep. So I mean, it remains to be seen if these short forces will like push down the ETH price, or like the ETH price can like break this barrier up.
And I guess this is really like a cursory view that we cannot really treat as financial advice. So please be aware that we're just like discussing some quick post-merge reviews of data. The other things that we'd love to discuss. So
if I can ask,
yeah.
Where did I go? If there's a question, I have a question to Narut on that same point. Just and probably Joel. Going into the merge, did you see, like, in terms of the data, like what was the trade like? They were covering the exposure, the ETH exposure. Was that can you put some commentary on that, and what do you see, like, in terms of like the unwinding of some of these positions? Again, this is not a financial advice, but just to sort of highlight like how we can actually look at the data and analyze some of it.
Well, some people were already borrowing a lot, as much as they could on ETH. So bringing it, out of the CXEs a bit, trying to hold it on the chain. Also from the L2s, we saw, for example, on Optimism, we saw that some Ethereum had gone to the mainnet. So people were trying to repatriate their ETH and borrow as much as they could of Ethereum. That's what they were trying to do. And we saw also lots of liquidity decreasing, close by to the merge, because people were scared, of holding those liquidity pools where anything could happen, but actually it was not as volatile as possible. So, and we're starting slowly. Narut, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're starting this unwinding of those positions they took slowly are reversing. What did you see, Narut, in the data?
So I'm following Aave's data quite closely, and I found that the borrowing force has been mitigated after the merge. Yes, right before the merge, it was like went through the roof. Yeah, radio, and again, this is not an investment advice. So.
Thanks for the insight, guys. Thanks, Thomas. Up to you. Thank you.
Well, I'm reading, so I think there is a big report of the Aragon nodes stacked after the mainnet merge. So there is an issue reported and pretty large number of users are reporting an issue. Hopefully this is something that the Aragon team will be able to resolve very fast. So the first report is from an hour ago. Is it an hour ago? Was it just after the merge? Yeah, hour and a half ago. So like people are reporting the dumps, and I'm just reading the commentary. Yes, so command. Oh, wait. Sorry, I wouldn't like. Yeah, this is confusing. Sorry, apologies. I think from what I understand is that people are reporting that it's stuck, but simply they're not running consensus layer client. So they're running Aragon without consensus layer client. And there is a response, hey, like just launch a consensus layer client. So this is expected for practically all the different nodes. I think so. It's hard to tell exactly. Like people are reporting something. It seems that the responses are, hey, just run consensus layer client. So to explain what's happening, like many, like there was 7,000 execution layer clients running, and many of those nodes were not really maintained well. And maintaining both execution layer client and beacon chain client is much more effort, right? You have to connect them, you have to configure the authorization keys, you generally have to be up to date with two different pieces of technology, and many of those users that were running just execution layer client before simply didn't bother. They thought like, hey, the merge will happen, I'll just keep observing the blocks. But in fact, after the merge, you no longer can run just one of them. You cannot simply sync execution layer client and say, hey, all is fine. You have to have both synced, the beacon chain and execution layer client. So as I said this many times, this is much more effort. The running your own chain and monitoring block became more difficult and a bit more heavy. And we've heard today the DAppNode team talking about requirements for running everything, and they would run 16 to 32 gigs of memory and 4 terabytes of disk for the node that would be very safe, forward going safe. Listen, yeah, definitely running out of steam. So I'll leave that. I think maybe I can suggest. Definitely, I'd like to hear from Edgar on like using the community page and inviting everyone to community page. Maybe talk a bit about the Cairo and Ava from myself. So I think Greg can lead these conversations, and we have some other new joiners, some of our interns that would like to share. I see Rachit on the call as well, so great to see you all. And sorry, I'll leave you for a few hours, and then I'll be back. Thank you so much. It was absolutely epic, and so happy that we went through the merge relatively smoothly. That MEV Boost is running. That Nethermind's team is able to rest and focus on the things. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks so much, Edgar. Go for it.
Yeah, hello guys. So just a quick introduction. I'm Edgar from the Nethermind team. I'm working right now on bringing Aave to Stark.eth. That's my job right now. Nevertheless, I'm trying to create a community of Nethermind. So I'll send you a link if you want to. But the idea is, if there's any questions, if there's any involvement that that you would like to have with us, we have a small Discord server. I just sent it to you. I made it this weekend in order for this, hopefully to share some more with you guys. And regarding the day-to-day work, I guess I could leave this to Masil, which is our lead.
Yeah, thanks, Edgar. Yeah, indeed. So I'm also working on the Avion Starknet project. So it's like full Cairo project now. And yeah, like the past weeks, we started to write like some
maybe
guidelines.
So I've been doing this a lot to everyone, interrupting them, to take a couple steps back and explain to everyone what is Starknet and what is Cairo.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Indeed. So Starknet is layer 2 of Ethereum, ZK rollup based layer 2, which means the goal is now to move off the computation from Ethereum and compute your stuff off chain and only add to Ethereum like a proof that the computation went properly. For instance, you can think about like an example of proof of integrity in the real life is like a receipt you receive at the restaurant, proving that the addition is correct. And like the idea is that now we would use Ethereum only as a settlement layer. I mean, that's the direction. So like basically only store to Ethereum the receipt that the computation went smoothly and like no longer like compute stuff on Ethereum. So basically that's Starknet. Starknet is like an off-chain network run by Starkware to do that. And
well, actually, Starknet is decentralized. It will be decentralized. It's not decentralized yet, but it eventually will be. And maybe let me just tell people why these zero-knowledge proof systems are very interesting and why they make sense for scaling blockchains. Sorry, Marcel, sorry to interrupt you. So the main reason lies in the fact that, so we take a computation or we take a program, right? And usually for Starknet, these programs are written in Cairo, and Cairo is a language that, you know, it's a smart contract language. Well, it's not exactly a smart contract language, but there is a smart contract language for Cairo. And so you take a Cairo program, you execute this program, and then we generate a trace of the execution. We then use that trace to create a proof that the program was executed correctly. And then periodically, a bunch of these executions of programs are batched together. And then, so the proof is actually generated from the execution of a bunch of these programs. So you get a single proof from the execution of many different Cairo programs. And then this proof is verified on Ethereum to show that the execution was correct. And the reason that this is great is because verifying the proof is exponentially cheaper than rerunning the entire computation. And so you get this like amazing amortization of cost over all the transactions, where you can get really cheap verification, even if the computation is very complicated. So yeah, I'll let you continue, Marcel.
No, thanks for like the precision. So indeed, like the alternative, so basically rollup is a way to move computation off chain. So you now have like two main ways to do that, either optimistic rollup or like ZK zero knowledge rollups. So Starkware like is like implementing an example of zero knowledge rollups, but you also have Optimism and Arbitrum who are like on the side of optimistic rollup. And the main difference between the two is that zero knowledge rollup basically rely on math. So like you have like a proof, a mathematical proof that the computation went smoothly, while on optimistic rollup, you basically assume that the computation went smoothly, and then like actors should like flag the computation, the transaction that aren't correct, and then like highlight that and potentially revert. So like the main difference is on the way you rely on math, on the other way you rely on basically the fact that everything is correct except you prove the contrary.
So an interesting point there is that in the ZK system, you're proving all the transactions are correct, whereas in the optimistic system, it's a different kind of proof. It uses a fraud proof, but you're only proving incorrect transactions. So it's sort of like an inverse of the one. Just carry on. Sorry.
Yeah,
maybe you can, now that people have a better understanding of what Starknet is, and maybe you can jump in and tell them what your team is working on at Nethermind.
Yep, exact. So, so as we said, so Starknet is a network, and to write like contracts for this network, you should like learn a new language called Cairo. And Cairo, I mean, from like a high level picture, you kind of have the same feature than on Solidity, but when you have like a better look, it's not the case. It's a pretty new language, like it has less than a year. Like it's still evolving like after each release. So the API changed sometime. You have, like, for instance, like the last one, we needed to run a script to upgrade all the code. But like Cairo is about to release like the 1.0 version, like in the upcoming months, which will be like way easier to use for developers. And so the goal is now to, as Greg highlighted, to write like if you want to get deployed on Starknet, to write your contract or your whole protocol in Cairo, then you could have like working app. So what we're currently doing at Nethermind is starting to write the full AVV3 protocol into Cairo. So since we have,
and we're working with some guys from Aave on this too. So we're not doing like a vampire attack or anything.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's not like it's not a hobby. So indeed, we are working closely to basically main technical people from Aave, who started like an organization called BGD, and Ernesto, who is the co-founder of this organization, will like join like in the following minutes. So indeed, we're like working closely with them. And as we have like still differences between Starknet and Ethereum and also the languages, we sometimes have like decision to make, and yeah, because the design is a bit different, because sometimes we don't have the same features and like other contracts. For instance, like the main dependency of DeFi is Oracle, and we don't have Chainlink yet on Starknet. So we have like two alternatives called Stork and Empiric Network. But for instance, we have to benchmark those. We have to check whether the roadmap is solid, whether they will provide the correct features. So yeah, this is the kind of thing we have to research before like choosing the bet.
But that's a really good idea, Greg. We can just fork what we're doing and just create a Netherland or something like that. Something maybe to give you a little bit of color. When we say that Cairo doesn't have some of the features that Solidity has, so for example, to give like an idea, we don't have things like for loops for the moment. They will be implemented, but things like that, or passing functions, things that are really common in other languages, we don't really have them yet in Cairo, which makes the whole process, well, way more interesting. So yeah. I don't know, Sofiane, if you want to add something on what we're doing, on what you find interesting. We can't hear you.
Still can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I can comment a bit on like what Sufyan has does like in the team and when he arrived. So basically, Sufyan and I, we arrived pretty much at the same time to work on what we call the phase 1 of Aave on StarkNet project. And this phase 1 project was building a bridge between Ethereum and StarkNet to bridge Aave token from Ethereum to their equivalent into StarkNet. And it was like pretty challenging because it was one of the first project, like of a big protocol in Cairo. It was also a bridge project, so at like the frontier between the two, and we had to handle properly messaging between Ethereum and StarkNet. Sufyan, you want to pursue?
Yeah, sorry, I'm having some. Can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you
perfectly now.
Oh, how about now? Sorry about this.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. Okay, so the main I was saying that we're not using Warp yet.
Sufyan, there's an echo with your.
Contracts, but I'd love to try that in the future. Yeah.
There's an echo with your. I think there's 2 mics that are picking up your sound.
Okay. How about now?
It's still.
How about
Okay.
Sorry about the.
No, don't worry about it. I'm just going to mute you, and you can unmute yourself. But Masil, do you want to carry on telling about?
Yeah, indeed. Meanwhile, so yeah, I was saying that we had like this phase 1 project, like to build a bridge between Ethereum and StarkNet, and the main idea was that on StarkNet and Ethereum, we wanted to have the same rates for the same yield for Aave token, and still we wanted to avoid send messages back and forth between Ethereum and StarkNet. So we came up with like an interesting design where like the A token you deposit on L1 are represented by another kind of token on L2, which look like for people who know, like who are familiar to that, C token. So basically you have like A token on L1 that are, C token on L2 that are backed by A token on L1. And like doing that, we are like ensuring the user that they will get the same yield on L2 for the token they have on L2.
You want to tell people what an A token is?
Yeah, exact. So A token is like the interest-bearing token of Aave, which means when you deposit some token to the protocol, let's say that you have 100 DAI, you deposit them to Aave, you will receive 100 A DAI. So you have like a one-to-one relationship between the two, between the asset and the token and the A token. And those A token, they will grow in balance over time because you have a rate and because you're earning some yield. So let's say that you deposit 100 DAI, you receive 100 A DAI, and over time, since the protocol earns value, earns money, you will, your A token will become, for instance, 105 A DAI. And if you want to withdraw, you can convert this 105 A DAI to 105 DAI. So this is like the high-level picture of what the A token is. And for the C token, it's a bit different because the C token can be seen as a share of the pool. For instance, if you deposit 100 DAI, you won't receive 100 C DAI, but let's say, for instance, 22 C DAI, and this number will like stay constant over time, but the value of each C DAI will increase over time because since the protocol has more money, like the share you have will correspond to more, a bigger amount. So at the end, when you withdraw your 22 C DAI, you will earn more than what you have deposited. So basically, those are the main 2 approach to represent like interest-bearing token. Yeah, like C token is now pretty much used. I mean, it's used like in like several protocols. For instance, Coinbase, they released a white paper recently where they explain how they handle like staking, and they handle staking by introducing a token CBETH that relies on the interface of the C token. So yeah, you have like A token, C token, and the phase 1 project was backing C token on L2, called, by the way, static A token with Aave wording, with like those A token on L1. So that was the project. It was, as I said, pretty challenging technically because we had to handle 2 frameworks, like the framework to write smart contract on L1, framework to write smart contract on L2. And as I said previously, it was like changing fast, so we had to adapt to that. And the project is now has been audited by several companies, including like including Nethermind. So yeah, this project is coming.
Just to caveat there is like a Chinese wall between the people who wrote the code in Nethermind and the people who audited it. So there's like, they don't communicate at all, because that's usually pretty bad practice to have that sort of crossover. So they're completely isolated from each other during the development process, just to prevent any sort of like cognitive bias when they're conducting an audit.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for precising that. So yeah, this project is coming to the end, and we are now like prepared for the phase 2. Phase 2 being write the full protocol into Cairo. So yeah, we're at this step. Sufyan, Edgard, and I, and other people are in the team. And now I think I can do a pass to Sufyan.
Yeah, now you can hear me fine. Just switch it.
Sorry, guys. I just want to. I told Hadrien we'd come back to him after we were discussing the MEV blocks. So sorry about that, Hadrien. You were telling us about how you've recently done some work on NFT contracts with some gas optimizations. Can you maybe tell us more about that in the Open Zeppelin library?
Yes, and I mean, just going back to Cairo that was just discussed, I want to quickly mention that Open Zeppelin is recently added like Cairo contract to its offering. So if you want to learn more about this Cairo space and you want a contract you can use out of the box, we're also here to help you with that. So yeah, one of the big trends we see on social media in the dev ecosystem is that people are looking at gas a lot, and that's also why we need L2s and scalability solution that much. And the merge, like today's event, is not providing scalability by itself, but it's leading us towards the next step of these two, because that's just the first part of what's going to be Ethereum in the future with more sharding and world-friendly environment. But until we have that, we still have to optimize the code we have on mainnet, and possibly also on some EVM chains that still have like a limited throughput. And so yeah, we want to improve that. So there are a lot of very, very small tweaks we can do to try and save a few units of gas every now and then. So we are doing our best, while also trying to keep readability of our contract. It's important for us that they're human readable, that they can be audited. We don't want to go into full assembly like some devs do, because we are afraid that bugs might be hidden in these assembly lines that are very difficult to audit.
Payton,
yeah, in the NFT space,
Sorry, Karen.
I was saying I was actually very curious about how a typical contract development process works in Open Zeppelin. So suppose you have to make a contract. What are the steps that you go through, and what are the security reviews that you go through?
So the first step, which is the hardest one, is deciding what to build. And this is where we need the community, like providing feedback on what contract they use, what would be useful for them, what they want to see in the library that's not there, that kind of things. When we have a good idea of what we want to build, then it could either be a contributor providing code, or when it's a big picture, it's often us doing it internally, like for the main things. And basically there is a lot of like, usually one of us, because we're mostly like 2.5 person working on that front, like tries to do as PRTs as complete as possible, hoping that there is no review needed. But it's always that there is back and forth, and it takes weeks, sometimes months, to just like check every single thing. And I've an adversarial mind in our head, like trying to find every possible interaction. And the thing with open Zeppelin contracts is that they are designed to be expanded. Like it's not just a contract to deploy on its own, it's designed so that you can add module, that you can customize some behaviors. And that means that we also have to anticipate what people might do in these modifications, these expansions. And we want to provide as much security as possible. So this is like, it's not just providing a contract itself on its own, it's like providing a core that is solid enough that.
Yeah. So typical like contract,
even if I have a lot of back and forth. Sorry.
So a typical contract would take you like how much time? So once you've decided something to build and you have, like you said, 2.5 people teams working on one contract, how much time does it take you to actually build it and ship it in the next version? Did we lose Hadrien, or is it just me?
Yeah, seems as though we lost him. Well, I guess this can lead us into Ernesto. Welcome, Ernesto. Why don't you do a quick introduction to yourself, and maybe Ernesto is very much an OG. Do you want to tell people how you got into crypto or how you got into Ethereum, and tell us more about what you're working on now? So there's 3 parts there. Cheers.
Hello everybody, and yeah, congrats on the successful merge.
Actually, sorry, Hadrien is back.
No,
sorry, Ernesto. We've been keeping him waiting for a while.
No problem.
Hadrien, yeah.
Yeah, really sorry, like my internet connection in the hotel is not that great. Yeah, so I was saying that we do a lot of discussion internally of testing. We're trying to add as much tooling as possible for verifying our code. This includes coverage. It also includes like a formal verification that we're trying to build. And we also added a lot of monitoring tools so that we understand what effect or change have on like gas and things like that. Once we're happy with a feature, we merge it and it's in master. And at some point, it gets into a release candidate. We try to release every 6 to 8 weeks. Like as I said earlier in this call, like our last release candidate was just about 10 days ago. And that's, so security doesn't stop here, obviously. Then we have immunify bounties for anybody that finds a bug. And during the release candidate phase, the bounties are boosted. So if you find the bounty early, which is also when it's most likely to be here, you get an additional reward. So again, we rely on our community to do that. One important thing is that we don't have like constant audits of our code. It's not like every time we release a version, we can go through an entire audit of the code base. That's not realistic. So there are also like milestones where we think like, hey, we want to do a proper audit of our code. This has been done for version 2.4, which was a very, very long time ago. And very recently, we worked with Serv.eth to like refresh this audit of our code base. And that's also when we started doing formal verification of our contracts. Thanks in part to funding by the Ethereum Foundation.
Do you maybe want to tell people what formal verification is?
Yes.
So some listeners might not know what that is.
Yes, sure. So when you write code, like most of the time we test by doing like simple unit tests where you say like, hey, like, this is the behavior I'm injecting in the code, and verify that you have the expected output. Like you try transferring a token you're not owner of and check that this actually reverts. But you only get information about what you are actually thinking about and what you're actually testing. The idea of formal verification is to have a much more mathematical approach where you specify what behaviors you want, what invariants you want, and then you have like this black box, this mass stuff, like analyze all the code, all the paths in the code to check that these invariants are not broken. And this is interesting, for example, for ERC20, we could do invariants that are like, yeah, we want to check that whatever happens, the total supply will always be the sum of the balances. Or whatever happens, a token can only be transferred if the owner approved it or the owner sent the message, that kind of thing. And this gives us way stronger guarantees because it's not just the case that we thought about, but it's also like all the possible interaction that might be very complex that we don't have in mind. And it turned out that working with Searcher has been very interesting in the sense that we found mechanisms that we had not considered before that might be considered bugs. I mean, they're not very serious and very critical, but still we wanted to address them. Like things like, for example, like in a governor, you could vote and there is a voting duration and things like that. And in some cases, the admin can change the duration of the vote or can change the quorum. And we realized, thanks to formal verification, that if someone like changed the quorum, like proposal that got got rejected because of a lack of votes and a quorum that was not met, well, they could become valid after the fact. So like changing the quorum affects past decision, and that's things that we had not really considered, but that formal verification was able to identify because it was able to test combination of functions that are hidden in different submodules.
Awesome. Thanks, Hadrien. Cool. Ernesto, sorry about interrupting you before. Let's continue with your intro.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it was good. Like some talk about governance. I can talk about that too. Probably not today. So yeah, congrats everybody like for the merge. I think I was not the only one, and probably not the most the person that has the most work around here these days, even if I have my fair share. But yeah, finally it seems that we are there. So let's see how this goes. Yeah, from my side, like I'm Ernesto, like Greg mentioned, and right now I co-founded this initiative called Board Ghost, which BGD is called too. And we are like core contributors to the Aave protocol. And my history is before I was the CTO at what is called the Aave Genesis team, which is like the company that deployed Aave and created Aave basically years ago, V1, V2, V3. So yeah, like Greg mentioned, like I have been on this field like for quite a while, let's say. Since end of 2016, I think, to start a bit with my background story. I started like really back in the days like with some governance DAO stuff. That was actually my main interest when I entered into Ethereum, not so much the economical side. Like some side project that didn't really go anywhere. And then yeah, like beginning of 2018 is when I joined like the Aave team, when it was like not called Aave. We were Ethland back in the days. We were like 4 or 5 guys like in the office, and from there, yeah, like we created Aave, and now like I'm still going around like everything Aave related. So yeah.
I'm interested, when you guys first deployed the first version of Aave, did you have any idea that it would get as big as it got?
I mean, like I think like nobody, our aspiration, I think of everybody else, like even before Aave, like with Ethland, we were like fully convinced that like the use case of this kind of liquidity providing, borrowing, like I mean, is huge anywhere else around the world, like traditional finance. So like it was pretty safe bet that if we believe on the Ethereum technology back in the days, because that was the kind of the only thing, now you have like multiple networks that are functional, but back in the days, like the reality was that only Ethereum seemed functional. So if you believe in the underlying technology, and especially looking around like at the other people in these proto events in person of Ethereum, you saw the excitement. Like it was pretty difficult to not imagine that this will become big. Obviously, then yeah, I mean, it's just a product. Like so, it can easily happen that it is not successful. Evelyn, for example, was like back in the days not so successful. I mean, on the terms of liquidity back in the days, it was successful, but on today's terms, obviously it was way smaller. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we were quite ambitious, but you can never predict, and it happens. So, yeah.
Awesome, cool. Do you want to tell everyone what you've been working on with Nasil's team at Nethermind?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, today is a bit more Ethereum day, but like, it's.
Well, yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that after you. I mean, you don't have to take too long because Nasil's already been through it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I mentioned before, like back in the days, like it was pretty clear that the Ethereum was the only thing on what you could work on. It's not the case. Like happily, it's not the case anymore. Like, and you have way more variety, and especially like you have like all this rollup technology, CK technology that is appearing and is getting. It's pretty clear that it's getting stronger since, let's say, end of last year, and especially during this year. So, one of the projects that that myself like initiated like beginning of the year, I think, when I was like in this like transition period of being part of the Genesis team and creating DGD. So I was pretty interested on the Starnet. So like I got a proposal like from the Stark team, like, hey, why don't we try to do something on a community base, like involving multiple teams, to move, let's say, to move Aave into Starnet. It was not it was not so simple to just move Aave, the whole Aave, from day zero, because Starnet is still something that is getting improved and is evolving. But we designed this plan of 2 phases that probably Masil commented, where like there is like some initial project, phase 1, which is more related with the bridging, but like, let's say, Aave official technology. And now like we are, I think, about to propose and hopefully start, if it gets approved by the Aave community, the phase 2, which will be the port, let's say, of the Aave protocol, the liquidity side, obviously, to Starnet and written fully in Cairo. So yeah, and the interesting part for me, actually, I mean, obviously everything is quite interesting, the projects themselves, but like I find, I mean, I'm really happy like with the idea that it's not only like a team working on this, but it's like teams and individuals that, but like before this, we were not really like collaborating on anything, but like we just came together, and so the Nethermind team is doing like the implementation of the Cairo contracts. Now like the VG team will do a bit of front end, back end, like, and then there is facilitate, there's a lot of stuff. So yeah, quite decentralized effort. It should be everywhere.
Awesome.
Maybe a follow-up question to Ernesto, since we are celebrating the merge. Well, hi Ernesto. So I already know the answer, but I need to ask this. So I know that the merge was designed to be less disruptive possible for running application on Ethereum. Do you think today's merge will affect the application layer, especially for your contract, block structure, block time, the opcode? I know these things won't be affected except for the block time, which will be slightly affected. Are you thinking about how to amend that? Is this something critical, something to worry about?
I mean, yeah, like in the case of Aave, we were not disrupted at all. So what is undeniable is that all the teams around the merge, like all layers, like consensus layer, execution, everything, they did a quite amazing work, like on not affecting as much as possible, like the application developers, which is, I mean, it's quite clear that was something fundamental. Yeah, there was a bit of like insecurity, I will say, like more than insecurity, paranoia, from that is for me is healthy, like on the other side, and I think everywhere else, like of what is going to happen, is this going to affect? Like then internally, like at least in my case, I was pretty confident that nothing will just happen. But in the case of Avi, it's a bit more complicated. Like technical terms, yeah, no disruption as expected. But in terms of like there is liquidity involved, there is multi-chain, like so there is a lot of things to take into account, like on this, not only on the technical side. But it seems that nothing went wrong. Like some speculation on this proof of work thing. It seems that it doesn't go anywhere, but nothing bad.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Maybe we should start taking the 15th of September as a day off to celebrate the merge for all the blockchain developers.
Yeah. And Esther, I was wondering, how were you feeling before the merge? Were you nervous? Were you anxious? Were you excited? And when the merge did happen, was it more of like a relief or more of like an excitement for the future?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I think a bit of relief, let's say, because we had like a lot of stuff like going on around. Like, so the merge is something that you know that probably will be perfectly fine, but you need to be obliged like to keep a really intense eye of what everything that is around, like, and the uncertainty or like on what will happen, and so on. So yeah, a bit of relief, obviously, like one less concern and going back to work, let's say. So yeah, but not so much. I mean, I'm quite used at this point, like to all the craziness around, like especially DeFi, like so. Another day in the office, a good day in the office, actually, not like some others.
Yeah, makes sense.
Maybe just a random question, since we care about the carbon footprint before and after the merge and how this will push corporate world to join the Ethereum, especially those who worry about their carbon footprint. Have you, like Ernesto, ever tried to measure what is the carbon footprint of the Aave protocol, for example?
I don't know, like I'm not so like puristic in that aspect. Being honest, of course,
Maybe
like
it would be a good marketing push if we can like say the carbon footprint before and after, and this will be very yeah.
Well, I guess one way you could do it is you could check all the blocks that included Aave
there is a tool. There is a good tool for that. I can forward the link to it.
with addresses, maybe like you input the address. Like so,
yeah, there is a good.
I mean, obviously, like it's important, like because back in the days it was a bit of a meme. Let's say some years ago, like 2 years ago or so. It's like, yeah, one of the points is electricity consumption, so on. It was not so major. Like now we are reaching a point where it is actually major, like the Ethereum, Bitcoin, and so on. So like, it's a positive point. Obviously, like from the application layer, yeah, it's our backend Ethereum. So at the same time, more than the electricity consumption is, it makes fundamentally cheaper, like to run the network. That is pretty clear in terms of like real resources. So so that is good, like for everybody else, obviously.
Yeah, and then another interesting thing that sort of ties into this discussion is that a lot of publicly listed companies or larger companies will have like enforced ESG goals, and so maybe you know them interacting with a proof of work blockchain would be prohibitive due to some sort of constraint they have on their own carbon footprint. And I think this is becoming a lot more prevalent nowadays in companies. So that's also something interesting to consider.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, yeah. So,
Marek, welcome, the hero of the Nethermind, one of the heroes of the Nethermind Merge team. Are you there?
Hi guys. Yes, I'm here.
Cool.
So I'm just rethinking notes, observing Discord channel, observing everything, but it looks amazing, I would say. So just waiting for the first sync node. right now we are on the last stage of the sync, so hope it looks very, very good.
Awesome. And have there been any interesting things that you guys have observed, or has it all been smooth sailing?
So could you repeat, because
I said, has it all been completely smooth sailing with no hitches or bumps at all?
I think there could be some bugs in Bezu and Erigon that require a manual restart, but not all for all nodes. And also, right now on our Discord channel, there is no bug reports, I would say. So I expected at least that many people will misconfigure their nodes, and they will notice it just after the merge, so that they have wrong configuration. But right now it looking very good. Of course, I expect some minor bugs in next days, but the most important was transition, right? So.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of talk about the merge, obviously, and now that it's happened, I know that there's a bunch of stuff planned on the Ethereum roadmap. Maybe can you fill us in on some things that the core devs have planned, whether it be proto-dank sharding or stuff like that?
Okay, so today we will have all core devs, and it will be first all core dev that we can discuss some plans around Shanghai. So I definitely expect that the next step will be withdrawal. I think like 90% sure that it will be in.
Do you want to elaborate to people what you mean by withdrawal for those who don't understand?
Just to be able to return your funds from deposit contract, right? Because right now staking is locked in deposit contract. So because we needed merge to do that, and we need to also do one more hard fork to achieve that. So this is definitely something that we will consider, but next thing is like proto-dank sharding, and there is a bunch of smaller EIPs, some of them that improve EVM, some of them that will improve other things. There is also EIP 4444 that will allow us to drop the history of the node. So because right now we need to have at least history to deposit contract, so all receipts and all blocks. And for example, for Gav and other clients, they are downloading history up to the Genesis, and of course it affects how much data you need to store on the disk. And EIP 444 is about to drop this history, but we need some kind of way to not forget about it forever, right?
Marek, I had a question for you. So is the merge a once in a lifetime moment? So basically all of the future changes that come to the Ethereum roadmap, will they be as significant or as development, as time consuming or as major as the merge? So will we be seeing moments like this again, where you're waiting for sharding, and the sharding fork is also as well prepared as the merge, or is it a bit easier for the next changes?
So definitely the merge was the biggest hard fork so far, because you need to work together with CL clients. So, and for example, for execution clients, it changed a lot, especially for Nethermind. It changed a lot logic of syncing. So I expect that One more thing that we will consider probably, but maybe later, vertical trees. Just one side note, but I expect that, for example, withdrawal will be simpler, much simpler. But there is the question if we want to do only hard fork with withdrawal, or we want to, you know, deliver again some bigger hard fork. So it's hard to say what will be the decisions. Yeah.
So most of the work.
Sorry, just to take one step back, how do these decisions get made, maybe, so people can understand?
There's like, you know, there's public call on all core devs call, and we are deciding on this call what is the most important right now, and what we want to include. Generally, for example, on London hard fork, I noticed lots of new EIPs just before hard fork. So we needed reject some EIPs that were added a bit late to the process. So probably on next all core devs, on maybe not on this, not today all core devs. Today we will celebrate, but 2 weeks or 4 weeks from now, we will consider all EIPs and yeah, decide with all client teams what to do next.
Okay, cool, interesting. I actually thought it was Vitalik's masternode that decided all the changes. No, I'm kidding, guys. That's a meme. That's a meme.
I don't really remember any discussion that we need to do merge next. It was like obvious. So yeah.
So even in these calls, when you say that you've decided on something, do you do like a informal vote? Do you say like, raise your hands if you want to do this, and then you count the number of hands which are raised? Or how do you like actually reach consensus? Is it just when the conversation dies out and everybody agrees to one thing, then you say that, okay, we're doing it? Or is there some cases where one client just doesn't want to do something, and then you're all trying to convince them that no, we should do this?
Generally, it's not like, you know, a standard way that we are voting or something like that. Not in this way. And I think in the most cases, client teams agree on the next steps, right? So there is no like we are able to achieve some consensus. That is the thing.
There's also a lot of input from the community, and you know, it's a long process of like sort of back and forth on the stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not just only the client teams. There's a lot of feedback and input from the broader community. Yeah. So just to add that in there.
So
I actually have a question, like for Marek. What do you think? Like, because right now, before it was, well, I mean, before even now, the network is still improving on the base layer, let's say. So like it was pretty clear that like EIP is related with pure infrastructure of the network, like let's say the consensus layer, execution layer, like the merge and so on, was kind of a priority. But right now that we are seeing more and more EIPs related with like, let's say, optimizing like the cost of rollups that are settling to Ethereum, what do you think is going to be like the next trend? And will we see like a point of really decision of saying, do we need to move forward like from core development of Ethereum to keep really usable Ethereum itself, or should we put the priority on like on technologies that are kind of working at the moment and will probably work better and better and try to optimize for them to settle into Ethereum? Do you think there is going to be this kind of like decision of like which is our direction, or it will be like
okay, it's again hard to say for me, and I will a bit repeat myself. Definitely the next hard fork will be withdrawal, but it's hard for me to say if, you know, we will choose, because there is lots of EIPs, lots of, some of them that improving EVM, some of them that will work better with rollups, dunk sharding, EIP 4444. So it is hard for me to say, to be honest. I need to, we all need to observe next Allcore Devs discussions. I heard about, because when we started to developing the merge, and we noticed that it will be big thing, I heard about some decisions that we will consider hard fork only with withdrawals to you know, do not stop people from withdraw from deposit contracts. So probably it could be something that we will deliver in, I don't know, 6 months. And in the meantime, because it shouldn't be very hard, we will work on something bigger like sharding or EIP 444 or better rollups. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting, since the question we should be asking ourselves today is whether layer 2 solutions like Starknet, Polygon, Arbitrum 1 would be viable after the merge. And as an insider of this industry, and after working with Polygon and Starknet, I believe that the merge won't have any impact on layer 2s, as the merge won't solve the scalability solutions, as Marek said, immediately. And even after the introduction of Chardin, which is a little bit scary for layer 2 solutions, when Ethereum becomes monumentally scalable, layer 2s will still have their place within the ecosystem, because as Ernesto said, even with 1,000 transactions per second, this wouldn't be sufficient to meet the true global demand and adoption. So that's the reason why layer 2 solutions need to adapt or perish. And also, maybe this would answer the question of Ernesto. The second point to consider is that every L2 or rollup solution that is built to help Ethereum scales moves together with Ethereum. So both on their energy consumption or on the scalability of their networks. For example, the Polygon claims that the merge will erase 60,000 tons of their carbon footprint. So I would say that the user and developer experience with layer 2 solutions will improve in tandem with how Ethereum improves over time. And this is kind of very important to consider when talking about